What she really wanted now was a whole roasted fish, not to cut it into pieces to roast. But she didn't say anything. She simply gutted the fish and skewered it with a branch, placing it near the fire. Lugu saw this and let her be. When the fish was cooked, the transformed beast woke up. Qi Jinjin pointed to the few raw fish she left for it and said, "Here, these are for you to eat." Luckily, the beast could eat, so Qi Jinjin felt relieved. "Do you think we can sleep peacefully tonight?" she asked while eating the roasted fish. "Will those 6 half-orcs come to send reinforcements to catch the beast?" "No need to worry." Qi Jinjin looked at him. "Just chat. Anyway, it's boring now. Are you bored?" Luogu responded directly by mimicking the pose of eating fish. He was busy eating to fill his stomach and was not bored. Qi Jinjin quietly continued eating her grilled fish. After finishing the fish, it started to get dark outside. Qi Jinjin prepared to check the wound on the Yuhua beast again, and the beast obediently lay down, exposing the wound on the inside of its hind leg. "It shouldn't be like this," Qi Jinjin said, surprised when she saw the wound. "What's wrong?" Luogu walked over to look, his expression changing slightly. "How did this happen?" Qi Jinjin shook her head. She also wanted to know why it was like this. Earlier, when they were in the Tower Forest, she had already treated the Yuhua beast's wound. Even after a whole afternoon of running around, it shouldn't have worsened to this extent. The edges of the wound showed some dark marks. Inside the wound, there was not only blood seeping out but also thick yellow fluid, which looked like pus. "The wound is getting worse." Qi Jinjin quickly opened her medical box, trying to peel back the wound to see inside. "Yuhua beast, hang in there." The Yuhua beast let out a low cry. It had endured for so long, so it didn't mind enduring a little more. Fortunately, there was a water pond outside the cave. Qi Jinjin didn't hesitate to take water from her cup to clean the wound. After soaking the fur around the wound, she could clearly see its condition. Pus mixed with blood seeped out little by little, and the edges of the wound turned black where the pus had touched. "I think the sharp object that stabbed the Yuhua beast might be poisonous. These people don't care about the beast's life. They just want to catch it," Qi Jinjin said angrily, frowning. "Do you have a way?" Luogu asked. "I will think of one," she replied. Qi Jinjin rummaged through her backpack for some herbs. She wasn't sure if these herbs were effective for animals, but she had to try. She squeezed out the pus little by little until she saw fresh blood, then used the herbs to cover the wound. After treating the wound, Qi Jinjin saw a hand reaching over and touching the pus. "Why are you doing that?" she asked in surprise. Before she could stop him, he had already pulled his hand back. Luogu blocked her with one hand, then brought the contaminated hand close to his nose to smell. "This pus might be toxic. Be careful," Qi Jinjin said, worried that the pus could harm him. "This smell is very familiar." Luogu frowned and sniffed again carefully. "Familiar? Is he serious?" "The pus is caused by a wound infection. Not having a strong smell is already quite good. Go wash up quickly. What if there's poison?" Qi Jinjin said. Luogu understood what she meant by poison, something harmful. He stood up and walked outside. Qi Jinjin was a bit speechless with him. Why doesn't he understand to protect himself? Even if he sees her as someone with healing powers, she can't heal everything. Suddenly, the feathered beast let out a call. Qi Jinjin held back her anger and looked at it, saying, "It's okay now. I've retreated your wound." But the beast's call didn't seem to be about asking how its injury was. It called out twice more in a low voice. Qi Jinjin couldn't understand what it meant, so she could only guess. She saw the beast tilt its head slightly, looking at its swollen belly. Was it asking about the babies inside? Qi Jinjin felt stuck. She wasn't a veterinarian and didn't know how to understand animal pregnancy. "Don't worry, I'll check," she said softly, reaching out to touch its round belly. "The babies should be fine. With how strong you are, how could anything happen to them, right?" The beast called again, as if agreeing with her words. She placed her hand on its belly, and to her surprise, it was hot as iron but felt smooth. At that moment, she felt a strong heartbeat, like holding a beating heart in her hand. Is that the heartbeat of the baby? Qi Jinjin's eyes widened in amazement. Then, another strong heartbeat came from inside, making her palm vibrate. The baby's hearts are beating strongly. This was her first time getting so close to a new life. She didn't know how to describe this strange feeling. It was like a tender sprout buried in thick soil, struggling to break through and face the new world. When the sprout breaks through the soil and lifts its head, the rising sun bathes it in a victorious glow. Such a scene is so beautiful. The feathered beast called out again, interrupting her thoughts. Are you feeling unwell? Qi Jinjin withdrew her hand, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with the babies inside. The beast's head was still tilted, looking at its swollen belly. What does this mean? Qi Jinjin couldn't understand. Could it be saying it's uncomfortable because of the babies? Is there a problem with the babies? Seeing this, Qi Jinjin quickly asked. Sure enough, the transformed beast nodded. No way. When she touched it, she clearly felt a strong heartbeat, and from its belly, there didn't seem to be any problem. Qi Jinjin reached out again to touch, but the heartbeat didn't weaken.
Could it be?
Are you about to give birth? Qi Jinjin was stunned and exclaimed in surprise. The transformed beast let out a sound and nodded again. Oh no, what should she do? She has never helped someone give birth, let alone an animal. At this moment, she saw Luo Gu wash his hands and walk in, quickly seeking help. Luo Gu, it's about to give birth. What should we do? Wait, no, he's a man. How would he know these things? But Luo Gu didn't seem nervous or surprised. He was much calmer than her. It can give birth on its own, he said. On its own? Yes, probably within these 2 days. It's just trying to remind you, Luo Gu replied. Qi Jinjin suddenly understood and calmed down. Aren't humans and animals all relying on their own strength to survive? Except in difficult births. She looked at the transformed beast, which seemed fine and not uncomfortable. It was probably as Luo Gu said. Do we need to do anything? Qi Jinjin asked again. If the transformed beast gives birth in the next 2 days, they might not be able to continue their journey. But staying in one place for too long might mean they could encounter those half-orcs again. No, it can only rely on itself. Luo Gu added some branches to the fire. Little one, if you're really worried, we can wait here until it's done. Qi Jinjin hadn't responded yet, but the transformed beast spoke first. It let out a few low calls and shook its head, clearly refusing. Luo Gu looked at it, slightly frowning, then quietly loosened his grip. Are you sure you can still run? The transformed beast nodded, with a hint of pleading in its eyes. Qi Jinjin watched them curiously. Can they really communicate like that? All right, then let's rest well tonight, Luo Gu said. The transformed beast happily rested its head on its front paws, seeming ready to continue resting. Qi Jinjin didn't bother it further and sat beside Luo Gu. Can you still communicate with the transformed beast? She whispered. Luo Gu shot her a knowing look. Qi Jinjin clicked her tongue. If you can really communicate, then why did it attack you so fiercely in the tower during the day?
Little one, what do you mean by that?
Luo Gu looked displeased. No, I'm just asking sincerely, she said. She was just curious and wanted to ask, why is a half-orc considered half an animal?
I think you're not asking about that.
He saw through her. Staying here and waiting for it to finish producing is a safe choice, but this place isn't safe right now, said Luo Gu before she could ask. It can hold back for another day without attacking. We can try to find a safe place during this half-day. Is it easy to find a safe place? Luo Gu's silence answered her question. Not really. This isn't his territory. He could handle 6 half-orcs alone easily, but what if they find help? Maybe we can find some help, Qi Jinjin said with a sharp look. Help? Luo Gu didn't think there was anyone nearby who could help. Yes, she nodded. Although Lia's leg is hurt, Abu still has fighting power. He might not be as strong as those half-orcs, but it's better than nothing. Luo Gu understood her meaning. You know I don't like trouble. I know, but it's safer this way. Don't always think about doing everything alone, Qi Jinjin lectured him. When we were in the orchard, weren't you working well with your tribe? Luogu shot her a quick look and quickly changed the subject, worried she might get angry again about the orchard incident. We've already shaken them off. Really shaken them off? Qi Jinjin asked back. I don't know what tricks they used, but if we wait here a little longer, Abu and Laya will definitely catch up. Really? Are you so sure? Luogu raised an eyebrow.
Qi Jinjin nodded.
Yes, I am sure. Luogu chuckled. She was right. If everything goes as expected, these two will arrive at the cave before dawn. From his expression, leaving Abu and Laya behind seemed settled. All right, you should rest now, Qi Jinjin said as she tidied up a clean spot nearby. He had been running all day and fighting several half-orcs, so he must be very tired. During the night, faint sounds came from outside the cave. The feathered beast was awakened instantly by the noise and stood up, growling softly at them. Qi Jinjin, half asleep, opened her eyes and saw Luogu still in beast form, not very alert. Instead, the feathered beast was showing hostility toward whatever was outside the cave. Is it Abu and Laya? Seeing Luogu not worried, Qi Jinjin rubbed her eyes and asked. Yes, it really is them. Momochi wanted to sit up, but Luogu's beast claws were resting on her waist. Go outside and look around. Don't let the feathered transformation beasts and the others fight. They can't handle the feathered transformation beasts, Luogu replied lazily, unmoving. Seeing his words, he still seemed annoyed that these two followed them. Don't be afraid. There are no bad people outside the cave, Chimomo said, trying to calm the beast. Please take your claws away. You're hurting me. Hurt? Luogu snorted softly, clearly displeased. He deliberately added some weight, showing her what real heaviness was. You're going to crush me. Chimomo cried out in pain. Just then, Abu's voice came from outside the cave. Luogu? Luogu's mate? Are you inside?
Abu?
Chimomo called out. Luogu's mate? Laya, they're inside. Then, two people entered the cave, Abu and Laya. Abu looked very happy, finally catching up with them, but Laya frowned slightly, as if she had something on her mind. Now you can take your claws away, Chimomo whispered, struggling a bit. Luogu reluctantly turned back into his human form. Chimomo quickly sat up, worried that the feathered transformation beasts might attack these strangers. Luckily, after they entered, the beasts hid in a corner and stood quietly. Luogu's mate, are you okay? Are you hurt? Abu asked as he looked at them. We're fine, Chimomo said, walking over to the fire and adding some branches.
Come, sit and rest.
I'm glad you're okay. On our way here, we saw signs of a fight and some blood, Abu said. We were worried about you, especially you. If you got hurt, we wouldn't know how to explain to the clan leader.
Chimomo smiled awkwardly.
Luckily, we caught up. Abu sighed in relief and then quietly leaned closer to Chimomo, whispering, Luogu's mate, please talk to Luogu. We won't cause trouble for him. We've been out for so long. If we don't go back soon, the clan leader and the matriarch will be very worried. Chimomo secretly glanced at Luogu's face. He was leaning against a stone, expressionless, but her could see dissatisfaction in his dark eyes. Don't worry, we're really going back now, Chimomo said. Really? Abu was happy, but also a little doubtful. Really? Chimomo nodded firmly. At that moment, Laya asked, have you already been to the Tower Forest? This was asked directly to Qi Jinjin, as she knew she wouldn't get an answer if she asked Luogu directly. Qi Jinjin understood her feelings well. She didn't answer immediately, but looked at Luogu's expression, noticing his displeasure at Laya's chatter. So she said, whether we've been there or not doesn't matter anymore. What's important is that we are all doing well now. Laya looked uncomfortable after hearing this. For Abu, as long as they caught up and knew they were safe, that was enough. She relaxed quite a bit. When she relaxed, she saw an animal in the corner. Is Luogu's spouse the meat you're planning to eat tomorrow? Abu covered her stomach and licked her lips. Can we kill and eat her first? I'm very hungry.
Stop it.
Qi Jinjin quickly blocked her view. That's not prey. You can't eat it.
Huh? Why not?
I've been carrying Laya all day and haven't eaten anything yet, Abu said pitifully. Qi Jinjin cleared her throat and decided to hide the name of the feathered beast for now, since they might not have seen it before. This is an animal that needs care. It's injured and pregnant. Would you be willing to eat it?
Why not?
Abu didn't understand. It has babies, so I can eat a few more pieces of meat. Qi Jinjin pursed her lips and pointed to the water pool outside the cave. There are fish in the water, lots of fish. Go catch some to eat. Abu looked unhappy, not wanting to bother catching fish again. Laya also looked at the feathered beast in the corner. Its fur is very beautiful. Why not eat it? Its fur can be taken off and made into a coat. Was Laya trying to pick a fight again? Qi Jinjin smiled slightly. Beautiful fur is common.
What?
Laya frowned, not understanding her words. It's nothing. Abu, do you want me to go with you to catch fish? Qi Jinjin asked Abu. Abu wanted to, but when she saw Luo Gu's expression, she was afraid that if she took Luo Gu's spouse with her, Luo Gu might throw her into the water to drown her. No need. I'll go by myself, Abu said and got up, slipping out of the cave. Qi Jinjin turned back to Luo Gu and said, You keep sleeping. With them here tonight, don't worry. Aren't you tired? Luo Gu asked with displeasure. I'll come to sleep later, Qi Jinjin replied, then looked at the feathered beast. You also rest early and sleep more. The transformed beast lay down, still looking a bit cautious about the sudden appearance of Abu and Laya. Jinjin Qi thought about sleeping later, considering the alertness of the transformed beast. She stayed awake to keep Abu and Laya company, hoping the beast would gradually relax. Laya glanced at the animal in the corner, feeling puzzled. Abu quickly caught some fish and brought them in. Seeing Luo Gu sleeping with his eyes closed, she dared not make much noise and tiptoed as she moved. Would you like to eat, maid of Luo Gu? Abu softly asked. No need, you two eat, Qi Jinjin said, holding out her hands to warm herself by the fire, watching them eat. After finishing the fish, everyone quietly rested. The next morning, Qi Jinjin woke up from Luo Gu's embrace. The cave was filled with the tempting smell of fish. Abu was the first to wake up, catching many fish to bring inside. Laya was helping to roast them by the fire. Qi Jinjin quickly looked toward the place where the transformed beast was resting. It was there, eating the fish Abu caught. Fortunately, they hadn't thought of eating the transformed beast. I'm going out to wash my face, Qi Jinjin said as she got up and headed outside. Luo Gu followed. She washed her face with cold water, feeling more awake. Seeing Luo Gu also came along, she wanted to hear if he had any plans. Now that our helper is here, do you think we should find a safe place to wait for the transformed beast to give birth? Or should we head to the Bailey tribe?
She asked.
Safe places are hard to find, and we're not in a rush to go back immediately, Luo Gu replied. Qi Jinjin understood his meaning. Travel at a normal pace, and if any half-beast men block the way, just fight them directly. Little one, don't think too much, Luo Gu said, holding her cold hand and trying to warm it. In this world, for half-beasts, there's only one rule, survival of the fittest. Although Qi Jinjin didn't want to admit it, his words were true. Her ideas were too complicated and roundabout. If she could handle problems directly, she shouldn't waste time talking around. She smiled with relief.
Got it.
After eating the fish, Qi Jinjin checked on the transformed beast. Last night, after draining the pus, the wound's edges no longer looked black. It should be fine to run now. Maid of Luo Gu, you probably won't really take this prey home to raise, right? Abu said, surprised to see her treat a prey so kindly.
Why?
Is it because it looks good? It looks nice, but it can't fill your stomach. Qi Jinjin awkwardly smiled.
Just think of it as my pet. Pet?
What's that? Abu asked, confused. It means I love my animals, and no one is allowed to hurt them, Qi Jinjin explained forcefully. Abu listened and said she couldn't accept it. Keeping a prey as a pet is like always having a piece of meat hanging around your neck. When you're hungry, you eat it. Anyway, you shouldn't think about taking it, she also explained tiredly. Otherwise, I'll get angry, very angry. Abu shrank back and shook her head. indicating she absolutely didn't dare. If she got angry, Luogu would help prevent. She couldn't fight Luogu and would only get beaten badly. Leah's leg injury wasn't fully healed, so Abu still carried her. After a night of rest, Abu was ready to catch up with Luogu at full speed, but once Luogu started running, she realized she didn't need to. Luogu took good care of his partner's pet, running exactly at the prey's speed, stopping to rest now and then. After crossing a plain, the sky darkened. Luogu, should we find a place to rest in the forest ahead? Qi Jinjin looked at the forest Abu mentioned. She wasn't sure if it was because the sun was setting, but the forest looked dark and a bit scary. The feathered transformation beast called twice and stamped its hoof, looking uneasy. Seeing this, Luogu said, "Stay here. I'll go check it out." "Hey, Luogu." Abu wanted to follow, but she saw Luogu's partner's pet still stayed behind. She thought they probably wouldn't use this chance to leave her behind. Qi Jinjin saw Luogu run forward with determination and quickly called out, "What if the feathered transformation beast is left there and something bad happens to Abu and Leah?" "They wouldn't dare," Luogu replied as he reached the edge of the forest. Qi Jinjin still felt worried, but since they were already here, she decided to quickly check the situation and then return. As they approached the forest, Qi Jinjin's brow furrowed anxiously. "Be careful. I have a bad feeling," she whispered. Luogu nodded, turned into a human form, and set her down. The feathered transformation beast can sense danger nearby immediately. Maybe there's someone in the forest heading to their doom. No wonder. The day before, when 6 half-orcs appeared, it was the feathered transformation beast that reacted first. Qi Jinjin became serious and walked into the forest with him. But as she took a step forward, she already sensed something was wrong. "What's wrong?" Luogu asked, puzzled as she stopped. "There's a trap ahead," Qi Jinjin said, looking at a small clearing in the forest. Request failed. Leah frowned and voiced her doubts, saying, "Are they being too kind to that animal?" "Do you mean that Luogu stopped because of that animal?" Abu asked. "I'm not sure. Let's follow them," Leah replied. She had many questions and hoped to find answers before returning to her tribe. Outside the cave, Luogu transformed into a human and walked straight inside. Qi Jinjin didn't rush in but stood outside, observing the terrain. The mountain peaks on both sides were covered with thick trees. If someone set a trap with falling rocks. Falling rocks? Qi Jinjin's heart tightened. If those pureblood humans set traps, this valley's location would be perfect for an ambush. "Are you alright, Luogu's mate?" Abu asked as he carried Leah and jumped up. Qi Jinjin didn't have time to respond and turned around to call Luogu. "This place isn't safe. We should move somewhere else," she said. She saw the feathered beast lying on the ground, looking ready to attack. "Can you hold on a little longer?" "What's wrong, little one?" Luogu asked, seeing her anxious face. Suddenly, Abu's shout came from outside the cave, followed by the sound of falling rocks. Luogu's expression changed.
"Stay here." Qi Jinjin frowned.
She guessed she was right. The excellent terrain was being used for an ambush on both sides of the valley. She glanced at the feathered beast. Even if it was uncomfortable, she couldn't help it. It had to rely on itself. She then moved to the cave entrance to check outside. Several large stones rolled down the valley. Abu and Leah hid in time and weren't hit. "Luogu, they are half-orcs," Leah said, looking up at the mountaintop. "They're the ones pushing the stones." "Who are these half-orcs? Why are they throwing stones at us?" Abu asked, pulling Leah to a safe spot. Qi Jinjin also looked at the mountaintop opposite. Behind the lush trees, many large stones reappeared, and half-orcs stood beside them. Luogu snorted softly, understanding the tricks of these half-orcs. If he went up to tear them apart, other half-orcs might attack the cave. "Luogu, use a slingshot." Qi Jinjin quickly assessed the situation and thought of a plan. Luogu turned his head, frowning slightly. "Go inside quickly." Qi Jinjin hid inside the cave a little, but she could still see the situation on the mountaintop opposite. She knew that a slingshot might not be the best way because the orcs hiding behind large rocks made it hard to hit them with a slingshot. Luogu took out his slingshot from his waist and stood behind a big rock. Stop wasting time. Hand over what we want, or we'll smash you into meat paste. The orc on the mountaintop shouted. Those big rocks earlier were just a warning. If you don't hand it over now, none of you will leave the valley alive. Suddenly, there was a loud whoosh, and the shouting orc let out a terrible scream. The nearby orcs were all confused about what had just happened. Then a few more screams came from the mountaintop. The orcs who screamed had been hit by stones on their joints, some even bleeding badly. Quick, hide. The injured orcs hurried behind the big rocks to take cover. Luogu quickly shot at several orcs, but then there was more movement on the mountaintop. At first glance, the thick branches on the top looked like tricks of camouflage. When the branches were pushed aside, big rocks were revealed. Behind these rocks, more orcs were standing. There were many more than the 6 orcs they had encountered before. With large stones ready to fall and many orcs present, it was clear they were at a disadvantage. We're surrounded, Abu exclaimed in shock. Are they coming for us? We haven't even done anything to them. Leah looked serious and seemed to guess what was happening. The orc's goal was the animal inside the cave. Although Qi Jinjin didn't understand why Luogu was so kind to that animal, she was sure it was important. Qi Jinjin was worried. The best plan in this situation was to escape, but the flying beast was about to give birth at this moment. Thinking of this, she turned and ran toward the flying beast. It was making soft sounds and curling its body slightly, using force. It seemed to be preparing for something. Maybe if they could come up with a plan to delay the orcs, they could buy some time for the flying beast and reduce injuries. As for how to delay them, they could only try talking first. Qi Jinjin ran out again. Just as she reached the cave entrance, a large rock slide thundered down from the mountain top, kicking up a cloud of dust. Luogu, with sharp eyes, saw Qi Jinjin run out again and hurried over to protect her in his arms, so she wouldn't be hit by the small flying stones. Seeing Luogu protecting her, Qi Jinjin quickly said, "The transforming beast is already giving birth. I have a way to delay it." What method? Luogu wasn't very interested in her plan. If it weren't for the situation with the transforming beast, these half-beasts wouldn't catch his attention at all. I'll try to communicate with these half-beasts. Any delay helps. Not allowed. Don't act impulsively. If it can be solved with words, use fewer fists. Otherwise, I will feel sad for you, Qi Jinjin said, knowing his temper. While Luogu wasn't paying attention, she slipped past him and ran outside, just in time to hear the half-beasts on the mountaintop shouting. Good. They didn't rush down for a fight, probably afraid of Luogu's strength. Aren't you just after the transforming beast? I can give it to you, Qi Jinjin shouted at the mountaintop. But if you throw more stones, we will kill it.
No one will get it then.
The half-beasts on the mountaintop heard her shouting and saw that she was an innocent human. Hey, with so many of us, isn't it easy to take the transforming beast? Plus, that purebred hasn't bred yet. Maybe.
Stop.
Can't you see that's Luogu? Exactly. Risking your life just for one transforming beast. Qi Jinjin couldn't hear what they were saying, so she just assumed they were discussing. You should know this transforming beast is pregnant. It's giving birth now. If you wait a bit, you'll get 2 transforming beasts. She shouted at the mountaintop. Waiting this time to get 2 transforming beasts is worth it. Leah, hiding nearby, was shocked. She never expected it was actually a transforming beast.
No wonder.
Seeing Luogu blocking her, Qi Jinjin knew he agreed with her plan. Sure enough, the half-beasts looked at each other in confusion. What should we do? Should we wait? Bringing back 2 at once would be a great achievement.
Bah, don't be fooled.
With Luogu here, do you think they'll give up the transforming beast easily? If it were that simple, why did our brothers get so badly injured before? Seeing them seem to be arguing, Qi Jinjin shouted loudly again. I know your goal in catching the transforming beast. Isn't it just its heart? Let me tell you, if the transforming beast dies, its heart will be useless. The half-beasts looked at each other with doubt. It seems they don't know what the heart of the transforming beast is for. Luo Gu clearly saw the expressions of these people and indeed believed that with this little one's words, he could extract some information. Qi Jinjin listened to him and shouted, "If you don't believe it, go ask the people behind you. When you bring back the transformed beasts, they won't be useful, and the people behind you will definitely be furious." This made the half-beasts look worried and hide behind a large rock. Do you really believe that? Just because a purebred person says so, you're scared like this? Who's scared? If we really get caught, we might lose our lives. Still saying you're not scared. Anyway, he didn't say whether the beasts have to be alive or dead. Even if we bring back 2 dead ones, he didn't clarify that. Yeah, and didn't you hear her say the transformed beasts are giving birth? Who knows if she's just stalling for time. You're right, watch me. Seeing those people come out from behind the big rock again, Qi Jinjin had already decided how to ask more questions. These half-beasts are really just simple-minded and strong in limbs.
All right.
Since you all want to hand over the transformed beasts, I'll let you go now. Leave the beasts behind. Qi Jinjin smiled slightly and said, "No, who knows if you'll go back on your word. So, what do you want to do? Stop wasting time with her. With so many of us, we can handle them. Plus, there's a purebred who hasn't been bred yet."
If.
That half-beast was proudly speaking when suddenly a stone hit him hard in the mouth. He covered his mouth in pain and looked at them in disbelief before collapsing. Blood was flowing from the back of his head. Qi Jinjin, only speak when you can solve things with action. I hate hearing you shout. Luo Gu tilted his head slightly, a faint smile on his lips, but his dark eyes shone with a coldness that seemed to want to shoot all these half-beasts' heads. Seeing their companion die in front of them, the half-beasts were stunned at first, then reacted. Kill them.
Charge.
Luo Gu still looked fearless. He quickly led Qi Jinjin to the cave entrance and told Abu to take care of her. The half-beasts pushed down most of the rocks from the mountaintop. The falling stones thundered down, filling the valley with dust and debris. Qi Jinjin covered her mouth and nose, searching through the flying dust for Luo Gu's figure. She saw him already in beast form, standing majestically on a large rock, a huge and powerful figure that made anyone who saw him tremble.
Charge.
The half-beasts on the mountaintop saw that the stones couldn't reach him, and they all transformed into beasts and jumped down in a rush. Inside Qi Jinjin's heart, she felt a tight squeeze. Luo Gu was fighting alone against more than 10 enemies. Leah, watch Luo Gu's partner. I will go help Luo Gu. Abu quickly transformed into a beast form and rushed forward. Leah frowned deeply. Her fighting ability was definitely stronger than Abu's, but her foot was injured, so she couldn't help much. Qi Jinjin watched Luo Gu and Abu fighting these half-beasts. None of these half-beasts were their match. 2 of them were even attacked and bitten before they could land, making them unable to move. On the other hand, Abu was much weaker. If Luo Gu hadn't helped her hold them off, she would have been torn apart by now. Other half-beasts still on the mountaintop saw that more than 10 had gone down, but they were no match for Luo Gu. They felt angry and scared. Everyone go. All of you, attack now. The remaining half-beasts no longer cared about the big rocks. They transformed into beast forms and leapt down one after another. There were actually about 20 or 30 of them. Leah, help me, please. Qi Jinjin took out her small slingshot. Luckily, there were many small stones on the ground, already smashed open. Use this to help Luo Gu. What is this? Leah was anxious and trying to think of a way. When she saw the small branch she took out, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. Just do as I say. Qi Jinjin quickly demonstrated how to use the slingshot, then handed it to her. You're stronger than me. I'll give you stones, and you shoot at the weak spots of these half-beasts. Leah had never used this before. She saw that it only shot small stones, which were not faster than her throwing with her hand. Hurry up, Leah. Qi Jinjin didn't know what she was hesitating about and urged her anxiously. Leah snapped out of her thoughts. Following her previous method, she aimed and shot at the nearest half-beast. When the stone was launched, her face changed. Keep going. Qi Jinjin handed her another stone. It's okay if you miss. Distracting these half-beasts can also help Luogu. After realizing the power of these stones, Leah focused more. Although the stones she shot were much stronger than when she threw them by hand, controlling their direction was difficult. Several shots missed. Keep going, don't stop. Qi Jinjin kept picking up stones for her. Soon, some half-beasts noticed the commotion. Luogu knew that the small girl was helping him, but he just wanted to finish the fight quickly. Abu's fighting ability kept distracting him from focusing. Be careful. Leah shouted and shot a stone toward Qi Jinjin, who was bending down to pick stones. Qi Jinjin suddenly looked up sharply. A beast rushing toward her was hit directly in the eye by a stone, letting out a loud, screeching cry. The loud sound hurt her eardrum, and Luogu quickly dragged the beast away and killed it. Don't run around, Leah said, pulling herself along on her injured leg to stand behind her and protect her. At the same time, she caught sight of a humanoid half-beast hiding behind a pile of rocks. He was trying to sneak closer to the cave entrance, obviously heading straight for the transformed beast. Leah had a different idea. Since they were all after the transformed beast, once they got it, they would probably retreat. Thinking this, she kept shooting at other half-beasts while quietly leading Qi Jinjin away from the cave entrance. Leah, shoot over there. Qi Jinjin quickly spotted the half-beast sneaking closer. Leah saw this and quickly shot a stone at the half-beast. Before it could dodge, the stone missed by a few steps. Qi Jinjin was stunned and frowned at Leah. She calmly continued shooting at the half-beast, still missing by a few steps. Seeing that she was not hitting accurately, the half-beast grew bolder. Suddenly, dark clouds appeared in the blue sky from nowhere. The valley, already dull from the fight, suddenly darkened. The half-beasts paused, thinking some huge creature was blocking the sky, and looked up. They saw colorful lights emerging from behind the clouds, slowly turning into a rainbow cloud. Is this a rainbow cloud? It seemed none of these people had ever seen such a sky before. They all looked up without fighting.
Qi Jinjin frowned deeply.
On this Beastman continent, could there really be such a scene with rainbow clouds? But she quickly realized that Luogu was looking at her, his brows furrowed with confusion. Why are you all just standing there? Keep fighting. A half-beast shouted, snapping everyone's attention back to the sky. Qi Jinjin reacted quickly, grabbing the slingshot from Leah and picking up a stone to shoot at the half-beast near the cave entrance. The half-beast took several hits, but his goal was to rush into the cave and steal the transformed beast. With his pure strength, these stones hitting him were barely a bother. Stop! Qi Jinjin shouted, frustrated because her stones couldn't stop him. Don't go. How can you possibly beat a half-beast? Leah pulled her back. Then you go? Qi Jinjin turned to glare at her, clearly noticing her little move just now. Leah glared back unhappily. It's just a transformed beast. Is it worth risking your life to save it? Let go. Qi Jinjin was too tired to argue with her. Suddenly, a person flew out of the cave and fell heavily to the ground. At first glance, it was the half-beast man who had sneaked in earlier. Then, the transformed beast, full of anger, came out of the cave. Its round belly had already shrunk. Qi Jinjin was happy. It seemed the transformed beast had successfully given birth to its young. The half-beast man who had fallen struggled a few times and transformed into his beast form, facing the transformed beast. Leah took the opportunity to pull Qi Jinjin back. At the same time, she saw Luogu had already taken care of most of the other half-beasts. Seeing that most of his companions had been defeated and that he had almost been seriously injured earlier, the half-beast man realized he had no chance if he fought the transformed beast directly. Qi Jinjin watched as the transformed beast stepped closer on its hooves. She could see it was very weak, barely holding on. It was protecting its newborns. When Abu returned to defend them, Qi Jinjin quickly shouted, "Abu, help the transformed beast." Abu didn't hesitate and rushed to attack the half-beast man, biting fiercely. The half-beast man dodged sideways and struck Abu fatally. Just as the deadly was about to hit Abu, the transformed beast charged forward, its tail tightly wrapped around the beast's neck, suffocating it. Abu was surprised to see this smaller animal fighting so fiercely. Seeing that the threat at the cave entrance was gone, Qi quickly shook off Leah and ran over. "How is the little one? Is it healthy?" She was eager to see inside the cave, but also worried that the newly born transformed beast might be very protective and not want strangers nearby. The transformed beast let out a low cry. Its voice sounded happy but also clearly tired.
Good job.
"Rest a bit more," Qi said, gently patting its head. Meanwhile, the remaining half-beasts all retreated in unison, afraid to face the white beast directly. There were too many of their companions' bodies in the valley. Luo Gu didn't push them to the limit but stood on a large rock, looking down at the retreating half-beasts with disdain. "What should we do? We've lost so many people, and we haven't even touched the transformed beast's fur. Why, you said you wanted to hand over the transformed beast, right? We won't fight anymore. Hand over the beast, and you can go." The half-beasts looked panicked. Luo Gu's beast pupils reflected their expressions of defeat. "I never said I would give the transcendent beast to you." "You." The half-orc suddenly felt regretful. He hadn't said anything. It was all the pure-blooded humans who spoke. Qi saw Luo Gu confronting the wild beasts and thought it should be safe now. Probably no one on the mountaintop would push that stone anymore.
"Safe now.
Let's go inside and leave with the little one," Qi said, leading the transcendent beast toward the cave. Abu wanted to follow and see, but Laya stopped him. "Be careful inside. The transcendent beast might attack you."
"Huh?"
"But it just helped me," Abu said, confused. Laya didn't reply and kept blocking him. However, just as they reached the cave entrance, the transcendent beast suddenly roared loudly, making Qi jump in fright. "Get away, little one!" Luo Gu shouted, rushing toward her. Before she could react, the transcendent beast suddenly collided with her shoulder. Qi was slammed against the wall, her shoulder aching and making her grimace. At the same time, the transcendent beast let out a terrible cry and collapsed to the ground. Qi turned her head in surprise and disbelief. Luo Gu quickly stepped in front of them, transforming into a human form and pulling out a slingshot from the mountaintop. A stone shot out and hit the person on the mountaintop in the head. Then he threw stones at the remaining half-orcs, causing them to flee in panic. Transcendent beast. Qi ignored her shoulder pain and crouched beside the beast. It had a long white bone spear stuck in its belly, piercing from one side to the other. If it hadn't collided with her just now, that spear would have pierced her instead. "Is it still savable?"
Luo Gu asked.
Qi desperately hoped it could be saved, but she knew the likely outcome given the injury, especially since she wasn't a veterinarian. Still, she had to try. She tried to stop the bleeding, pulling out all the herbs she had. But the blood kept flowing from the spear wound, unstoppable. The transcendent beast was lying on the ground, breathing weaker and weaker.
I'm sorry.
Qi said, her voice trembling with tears, trying to stay calm. But the injury was too severe. The beast half opened its eyes, weakly whimpering and trying to turn its head toward Qi. She quickly stroked its head, repeatedly whispering apologies. Its young had just been born. If she had been more careful, this wouldn't have happened. It doesn't blame you. It chose to save you willingly. Luo Gu crouched beside her and looked into the eyes of the transformed beast, speaking softly. Qi shook her head, filled with guilt. The medicine she used had no effect at all. She could only watch helplessly as the beast's head grew heavier and lost its vitality. Little one, don't blame yourself, Luo Gu said gently, seeing that the beast had already died. He held her hand softly, trying to comfort her. But Qi couldn't listen. She kept apologizing to the deceased beast, feeling more guilty. Luo Gu frowned and looked toward the cave, thinking of a solution. It's not the time to cry now, little one. Why don't you go see its newborns? Hearing the word newborn, Qi turned her head toward the cave and stood up, fighting back tears and walking inside. Inside the cave, a tiny cub curled up on a stone. Its fur was still wet, and its eyes were shut tight, not yet open. This is the only cub born by the beast. However, this cub looked very different from its mother. Perhaps because it was just born, its fur stood up in small tufts like tiny needles, shining silver. Its ears were large and pointed, resembling a small fox. Qi Jinjin wiped her eyes and tiptoed closer. The cub's ears twitched at the noise, and it flapped them gently. When she reached the cub, she felt a bit unsure. It wasn't very small, about the size she could hold in her arms. Is it still alive? Qi Jinjin asked softly, seeing it curled up with its eyes still closed, hesitant to touch it. Yes, it's alive, Luo Gu replied quietly. The cub's ears twitched again, and its eyes started to move slightly, as if trying to open them with effort. Qi Jinjin didn't know what to do. She had no experience caring for such a tiny creature, and her heart was heavy with guilt because its mother had just died saving her. The cub's eyes narrowed into a slit, and its pupils slowly appeared. Qi Jinjin crouched down a little and looked carefully as it opened its eyes. To her surprise, its eyes were blue, a soft, light blue. The cub made a soft, gentle sound, its first cry. That gentle humph immediately melted Qi Jinjin's heart, even though it was not very cute just after birth. The cub made a few more soft sounds, then stretched out a tiny, thin paw, reaching for her hand. Seeing its bony little paw with just a few sparse hairs, Qi Jinjin couldn't help but extend her hand to it. The moment her fingertips touched the little paw, it felt like a tingling, numbing electric current running through her body. The moist, soft touch touched her heart deeply. Jinjin Qi immediately made a decision. Can I keep it? She asked, pulling her hand back and looking at Luo Gu. However, Luo Gu hadn't answered yet. The curled-up little creature stretched out its body, its two paws reaching up as if yawning, and its head slightly retracted, revealing a small pink tongue. Jinjin Qi stared at it, feeling her heart melt because of how adorable it was. The little creature, after stretching, rolled over again, exposing its bare, hairless belly. Its two tiny paws reached out as if begging, gently pawing at her. Her heart completely softened at this gesture, and she decided even more firmly to take good care of this little one, to make up for her guilt about its mother. Yes, Luo Gu agreed when he saw how much she loved the little creature. But what? Jinjin Qi teased as she played with the little one, then frowned and looked at him when he suddenly changed the subject. Luo Gu furrowed his brows, seeming hesitant to tell her this. At that moment, the little creature slowly crawled over to Jinjin Qi, hugging her hand with its paws and gently licking it. Its light blue eyes looked at her cautiously. It was so cute. Do you think it looks like a transformed beast? Luo Gu pondered for a moment, deciding to explain. Jinjin Qi was stunned. From its appearance, it looked completely different from a transformed beast, but in this cave, it was the only little creature like this, still moist and shiny. What do you mean? She asked, confused. If he hadn't said that, she would have thought all newborn transformed beasts looked like this. Luo Gu didn't explain clearly either because he was also confused. He had never seen this little creature before, and he wasn't sure what kind of animal it was. Its appearance definitely couldn't be that of a young transformed beast. Plus, the strange phenomena during the fight earlier made him suspicious. Those clouds were the second time he had seen such clouds. The first time was on the day he met his little one. Seeing that Luo Gu had no intention of explaining further, Jinjin Qi took out her bronze mirror, which could identify the species of this little creature. But when she aimed the mirror at it, the words displayed shocked her. Species, unrecognizable. Habits, none. Period, unknown. How is this possible? She examined the little creature from multiple angles with her bronze mirror, but the words on it didn't change at all. What is that? Luo Gu asked. Qi Jinjin pursed her lips and said, I can't identify it. Her bronze mirror showed this scene for the second time. The first time was when she saw the back of Luo Gu's head after meeting him earlier. Thinking of this, Qi Jinjin aimed her bronze mirror at Luo Gu, and the words displayed were exactly the same as those on this little creature. What kind of animal is this? Qi Jinjin was surprised. Luogu looked at the little creature and reached out his hand. As his hand approached, the small creature, still holding her hand and acting cute, turned its head and opened its mouth to bite Luogu's finger.
Hey.
Be gentle. Qi Jinjin was startled by the creature's behavior. Surprisingly, the little creature seemed to understand her words. Before Luogu lost his temper, it loosened its grip and then rubbed against Qi Jinjin's hand, acting cute. Are you okay? Qi Jinjin looked at Luogu's finger, which had a few deep bite marks, but luckily no skin was broken. Luogu's black eyes narrowed. This little guy, who hasn't even grown his teeth yet, has quite a temper. Fortunately, this little creature hasn't grown its teeth yet. Looking at the bite marks on his hand, he would have to bite through his finger otherwise. Qi Jinjin felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. Although the little creature was fierce toward Luogu, it showed no hostility toward her and even seemed somewhat dependent on her. Luogu, how is the situation inside? At this moment, Abu's voice came from outside the cave. The little creature was startled by the sudden call and hurriedly tried to rush into Qi Jinjin's arms, as if wanting to hide inside her coat. Qi Jinjin was tickled by its actions. What should I do? Can I still raise it?
Why not?
Luogu rubbed his fingers and asked back. Qi Jinjin pursed her lips. She was worried that the little creature might get upset if it bit him again. Let's go out. Luogu glanced at the cave and, not seeing anyone else, prepared to leave. Qi Jinjin nodded, holding the little creature as they stepped outside. As soon as they went out, she saw the feathered spirit beast that had sacrificed itself for her, and her heart felt sad. She looked down at the little creature in her arms. It was staring blankly at the feathered spirit beast, tilting its head and humming softly. Qi Jinjin crouched in front of the feathered spirit beast, trying to let it see its mother again. The little creature gently reached out its paw and touched the feathered spirit beast's head, then suddenly retracted its paw and snuggled into Qi Jinjin's embrace. What's wrong? Qi Jinjin was puzzled by its behavior. It is afraid, Luogu said when he saw it. Afraid? Qi Jinjin was surprised and felt sad. This is your mother, who endured great hardship to give birth to you. Before you were born, she was always protecting you. The little creature tilted its head and blinked, as if asking if she was really there. It endured a lot of pain to protect you, Qi Jinjin softly said. The little creature lowered its head slightly, its light blue eyes reflecting the transformed beast. It reached out its small paw and gently touched the transformed beast's head, then let out a soft, and curled back into Qi Jinjin's arms. She sighed quietly, gently patting its tiny head to comfort it. Luogu's mate. Is this the little transformed beast born from the transformed beast? When they appeared, Abu and Leia's eyes immediately focused on the little creature. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem like a normal little transformed beast. Qi Jinjin nodded, already thinking about finding a place to bury the transformed beast. She couldn't just leave it to rot in the wild. Is it just born and hasn't grown its fur yet? It looks so strange. Abu leaned in to get a closer look, but as soon as she did, the little creature showed its claws and teeth, letting out a fierce growl. Qi Jinjin was thinking about how to tell Luogu about burying the transformed beast, but she was startled by her little companion's reaction. Why are you so fierce? She patted its head. But that's okay, since you're a little transformed beast, most people wouldn't have good intentions approaching you. The little creature shrank back, trembling and cowering, then pushed a little closer into Qi Jinjin's arms, looking completely different from its fierce expression earlier. Abu wasn't afraid of the little transformed beast at all. It was so small that it posed no threat to her, and she found its fierce look quite funny. Luogu, what should we do next? Leia looked at him and asked. Qi Jinjin knew Leia was reminding Luogu to leave this place quickly. So she spoke first. Let's find a spot to bury the transformed beast. Bury it? Abu looked confused. Yes, Qi Jinjin replied.
Buried.
What does that mean? Abu asked cautiously, noticing her expression wasn't very good. She frowned, thinking she shouldn't have to explain such a simple word. In our place, it means digging a hole and putting it in the ground, to give it peace, Qi Jinjin explained. Abu listened but didn't quite understand her words. Luogu's mate, it's meat, and it's for looks nice. Instead of burying it and letting it rot, wouldn't it be better to? Shut up, Luogu cut her off with a cold glare, making Abu fall silent. Ji Jinjin didn't argue with Abu, but from Luogu's attitude, it seemed he agreed with her approach. First leave the valley, then find a place, Luogu said to Ji Jinjin. Ji Jinjin nodded and didn't say anything more. At this moment, the valley was filled with scattered rocks and the bodies of some half-beasts, which was very shocking to see. Under Luogu's arrangement, Abu had to carry Leah on his back and also carry the corpse of the flying beast as they left the valley. Beyond the valley was a quiet forest. Luogu found a quiet spot in the woods and stopped there. Little one, is this okay? Ji Jinjin jumped down holding the little cub. Not far away, there was a suitable open space. She walked over under tall, lush trees, with green grass growing beneath them. Let's use this spot, she thought, planning to put the cub down and clear a patch of green grass. But the cub's claws clung tightly to her shoulder, refusing to let go. Step aside, I'll do it, Luogu said. Ji Jinjin had no choice but to hold the cub and step back. Luogu quickly dug a hole in the ground and placed the flying beast inside before covering it with soil. Thank you. I will take good care of your cub and won't let it fall into the hands of those bad people, Ji Jinjin said, watching Luogu gently bury it. From a distance, Abu looked on with regret. That was meat that could fill their stomachs, being thrown into the ground like that. Such a pity. After burying the flying beast, Ji Jinjin composed herself, looked down at the cub in her arms. The cub had bright blue eyes and looked innocent, as if unaware of what had just happened. Ji Jinjin smiled and gently patted its tiny head. Gurgle, gurgle. The cub made a comfortable sound from its throat when she touched it. Little one, it's time to go, Luogu said, noticing her restored smile. Ji Jinjin took one last look at where the flying beast was buried and followed Luogu away. Without the flying beast, the cub looked quite different from the flying beast. She thought there probably wouldn't be any half-beasts attacking them on this road anymore. Moreover, most of the half-beasts that had come after them had paid with their lives. She had never taken care of a cub before, especially one just born. Although the cub looked lively now, it probably needed milk, right? But since the flying beast was dead, there was no milk left. Luogu, is there a water source nearby? Ji Jinjin asked. Even if there was no water nearby, he would go look for one. Soon, Luogu found a stream. Ji Jinjin held the small creature by the stream, wanting to give it a little water to see if it would drink. Are you hungry? You're so small, I don't know what to feed you. Just drink some water first, she whispered softly, looking down at the tiny animal in her arms. When we go back, I'll see if I can find some milk from other animals. The little creature made a soft sound and tightly clutched her clothes with its paws. What does that sound mean? Not drinking water? Ji Jinjin asked softly. The small animal made another sound. Little one, try feeding it with your hand, Luogu said nearby. Ji Jinjin cupped a little water in her hand and held it near the creature's mouth. The tiny animal looked at her palm and slowly stretched out its tongue to drink. It drank. Ji Jinjin was happy, watching it lick the water eagerly. It was so well behaved. Come on, drink a little more, she said, offering more water. The small creature finished the water in her palm completely. After drinking about 3 handfuls of water, the tiny animal let out a burp and then curled up in Ji Jinjin's arms to hide. Is it full now? Ji Jinjin noticed that Luogu seemed to understand the creature better than she did. Luogu nodded. What else can it eat? Ji Jinjin asked. Luogu squinted slightly and calmly rubbed his finger that had been bitten earlier, saying, just water is enough. Hearing this, the small creature in her arms showed a fierce expression at Luogu. Ji Jinjin quickly tried to comfort it. Just water? Doesn't it need to eat something else? No need, Luogu replied firmly. It doesn't have teeth yet, so it can't bite if you feed it other things. That makes sense. Although she had never cared for such a newborn creature before, she knew that babies drink milk and water, but don't eat solid food right after birth. So the small animals should be the same. Little one, we need to go back, quickly, Luogu said. Qi Jinjin nodded. She also wanted to return soon. After resting by the stream for a while, they continued heading toward the Bai Li tribe. At night, Luogu found a cave near the water source to rest, and he sent Abu and Laya to gather sticks and hunt. Request failed, little one. Don't make me use force, Luogu said, trying to control his temper. Qi Jinjin paused, silently withdrawing her hand. Take it off, Luogu mimicked her earlier, opening a medicine bottle. Qi Jinjin glanced at Abu and Laya, who looked curious and didn't seem to understand what was happening. Luogu turned his head, and the two people immediately looked away, pretending to be busy grilling meat. No choice, Qi Jinjin had to follow Luogu's lead and take off her jacket. Fortunately, only her shoulder was hurt. If it had been lower, she didn't want to imagine. How do you use this? Luogu opened the bottle but didn't know what was inside or how to use it. Oh my, this person really is. Qi Jinjin couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Fine, since he's so worried, she tolerated it.
Give it to me.
I'll show you, she said, holding out her hand. Luogu suspected she might be trying to take it back for herself. Give it to me. I told you, I'll show you how, Qi Jinjin said, annoyed, and snatched the bottle away. Open your hand. Luogu hesitated but opened his hand, and Qi Jinjin poured a little of the liquid onto his palm. This is specially for treating bruises and injuries, she explained. She only poured a small amount because her shoulder bruise wouldn't disappear instantly, so she was being careful. Just apply it to my shoulder. Okay. Luogu reached out to help her pull down her jacket. I'll do it myself, Qi Jinjin said, avoiding his hand and pulling her jacket down a bit. Seeing the ugly bruise, Luogu's anger almost burst out again. Qi Jinjin dipped her finger into the medicine and applied it to her shoulder. Like, this is fine. After she understood, Luogu mimicked her actions. She turned her head to watch him. When his rough fingers touched her skin, she couldn't help but shiver, feeling a strange tingling sensation in her heart. What's wrong? Luogu saw her tremble and quickly withdrew his hand. Did I hurt you? Qi Jinjin's face was a little hot, and she shook her head. It was just applying medicine, purely that, nothing more. She told herself not to overthink. She silently took a deep breath and asked, Can I really do it myself? Luogu ignored her question and touched her shoulder again with his rough fingers. Qi Jinjin tried not to tremble, but this touch made her goosebumps stand up all over. Oh, how embarrassing. She kept silently telling herself that it was just applying medicine, normal contact. Seeing she no longer trembled like before, Luogu began to gently spread the medicine over the bruise. Afraid of hurting her, he moved very carefully, so gentle that Qi Jinjin felt a tingling sensation, like a feather lightly brushing her shoulder, both itchy and cool. She couldn't help but tremble again. Seeing his finger pause, she quickly said, You can press a little harder. It feels a bit itchy this way. Won't pressing harder hurt you? Luogu asked. Just don't press too hard, Qi Jinjin said, feeling her face turn red. Luogu frowned, realizing that controlling the pressure was a bit difficult. He tried to apply a little more force. Is this okay? Yes, just like that, she replied. She just wanted to finish applying the medicine quickly, even if it was a bit painful. Luogu finally found the right amount of pressure and carefully spread the ointment. Qi Jinjin held her breath nervously, watching his fingers move back and forth on her shoulder. Soon, he finished using the ointment in his palm. All done. Qi Jinjin exhaled softly, about to pull her clothes back up, but Luogu held her arm again. Don't move, Luogu said, holding her and gently covering her rounded shoulder with his palm that had the medicine. We can't waste this ointment. Qi Jinjin stared at his large hand easily covering her shoulder, the warm heat from his palm pressing against her skin. It was very hot. Now, she wasn't just blushing, her heartbeat started to race. Her face was flushed, and her whole body felt warm. It was more than just embarrassment. Then, his hand moved again, gently rubbing back and forth on her shoulder, just like his fingers had done before. Luogu paid attention to her face as he rubbed, a slight smile appearing on his lips. "How is it? Do you like it?" he asked on purpose. Qi Jinjin frowned, feeling like he was deliberately teasing her. "Does it hurt?" Luo Gu asked, changing the question to hide any suspicion. Qi Jinjin didn't think much and replied, "It's okay." "That's good." Luo Gu continued to gently massage her shoulder. Qi Jinjin felt her shoulder heat up from the rubbing. Surprisingly, it felt quite comfortable, and the dull pain she had been feeling before was gone. "Do you want to eat this piece of meat?" "But you're so small, I don't know if you can chew it," Qi Jinjin heard Abu's voice. She saw the little pup sitting beside Abu, obediently lifting its head and whimpering softly. "It's enough now. If you keep rubbing, you'll just wipe off the medicine." Abu's voice brought her back to reality. Hearing this, Luo Gu stopped. Qi Jinjin hurriedly pulled her clothes back up. Her shoulders, hidden under the clothes, still felt slightly warm. Luo Gu looked at his hand and didn't bother her anymore. "It hasn't even grown teeth yet. Abu, even if you give it meat, it might not be able to bite." Qi Jinjin quickly walked toward the campfire, putting on her clothes. When the little cub saw her coming, it made a few whimpering sounds, its big eyes showing a strong desire for meat. Qi Jinjin picked it up and glanced at Leah's injured leg. There was no sign of the wound opening, so now she could easily gather some branches. "Lu Gu's mate, is your shoulder hurt?" Ab handed her the roasted meat. "Are you okay? Does it hurt?" "I'm fine, it will heal in a few days," Qi Jinjin replied, taking the meat. The little cub's eyes seemed eager to get close to the freshly roasted meat. "Want me to give you a small bite?" "Don't force yourself if you can't bite." She blew on the hot meat and tore off a small, thumb-sized piece to feed it. The cub sniffed it, tentatively licked it with its tongue, then licked the meat into its mouth. Qi Jinjin looked down at it chewing hard, probably using its gums since it had no teeth. The result was predictable. It couldn't bite the meat apart. "Forget it, spit it out. When we go back, I'll make you some meat soup," she said with a mix of amusement and helplessness. The cub, stubborn, lifted its head and made a throat sound, then swallowed the piece of meat whole. Qi Jinjin was surprised, touching its little head. "You're so greedy." Whimper, whimper. The cub still wanted to eat, rubbing its head against her hand in a cute, pleading way. But just as it was being adorable, Lu Gu, passing by, suddenly grabbed its neck. The cub flailed its limbs in panic, and with a loud bang, Lu Gu threw it into a corner. Qi Jinjin was startled. "You're going to hurt it like that?" Just as she stood up to check on the cub, she saw a silver-white shadow rush over quickly. Before she could understand what was happening, the silver shadow leapt onto Lu Gu's arm. "Hanging on." Lu Gu looked at the cub hanging on his arm, his dark eyes narrowing dangerously. "Little cub, let go of me." Once Qi Jinjin saw what was happening, she hurriedly grabbed the cub's bottom. It had actually bitten Lu Gu's arm and was hanging there with its mouth. The cub didn't let go and even made threatening sounds in its throat, looking fierce. Lu Gu pushed away Qi Jinjin's hand, grabbed its neck again, as if it was a weak spot. Once caught, the cub immediately let go. With a swoosh, a silver-white shadow shot out of the cave.
Kizensen.
After all this chaos, the night outside the cave deepened further. The little cub curled up on Tru Chen's thigh, looking very obedient, but its light blue eyes were glaring fiercely at Luo Gu, full of resentment. Originally, Tru Chen was worried that the little cub might get sick from being abandoned by Luo Gu, but surprisingly, the cub was very tough. It was only a few seconds after being thrown out that it happily ran back on its own. It didn't seem like a newborn cub at all. "Does it hurt?" Tru Chen looked at the row of bite marks on Luo Gu's arm, feeling both amused and helpless. "It hurts." The curled-up cub growled at his words, but in the next second, it was scared by Luo Gu's gaze and curled up again. Tru Chen chuckled softly and gently patted the cub's head. "Little one, it's not right to bite people like that." "HM?" The cub seemed to understand her words, lifting its innocent little head. It was clearly the one who was grabbed by the neck and thrown first. Tru Chen was amazed that she seemed to understand the grievance in its eyes. Thinking carefully, it did seem that Luo Gu was the one who started the trouble. She awkwardly cleared her throat and said, Alright, I'll make him be nicer to you. And you shouldn't bite him suddenly anymore, okay? The cub, feeling wronged, rubbed against her hand, agreeing reluctantly. Then True Chun looked at Luogu. Luogu, knowing what she wanted to say, quickly interrupted. Little thing, I didn't hurt it. But you threw it twice just now. It's fine now, isn't it sitting on your thigh? True Chun looked serious. That was luck. It's still very new. What if it gets hurt? Luogu raised an eyebrow and reached out a finger toward the cub. The cub looked at the finger and wanted to bite it, but when it opened its mouth, it stopped. Biting people like that is wrong. Be nice to each other, Luogu said, offering his finger with a tone that sounded somewhat compromising, but his dark eyes still held a hint of warning. For the owner, the cub grumbled and humphed in protest, then gave up. It stuck out its tongue and lazily licked Luogu's finger before curling up and turning its back to him. But in True Chen's eyes, she believed the cub had truly agreed to get along with Luogu, and she felt relieved.
Good boy.
Abu and Laya watched the interaction between the two and the little cub, exchanged glances, and then found a place to rest. True Chen looked at the time and realized it was almost time to move on the next day. Luogu needed a good rest too. The next morning, True Chen woke up on Luogu's fluffy belly. Hm. As soon as she opened her eyes and stretched, she heard the small creature calling urgently. She hurriedly sat up and looked around for the little one's figure, finally spotting it. At this moment, it was being wrapped by Luogu's large tail. Except for its little mouth, everything else was immobilized. The small creature's calls grew louder when she woke up. Why are you wrapping it like that? Qi Jinjin saw how lively its calls were and guessed that Luogu probably wasn't being rough with it. Luogu flicked his vertical pupils, then shifted into human form and lifted it up. The small creature, squeaking, stiffened its limbs and stared wide-eyed at him. They had agreed last night to get along peacefully. Luogu resisted the urge to throw it out of the cave and placed it on the ground. Once free, the little one immediately ran into Qi Jinjin's arms, seeking comfort and petting. Ask it what it did after you fell asleep last night, Luogu said lazily. Qi Jinjin frowned, looked down at the small creature, and noticed it shyly avoiding her gaze, probably up to no good. She glanced at Luogu and saw no injuries on him, but out of the corner of her eye, she noticed some fur nearby. A small patch of white fur, which looked oddly familiar at first glance. You really are brave for a newborn, she thought, imagining the bold scene of the little one, after she fell asleep, using its toothless mouth to pull Luogu's fur bit by bit. It was like pulling a tiger's whiskers. Luogu had already wrapped it with his tail, which was quite gentle. Qi Jinjin covered her face, unsure what to say. I will teach it properly, she promised. Luogu said nothing and walked out of the cave. Qi Jinjin hurried after him. Abu and Laya weren't in the cave. They probably went out hunting for food. She followed Luogu to the water's edge and fed the small creature some water. It drank a lot, making its belly round, and its fur had a little more fluff than yesterday. After drinking, they returned to the cave. Abu and Laya also came back with prey. The small creature was very excited when it saw their catch, almost eager to rush over and bite a piece. After eating the prey, they set out toward the Bai Li tribe's territory. 2 days later, they finally reached the Bai Li tribe's land, arriving around noon, with the sun shining brightly. The past few days of travel had worn them out, especially Abu, who was less strong in battle than Laya and had carried her all this way. Go back first, Luogu said after entering the Bai Li tribe's territory. Won't you come back with us? Laya asked, frowning. Luogu nodded silently, not saying much. Abu saw them and said, Luogu, come back with us, or the clan leader Ma will worry. Luogu ignored her and ran in another direction, carrying Qi Jinjin. Abu looked worried. Once they reached her territory, she finally relaxed a little after days of tension, but she also felt tired. She didn't think she had the strength to carry Laya and catch up anymore. Abu, hurry up and catch up, Laya urged when she saw Abu standing still. Anyway, we're back now. They probably won't run away again, Abu said, not wanting to chase anymore. Laya knew Abu was tired, but with her injured leg, she couldn't catch up either. Laya, let's go back first. They should be back before it gets dark, Abu said, lifting her hoof and heading toward the tribe. She didn't have much more to say. When they reached the White Dawn tribe's territory, Luogu's speed slowed noticeably, almost like a casual walk. Qi Jinjin asked curiously, why don't you go back with them? Are you really thinking of going back? Luogu transformed into a human form and set her down. What's so good about going back? Qi Jinjin looked confused. Of course, going back meant she could rest well, without constantly worrying like before outside. Luogu held her hand and looked at the little cub in her arms, saying, put it down and let it play for a while. What if it runs away? It doesn't know this place well. Qi Jinjin refused. It's not as stupid as you think, Luogu said, grabbing its neck gently. Like fate and the cub, too lazy to struggle, looked hopeless. Poor little cub was dropped on the ground by Luogu, sniffed the air and looked around. Qi Jinjin was still worried, but since Luogu was holding her hand, she could only remind the cub not to run off. The cub sniffed left and right, gradually gaining confidence, and started rolling in the grass. As Luogu said, it wasn't as stupid as she thought. Seeing the lively cub, Qi Jinjin couldn't help but worry. If I just take the cub back like this, will your people try to eat it? Hearing this, the lively cub stiffened and stared alertly at Luogu with big round eyes. Luogu smiled and looked at its expression, saying, it's small, but it's still meat. The cub shivered, ran to Qi Jinjin's feet, and pawed at her leg, trying to climb up. Qi Jinjin laughed softly, realizing Luogu's joke had made the cub take it seriously. As long as it doesn't run around wildly and you stop being mischievous, I might consider letting the tribe members give it a chance to survive. Luogu glanced at the little creature, and his expression told it that it had chosen the wrong side. The little creature, upon hearing this, reluctantly let go of Qi Jinjin's leg, ran to Luogu's feet, and touched him with its paw. See, it's showing you friendliness, Qi Jinjin said with a smile. Is this how it shows friendliness? Humph. The little creature's eyes seemed to say, don't be too harsh. Little one, let's give it a name, Luogu said, flicking his foot. The poor little creature was flung into the grass.
A name.
Qi Jinjin looked at the creature rolling into the grass, increasingly worried about its situation after returning. It loved to oppose Luogu but couldn't win, so it was only being bullied.
What do you want to name it?
Is there a bad-sounding name? He's being too obvious. Qi Jinjin thought of a few names, but felt none suited. How about just calling it Little Creature?
Qi Jinjin suggested. No, luogeuri plaithermli.
Doggy too?
Silly?
Qi Jinjin tried a few names, not knowing what they meant. Or maybe, call it Humph.
Humph beast, how about that?
Luogu looked at her with confusion. My bronze mirror can't identify what kind of animal it is. It doesn't look like a fledgling beast, and it doesn't usually make that humming sound, Qi Jinjin explained. So I named it Humph Beast. As for a nickname, maybe just Little Creature? Luogu thought the name sounded strange, but the little creature showed a very satisfied expression with the name. Is there no other name? Qi Jinjin glared at him in dissatisfaction. She had suggested naming it, and now he was picky about it. It was hard to please. We've been calling it Little Creature these days anyway. Besides, it's just a name. No need to be so serious, Qi Jinjin said. And why did you suddenly think of giving it a name? Because if it has a name, the others won't try to hurt it. So that was it, meaning it was a way to declare ownership. She thought for a moment and said, how about calling it Luogu's Little Creature? Luogu's Humph Beast? Didn't you tell your tribe that I was your mate when you introduced me? That's what you said, right? Luogu's partner. She remembered this clearly. The three-word name was awkwardly called out as 5 words. Besides, except for your mother, no one in the tribe probably knows my real name. Luogu chuckled and said, how about calling the little one the spouse's offspring, or the spouse's little creature? Okay, let's do that, Qi Jinjin nodded, not wanting to argue over the name anymore. But thinking carefully, since he didn't go back with Abria, could it be that he brought her here to name the little one? Luo Gu held her hand and walked forward, with the little one happily trotting behind them, obediently not running around. A while later, Qi Jinjin asked, "Aren't you tired?" Luo Gu knew she was asking why they hadn't gone back yet, so he said, "My mother once mentioned that there are blood-fire fruits nearby. I'll look for some." Qi Jinjin paused, pulling him to stop. "Why do you want blood-fire fruits?"
To give to you.
"But didn't you say your mother was supposed to find them?" She didn't know what the blood-fire fruit looked like, but the name often appeared with breeding, so she naturally thought about that. "Before Dad comes back, she can't go wandering around," Luo Gu explained. "So, is he eager to find them himself because he can't wait?" Qi Jinjin's face turned red for a moment, but she still held his hand and said, "You can find the fruit anytime. These days you've been running around a lot. It's better to go back and rest properly." Luo Gu didn't like that. "Little one, are you rejecting me?" No, she quickly said, not wanting to contradict him now. "Look at your tired face. I feel sorry for you." Hearing that, Luo Gu's expression softened a little. "Don't feel sorry for me. If I can't find the blood-fire fruit, you'll feel upset later." He's circling back again. Qi Jinjin thought for a moment and decided to come up with a way to change his mind. "Before we do this kind of thing, we need a ceremony. Do you know what a ceremony is?" she asked, noticing his confused expression. "Do you know what marriage means?" Obviously, he didn't know. For girls like us who are quite conservative, we only accept doing breeding after marriage, she explained simply and clearly. Marriage is a ceremony. Two people wear nice clothes, pick a good day, and invite family and friends to witness. Marriage. Luo Gu narrowed his eyes. "Yes," Qi Jinjin nodded, seeing that he understood. "It's like telling everyone that I am now your wife, and no one else can try to come between us." A hint of happiness appeared in Luo Gu's eyes. So, in her words, marriage is the same as his own understanding. But he quickly suppressed the joy in his eyes and said, "Little one, don't you think your idea of marriage is too complicated?" "Complicated? Of course it is." What she wanted was the effect of being complicated. Qi Jinjin said seriously, "Getting married is a very complicated thing. Just preparing for the wedding ceremony takes a lot of effort. But when the ceremony is done, and many people bless us, all the hardship is worth it." Luo Gusi thought for a moment. "Having children is between us too. If you really want to get married, it's okay to do it after we have children." Did she just speak nonsense? She said it could only happen after marriage. How could he just jump into action first? "And as long as we have children, many people will still bless us," Luo Gusi added. "I don't want you to be too tired. But I think the wedding ceremony is very important," Qi Jinjin said seriously. Luo Gusi felt she was making excuses to refuse him. His face immediately darkened. Seeing his expression, Qi Jinjin's heart beat faster. Although she had already accepted him in the Baloo tribe every time he brought up this kind of thing, she still felt resistant inside. It made her feel like he was just an animal thinking with his lower body. She still needed to hold on to her last bottom line. After a moment, Luo Gusi spoke. "Okay, if that makes you happy, we'll do the wedding ceremony you want." "Really?" Qi Jinjin was happy, not expecting him to change so quickly. "Yes, let's go back and do it now," Luo Gusi said, taking her hand and walking forward. Qi Jinjin was stunned and quickly said, "The wedding ceremony needs preparation in advance."
There are.
"All your words just now were excuses to refuse me, right?" Luo Gusi stopped and looked at her with his dark eyes. "No," Qi Jinjin answered him decisively. "If that's not it, then why haven't you accepted yet?" "It's not that I don't want to accept, but I simply haven't prepared myself to accept it," Qi Jinjin said directly. "Some things should happen naturally and smoothly." "Prepared to accept?" Luo Gusi didn't know how to understand her words. Maybe in his mind, he would interpret it as her refusal. He didn't want to force her to do this. He hoped she would happily accept it. So Luo Gusi once again compromised with her. "What do we need to prepare for the wedding ceremony?" he asked. "There are probably many things, like choosing wedding dresses, taking wedding photos, selecting rings, and planning the guest list." Why is she talking about things that didn't even exist in this era? Her mind is really confused. Qi Jinjin clears her throat and, seeing his puzzled expression, explains again. The wedding ceremony can be simple. This first step can start with the rings. Rings? Yes. Qi Jinjin extends her hand, pointing to her left ring finger. It's just a circle that fits on this finger. When we both wear them, it means we belong to someone. Lu Gu squints his black eyes, understanding only half. The wedding ceremony she talks about can happen because, in his view, every step of the ceremony is a way to tell everyone that this little thing belongs to him, Lu Gu. For this reason alone, no matter how complicated or tiring, he decides to do it. It will make her happy and also satisfy his own idea. Qi Jinjin looks around, then pulls some grass out of the ground. She twists the grass together to make a simple grass ring to show him, so he can fully understand what a ring means. Here, like this. Qi Jinjin puts the twisted grass ring on his right ring finger. This is called a ring. Why the right hand? She pointed to her left hand earlier. Qi Jinjin purses her lips and says, the wedding hasn't happened yet, so you wear it when the time comes. Also, wearing a ring on the right ring finger has a special meaning. What does it mean? Lu Gu examines the ring on her finger and asks. Wearing a ring on the right ring finger means engagement. Engagement is telling everyone I have a fiancé and that the wedding ceremony will happen soon. He should understand this clearly. Lu Gu really sees that this so-called wedding ceremony is a bit too complicated. This thing called a ring doesn't look good, he mutters, annoyed by the complexity but can't say it openly, so he vents his frustration on its appearance. Qi Jinjin rolls her eyes at him. Can this grass ring compare to a diamond ring? Besides, she was only using the grass ring as an example. Fortunately, her idea works for now, and she escapes a potential problem. Lu Gu stares at the ring, then looks at her empty right-hand finger. Little one, I'll take you somewhere. Where? Lu Gu doesn't answer her. Instead, he transforms into a beast and carries her on his back. He almost forgets to bring the little one along. He runs all the way to a shallow valley. At the bottom of the valley, various flowers are blooming. This is the place with the most flowers of the Bai Li tribe. Luo Gu turned into a human form and gently put her down. Wait here. After saying that, he jumped down into the valley. The little one in his arms struggled a bit, but then followed Luo Gu, bouncing along behind him. She didn't know what Luo Gu was planning to do, so she just watched from the top of the valley as they disappeared among the flowers and grass. These plants weren't as attractive as the ones she had seen outside the tower before. They seemed mainly for decoration and probably had little medicinal value. Soon, Luo Gu came back holding a big bunch of colorful flowers. The little one was still rolling around in the flowers and grass below, looking very happy. It seems like it really likes this, Qi Jinjin said, smiling as she watched the little one. Luo Gu didn't pay her any attention. Instead, he sat on the ground carefully choosing flowers from the bunch. Qi Jinjin also sat down beside him, curious about what he was going to make with the flowers. Little one, which one do you like? Luo Gu carefully picked a few flowers from the bunch. She looked and pointed to a light blue flower with some white streaks, saying, this one. It looks like the sky, and it's the same color as the little one and your eyes. Of course, she meant Luo Gu's eyes when he was in beast form. Deep blue and sparkling like a sapphire. Luo Gu liked her comment and started working on that flower. Qi Jinjin watched for a while and then realized he was making a ring. His movements looked a bit clumsy, but she remembered he had only watched her make one before, and now he was learning quickly. Soon, a blue flower ring was formed in his hands. It's so beautiful. Qi Jinjin clapped her hands to encourage him. You're very talented. You made it look so good after just one try. Very simple, Luo Gu replied. Qi Jinjin nodded, happy that she had finally cheered him up. She didn't want to argue with him now. Give me your right hand, Luo Gu said carefully, holding the delicate ring. She extended her right hand, watching as he gently slipped the ring onto her slender ring finger. The size of the flower ring was surprisingly perfect, neither too tight nor too loose. It looks great. It really suits, she said, raising her hand to show off the ring. The sunlight shone through her fingers, making the flower look modest yet mysterious. Seeing how much she liked it, Luo Gu's mood brightened like the sun. After admiring the ring, Qi Jinjin couldn't put it down and said, "This flower ring is beautiful, but it's not easy to keep. Just washing your hands or warming yourself by the fire might ruin it. It's okay. If you waste one, I'll make you another. I can make flowers for you from this entire valley," Luo Gu said. "This is what you said yourself. Don't complain about the trouble later." Qi Jinjin noted down his words. After sitting for a while, Luo Gu mentioned the bloodfire fruit again. This fruit should be eaten regularly for the best effect. Even if you want to hold a wedding ceremony soon, starting to eat now will benefit you later, Luo Gu said seriously. His serious tone made Qi Jinjin feel a bit worried. She thought, it's just some intimate stuff. Why does it feel so dangerous? She didn't dare ask more and wanted to avoid the topic altogether. Do we have to find it today? Qi Jinjin stretched lazily in front of him, showing she was tired and wanted to go back and rest quickly. Seeing she was truly exhausted, Luo Gu gave up. "Little one, come up quickly. We're leaving," Qi Jinjin called to the little one playing among the flowers and grass. Hearing her call, the little creature poked its head out and snorted before running over. It played too wildly. Its thick fur had lots of grass bits stuck in it. Even a few bits of grass were hanging from its mouth. "Do you like eating grass?" Qi Jinjin carefully cleaned the grass from its mouth. The little one nudged her hand, with its head happily. It seems to enjoy playing with grass." Luo Gu didn't linger nearby and ran straight toward the tribe. Finally, after many days of being on edge outside, they returned safely. For the first time, Qi Jinjin felt that the Bai Li tribe gave her a sense of home. She relaxed a lot upon returning and felt especially close to everything around her. Luo Gu's mate. "You're back." As soon as they entered the tribe, everyone's eyes turned to them, showing happy expressions. Qi Jinjin looked at these people and saw many holding pottery. Some pots were empty, others contained water. There were way more pots than before she and Luo Gu left. Then she saw Luo Gu's mother walk over. Her worried expression eased a bit when she saw them. Luo Gu transformed back into a human form. Qi Jinjin held the little one and stood beside him. She noticed everyone's gaze was now focused on the little one in her arms. "Luo Gu, you finally brought Jinjin back," his mother said as she approached, her tone slightly reproachful. Qi Jinjin blinked. She called his name right away. Was she trying to get closer again? "Have you eaten yet?" "I specifically saved some meat for Jinjin, just waiting for you to come back and eat," Mom said again. "Not yet." Luo Gu glanced around, noticing the people watching them had gone back to their work. "Then go back first. I'll bring the meat to you," she said, turning to walk toward her cave. Jinjin watched her mom's back, guessing she probably heard everything Laya said. "Your mom seems pretty angry." She looked up at Luo Gu, reminding him. "All just meaningless anger," Luo Gu said casually, taking her back to the cave. "It's been a long time outside, and the cave feels cold and empty. The pile of dry grass looks dusty, and the animal skins laid out seem dirty." As soon as they enter, the little cub jumps out of her arms, happily running inside. Seeing the cub bouncing around in the cave, the cold atmosphere lightens a bit. "I found a lot of pottery when I came in," Jinjin said happily. "It looks like your people have learned how to make pottery while we were gone, so they can now support themselves. They all worship you," Luo Gu said with a smile. "Worship isn't quite right," she humbly replied, but she was happy to accept their admiration. After all, she had plenty of ideas in her mind that could make them admire her. Luo Gu walked to the pile of dry grass, glancing at the somewhat dirty animal skins. In the past, he wouldn't have thought much of these skins, but now, with the little thing around, these skins probably need washing and drying. At this moment, Mom came in carrying meat, a big chunk of fresh meat, still bright red with blood. Seeing the meat, the little cub immediately bounced over, whining non-stop, almost drooling. "Come here, little one," Jinjin said nervously, worried that her mom might see the cub as prey. She didn't know how Laya mentioned the cub to her mom. The cub looked longingly at the meat, but heard her owner's voice, so it reluctantly stepped back to Jinjin's feet. Mom carefully examined the cub, then silently walked over. Luogu, why aren't you starting the fire yet? Mom called out to Luogu, who was standing in front of the dry grass. I'll do it, I'll start the fire. Jinjin hurriedly piled up some branches inside the cave. Mom was probably very angry now. Luogu completely ignored her and went to check on the salt fruit, refusing to return with Abria, insisting on going separate ways. It seemed Mom was holding back her anger, probably only because of her face. But then she thought again. She actually still stood on Lugu's side. He is not a small child, and he has his own judgment. Her mother's concern for him is understandable, but she shouldn't be so overly cautious in controlling him. Qi Jinjin quickly got angry and was about to help her mother handle the meat, but she found that all the pottery in the cave was empty. She needed water to clean the meat. Little one, are you tired? Lugu saw her thoughts and asked. Not too bad. Was he ignoring his mother? Then let's go fetch water and wash these animal skins at the same time. Lugu picked up the animal skins and carried 2 pots. This might not be very good. Lugu, Jinjin has been bouncing around outside with you for so many days. Can't you consider letting her rest a bit? Her mother said to him. She's not tired. Lugu gave her a quick look and walked outside. Qi Jinjin immediately felt like a sandwich filling. She hurriedly said, Annie, he's actually very tired too. I'll go help him fetch water to make it easier for him. After speaking, she quickly picked up the little cub, who was drooling over the meat, and chased after him. Once outside, many people greeted them, mostly women. At this time, the other half-beasts probably hadn't returned from hunting yet. Perhaps because of Lugu's presence, the people greeting them only exchanged greetings and didn't come closer to chat. Soon, they reached the creek. Lugu threw the animal skins into the water and started fetching water. Wait, Qi Jinjin stopped him. You're better off not fetching water like that. Lugu looked at her confused. This animal skin is already dirty. If you fetch water downstream of the animal skin, aren't we drinking dirty water? Qi Jinjin pointed to the animal skins in the water and reminded him. Dirty water? Lugu had never thought about this. Anyway, the water in this creek was always flowing. To them, it didn't seem dirty and they didn't pay attention to whether it was clean or not. He poured out the water he had collected and went upstream to fetch more water. Seeing this, Qi Jinjin felt a bit frustrated, not for herself, but because she thought his mood was probably not very good. She thought for a moment, put the little cub down to drink water, and said, maybe if Mom asks later, I can help answer for you, okay? Lugu was a bit surprised she said that, but quickly understood her intention. Don't worry. I'm not worried. You probably don't want your mom to be angry either. You can tell me what to say and what not to say.
Kai Jinjin said.
Luogu chuckled. Now you tell me what shouldn't be said. Like the affairs of the Balu tribe, Kai Jinjin replied. And what happened in Tailing? Luogu nodded. Actually, it's okay to talk about those. Kai Jinjin thought the same. After all, her mother was a pure-blooded person. Even if she knew about these things, she would just listen as a story. She also knew her son's personality well. Once he made up his mind, no one could stop him. Kai Jinjin thought for a moment and asked, why do you think her mother was so angry? Just because you didn't listen to her? Luogu poured water into 2 clay jars and didn't really want to answer that question. Maybe that's it. Seeing this, Kai Jinjin didn't press further. All right, I'll help you watch for answers later. No need, Luogu tapped her little head. It's okay if you don't answer. That's not right. Even if sometimes the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is hard, I am a clever daughter-in-law. Leave it to me, Kai Jinjin boasted, not noticing that she had already implicitly accepted her role beside Luogu. After fetching water, Kai Jinjin helped him clean the animal hide. With the sun still not set, it should dry before dark. The 2 of them, along with the cub, returned to the cave. Her mother was still inside, and there were many fruits by the fire. I'll grill the meat, Kai Jinjin said, setting down the cub and reminding it not to run out of the cave, then went to wash and cook the meat. Auntie, want to share some? Yes, her mother nodded without refusing. It seemed she really wanted to find out about their outing. Kai Jinjin divided the meat into 2 halves. one for Luo Gu to eat raw, and the other to grill. Little one, I want to eat cooked meat too. Luo Gu sat beside her, and Kai Jinjin felt caught between them like a sandwich. Okay, she washed the meat and started grilling. She wouldn't proactively explain anything to Luo Gu's mother, she only answered her questions. But her mother sat quietly, staring at the meat grilling, as if she had no intention of speaking. The only sounds in the cave were the crackling of the meat and the little cub's soft whines, wanting to eat. The atmosphere was quite awkward. After a while, her mother finally spoke. Did you find anything to deal with the howling wolves this time? Kai Jinjin glanced at Luo Gu and said, Yes, we did. We brought back quite a lot. After we eat the meat, I'll go clean them up. That's good. My mother nodded and said, I heard from Laya that you had an accident on the way? Yes, luckily, it was nothing serious. Everyone came back safe, Qi Jinjin said with a gentle smile. That's good. My mother looked at her, always the one answering, and found it hard to say certain things. Qi Jinjin wanted this effect, to be gentle but firm. As long as she answered politely, no matter what she said, my mother would forgive her and not get upset with Luo Gu. By the way, Annie, during these days out, did any wolves appear nearby? Qi Jinjin asked, taking advantage of the good mood. No, not at all. Don't worry, my mother replied kindly. Qi Jinjin nodded and continued, It's a good thing they only targeted me. But even though we got some tools to deal with the wolves, we didn't manage to completely get rid of the wolves that kept chasing me.
My mother understood what she meant.
No matter how she asked, Qi Jinjin would only use the wolves as an excuse. Such excuses made it hard to find any flaws. She couldn't just reach out and scold her with a smile. Luo Gu's choice of partner was really not a burden. My mother's tense expression suddenly relaxed. She said, As long as you're safe and back home. Qi Jinjin smiled and handed her some roasted meat. My mother looked at it, then stood up and said, Eat up and rest well. After that, she turned and left. Watching her go, Qi Jinjin felt happy. She hadn't expected just a few words to send her mother back so easily. Come, eat the meat. She happily handed some to Luo Gu, noticing the little one still watching eagerly. She had promised to make some meat broth for the little one after they returned, so she got a small clay pot, filled it with water, and placed it over the fire to boil. Wait a moment, I'll make you some meat soup so you won't have trouble chewing, Qi Jinjin said as she chopped some meat into small pieces and put it in the pot. The little one happily squealed in excitement, looking forward to it. While preparing the broth, Qi Jinjin thought about her conversation with her mother. My mother didn't ask about the little one. Did Laya tell her that this is a young feathered beast? Luo Gu nodded but didn't want to say much. She will keep this secret for now, which is for the best. Soon, the meat broth was ready. Qi Jinjin looked at the hot clay pot and thought about making some utensils from clay too.
Ow, hot,
she exclaimed, just as Luo Gu casually moved the pot off the fire with his bare hands. However, he didn't seem to feel any pain at all, not even frowning. Isn't it hot? Qi Jinjin held his hand, noticing it was a bit red and warm but not blistered or broken. Not too bad. Luo Gu smiled when he saw her worried look. Orc skin really is thick. Qi Jinjin let go of him and said to the little one, It's a bit hot. Wait a little while for it to cool before eating. Snort. The little one happily spun around the pottery, eager for it to cool down immediately. Luo Gu narrowed his black eyes, grabbed its neck, and carried it toward the corner of the cave. Luo Gu, what are you doing? Qi Jinjin was startled by his action. Their way of getting along always kept her on edge. Luo Gu carried the little one to the corner and threw it into the cage he had made earlier. Snort. The little one shouted loudly when locked inside. Little thing, before taking care of it, you must take care of yourself first, Luo Gu said as he approached and handed her some roasted meat. Qi Jinjin blinked, suddenly understanding his intention. She quickly took the meat and took a couple of bites, then tried to release the little one, but Luo Gu stopped her. Didn't I already eat? It's so sad to put it in the cage, he said. Hearing the little one's cry, Qi Jinjin felt heartache. Luo Gu was very patient. Listen to me, there's no harm in keeping it in there for now.
But
If you keep arguing, I'll make a bigger cage, so it can eat inside too, Luo Gu said seriously. How could he do this? The little one didn't even provoke him just now. Qi Jinjin angrily ate the meat, using her eyes to comfort the little one to stay calm. She quickly went to release it. Seeing her, Luo Gu added, it's still young, and it's a good time to nurture its character. You can't spoil it too much. Where am I spoiling it? Qi Jinjin felt confused. Luo Gu gave her a look that said he understood her feelings. She had nothing to say, so she hurried to finish the meat. After eating, she quickly brought the meat soup to release the little one. As soon as it was out, it rushed toward the soup and licked it with its small tongue. Seeing it eat so happily, Qi Jinjin was very pleased. It seemed that before its teeth grew, it could eat soup, which was better than just drinking water. Little thing, Luo Gu called out to her. Qi Jinjin looked back at him. I'm going to rest for a while. No matter who calls, you're not allowed to go out. Luo Gu sat down near a pile of dry grass.
okay.
Ingjin nodded, guessing no one would come calling. Everyone knew they had traveled a long way and must be very tired and in need of rest. Gu Luo lay directly on the pile of dry grass and fell asleep, maintaining a human-like posture. Ingjin watched the little cub finish the meat soup, excitedly bouncing in place several times. Shh, be quiet, Ingjin whispered, holding it back so it wouldn't disturb Gu Luo's rest. If you like eating, I can make more for you. The cub obediently lowered its voice. Good boy. Ingjin patted its small head, then picked up the bowl after it finished the soup to wash it with the leftover water. The afternoon sunshine was very pleasant. After washing the bowl, Ingjin stretched lazily and also wanted to rest for a while. But as soon as she turned around, she was startled and widened her eyes. Come here. Ingjin softly called the cub. It was really brave, going to pull the tiger's whiskers again. The cub was quietly lying next to Gu Luo's head, its slightly open mouth clearly aimed at his nose. Seeing its owner calling, the cub looked at her with big eyes but didn't close its mouth. Little cub. Ingjin was worried about waking Gu Luo, so she spoke softly. If you wake him up, you'll be in trouble. Come here quickly. The cub blinked its round eyes, but showed no intention of backing away. Listen. Come here now, she said, imagining how Gu Luo would punish it if it bit him. The cub was reluctant and conflicted, still upset about being kept in that cage earlier. And the person who put it there was the one in front of her. She had promised to get along well, but now she was bullying it. The more it thought about it, the angrier it got. It had to vent its frustration first. So it opened its mouth and bit down. Ingjin covered her face, afraid to watch. She thought, this is so reckless. Suddenly, the cub let out a loud cry, startling Ingjin to look over quickly. The cub that had just tried to bite Gu Luo's nose was now being held by Gu Luo by the back of its neck, suspended in the air, its limbs stiff and not daring to move. Gu Luo's eyes shone with danger, and his face looked extremely grim. The cub seemed to sense Gu Luo's anger and meekly looked to Ingjin for help. Ingjin walked over and, without hesitation, snatched the cub from Gu Luo's hand. The rescued cub excitedly made a couple of sounds, as if showing off to Gu Luo, but then it was stunned. Ingjin went to the cage, coldly closed it inside. Is this okay? She asked, turning to look at Gu Luo. Anger on Lu Gu's face faded a little.
Good.
Qi Jinjin let out a small sigh of relief. It seemed she was right earlier. This little one is young and mischievous. Although she had already stopped it just now, she still let it have its way. Locking it up doesn't seem to be a bad idea. She walked toward Lu Gu and said, now you can rest properly. I promise I won't let it bother you anymore. Lu Gu's lips curled slightly as he reached out and grabbed her hand. You're tired too. Let's sleep together. Qi Jinjin stiffened and instinctively wanted to break free from his sudden embrace, but then she thought better of it. They had slept together before. Although sleeping on a pile of dry grass wasn't very comfortable, if she refused, he might get upset again. It's better to avoid trouble. Seeing that she didn't resist, Lu Gu happily held her in his arms and used his arm as a pillow under her head. Qi Jinjin was truly tired. She closed her eyes and soon fell asleep. When she woke up again, Lu Gu had turned into his beast form and was curled around her waist. Outside the cave, the sun was shining brightly, making it look like it was not afternoon at all. "You're awake?" Lu Gu's voice came as he stretched lazily. Qi Jinjin responded with a hum. She had slept so well that she felt refreshed. All her fatigue from earlier outside was gone. "Little one, you managed to sleep so long," Lu Gu, now in human form, said with some surprise. "Are you hungry? Long?" Qi Jinjin looked outside the cave again, feeling a bit dazed. She asked, "How long did I sleep?" "From yesterday afternoon until now." Qi Jinjin was stunned. She looked at her watch. The time. She had actually slept until the next morning. "Stay here. I'm going hunting," Lu Gu said as he got up. Qi Jinjin was still surprised by her nap. When she came back to herself, Lu Gu had already left the cave. She supported herself with her hands to stand up, but found that the ground beneath her was no longer a pile of dry grass. It was a freshly washed beast hide from yesterday. It seemed her sleep was not only long, but also very deep. She didn't even realize when he moved her.
Ugh.
At this moment, a small cry came from nearby. Qi Jinjin looked in that direction and saw the little one still locked in the cage, looking at her pitifully. It must have been locked up all night. Hopefully now it will behave better. She walked over, released it, and the freed little one excitedly ran around her feet, begging for a hug. "Next time, don't go provoking him," Qi Jinjin said as she picked it up. "He's not as easy to deal with as you think." The little creature that had been locked up all night knew to act wisely. It kept rubbing against Jinjin Qi's hand, behaving very obediently. Qi Jinjin was amused by it. "Be good and listen to me. Without my and Luo Gu's permission, you must not run out of this cave, understand? If you go out and get eaten, I won't be able to find you." The little creature made a squeaking sound, indicating it would definitely obey her. "Come on, have some water first. When the meat comes back, I'll make you some soup," Qi Jinjin said. Then she carried the little creature toward the water jar. After giving it a few sips, the little creature suddenly jumped out of her arms and leaned over the jar's opening, gulping water eagerly. Seeing this, Qi Jinjin frowned and asked, "Did Luo Gu not feed you last night?" At this moment, the little creature was completely immersed in drinking water and blocked out all other sounds. It seemed like it had been hungry all night. Thinking about it, with Luo Gu's temper, going a whole night without food was quite lenient. Qi Jinjin washed her face in the water-filled jar nearby, waking herself up completely. After washing up, a burst of cheers suddenly came from outside the cave. It sounded like there were quite a few people. The little creature was startled by the cheers and kept jumping back into Qi Jinjin's arms. She looked outside, curious about what everyone was cheering for. But after the cheers, it seemed like there was another sound, fighting? This piqued Qi Jinjin's curiosity even more. She carried the little creature to the cave entrance to see what was happening. On the open ground, two huge wild beasts suddenly appeared out of nowhere. One she recognized, Luo Gu. The other was about the same size as Luo Gu and was also a white beast. But its fur was not as long as Luo Gu's, and it didn't look as handsome. Outside, a group of people surrounded the two beasts, shouting and raising their hands. The two beasts immediately started fighting. Luo Gu swiftly circled behind one of them, but the beast was no fool. It dodged quickly before Luo Gu could get behind it and took the opportunity to attack Luo Gu. Qi Jinjin watched nervously as the beast swung its sharp claws at Luo Gu. Her heart tightened. The claws almost tore into Luo Gu's skin, but luckily, they only grazed his long fur without hurting him. This beast was surprisingly strong, almost as powerful as Luo Gu, maybe even a little stronger. Jinjin walked over nervously, wanting to ask what exactly was happening and why Lu Gu was fighting with the wild beast. But after taking a few steps, Abu appeared out of nowhere and stopped her. "Don't go near Lu Gu's mate. Be careful not to get hurt by mistake," Abu said as he pulled her back. "Why are they fighting?" Jinjin frowned, seeing that Lu Gu's attempts to fight back seemed useless. "Don't worry. This is just a test for Lu Gu. Nothing serious will happen. Abu explained calmly. They're just fighting, not trying to hurt each other seriously. A test? Jinjin asked. Is fighting really a test? Abu nodded. Lugu's mate, stay back. If you accidentally get hurt, it would be bad. As soon as he finished speaking, the wild beast suddenly stepped on Lugu. But it was only for a moment. Lugu leaped up with effort and attacked the beast's front leg. The beast seemed to realize Lugu's plan and dodged the front leg, but Lugu quickly changed tactics and aimed for its back leg. The beast's back leg was now exposed in front of Lugu. Without hesitation, Lugu shifted his attack to that leg. The beast was caught off guard, losing support, and its back half slammed heavily onto the ground. People watching expected to cheer, but instead, everyone gasped in unison. Did Lugu win? Jinjin exclaimed happily. If she weren't holding her little one, she would have clapped loudly. Abu looked a bit awkward, unsure how to answer her. Lugu stood tall, looking at the fallen beast with a dismissive snort. Then, as he turned back into his human form, he saw Jinjin not far away. He smiled and picked up the animal he had hunted nearby, walking toward her. But after a few steps, the fallen beast suddenly got up and opened its mouth wide, biting toward Lugu's shoulder. Lugu, watch out. Jinjin's heart tightened, and she instinctively ran quickly toward him. The beast's speed and reaction were astonishing. Without hesitation, it bit Lugu's shoulder and even lifted him high, then forcefully threw him against the mountain wall nearby. Jinjin stopped in her tracks, eyes wide with fear as she watched Lugu crash into the mountain and then fall, rolling several times on the ground. The onlookers suddenly cheered and clapped. What's going on with these people? Jinjin ignored their reactions and hurriedly ran to Lugu. Lugu, are you okay? Jinjin reached him, put down her little one, and tried to help him up but didn't know how to do it. Luogu fell heavily, with many scrapes on his body. Thinking about how thick his skin is, hot pottery couldn't hurt him. It's surprising that he was hurt so badly from just a fall. I'm fine. Luogu gritted his teeth, sitting up with anger radiating from him. Stop fighting. Qijinjin thought he was about to stand up and fight the wild beast again, so she quickly held his arm. At that moment, Qijinjin heard footsteps behind them. She turned around and saw the wild beast approaching. Luogu wanted to push her hand away and go forward, but the small creature tightly held his hand and wouldn't let go. Qijinjin narrowed her eyes, watching the large beast walk closer step by step. Though she felt nervous inside, she kept a calm expression. This beast was also a half-orc. Although I don't know why you are fighting, I believe you are both from the Baili tribe. As fellow tribe members, why do you have to hurt each other? Qijinjin protected Luogu in front of her. She cared for both of them deeply, and just because she was a purebred person, she thought this beast wouldn't attack her. Sure enough, when the beast was only a few steps away, it stopped. Its blue eyes reflected her calm face, quietly observing her. Even if you have conflicts, you could sit down and talk peacefully. Fighting without reason only causes harm to both of you. Losing 2 fighters is a big loss for the Baili tribe, Qijinjin continued, staring into the beast's eyes. Luogu wanted to stand up stubbornly, but after hearing her words, he couldn't help but smile. He gave up on standing and sat behind her, watching the beast's expression. Seeing that the beast had no intention of transforming back into a human, just standing there looking down at her, her heart fluttered a little at the gaze. Can you turn back into a human first? She was confident that if the beast didn't listen to her, they would have already fought fiercely. All right, turn back now, she said. Suddenly, Luogu's mother's voice came from behind the beast. The beast's ears twitched, and slowly, it transformed into a human form. Qijinjin looked at the person before her, about 40 years old, wearing animal hide around the waist. The pattern on the hide looked rare, probably from a difficult hunt. He was strong and healthy, much older than Luogu, but his build was almost as tall as Luogu's. It's easy to imagine that if this person were as young as Luogu, Luogu probably wouldn't stand a chance against him. Jinjin, I hope I didn't scare you, Luogu's mother said kindly, approaching with a bit of apology. Jinjin came back to her senses and shook her head. No, no, it's fine. That's good. Her mother sighed in relief. Next time, don't be so reckless. What if they accidentally hurt you? Come on, let's go over there. Junjin looked at her mother's outstretched hand, hesitant to accept. Don't worry, I'm fine. Luo Gu stood up and helped her to her feet. Wait for me over there. Are you still going to fight? The beast form hadn't had enough and wanted to turn back into human form to fight again. Luo Gu smiled affectionately at her but spoke with a slightly colder tone. I can't let him sneak attack me for nothing.
Junjin didn't know what to say.
Luo Gu's personality was to seek revenge, and just now, he was thrown down so hard. Could he really win if they fought? Whether he could or not, she didn't want to see these two start fighting without reason. Maybe we should just forget it this time. Her mother also began to side with Junjin. You just came back and gave Luo Gu such a harsh warning. You should consider Junjin's feelings. Don't scare her too much. Junjin looked at the person fighting Luo Gu. There was no sign of resentment or hatred in his eyes. He just seemed to want to hit Luo Gu. Seeing her mother trying to persuade him, she quickly grabbed Luo Gu to stop him from fighting. For Junjin's sake, I'll let this go this time, the person fighting Luo Gu said, his voice deep and confident. Let it go?
No need for that.
Bring it on, Luo Gu said irritably, unhappy with his tone. Junjin became firm and held him back tightly. Stop fighting. Suddenly, an awkward sound came from her stomach. She was hungry. Luo Gu heard the sound and frowned slightly. Stop fighting, Luo Gu said, turning to hold her hand and picking up the prey he had just thrown aside, planning to go back and fill his little stomach first. Junjin blinked, surprised that her stomach's awkward growl had actually stopped Luo Gu. Luo Gu, you guys should come eat with us, her mother called out to their backs. Junjin, come too. Back at the cave, Junjin finally felt her tense heart relax. Hearing the little one follow behind, Junjin patted her head, almost forgetting to bring her along. Luo Gu threw the prey on the ground and went to start a fire to cook the meat. Junjin took out her medicine box. He has many bruises and scrapes all over his body, with the worst areas skin broken, blood, and dirt on them. I'll apply some medicine first, Junjin said as she carried the medicine box over. No need, Luo Gu refused, not being overly delicate. You're bleeding, so even if you don't want medicine, you should treat the wounds, Junjin frowned, looking unhappy. Noticing her tone was a bit off, Luo Gu looked down at her.
Are you worried about me?
Junjin took a deep breath and looked at him with a sharp smile. Tell me honestly, do I look worried or angry right now?
Both.
Junjin was tired of arguing and asked plainly, do you want me to put medicine on you or not?
Yes.
He was sensible. Junjin carefully examined his injuries. Small scrapes without bleeding didn't need treatment, but there were 7 or 8 bleeding wounds, with the most serious on his back shoulder, likely from hitting the mountain wall hard. While tending to his wounds, she asked, Who did you fight with? Do you have a grudge? No grudge, Luo Gu answered her only one question. If there's no grudge, why did you fight?
Junjin frowned.
Luo Gu thought for a moment and said, Little one, you can think of it as a friendly spar. What a friendly spar. Suddenly, she remembered what Abu had said earlier when he stopped her, mentioning it was a kind of training for Luo Gu. Your sparring was pretty intense. Junjin deliberately pressed harder on his wounds. Luo Gu's brows didn't even twitch. He let her do as she pleased. Seeing he felt nothing, she continued applying the medicine with a bored expression. But who was the person you fought just now? He seemed to be as strong as you and even tricked you, she said. If not for that sudden sneak attack, Luo Gu wouldn't have fallen and gotten so many scrapes. Little one, the meat is ready. Junjin rolled her eyes at him. What's so hard to answer?
They're all from the same tribe.
After tending to his wounds, Junjin first ate a leg of meat, which was so delicious that the little one drooled. After finishing, she used a clay pot to make meat soup for the little one. Watching the little one happily eat, she said, I kept him locked up overnight yesterday. He should have learned his lesson. Luo Gu glanced at the little one, who shrank back when sensing his gaze, turning away to continue eating the soup. After eating, Qi Jinjin remembered what her mother had told them earlier. Stay here, no need to go over. But Luo Gu didn't want her to follow him.
Qi Zhensin frowned. Why?
No reason. Qi Jinjin felt upset. She was curious about who she had fought with earlier, but he kept silent. If he wouldn't tell her, she could find out herself. She squinted her eyes and, regardless of his refusal, decided to follow him. Luo Gu saw her and threatened. Do you want to be kept in a cage like a little animal?
How dare you?
Qi Jinjin was angry. She wasn't a criminal. She couldn't believe he would think that. He didn't dare to do it, but he also didn't have a better reason to stop her. If you don't go, your mom will wait a long time. Qi Jinjin knew she couldn't argue with him, so she calmed her anger and said, I just want to see who I fought with earlier. I promise I won't say anything bad, okay? Luo Gu didn't mind her talking nonsense, especially since she wouldn't. What he cared about was, if they fought again later, she might come out and stop them. Let's not keep your mom waiting. Let's go quickly. Qi Jinjin saw he didn't refuse right away, so she hurriedly hugged the little one and headed out of the cave. But after a few steps, he stopped her. As long as you don't go, I'll tell you who he is.
Qi Zhensin paused, frowned.
Was he really so against her following?
He's my dad, she said.
When she heard this, Qi Jinjin was stunned. What did you say? She doubted her ears and quickly asked again. He's my dad, Luo Gu said, not understanding why she was so surprised. She swallowed hard, needing time to process this. So earlier it was a father and son fight? No wonder Abu said it was a kind of training. But this training seemed a bit rough. All right, little one, stay here. I'll be back soon, Luo Gu said, and left the cave. Qi Jinjin watched his back and took a long time to understand this news. The short-haired white beast was his dad. That meant he was the leader of the Baili tribe? With such fighting power, no wonder he was so strong. She shook her head and ran after him. As soon as she left the cave, she saw some people greeting her. She looked at Luo Gu walking toward her mom's cave and wasn't in a rush. She decided to ask around a bit more. Can I ask you a question? Qi Jinjin approached a few women who greeted her. What's your question? The women were happy. She came over to talk. I want to ask about Luo Gu, she said shyly. Was the person fighting with Luo Gu just now the tribe leader? Yes, she is our clan leader. Isn't she impressive? The others' admiration almost showed in their eyes. Luo Gu is also quite strong. If the clan leader hadn't done that last move, Luo Gu would have won. Yes, Luo Gu is good too, but compared to the clan leader, Luo Gu is always a little behind. That's why Luo Gu has never won before. Anyway, both the clan leader and Luo Gu are very powerful. With them around, no warrior in the tribe dares to claim first or second place. Qi Jinjin listened as they talked, and she started to understand a bit. Did the clan leader always train Luo Gu like that when he was a child? Qi Jinjin asked quietly as their voices softened. Yes, Luo Gu was raised by the clan leader from a young age. That's right. If it weren't for the clan leader's mother advising us when we were kids, we might have been afraid Luo Gu would get hurt. It's impossible to hurt him badly. Luo Gu is our future tribe leader, and the clan leader probably held back some strength. Showing mercy, maybe? Hearing this, Qi Jinjin's heart felt mixed up. Being beaten like that since childhood, such strict discipline. And thinking about how her father just forcefully threw him against the mountain wall earlier. Ouch, that hurts just to imagine. After a while, they noticed Luo Gu's partner looked a bit upset, so they hurriedly said, Did we scare you just now? Don't worry, even though Luo Gu was always disciplined like that as a child, he's fine now. See, nothing happened just now. Yes, Luo Gu's partner, just get used to it. Qi Jinjin awkwardly smiled, thanked them, then hugged her little one and left. She headed straight to the cave where Luo Gu's mother lived, thinking about how to greet the leader of the Baili tribe later. When she reached the outside of the cave, Qi Jinjin took a deep breath, prepared herself, and went inside. The cave was quiet. When she entered, all three inside looked at her. Luo Gu's parents greeted her with friendly smiles, but Luo Gu. Sorry I'm late, Qi Jinjin said, avoiding Luo Gu's face. No problem. Come, Jinjin. Sit here, his mother said, standing up and guiding her to sit. Luo Gu narrowed his eyes and almost got up to take her out, but he knew that doing so would leave a bad impression on his father, so he held back. Is your name Jinjin? The tribe leader asked as soon as she sat down. She is Luo Gu's partner, Luo Gu interrupted before she could answer. The clan leader glared at him, then looked at Jinjin with a friendly smile. Did I scare you just now? No. She dared not admit otherwise, as the clan leader held a high status. That's good. If I scared you, I would feel very guilty, the clan leader said cheerfully, looking very different from when he was fighting with Luo Gu earlier. Jinjin was very brave and understanding. As long as she explained things clearly, she could be understood. Right, Jinjin? Mom smiled warmly at her. Jinjin nodded obediently and said to the clan leader, Sorry, clan leader. I didn't understand the situation clearly earlier and stopped you. It's okay. There will be plenty of chances to scold him in the future, the clan leader said with a friendly smile, seeming very easy to talk to. I already know everything about you. As long as you don't mind accepting Luo Gu, you can stay with our tribe. Mind? Jinjin was surprised. She didn't think she had the right to mind. Just staying alive was enough. The clan leader was also surprised when he saw her reaction but quickly understood. Jinjin, did Luo Gu force you to stay? Jinjin didn't answer immediately, but looked at Luo Gu. He was very nervous. Jinjin didn't know what he was nervous about but knew how to answer this question. No, he didn't force me, she said honestly. I chose to stay with him willingly. Willingly? The clan leader seemed to doubt her words. Yes, Jinjin nodded seriously. The clan leader said again, Jinjin, I am the clan leader. If you face any difficulties, I can help you. Even if a wolf is after you, I can protect you with our tribe. Hearing this, Jinjin immediately understood what he meant. It seemed the clan leader knew everything about what had happened. But since he was Luo Gu's father, even if he was on her side, she couldn't just accept his words blindly. So she shook her head and said more firmly, I truly want to stay with Luo Gu.
Why?
The clan leader asked suspiciously. Why didn't he believe her? He kept asking questions. She couldn't refuse to answer. She had hoped Luo Gu would speak up like before, but seeing his expression now, she realized he was also interested in her answer. Before entering the cave, she had prepared herself, but now she was feeling nervous. This scene was almost like meeting her future in-laws for the first time. Mumu Chi can only try to stay positive and said, Because I like him. What do you like about him? The clan leader looked worried that she might be pressured by Luo Gu and asked again. I don't know, Mumu Chi replied quickly. Don't know? Now it was her mother's turn to ask. Mumu Chi nodded and tightened her hold on the little one. I can't really explain why I like this feeling. I truly choose to stay with him. As for what you said about forcing me, anyone who has spent time with me knows I seem easy to get along with, but if something goes against my heart and principles, I will resist even if forced. The clan leader's eyes showed a hint of surprise after hearing this. He said, Do you know why most purebred people like to breed with us half-beasts? The questions kept coming. Because the strength of half-beasts can protect purebreds. Many purebreds choose to breed with half-beasts to save their lives, the clan leader answered himself. Mumu Chi frowned and responded unhappily, Are you saying I only want to stay with Luo Gu to protect myself? But without purebreds, half-beasts can't produce healthy offspring. If we compare, purebreds are more important. Shouldn't half-beasts work hard to protect purebreds for the sake of reproduction? The clan leader squinted and suddenly smiled. All right, if you choose willingly, that's good. Luo Gu's temper I and his mother know very well. As long as you don't dislike him, we're happy he has chosen his mate. Mumu Chi felt he saw through her clever words and knew what she had done since coming here. She was different from other purebreds. Have you asked enough? Luo Gu, who had been silent, finally spoke. The clan leader cleared his throat. Since he's the one you trust, then he's also the one our Baili tribe accepts. Hearing this, Mumu Chi relaxed a little. It seemed they had accepted her. Little one, go back first, Luo Gu said to her. She just arrived, and you want her to go back. Her mother glared at him and handed her a fruit. Mumu, come and eat some fruit. Thank you, Mumu Chi quickly took it, She didn't want to leave just like that. Luo Gu frowned slightly, clearly displeased, but since his parents were present, he could only let it go. Oh, Moo Moo, I heard that it's a cub born from a feathered beast? Her mother asked, looking at the quiet little one in her arms. Jean looked down at the little cub, who was eagerly staring at the fruit in her hand. Yes. But it looks completely different from the cubs of the feathered beast, the clan leader said seriously. Luo Gu also said the same. Jean replied helplessly. At this moment, the little cub seemed to sense something and nervously pressed into Jean's arms, only half of its backside visible. Since it's a monster, we might as well deal with it early, the clan leader said, staring at the cub in her arms. Jean was stunned. Was she hearing right? A monster? It's not a monster, Luo Gu spoke first before she could reply. Yes, leader, you can't just call it a monster because you've never seen one before, Jean agreed. The clan leader's expression remained serious, making the little cub tremble. Mom said, Jean, do you want to keep it? I must keep it, Jean firmly stated, refusing to back down. Have you thought about how dangerous this monster might be? What if it hurts someone in the clan? Mom's face also grew serious. And this is something we've never seen before. I will take good care of it and teach it, Jean replied, though she felt uncertain. Even Luo Gu dared to bite it sometimes. What if it gets bigger and she can't control it? Are you keeping it because of this concern? Luo Gu stood up, bypassed the clan leader, and sat next to Jean. This action clearly showed that whatever choice she made, he would support her unconditionally. Luo Gu, are you joking about the lives of the clan members? The clan leader asked angrily. Raising this little cub is not the same as joking about the lives of the clan members. Don't mix them up, Luo Gu said calmly but firmly. The clan leader and Mom understood Luo Gu's personality well. Once he made a decision, especially about someone he wanted to protect, nothing could change his mind. Although Luo Gu knew the risks involved, his spouse might not understand, so some things needed to be explained clearly. Seeing the looks in their eyes, Jean immediately understood what they meant. She gently patted the cub's head and said seriously, don't worry, I will teach it well. Good. Since you insist, then teach it properly. If it does anything dangerous, don't blame us for being ruthless. The clan leader and Mom finally relented, unable to continue arguing. All right. Moo gently patted the little one's head, telling it to listen carefully. If it keeps acting out and bothering Luo Gu and ends up doing something dangerous, she won't be able to protect it anymore. Luo Gu looked at the clan leader with a different expression. The clan leader understood his look and nodded slightly. Little one, let's go, Luo Gu said, pulling her up and leading her out. Momo blinked in surprise. They were leaving so quickly? Seeing that the clan leader and her mother didn't stop Luo Gu, she said, Clan leader, Annie, we're leaving now. Okay, her mother replied with a smile. Rest well at home. You've been traveling outside with Luo Gu for so many days. You must be tired. Moo smiled shyly and left the cave with Luo Gu. As soon as they stepped outside, the little one in Moo's arms peeked out, looking at her with big, round eyes, seeming pitiful and eager for attention. But Moo's focus was not on the little one now. She kept her smile and looked at Luo Gu. What's wrong? Luo Gu asked, confused by her expression. Thank you, Moo said softly. Luo Gu raised an eyebrow, not quite understanding her gratitude. Thank me for what? For helping me keep the little one. Luo Gu smiled. I told you, as long as it's what you want, I will respect you. Hearing this, Moo's serious face softened a bit. It was surprising that he would stand by her, especially since the little one had bitten him and pulled his fur before. But something still couldn't be mixed up. She then asked, Earlier, I heard your father say that half-beasts can't force purebreds to stay with them. When she asked this, Luo Gu showed visible tension, but he quickly hid it and pretended to be calm. Why do you ask? He replied. Just curious, Moo said, staring at him. So, if I want to leave, you can't stop me, right? Hearing this, Luo Gu clenched his fists but tried to stay calm. He smiled and said, in principle, yes. But some people have no principles. Do you have principles? Moo asked back. Luo Gu's dark eyes narrowed, his fists still clenched tightly. After a long pause, he finally said, "You are my principal." Mu Mu was stunned, not expecting him to say that. Actually, she knew that he wanted to act without principles in this matter, but he was holding back. His awkward personality somehow seemed very cute. Serious Qi Jinjin suddenly chuckled, just joking. "I told you I voluntarily stayed by your side. Did you really believe that? Are you really willing to stay with me? Or is it just because you want me to protect you?" Luo Gu then became serious. Qi Jinjin paused, realizing he had taken his father's words seriously. "Forget it. Whatever the reason, I'm just glad you're willing to stay with me," Luo Gu said, avoiding hearing anything he didn't want to. Seeing him walk ahead, his back looked lonely and pitiful. She hurried to catch up and hold him back. "I have a question. If I say I like you, do you believe me?" Qi Jinjin asked, looking up at him. Luo Gu hesitated for a moment and nodded. "I believe you." "I think you don't really believe it," Qi Jinjin said, exposing his thoughts. "You're the first person I've met here. Although you're quite bossy, you've saved me many times and even tried to see things from my perspective. I won't deny that I've always wanted to cling to you from the start until now, but I don't cling to every person, okay? Love grows over time. Don't you understand? Love grows over time." Luo Gu's dark eyes flashed with a glint. "Spending a long time together naturally creates feelings," she explained. "Besides, when you first saw me, wasn't it because I was a purebred female you wanted to bring back?" Luo Gu understood her meaning. "So, does that mean I also developed feelings over time?" "How would I know?" Hearing his last 4 words, Qi Jinjin couldn't help but shiver. "Just try, and you'll find out," Luo Gu said with a smile, with a hint of mischief. Why does it seem like the way he understands love growing over time is different from how she does? "Little one, no matter why you voluntarily stay with me, I will never let you leave," Luo Gu suddenly said seriously. "If you don't like me, that's okay. I like you. And I'm confident I can make you fall for me over time." "I like you, I never said I don't," she replied. But somehow, her words felt even more forced and Qi Jinjin narrowed her eyes, noticing a mischievous smile on his face. "Sure, I misunderstood the meaning of over time. Feelings develop." Qi Jinjin feels like she just dug herself into a hole. She doesn't want to bother with him and hugs her little one, ready to go back to the cave. Lu Gu's mate. Someone nearby is calling them. Qi Jinjin looks over and sees 2 women, both a bit familiar. Upon closer look, aren't they the female half-beasts who said they wanted to be friends with her earlier? One of them even has a thorn in her palm. It seems these 2 are looking for them, but because of Lu Gu, they don't dare come close. Anyway, she needs something or a topic to distract Lu Gu, so she decides to walk over with her little one toward the women. When the women see Lu Gu's mate coming, they immediately become happy and step forward. "Lu Gu's mate, could you please help us?" One woman asks. "Help with what?" As long as she can help, she's happy to do so. But it seems they're afraid to say it directly, always glancing behind her. Qi Jinjin also looks back and sees Lu Gu walking slowly behind her. "Help with what?" Lu Gu finally speaks. "The women are no longer shy. We want to ask Lu Gu's mate about the pottery you made earlier." "Pottery?" Qi Jinjin is confused. It seems only she can help with pottery. "Yes, pottery," they nod. "Actually, everyone wanted to ask after you returned, but we only saw you today when you were free." Qi Jinjin understands what they mean. Because Lu Gu is here, people who don't know her well are too afraid to come. "What about the pottery?" she asks. "We followed your method to make this pottery, but maybe you should come and see for yourself," one woman suggests, worried she can't explain clearly. Qi Jinjin doesn't care whether Lu Gu agrees or not. She nods and follows them. Others in the tribe see this and probably realize they ask Lu Gu's mate to look at the pottery. They all quietly follow along. Qi Jinjin walks with them to the big pit Lu Gu dug earlier. There are still some charred wood remains inside, and next to the pit, there are many pottery pieces that look quite broken. Lu Gu's mate, "Come and look at these pottery pieces," they say, pointing to the pile. Qi Jinjin approaches and sees that all the pottery here are failures. Some have cracks on the surface, some are broken, and others are oddly shaped, looking nothing like water containers. Seeing these broken pottery pieces, Jinjin knew they wanted her to help with something. Besides these, are there any successful ones?
Jinjin asked.
Yes, but not many, they replied with sad faces.
Show me the successful pottery you made, she said.
Jinjin wanted to put the little creature down, but was afraid it would run around mischievously. Also, it wasn't very friendly with Luogu, so she couldn't let Luogu hold it. Soon, they brought her their successful pottery. She asked about their process of making pottery, but they only invited her to watch and didn't know the detailed steps. So, the nearby villagers stepped forward to explain. Listening to their chatter, Jinjin silently analyzed in her mind. The clay was definitely high quality, and the firing process was mostly correct. The biggest mistake was in shaping the pottery, as the odd shapes and failures clearly showed. She quickly found the problem and asked, "Is there any unused high-quality clay in the tribe?" "Yes, over there," someone called from the crowd. Jinjin went to see the clay, which was piled high like a small hill. There was much more than when she first made pottery. "Give me the little creature. I'll take care of it." Luogu agreed to help and volunteered to watch over the creature. Jinjin was happy to have his help, but the little creature was very reluctant, clutching her clothes tightly and refusing to let go. Seeing this, Luogu picked it up by the back of its neck and held it in the air. While Jinjin was busy teaching everyone how to make pottery, she let Luogu do so. "Watch carefully, I'll make a small pottery piece first," she said, squatting down. There was water nearby, and the materials were ready. The failed pottery earlier was because everyone didn't shape it correctly. Jinjin wet some high-quality clay with water, preparing to shape a small teacup-sized pottery. During firing, the heat must be even. The fire from the branches should surround the entire piece, baking every side, she explained while shaping. Most importantly, when shaping, you must do it properly. For example, the base can be thicker, but the walls of the cup must be even, no thinner on one side and thicker on the other. The onlookers listened carefully, some even eager to try for themselves. "Everyone can now try to pinch the clay again. I am here to help guide you," said Jinjin happily. Everyone started pouring water onto the clay and preparing to make it again. Seeing how eager everyone was to learn, Jinjin felt very happy. At least they accepted her ideas. If so, making items to improve their living standards in the future would be very easy. Luogu's sister-in-law.
"Look.
Is this okay?" a child asked as he brought over a freshly shaped pottery. Jinjin looked down and saw that it looked decent, though a bit rough. "I'll help you fix it," she said, helping the child shape the cup's wall to make it more even. "That's good. Just follow what I did earlier to refine it." "Thank you, Luogu's sister-in-law." The child cheered excitedly.
Jinjin smiled.
All these long titles sounded quite awkward. Soon, a few more people came to ask her questions. As she taught them, an idea came to her mind. She had previously thought about creating a place for bathing. She didn't want to be dragged into that cold water pond again. After the incident at the pond, Luogu used many small pottery vessels to bring water for her to wash, but it was more like wiping her body than a proper bath. She wanted to make a bathtub-like pottery from these high-quality clays, but it would be heavy and hard to move. Plus, bathing in such a vessel felt like boiling human flesh, too terrifying. So, given her current conditions, making a large wooden basin for bathing was a much better idea. "Do you know what a bath basin is?" she asked Luogu as she approached him. He looked confused, clearly not knowing. Jinjin explained, "It's a basin used for bathing, made of wood. It looks similar to these pottery vessels and can hold water." "Wood can hold water?" Luogu frowned, unable to imagine such a scene. She nodded. "Yes, just like you thought that clay pottery holding water would turn into mud water. If you process the wood properly and make it into a basin, it won't leak." "How do you make it?" Luogu knew her idea would succeed once they tried, so he didn't need to understand all the details. First, make a large water tank that can heat water, then find suitable wood. Jinjin said, "Now I will shape a big jar, and these past 2 days of baking are just right for finding suitable wood nearby." She doesn't worry about the wood. On this Beastman continent, there are mostly flowers, grass, and trees. Also, I will make some simple tableware and bake those too. She began to work. The creatures she made don't understand, but seeing her so happy, they just let her do as she wishes. At this moment, at the entrance of a distant cave, the tribe leader and Ama stand, both looking toward a crowded area in the distance. "How is it? Is she different from other purebred humans?" Ama said with a smile. "Besides being small and weak, she is better in other ways than purebred humans, and she has abilities that others don't." The tribe leader quietly watched without speaking. "Even braver and more daring than other purebred humans," Ama said, increasingly pleased. Seeing no reaction from the person beside her, she looked up at him. His expression was just like a silent creature, impossible to read his thoughts. "Have you heard of a mysterious country in the east?" the tribe leader asked at this moment. "No, but her background doesn't matter anymore. As long as she willingly stays to accompany the creature," Ama said, not thinking too much. The tribe leader's thoughts were different. Purebred humans are rare, and each tribe hides any purebred births by various means. Because, for a tribe, purebred humans are vital for producing strong descendants. Moreover, in the eyes of half-beasts, purebred humans should mate with them, leading to a decreasing number of purebred humans. In some tribes, a purebred human can produce offspring with different half-beasts. "Don't you agree with her?" Ama asked when she saw he still looked worried. The tribe leader paused his thoughts and gently shook his head. "I'm just wondering where she comes from." "Don't think so much. No matter how smart she is ultimately just a weak, unstrong purebred human," Ama said. Meanwhile, Jinjin easily shaped a set of tableware, bowls, plates, spoons, everything she needed, then asked other tribe members to copy her and make more. Next, she looked for children to help find an empty spot to shape a large jar. They worked like this, and most of the day passed quickly. "Little one, it's time to go back," Gula said, noticing her hands full of dirt. Jinjin shook her hands, realizing it was time for lunch. Usually at this time the weather is very sunny, but today the sunlight is not so bright and feels a bit gloomy. "It looks like it might rain today." Jinjin looked at the sky and the pottery on the ground. "If it really rains, these clay pieces will be ruined." "Little thing," Luo Gu called her when she ignored him. "I'm coming," Jinjin said as she walked over, worried. The clay pieces need a few days to dry after shaping, and they can't get wet during this time. "It looks like it might rain." Luo Gu understood her concern and said, "Then let's move all these things into the cave." "That's fine for the small ones, but what about the big jars?"
Jensen frowned.
"They just finished shaping, and they haven't dried completely. Moving them carelessly could break them." "Then wait until the rain stops to continue," Luo Gu said, not wanting her to worry too much. Jinjin heard his impatience and said, "But we shouldn't waste the effort everyone put in. Let's wait until it really rains." After saying goodbye to the friendly villagers, Jinjin followed Luo Gu back into the cave. Once inside, the little cub in Luo Gu's hand made several whimpering sounds before he finally threw it inside. After eating meat in the cave, Jinjin got busy again. She was so tired after yesterday's trip that she forgot to properly organize the herbs she brought back. Now she had time, so she decided to sort them out. She thought that bringing back so many flowers and plants might cause half of them to spoil, but surprisingly, they were all perfectly fine. Luo Gu's cave was large, and Jinjin was worried it might rain soon, so she decided to dry the flowers and herbs inside the cave first. "Little cub, you are not allowed to touch these flowers and herbs," she said as she prepared to sort and arrange them. She noticed the little cub's excited and eager expression out of the corner of her eye, as if asking why. "These flowers and herbs are hard-earned and useful. You can't ruin them." Jinjin thought it was necessary to test the little cub now to see if it would really listen to her. After all, Luo Gu's parents considered it a little monster and didn't allow her to raise it, so if it had any bad habits, she wanted to know early and help it change. The little cub sat nearby, seeming to listen vaguely, tilting its head to look at her. Its adorable appearance was very cute, and Qi continued to organize the flowers and herbs while keeping an eye on the little cub. The little creature is also clever. Although it knows its owner doesn't want it to touch certain things, its playful paws can't resist trying to poke around. Not allowed. Qi can see its mischievous little paws every time she turns around. The little creature huffs softly, acting like it's whining in a cute way. Your acting cute won't help. Qi glares at it, and the little creature sadly pulls back its paws. Luo Gu sits by the campfire, watching their interaction, feeling very happy. After tidying up all the flowers and plants, Qi walks over and asks, "When can I ask Laya to come help with some hard work?" Right now, Luo Gu knows she needs to ask first. What do you want her to do? Just simple things like chopping trees or digging holes, Qi says while playing with the seeds brought back from Qifenggu. Oh, and I forgot to mention earlier when we saw the tribe leader, we have green caterpillars, right? We could share some with others. If any wolves come again, it might help us deal with them. You don't need to worry about the wolves, Luo Gu says. I'm not worried, just mentioning it, Qi replies. Luckily, we have a male and female caterpillar, so they can breed more. Luo Gu looks at her, but is thinking about other things. So far, he only knows that the injured wolf can turn human, but he hasn't seen the wolf in human form. It's almost impossible to defend against a wolf in human shape. Plus, considering what happened in the Baluo tribe before, there must be someone behind this injured wolf. But who that person is, Luo Gu has no idea. For now, the only thing he can do about the wolf situation is wait. I want to go for a walk, Qi suddenly says. Where do you want to go? Luo Gu pulls back from his thoughts and looks at her. Just around the cave, she replies. I mainly want to see if there's soil nearby suitable for planting seeds. Luo Gu agrees. Qi happily picks up the little creature and heads outside. But as she reaches the cave entrance, a drop of water lands on her face. She reaches out to touch her cheek, and more drops fall. Looking up at the sky, she sees it has become very dark. A large cloud is moving in from afar, and rain begins to fall steadily. It's raining, Qi quickly says. Hurry, call someone to help move the pottery. She prepares to run toward the drying area for the pottery, but is stopped by Luo Gu. He shouts loudly, and immediately someone comes out of the cave. Stay here, little one, Luo Gu says, pushing her back into the cave, then rushes out himself. Pool Jinjin saw him calling many people to help move the pottery, and the rain was getting heavier. Fortunately, they worked quickly and moved most of the pottery into the cave before the rain became too strong. After rescuing the pottery, the rain poured down even harder, hitting the ground with loud thuds. Quick, go inside and warm up by the fire, Pool Jinjin said, pulling him inside. His skin was wet from the rain. She took out a towel to help him dry off, but Luo Gu refused. I won't use your things. You help me? Luo Gu sat by the fire. Pool Jinjin didn't think much and started wiping the rain from his body to prevent him from catching a cold. She spread the towel on her hand and wiped the rain off his face, then moved to his shoulders, drying the rain there, and continued downward. Something was wrong. How could he not know how to use a towel? When they soaked in the hot springs with the Barrow tribe before, he used a towel to wipe blood from his face very skillfully. Pool Jinjin narrowed her eyes and paused her actions. Why did you stop? Luo Gu looked down at her hand, which was paused on his stomach, and asked, Do you really not know how to use what I have here? Pool Jinjin looked up at him. Luo Gu smirked, surprised she noticed so quickly. I risked the heavy rain to help save the pottery, and this is how you treat me? Pool Jinjin chuckled. Others also helped. Should I help them wipe their bodies too? You're daring. Luo Gu's expression darkened, and his voice turned cold instantly. If he dared to tease her again, she had plenty of ways to make him angry. Dry yourself. Pool Jinjin threw the towel at him and stood up to find hot water for the pottery. The rain suddenly intensified, and the temperature dropped. This was the first time Pool Jinjin saw rain on this Beastman continent, and she felt curious. While waiting for the water to boil, She moved closer to the cave entrance and watched the large raindrops fall heavily on the ground. Soon, the rain outside the cave started flowing inside, reaching her toes. She squatted down and reached out her finger to touch the rainwater, finding it not strange at all. But then, more and more rainwater flowed inside, and she found herself standing in the rain. This cave actually lets in water. She hurriedly stood up and moved inside. If the rain keeps falling, the whole cave will get soaked. Luogu looked confused at her worry. It's just going to be wet.
Vet.
This was also not a good thing in Qi Jinjin's eyes. They sleep on the ground, after all. If rainwater soaks the inside of the cave, wouldn't they be sleeping on water? How did you sleep when it rained before? Did you just lie on wet, dried grass? Qi Jinjin asked with a frown. Hearing this, Lu Gu understood her meaning. If you don't want to, I can hold you and let you sleep. It seemed she was right. Sleeping conditions during rain are very tough and uncomfortable. The flowers and plants she just arranged had to be packed away again to prevent the rain from ruining them. This rain has given me a new idea, Qi Jinjin said after collecting the flowers and plants from the ground. What idea? Lu Gu wiped the rain from his body and placed a towel nearby.
A bed.
Qi Jinjin looked around the big cave. It was just a small idea at first, but it gradually grew. Clearly, Lu Gu didn't understand what she meant by bed. It can be more than just a bed. I can make furniture too, Qi Jinjin continued. Using wood, making four-legged supports that hang in the air. Even if rain seeps in, there will be a dry place to sleep. And those animal skins you piled on the ground can be stored in a wooden cabinet, so they won't get too dirty. Lu Gu understood half of what she said. In terms of living conditions, he wouldn't question her ideas. Even if he didn't fully understand, he knew her creations would definitely be good.
Plus,
the cave can actually have a door. Qi Jinjin looked toward the cave entrance. A breeze mixed with rainwater and dampness blew inside, feeling very cold. A door? Yes, Qi Jinjin nodded. This door can be placed at the entrance to block the wind and also protect privacy. All right, as long as it's something you want to make, I will help you. Qi Jinjin was very pleased with her current ideas. Step by step, she was improving their living environment, making her own stay more comfortable. Let's wait for the rain to stop. She turned to check the boiling water in the pottery, which was already bubbling. It seemed the rain had quieted the world. The two sat on stones by the fire, waiting for the rain to end. However, the rain continued until nightfall. Although there were no puddles inside the cave, the ground was almost half wet from seeped-in water. As soon as the rain stopped, Lu Gu went out hunting. Inside the spacious cave, only Qi Jinjin and the little cub remained. The dampness from the rain combined with the cool night made the entire cave very cold. Qi Jinjin sat on a stone by the fire, holding her little one, trying to warm up. A cold wind blew into the cave from outside, making it even colder. The little one in her arms desperately wanted to crawl into her clothes. Luckily, the little one didn't have much fur, and the hot skin through the clothes helped keep her warm.
But
how will they sleep in this water-soaked cave tonight? Do they really have to sleep on him, as Luo Gu suggested? She would rather stay awake until morning. Soon, Luo Gu returned with a catch. Qi Jinjin hurried to help prepare the meat for roasting. By the way, did the rain ruin the clay models that were brought into the cave? She suddenly thought of this. If they were damaged by rain, all their hard work earlier would be wasted. If they're broken, we'll make new ones. Don't worry too much, Luo Gu said as he added enough branches to the fire to make it burn brighter. Even he could feel the temperature inside the cave dropping, not to mention his little one. Tonight will be very cold. Seeing his expression, Qi Jinjin didn't ask any more questions. After finishing the meat, the difficult problem of sleeping still remained.
How to sleep tonight?
The pile of dry grass was soaked by the rain and impossible to sleep on. The animal skins, although draped over the stones to keep them dry, still left the ground wet. Sleeping on animal skins on the wet ground would only result in freezing cold. Qi Jinjin silently looked around the cave, but couldn't find a safe place to sleep peacefully. Little one, what are you looking at? Luo Gu noticed her looking around and asked. Qi Jinjin quickly looked away and shook her head. Nothing. Really nothing? Luo Gu narrowed his eyes, clearly not convinced. She felt guilty and responded nervously, trying to change the subject. If it doesn't rain tomorrow, we can go find some wood. Luo Gu saw through her little plan and brought the conversation back.
The ground is wet now.
How are we going to sleep tonight? Qi Jinjin shot him a glance, her expression clearly showing she thought he was doing it on purpose. How about we look at the stars? If we can see the stars, it will definitely be a clear day tomorrow, she said with a smile and blinking eyes. No, it's too cold, Luo Gu refused. I'm a purebred who isn't afraid of the cold. Are you afraid of the cold? Qi Jinjin glared at him. He looked completely unfrozen, even though he was shirtless. I'm afraid you'll be cold, he replied. I'm not cold, not at all. Momo Chi straightened her back, but when she saw his glance, she shrank her neck. At worst, I'll just wear a bit more. No, Luo Gu still refused. It's already cold inside the cave, let alone outside. Seeing this, Chi had to give up. At worst, she would just lay all the animal skins on the ground and endure sleeping on them for one night. Thinking of this, she got up to lay out the skins. Luo Gu saw her move and also stood up, following behind her. When Chi saw him come along, she handed the little cub in her arms to him. Hold it, I'll lay out the skins. Luo Gu took the cub, still holding it by the back of its neck, but seeing its limbs stiff and trembling, he could only hold it close. Both the cub and its owner are afraid of the cold. Chi looked at the wet pile of dry grass and felt a headache coming, but she still found a better spot to lay out the skins. If she layered 3 skins to sleep, it should be fine, but this would greatly reduce the sleeping area because there aren't enough skins. Luo Gu held the cub silently, standing aside and watching. He didn't believe the little thing could turn these skins into a flower pattern. Sure enough, no matter how Chi arranged the skins, she couldn't make everything perfect. Little one, isn't the bedding ready yet? Luo Gu deliberately yawned and asked. Don't rush. Chi stood up after a while, clapping her hands. Let's make do with this for one night, and try to make a proper bed tomorrow. Luo Gu looked at the skins laid on the ground. She had been fiddling with them for a long time, but they still looked the same. All right, go to sleep, Chi said, taking the cub back into her arms. They could keep each other warm. Luo Gu chuckled and, transforming into his beast form, lay down on the skins she had prepared first. His entire beast form pressed all the skins she laid out onto himself, leaving her no space at all. What's wrong? Luo Gu saw her stiff in place and asked with a slight smile. Chi stared at him, pointing at his huge beast form. With this, where am I supposed to sleep? This, he waved his tail and pointed to his soft, furry waist. Doesn't that mean she should sleep on him? All her careful efforts to arrange the skins seemed pointless now. Chi took a deep breath, trying to keep a smile. This isn't good. I can't just sleep pressed against you all night. It's okay. You're light. You won't hurt me, he said. It's not about hurting, but I'll go numb. Chi blinked and said kindly. Luo Gu pretended to think for a moment and then said, Then, I'll press against you? What a strange way of thinking he has. Are you joking? You're so tall when you're in human form. If a whole beast form pressed down on me, would I even see the next sunrise? Qi Jinjin said a bit speechlessly. Exactly, Luo Gu's deep blue beast eyes flashed with a smile. So, tonight you can only press down on me. Qi Jinjin frowned and hesitated. Although she had been sleeping close to him every night, she never fully pressed her weight onto him. Now, thinking about it differently, this position felt a bit awkward. Little thing, you said you like me, right? Luo Gu saw her hesitation and spoke. Is this how you show your affection? Qi Jinjin was pulled back by his words. That's a different matter. Really? Anyway, we'll breed sooner or later. How about you get familiar with it tonight? As he spoke, Luo Gu slightly lifted his hind leg. Qi Jinjin instinctively glanced, and her face turned red. It can keep you warm. Luo Gu raised his tail and gently brushed it against her waist. I'm not sleeping anymore. Qi Jinjin suddenly turned around, hugging the little cub and walking toward the campfire. At first, she just thought the position was awkward, But now seeing him looking so embarrassed, she felt even more awkward. Luo Gu chuckled. His little thing was still too shy. He got up and, in his beast form, walked behind her. Seeing him approach, Qi Jinjin stiffened. She was afraid he might act on impulse, but then she remembered he wasn't that kind of person and wouldn't force her. Just sleep together, that's all. You're not familiar with it now, but what if it's time to breed later? Luo Gu truly wouldn't force her. He lay behind her, using his huge tail to gently wrap around her for warmth. Qi Jinjin's body stiffened. He was an orc, still holding on to his primal instincts. She thought she needed to slowly get used to it and not overreact. Thinking this, Qi Jinjin gradually relaxed. With his big tail wrapped around her, she felt quite warm. But she was definitely going to sleep. Calmly thinking if he really wanted to breed immediately, he would first give her the bloodfire fruit. So before eating that fruit, everything was still safe. At most, it would be a bit awkward to be completely honest, but he was very casual and wouldn't realize what was embarrassing, as long as she kept a good attitude. After much worry, she finally lay down on his fluffy body and fell asleep. The next morning, golden sunlight spilled into the cave from outside, and the ground was almost dry. Momo-chi slowly opened her eyes, trying to stretch, but she found she couldn't move her hands. Upon closer look, she saw that she was wrapped tightly in Luo Gu's large tail, which was like a thick, fluffy blanket covering her completely. Beneath her was Luo Gu's soft, fuzzy belly, and he had spent the whole night curled around her in this position. "Are you cold?" Luo Gu asked when he saw her wake up. She looked up and saw his deep blue animal eyes, which made her feel more awake. "No, I'm not cold." "That's good." Luo Gu sighed in relief. He had been worried that his body heat wouldn't be enough against the cold last night. The big tail wrapped around Chi moved slightly, loosening, and she was freed. "Where's the little one?" Once free, Chi looked around and finally saw the cub behind Luo Gu. It was nestled in the thick fur, sleeping peacefully. Looking outside, the sunlight was just right. Today would definitely be a sunny day. Luo Gu transformed into a human form. The sleeping cub twitched and was awakened by the cold. "Let's go hunting together," Chi suggested, as the early morning temperature was still a bit low. She wanted to go out and move around with him. Luo Gu agreed and took her to the small forest where they had hunted before. Passing through an open space, Chi saw that the clay models they rescued yesterday had already been taken out to sunbathe, mostly undamaged. Along the way, many people greeted them politely, and Chi responded with a friendly smile. When they arrived at the small forest, the surroundings suddenly became much quieter. The little cub in her arms looked excited and wanted to jump out to play. "Little one, you can't," Chi gently scolded, holding it back. "This is a place for children to practice hunting. You're so small, if you get caught and eaten, I won't be able to save you." Hearing this, the cub snorted softly and obediently curled up in her arms. "Wait here." Luo Gu knew her hunting style. For him, it was too slow, and he preferred to do it himself. Chi nodded and held the cub patiently under a tree, waiting. Although the small forest was quiet, occasional sounds of rustling in the bushes could be heard. If you looked carefully, you could see several children quietly catching prey in the woods. Soon, Luo Gu caught some game and brought it back, making the children look enviously. Chi chuckled softly, thinking Luo Gu looked like a mischievous kid fighting over food. "What's so funny?" Luo Gu asked when he saw her smile. Chi quickly suppressed her smile and shook her head. "Nothing. Let's go back and have some grilled meat." Back in the cave, Jinjin had already planned today's tasks. The most important thing was to make a simple bed first. If there was time, she would try to make a door. After eating some meat, Jinjin tidied up the flowers and plants she hadn't dried yesterday. Then she prepared to ask Luo Gu to take her nearby to look for suitable wood. However, as soon as she spoke, Laya and Abu's voices came from outside the cave. Jinjin looked toward the sound and invited them in. "Luo Gu, the tribe leader is looking for you," Abu said as he entered. "He wants you to see him after you eat." Luo Gu frowned, clearly not happy about going. "Can your partner help me check my leg?" Laya asked Jinjin. Zhenjin glanced at her, nodded, and said nothing more. Luogu, you should go quickly. Your partner will take care of us, Abu urged when he saw Luogu had finished eating. Go ahead, Luogu. I'll wait for you in the cave, Zhenjin said, worried that the tribe leader might have something urgent to discuss. Only she could motivate Luogu, so after he stood up and told her a few words, he left. Now, only the three of them remained in the cave. Zhenjin knelt in front of Lia's leg and untied the bandages. She knew very well that Lia's visit was not just about checking the wound. How is Luogu's partner? Is the wound on Lia's leg healing well? Abu asked, sitting nearby with concern. Let me check. After removing the dirty bandages, Zhenjin saw the wound. Actually, Lia's injury was almost healed. Although there was a rather ugly scar, it had mostly recovered. So her reason for coming to see the wound was probably just to watch her. Zhenjin didn't understand what she had to watch for. Was she a threat just because she was a pure human? The wound is completely healed. Zhenjin threw the dirty bandages into the fire to burn. She noticed Lia's gaze was fixed on a small cub nearby.
Could it be
aimed at the cub? But that didn't seem right. She and Abu had watched the cub being born, so they should know everything. If she really was targeting the cub, there could only be one reason. Either the tribe leader or the mother wanted her to carefully check if the cub was a little monster. That's great. Luogu's partner, you're amazing. You healed such a bloody wound. Ab listened and happily said, from now on, if anyone in our tribe gets hurt again, we won't have to worry about their injuries being too serious and causing death. Zhenjin was pulled back from her thoughts by her voice and smiled. Don't have too high expectations of me. If you're disappointed, it won't be good. Ab smiled shyly. Originally, Zhenjin had said she wanted Luogu to come forward and help with the hard work, but now that she was approaching herself, there was no need for Luogu to step in. Seeing that they didn't seem to want to leave, it looked like they were just waiting for Luogu to be away so they could watch her closely. So she said, it rained heavily yesterday. Did your cave get flooded? Ab looked at her with some doubt and asked, that rain wasn't too heavy. The cave got a bit wet, but it didn't flood. Hearing this, Zhenjin felt a little embarrassed. The ground in this cave got soaked, and last night, we almost had nowhere to sleep. So I and Luogu are thinking of making a bed today. A bed? What's that?
Ab asked curiously.
Zhenjin didn't answer right away, but secretly glanced at Lia. Her eyes were still sneaking over the little cub, and she hadn't paid much attention to what she just said. Your partner Luogu, what do you mean by a bed? Ab asked anxiously when she saw she wasn't answering. A bed is just a place to sleep, Zhenjin explained. As long as we find the right wood, we can make a bed. But we already have a place to sleep, Ab said, confused. Zhenjin smiled. Right now, you all sleep on the ground. If another heavy rain like yesterday happens, the ground will be soaked, and you won't be able to sleep. Even if you, as half-beasts, can handle the cold after the rain, some pure-blooded humans might not be able to endure it. Are you saying that the pure-blooded humans can't endure it? Lia suddenly interjected. Yes, that's me. Zhenjin nodded and admitted. She didn't see any problem with changing their living environment. Are you busy today? Maybe you can help me make a wooden bed. Sure, Ab said happily, because she also wanted to see what kind of bed they would make. Lia didn't directly agree, but her expression already gave her answer. Soon, Luogu returned. Seeing him come back, Zhenjin happily went to greet him. She was eager to find wood nearby to make the bed. Little one, we probably can't make a bed today, Luogu said gently, worried she might get upset, trying to speak softly. Mizuki was surprised and looked disappointed.
Why?
I have some things to handle, Luogu gently patted her head. Or I can ask someone to help you. Zhenjin preferred him to find help because she was eager to make a bed. You're busy, go ahead. Just assign some workers to me. And as for the workers, she and Luogu had already agreed to ask Lia yesterday. Lia, are you free today? Zhenjin asked her. Yes, Lia nodded without hesitation. Can I ask you to help me? Zhenjin smiled sincerely and invited her. Lia was a bit surprised. She couldn't tell if Pool Jinjin's sincere smile was just a cover-up. Even if she didn't invite her, she would come anyway. Of course. I can also help with Luo Gu's partner, Abu said as he stepped forward. Thank you both. Pool Jinjin looked at Luo Gu, waiting for his approval. Luo Gu naturally agreed, but he was a little worried about Lia. Tell me, how do you want them to help? Just some physical work within their ability, Pool Jinjin replied. Be a bit more specific. Pool Jinjin frowned slightly. How should she be specific? Even if she explained, he wouldn't participate. Asking wouldn't change anything. But to make the bed smoothly, she had to say, first, I need to find suitable wood nearby. If I do, I'll cut down trees and carry them back. Then, I'll shape and smooth the wood to match the bed design. It sounded simple, but Luo Gu's focus wasn't on her method. He was more concerned about finding the right wood nearby. Without his company, he wouldn't feel at ease even outside Bailey tribe's territory. Tell them what kind of wood you want, so they can cut it for you, Luo Gu said. Pool Jinjin immediately understood his meaning. I don't know what kinds of wood you have here. I need to look around. Don't worry, I won't run off. Then let them cut every type of tree for you. He really was. All right, go to your work. When you're done, I'll show you the bed I'm talking about, Pool Jinjin said, tired of wasting time arguing about these trivial things. He probably really had something to do, so he didn't insist on her staying. After Luo Gu left, Pool Jinjin followed Abu and Lia out. Today's sunshine was very nice, warm and cozy. The little one wanted to break free from her owner's arms and jump to play on the ground, but Pool Jinjin held her tightly. If she caused trouble by being naughty, Luo Gu wouldn't know how to fix it. Also, now everyone in the Bailey tribe knows she is Luo Gu's person. Her showing concern for the little one in her arms is like telling everyone that this little one isn't food, but her precious pet. Be good, and when we go out, I'll let you play. Chi Jinjin patted its little head. The little one curled its neck and made a few soft sounds, but it was still very curious about everything around it. Luo Gu's mate, it listens to you, Abu said when he saw this. Really?
Kidzensen smiled.
Yes, the tribe leader was worried it might be some little monster, so he asked Lia and me. Abu, Lia suddenly interrupted her. Abu was stunned for a moment, then realized she might have said too much. Although she only said half of it, Chi Jinjin guessed the meaning. As expected, they were sent by the tribe leader to watch the little one. She gently touched the little one's big ears, letting it listen carefully. Right now, everyone saw it as a little monster. If a little monster caused trouble, the consequences could be very serious. The little one made a few more soft sounds, looking very wronged. Soon, they arrived at a small grove. Beyond it was a dense forest. Chi Jinjin used her bronze mirror to scan the surroundings. These trees could be cut down to make furniture, but not every tree could be felled. If she remembered correctly, around the Bailey tribe, there were mostly forests and mountains. This large stretch of forest was just the tribe's natural shield. So, cutting trees here couldn't damage this natural barrier. Luo Gu's mate, what are we doing now? Abu saw her stop and thought there was work to do. Are there many trees in this small grove? Luo Gu approached a tree. It was about her half height, not very tall. Cutting a few could make a small bed. All these trees are here, Lia said, giving her a look with a not-so-friendly tone. Chi Jinjin frowned slightly, but then relaxed, not bothering with these trivial things. Let's keep walking. Take me where there are more trees. Lia didn't reply and continued leading the way. Chi Jinjin observed the nearby trees as she walked, gradually figuring out how many there were. She didn't need to go far because only Lia and Abu could help. The trees would need to be moved back after being cut, so the closer, the better. That's it. After walking a few steps, Jinjin Chi stopped and pointed at a tree in front of her. Lia, I need this tree. Please help me cut it down. Lia looked at the tree she pointed to. It wasn't very thick or tall. With her strength, knocking it down wouldn't be difficult. However, although her leg injury had healed, she still felt a faint pain when using force. I'll try, Abu volunteered eagerly. Chi Jinjin glanced at her. Abu was surprisingly honest. If she wanted to try, let her try. Chi Jinjin backed away with the little one in her arms, watching to see how she would cut down the tree. They didn't bring any tools with them. Qi Jinjin almost wanted to remind her, but then thought about it. On this Beastman continent, tools were still in the Stone Age, probably no sharp axes for logging. Abu took a deep breath, placed her hands on the trunk, clenched her teeth, and pushed with all her might. The tree started to shake and then fell forward. When the tree fell, many birds flew away in alarm. Qi Jinjin looked surprised. Pushing down a tree with bare hands? Impressive. If Abu's strength was this great, Leah's would be even more. How about it, Gugu's mate? Is this enough? Abu called out as she pushed the tree down. Qi Jinjin snapped back to her senses. Not enough. How many trees can you carry back at most? Leah spoke before Abu could. If you're sure you want this type of tree, we can first bring this one back and then have a strong male come to cut more. Qi Jinjin looked at her, secretly sneering inside, but outwardly agreed. All right, but I suggest you first push over the tree I chose, then go back and call someone to help move it.
Why?
Leah doubted she was deliberately causing trouble. If I need more trees, what if they come and cut down all the trees in this area? Qi Jinjin said. Don't you realize how serious the consequences could be if these trees are all cut down in large quantities? Consequences? What right does a purebred human have to talk about serious consequences here? Leah looked at her with contempt. Qi Jinjin snorted softly, not angry but amused. Exactly, it's because I am a purebred human that you are still alive. Leah's face stiffened, and her contemptuous expression faded. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Abu quickly stepped in and asked, Gugu's mate, what do you mean by serious consequences? Just exposing a bare patch that can reveal the Bai Li tribe, Qi Jinjin replied. Hearing this, Abu and Leah immediately understood. Then you can mark some trees so they know which one to push, Leah said to her again. Qi Jinjin pursed her lips silently. No wonder Leah is a teacher who trains children in hunting. She has many ideas. Okay, how do we make the marks? Qi Jinjin followed her thinking first. Finally, Leah started to act. She casually picked up a stone and pressed hard to carve a mark on the fallen tree trunk. Qi Jinjin squinted, not troubled by the task of chopping trees. She has other ways. All right, I'll find you, and you make the marks, she said, then started walking through the small forest. The little cub in her arms had already wanted to jump down and play. Since choosing trees takes time, Qi Jinjin put it down, gave a few instructions, and let it play freely. She tried to pick good trees, straight, tall, without many holes, making it easier to split later. Leah said they should find strong males to carry the trees back, so she picked several more, hoping to make furniture from the whole set of wood. After walking around, Qi Jinjin had almost finished selecting trees, and Leah followed, marking each one. Almost done, let's go back. Qi Jinjin called the playing cub nearby and held it. Just to make the bed you mentioned, do we need so many trees? Leah asked as she marked along the way. I'm not just making a bed, Qi Jinjin didn't explain further. By the way, can you help drag back the tree Abu pushed over earlier? Although Leah wanted to refuse, she agreed. Some things can't be too obvious, especially with Luo Gu behind her. The three of them dragged a tree back to the tribe, attracting many looks. Qi Jinjin directed Leah to pull the tree directly to Luo Gu's cave, then asked Abu to find help to bring back the marked trees from the forest. Do you have tools to split the trees? Qi Jinjin asked, looking at the tree in front of her. We don't need to split trees, Leah said with a tone of sarcasm, implying she often wastes time doing unnecessary chores. Qi Jinjin didn't mind her tone. So, you don't have tools. Where do you usually throw the bones after eating meat? What do you want bones for? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Take me to find those bones, Qi Jinjin said, unwilling to explain. Now, she had no choice but to stay with these pure-blooded people, so Leah had to take her to find the bones. Usually, they gather leftover bones in one place. Some pureblood tribe members use these bones to make weapons. However, the weapons are very rough, and Qi Jinjin has seen this a few times. Making weapons from bones is a pretty good idea. Qi Jinjin walks to the pile of bones. Her little pet suddenly becomes very excited and jumps out of her arms, rushing toward the messy pile of bones. Be careful, Qi Jinjin laughs at its excitement. Since no one else is nearby, she lets it go. Leah looks at the little pet with a sharp glint in her eyes. Qi Jinjin doesn't pay much attention to Leah. She surveys the pile of bones, which are of many different types. She needs to find a suitable bone to make an axe for chopping trees, but most of the bones are either skulls or long bones. It would be great if she had a large animal shoulder blade. As she walks, she finds a few shoulder blades. Leah, can you come help me? Qi Jinjin calls her after finding a suitable shoulder blade. But when she turns around, she notices Leah's gaze isn't on her, but on the little pet playing nearby. Her heart skips a beat. She almost misses this. Leah and Abu are following the tribe leader's orders to watch the little pet. If she isn't careful, the pet might cause trouble. Leah, Qi Jinjin calls again. Leah looks back and walks over to her. What's wrong? I need these 2 shoulder blades. Can you help me take them from this animal skeleton?
Kidzensen asks.
Leah still thinks she's being overly cautious, but still follows her request and removes the 2 shoulder blades with her hands. With the 2 shoulder blades, Qi Jinjin gestures briefly. Later, she plans to split them in half, keeping the sharpest side to make an axe. Suddenly, the little pet that was playing nearby runs to her feet, tugging at her pant leg. Qi Jinjin watches its action, puzzled. It seems like it wants to lead her to the place it just ran from. She follows it to a pile of long bones. Are you trying to show me the bones you found? Qi Jinjin asks, seeing its big, excited eyes. The little pet tilts its head and hops to a long bone, pushing it with its paw. Mumu looked over and paused. Did you specially find this? Humph. Could this little creature be in sync with her mind? She thought it was just playing earlier, but it turns out it was looking for bones. Not just any bones, but ones with some attack power. For example, the long bone pushed out by its claws, which had many small serrated edges on the other side. These tiny serrations are dense and sharp, perfect for making a saw. Mumu was amazed by the bone the little creature found. It was such a natural tool. Humph. Seeing her smile, the little creature happily pawed at the nearby bones. Mumu looked at them and saw they were all sharp-looking bones. The little creature jumped to a long bone and pushed it hard toward her with its small paws. Seeing it struggle, Mumu went over to check. The bone was curved, like a crescent moon. Seeing this bone, Mumu remembered the shape of In Jiuyu Husu. Could this bone be turned directly into an arrow shaft? Little creature, do you have mind-reading abilities? Mumu said in surprise. You seem to know exactly what kind of bones I want. The little creature, praised, excitedly jumped up and snuggled against her leg. Mumu picked it up and petted it, then said to Laya, could you help me carry these bones back? Thank you. Laya looked at the pile of bones. Though she was a bit annoyed, she didn't refuse. With more people, there's more strength. When they returned, there were many trees piled outside the Luo-gu mountain cave, where Abu was counting. I think these trees were probably cut down by Luo-gu's mate. I wonder what she will do next. She might make some good things, like the pottery she made before. This pottery can hold water, but what use are these trees? Maybe we should ask? Mumu walked over and noticed many villagers looking curiously in this direction, whispering among themselves. She saw some people eager to ask questions, but hesitant to approach. Mumu didn't want to explain anything herself. She planned to finish making all the furniture first, and then show everyone the results. Luo-gu's mate has been bringing trees one after another, Abu said as they arrived, quickly approaching Laya to help her with the heavy load. Mumu thanked him. These trees were almost blocking Luo-gu's cave. She wondered if he would be angry when he saw it. There is no time to delay. Jinjin Qi is ready to start working. She places all the bones Laya brought back on the ground and begins to think about how to make a bed. The conditions here are simple, so she can't make a modern wooden bed. The easiest way is to make a bed frame with a bedboard and legs. Spouse of Luo-gu, how can we help you? Abu asks as he sees her looking at the various bones spread out. Jinjin Qi smiles slightly and walks to a fallen tree. Abu, lie down along this tree. Abu follows her instructions and lies down. Jinjin places the small creature on the ground, then takes out a dagger and measures the length based on Abu's height.
Done.
She helps Abu up, then picks a sharp, jagged bone and hands it to Laya. Laya, please cut the tree where I marked it.
Cut?
With just a bone? Laya widens her eyes, thinking this idea is crazy.
Zensenki nods.
You're stronger than Abu, so you try first. Laya reluctantly takes the bone and tries to follow her instructions. But when she starts sawing, she is surprised. She underestimated the bone. With back and forth sawing, she easily cuts the tree in half. Pretty simple, right? Jinjin notices her expression and knows she didn't speak kindly of her earlier. You saw it first, Abu, help me saw this tree. She measures the length carefully and tests with Abu. Both find it easy to cut the tree with the bone. Next, she asks some onlookers to smash the shoulder blade into 2 halves. Then, using a thicker branch, a strong person presses the shoulder blade into the branch, making a simple axe. They hope this homemade axe can split the trunk in half. The basic shape of the bed frame is now made. Jinjin wants to make the bed faster, but 2 people are not enough. Seeing many tribe members curious about what she is doing, she calls everyone over to help. Under her guidance, everyone works smoothly to make many bed slats. Spouse of Luogu, what exactly is this you're making? Many tribe members ask when they see the prototype. I can't explain it clearly now. I'll tell you after it's finished, Jinjin says happily. She is pleased with the progress. After working most of the day, she has managed to create a simple piece of furniture. After working hard until the afternoon, Jinjin finished making a large bed, a big wardrobe, a dining table with stools, and some shelves to hold pottery using leftover scraps. Although they look quite rough, they are better than having nothing. With everyone's help, these simple pieces of furniture were placed inside the cave. The tribe members, after spending the afternoon with Jinjin, became familiar with her. Most of them didn't expect her to be so easy to get along with. However, some males didn't get too close to her, as they wanted to stay safe. Jinjin asked Leah to handle the aftermath outside the cave. She didn't want Luogu to come back and see her messy cave entrance. Everyone else she helped was invited into the cave. This is called a bed. Covering it with animal skins keeps it warm for pure-blooded humans. If it rains and water seeps into the cave, you won't have to worry about sleeping on wet ground because the 4 bed legs support the frame, keeping it off the ground, Jinjin explained to them. The pure-blooded humans inside the cave looked excited.
Great.
With this bed, we won't have to sleep on the damp ground anymore. Yes, Jinjin smiled. This is called a wardrobe. Its main purpose is storage. For example, you can put in used animal skins inside, so it doesn't look so messy.
Wardrobe.
Everyone looked at it again, their eyes brightening. This is good. Putting animal skins in these layered compartments means we won't mix them up when choosing what to wear. Hearing their discussion, Jinjin suddenly understood. The Whiteley tribe has so many people, not everyone can have their own cave. Although she only saw Luogu's and the chief's caves, the others probably housed quite a few people. Agu's mate. Then what is this? Someone in the crowd pointed at the dining table and asked. Jinjin stepped away from her thoughts and went to the table. This is called a table. It's used for eating. You put food on it and people sit on the stools. But I think this table might not be very useful for you. Look at this shelf. If it's sturdy enough, you can put pottery on it. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the shelf again, and they looked excited. This was also a good thing for them. After explaining all these simple pieces of furniture, Jinjin saw everyone's eager expressions and felt very pleased. All the effort spent was truly worth it. She looked at the sky outside, which was getting darker. Although she didn't know when Luogu would return, she thought that if he saw the people filling the mountain cave, his face might turn very dark. So, after everyone finished visiting, she began to clear the cave. Once everyone left, the lively cave suddenly became quiet. Jinjin crossed her arms and looked at the arrangement inside, smiling with satisfaction again. With furniture added, the cave looked much warmer. Although the furniture was simple, it was better than just a pile of dry grass and a fire.
But
She felt like something was missing. Qi Jinjin looked around the cave and suddenly realized she hadn't seen the little cub all afternoon. Little cub? Oh no, she had been busy making furniture all afternoon and had ignored the little cub. It was so playful. Maybe it had run off to play somewhere. Qi Jinjin rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit headache. Little cub?
where are you?
She called around the cave, but heard no response. Could it really have gone out to play? Seeing this, she turned and ran toward the cave entrance. The trees there had been cleared by Laya, but she didn't see Laya or Abu. At that moment, she saw a figure approaching from a distance. Upon closer look, it was Luogu. He was carrying something that was the little cub caught by the neck after being captured by fate. The little cub was stiff all over, looking guilty and afraid to move. Luckily, it was okay. Yelp, the little cub saw its owner and pitifully called out. Qi Jinjin narrowed her eyes and heartlessly ignored it. Where did you find it? Luogu glanced at her, frowning slightly. What were you doing all day? Qi Jinjin suddenly realized that her face was probably dirty since she had been working on wood all afternoon. I made a surprise mountain cave for you, she said with a smile. Then she asked about the little cub. Where did you catch it? Outside, Luogu replied, taking her hand and walking into the cave. The little cub was still whining for attention, crying pitifully. But no matter how pitiful it looked, Qi Jinjin chose to ignore it. She couldn't let it get away with breaking rules just because she loved it. And from its expression when Luogu caught it, it looked guilty. Today, I not only made a bed, but also made some other things. Go inside and take a look, Qi Jinjin said happily, looking forward to his reaction to the changes inside the cave. As soon as Luogu entered, he saw that the cave had many new things inside. Originally, the spacious cave was filled with some wooden-made objects. Surprisingly, these items were not crowded together, but looked quite pleasing to the eye. This is the bed I mentioned, Qi Jinjin said as she walked to the bed and pointed out carefully. Look, it's suspended underneath, so it won't get wet during rain. I covered it with animal skins, so sleeping on it will be very comfortable. Luogu stared at the bed and suddenly said, Little one, don't you think this bed is too small? Small? No, she replied, having measured it carefully with Abu, making it longer and wider. If you want, you can come up and lie down. It's long enough for you to sleep. Luogu smiled slightly, clearly not understanding her meaning. A bed is for sleeping, right?
Yes.
Since it's a place to sleep and also where we mate, this bed is still too small, he said seriously while looking at it. His words made her feel like hitting him. Qi Jinjin didn't argue and took him to the cabinet. This is a cabinet for storing things. You can put the animal skins inside, so they don't get dirty. Then she showed him the table, chairs, and shelves, and he looked quite satisfied with these. But when it came to the bed, he just glanced at it and frowned. Are you unhappy with the bed I made for you? Qi Jinjin asked angrily. Satisfied, he said, but he couldn't really say he was unhappy. Then why do you look so dissatisfied when you see it? I'm not dissatisfied, just thinking about what to do during mating later, Luogu said honestly. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin almost wanted to dismantle the bed immediately. Calm down, calm down. The wedding hasn't happened, and the bloodfire fruit hasn't appeared yet. They won't mate so soon. Qi Jinjin took the little cub from his arms and changed the subject. Where did you find it outside?
It
didn't cause any trouble, right? Besides almost biting a child's finger and scratching a few kids, it didn't cause much trouble, Luogu said casually, but the seriousness was clear in his words. Qi Jinjin frowned and asked, Little one, you bit someone again? The little cub, looking aggrieved, kept burrowing into her arms, seeming reluctant to face her. Qi Jinjin held it by its front paws and looked into its eyes. Did you ignore what I told you before? No running away. Snorting softly, the little one shivered in fear, its big eyes nearly filling with tears. At this moment, there is no room for mercy. If, as Luogu said, it bit someone, who can control it when it gets bigger? Forget it, little one. It's not intentional, Luogu said gleefully, watching nearby. Whether it's intentional or not, biting people is wrong, Qi Jinjin glared at him. And I even carried the little one out today. Everyone knows we're raising it, so they won't hurt it. What if the children in the tribe are naughty and goaded on purpose? Luogu didn't seem to side with the little one. The little one heard his exaggerated tone and immediately became fierce, glaring angrily at Luogu. Seeing the little one still glaring, Qi Jinjin felt even angrier. Originally, Laya and Abu came to see her today just to watch over the little one. She had also clearly told it yesterday not to be too naughty. Little one, do you know someone thinks you're a little monster? I know you're playful and active, but you're a good baby. As long as you don't hurt anyone, I can tolerate you, Qi Jinjin said seriously. The little one was frightened by her serious tone and shrank back, not daring to look at her. Reflect on yourself first, Qi Jinjin said, carrying it to the cage and placing it inside. Snort, snort. The little one inside the cage whined sadly. Qi Jinjin made up her mind not to look at it, determined to teach it a lesson. Luogu watched amusedly. Little thing, isn't this cage a bit too small? Do you want to make a big cage and keep it in there? Qi Jinjin said angrily. Though annoyed, she didn't want to keep the little one locked up forever. That's not it, Luogu replied. At least give it more space to move when it's confined.
Kidzensin chuckled.
He said it was confinement, yet he wanted to build a big cage for it to be a little mansion? The little one probably knew it was wrong. After being put in the cage, it obediently lay down, waiting for its owner to calm down. As night fell, Qi Jinjin started grilling meat, thinking about how to teach the little one in the future. It loved biting people too much. At first, she didn't think it was a problem. As a fledgling beast, keeping some attacking ability was acceptable. But then she thought carefully, if she decided to raise it, she should teach it right from wrong, because it was a very intelligent little creature. Lost in thought, Qi Jinjin began to regret. Was she too harsh on the little one just now? After all, it hasn't been born for long, and its fur isn't fully grown yet. Basically, it's just a small child. Being playful and mischievous is simply a child's nature, isn't it? She looked back at the little cub still kept in the cage. It was lying on the ground, with its head resting on its paws, seemingly asleep. But as soon as it heard any noise, it would immediately squint one eye and watch carefully. Seeing its owner looking at it, it immediately showed a pitiful expression. Chizhensen was no longer angry, and, seeing it act cute like this, her heart softened. She prepared some food for the cub and opened the cage to give it to him. Whimper the cub carefully snuggled close to her feet, rubbing against her and acting cute. Next time, don't hurt anyone on purpose, understand? Chizhensen patted its little head. Whimper, whimper. She wasn't sure if it understood her words, but closing the cage still seemed somewhat effective. Come and eat. After setting down the meat soup, Chizhensen turned to walk toward the campfire, but she noticed Luogu staring blankly at the fire. She had rarely seen Luogu daydream like this. She sat down nearby, continuing to eat the leftover meat from earlier while secretly observing Luogu's expression. He was still lost in thought. Chizhensen guessed that this might be related to the matter he dealt with outside for most of the day. If she asked him, she wasn't sure if he would tell her. After all, he didn't like others to interfere in his affairs. Are you still hungry? She asked, holding out a piece of roasted meat to him. Luogu snapped back to reality and took it, starting to gnaw on it. Seeing him happily munching, Chizhensen asked casually, Are you free tomorrow? What's the matter? Hearing this question, Chizhensen knew he probably wasn't free tomorrow. It's nothing important. I just want to find a good place to plant the seeds I brought back from Qifeng Valley. How long does it take to grow this seed? He asked. Not too long, Chizhensen replied. And I don't necessarily need your help. I was thinking, if Laya doesn't come to find me tomorrow, could you come and help me with some of the hard work? Of course, Luogu agreed immediately. It seemed he was busy tomorrow, or he wouldn't have said that. Forget it. She thought it was better not to ask more. She had just returned to the tribe and just wanted to relax and improve her living conditions. As for other matters, she would worry about them when they came. The little cub, after being confined for a while, was much better behaved than before. After finishing the meat soup, It came to act cute with its owner, showing a sweet and obedient look, as if saying, "I will listen to you carefully from now on." Thinking about sleeping in a bed tonight, Chi Jinjin felt a strange little excitement inside. But when she remembered Luo Gu's picky reason that the bed wasn't big enough, her excitement was instantly cooled down. She could hardly look directly at this bed anymore. But she still had to sleep. After working so hard all day to make the bed, she couldn't just ignore it. She spread all of Luo Gu's animal skins on the bed frame. Although it was still a bit hard, it was at least better than sleeping on damp ground. Tonight, you don't need to turn into a beast. With this bed and the animal skin quilt, you probably won't feel cold, Chi Jinjin said after setting up the bed. Are you sure? Luo Gu doubted. Even with animal skins covered before, it still got cold at night. She wasn't very sure, but it was better than sleeping on him again like last night. Let's try tonight. Luo Gu smiled but didn't stop her. That night, the two lay on the wooden bed under the animal skins. Chi Jinjin held one corner of the skins, lying flat, but she just couldn't fall asleep. Luo Gu lay beside her, sharing the same animal skin quilt, with a small gap between them. Are you cold? Luo Gu felt her body was a little stiff and asked. No, not cold. She tightened her grip on the animal skin. Then why aren't you sleeping? Because of embarrassment. Chi Jinjin didn't know what she was thinking. Usually, they had slept very close, even in the same position, but now there was a gap between them. Is the bed uncomfortable? Luo Gu saw she was silent, turned slightly, and this movement made her body stiffen a bit more. No, it's much more comfortable than sleeping on the ground. Chi Jinjin turned her head and saw his face close up, with a smile in his black eyes. That smile made her heart skip a beat, and she instinctively moved a little closer to the bed's edge. But with that move, Luo Gu also shifted a few inches. What are you doing? Chi Jinjin asked nervously, seeing him move. I'm worried you won't cover yourself with the animal skins, he replied.
Chi Jinjin silently cursed herself.
She didn't even know what she was feeling embarrassed about. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and gave herself a mental reassurance. Little one, are you really not cold? Luo Gu's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. She was startled and opened her eyes wide. Luo Gu's face was close, and she didn't know when he had moved closer. She instinctively moved back, but she realized she had already shifted to the edge of the bed, with nothing behind her. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around her waist, preventing her from falling to the ground. The hand holding her waist was Luo Gu's. He suddenly pulled her forward with a bit of force, bringing her into his arms. Her face instantly turned red, and she was still slightly warm. If I knew this bed was so inconvenient, I definitely wouldn't agree for you to use it. Luo Gu's voice sounded above her. It's not inconvenient. Chi Jinjin snapped out of her daze and tried to push him away, but he held her tightly, making her unable to move. If it's not inconvenient, then why are you so far from me? Luo Gu asked softly. Chi Jinjin silently looked down, relaxing her body in his arms. It's because you said the bed was too small before. I was worried you wouldn't have enough space to sleep, so I left you a big one, she explained. Really? Even Luo Gu didn't believe her words. She was just making an excuse to cover her embarrassment. Go to sleep. You're tired too. Chi Jinjin stopped struggling and prepared to fall asleep in this position. Seeing that she didn't resist in his arms, Luo Gu finally felt a bit more at ease. Luo Gu held her in his human form and slept with her all night. Luckily, she wasn't shivering from the cold in the middle of the night and slept quite soundly. The next morning, Chi Jinjin woke up in his arms. The animal hide covering her made her feel slightly warm. When she opened her eyes, she saw not white fur but a strong chest. It seemed the bed was just right. He hadn't turned into a beast form, which meant it wasn't cold when he slept on the bed last night. Chi Jinjin was very happy, feeling great early in the morning. How was your sleep last night? She looked up and saw Luo Gu had already opened his eyes, happily asking. It was okay. Just okay? The bed was clearly much more comfortable than sleeping on the ground. Luo Gu smiled slightly. As long as you slept well. Seeing his words, Chi Jinjin pushed him away and got up. Today's sunshine was still very good. She had planned her day in her mind. After sharing some meat with him, she would start her work. Sure enough, as she expected, after eating, Luogu needed to go busy with important matters, and Laya and Abu came to find her again. Luogu's partner, everyone really liked the furniture you made yesterday. Today, they plan to make a few more just like yours, Abu excitedly told her as soon as she saw her. Can the leftover trees from yesterday still be used? Of course. Qi Jinjin was very happy that her work was appreciated. Tell them that if they have any questions, they can come ask me directly. Really? Abu glanced at Luogu, worried he might be upset. Qi Jinjin knew she still needed to watch Luogu's expression, but Luogu was busy with important matters today, so she didn't mind whether she looked or not. It's true, but I need to find a place nearby first. Find a place? Abu was confused. Qi Jinjin smiled softly and didn't explain further. Yes, you'll see soon. At that moment, Luogu approached and looked at Leah. Help me with something. Leah was surprised by the sudden request. What do you need help with? Luogu pointed at the young creature still drinking soup in the cave. Watch it. Don't let it run around or get hurt. Leah was stunned and her face changed slightly. Qi Jinjin was also startled by Luogu's words, but thought that Luogu was actually trying to control Leah, or the tribe leader behind her. Even though everyone saw the young creature as an unknown little monster, they didn't dare do anything to it out of respect for Luogu. Plus, the little creature had been mischievous and playful yesterday, running around all afternoon, which made Leah feel more at ease. How about it? You don't want to? Luogu saw her expression. No, Leah snapped back to reality and reluctantly agreed. I'll try not to let it run around.
Good.
Luogu withdrew his gaze and looked at Qi Jinjin, his tone suddenly becoming affectionate. Little thing, don't run around either. Be good and wait for me to come back. Qi Jinjin nodded and watched him leave the cave. Luogu has really changed a lot. Abu also looked in the direction he left. If he had been like this earlier, maybe he would have gone into heat already. She had heard Luogu mention going into heat more than once, but she never really understood what it meant. Plus, he had been talking about breeding these past 2 days, which made Qi Jinjin curious. Abu, can I ask you a question? Qi Jinjin asked her. What's the question? The thing you call going into heat. Is it something you can control? Or, what exactly happens? Abu listened and explained, going into heat is uncontrollable. For us half-beasts, it usually happens around the age of 20. It's rare for someone like Luogu, who is in his 20s, not to have gone into heat yet. No wonder, when he first brought her to the tribe, his mother was so excited asking if he had gone into heat before. Don't worry about Luogu's mate for now. I think Luogu has changed a lot since he brought you back. I believe he'll go into heat soon. Abu saw her silence and thought she was worried about that. Even if Luogu isn't in heat, he can still mate with you. What do you mean? Not in heat too? Qi Jinjin was surprised. Abu nodded. Being in heat for us half-beasts is quite rough, especially for male half-beasts. Most pureblood humans find it hard to handle the heat period, and they usually get in heat when stimulated by a female. Qi Jinjin felt a bit confused. She always thought half-beasts could only do that when in heat. Now, hearing Abu's explanation, she felt like Luogu might swallow her whole at any moment. Qi Jinjin didn't dare ask more questions, afraid it would make things more awkward. She also wasn't sure she could understand everything. She thought that if she was going to do that kind of thing with Luogu, the only thing that mattered was the bloodfire fruit. After the little one finished the meat soup, it jumped over to find her. Qi Jinjin heard the noise outside and guessed the tribe was starting to learn how to make the furniture she made yesterday. Qi Jinjin wasn't idle either. She planned to take some seeds and find a good piece of land to plant them. Maybe yesterday, the little one realized that running around made the owner unhappy, so today it was especially clingy. As long as she didn't hold it, it would stick to her feet. Wherever she went, it followed. This land can't be too far. It's best if I can walk a few steps and get there, Qi Jinjin said while looking at the nearby area from the cave entrance. Since she hadn't planted anything here before, she needed a close spot to watch regularly. That works, Laya casually pointed to a spot beside the cave. Qi Jinjin looked in the direction she pointed. It was a piece of hard ground, all packed dirt, where nothing grew. She knew Laya was doing it on purpose and found it a bit troublesome. This land is a good distance, very close, Qi Jinjin said with a slight smile. But the soil isn't great. That's okay, I have a way.
How?
Abu asked curiously. I need stones and dirt, Qi Jinjin decided in her mind. Since Laya chose this spot herself, she wouldn't mind being a little rude. She went into the cave and brought out 2 stones, each a bit larger than her palms. Laya, please help me find some stones that look like these and put them here. Laya frowned, unsure what she was going to do. Not many, maybe. About 100, Qi Jinjin smiled at her. Thanks. 100? Leah listened and felt she was just looking for trouble with her. Yes, 100, Qi Jinjin repeated, roughly the size of these 2 stones. Leah didn't want to follow her instructions. Seeing her hesitation, Qi Jinjin said, It is a bit hard, but everything I do now is for your tribe, for your people. This small effort shouldn't be too much to ask, right? She had already said so much, and Abu was listening nearby, making it impossible for Leah to refuse. Although moving 100 stones wasn't difficult for her, it was boring and just a physical task. She wanted to ask Abu to help her carry the stones. Seeing this, Qi Jinjin took Abu's hand and said, Abu, I need your help with something else. Leah was sure she was being targeted by such a straightforward person. Thanks, Leah. I hope there will be 100 stones here before noon, Qi Jinjin said, then took Abu and walked toward another place. Abu kept looking back every few steps, feeling a bit worried. Your partner, Luo Gu, if you make Leah carry so many stones alone, she will be unhappy. Abu hesitated and said, Why would she be unhappy? Qi Jinjin asked knowingly. Leah doesn't like doing these boring physical tasks. She prefers teaching the tribe's children hunting skills, Abu said worriedly. I'm afraid she won't do this physical work you've asked her to do.
So, she was worried about that.
Don't worry, she will do it. Abu didn't understand why she was so confident. From her understanding of Leah, Leah must be furious inside. All right, Abu, you also have a task. Qi Jinjin changed the subject. Take me to see the fruit forest. Abu couldn't say much more and could only lead her toward the fruit forest. Inside the forest, there were many fruit trees, and the fruits didn't taste very good, so the soil must be very suitable for plant growth. Sure enough, when they arrived, Qi Jinjin casually dug up a handful of soil that was perfect for planting, neither too soft nor too hard, with some moisture seeping in. After finding suitable soil, Qi Jinjin wandered around the fruit forest. At this moment, a few people were picking fruits, and they were all surprised to see Qi Jinjin and greeted her politely. She responded politely to each of them. After walking a few steps, Qi Jinjin stopped, holding her young child. What's wrong? Abu, who was walking beside her, saw him suddenly stop and looked confused. Qi Jinjin didn't speak, but looked at a few trees not far away. Those trees were where Luo Gu's mother had brought her before, and she was surrounded by a group of mischievous wolves. Although now it was very safe, the frightening scene from before still made her feel uneasy. That injured, limping mischievous wolf always seemed like a ticking time bomb, ready to jump out from the shadows and bite at any moment. Is Luo Gu's partner? Abu saw her staring blankly at a spot that seemed normal and didn't speak. Hearing Abu call her, Qi Jinjin snapped back to herself. It's okay. Abu, do you want some fruit? I'll pick some for you, Abu said quickly. He climbed a tree and picked several fruits. Qi Jinjin took the fruits, gave one to the small cub in her arms. The cub held the fruit with its tiny paws and licked it with its little tongue. After eating a few fruits, Qi Jinjin said, Abu, later we should bring back some soil. Okay, Abu nodded. Near noon, she and Abu brought some soil from the orchard back. Next to Luo Gu's cave entrance, piles of stones looked like a small stone hill. Qi Jinjin saw Laya moving stones over there, sweating all over. Laya, thank you for your hard work. Qi Jinjin went over and handed her a refreshing fruit. Laya had been moving stones all morning. She ran back and forth. It wasn't tiring for her, but constantly doing the same thing was really annoying. Qi Jinjin saw her take the stones and knew she was very upset. She wanted this effect. She was annoyed that Lia looked down on her work before and kept saying things to irritate her. She thought saving her life would make her change, but it turned out that wasn't true. Now she wanted to give her a little taste of what it was like to be controlled by someone purebred. Qi Jinjin looked at the piles of stones. The stones Lia picked were exactly what she wanted, not some strange or fancy stones just to fill space. "Abu, come help me pile the stones," Qi Jinjin said, rolling up her sleeves and ready to work. She planned to build a long flower bed with these stones, then fill it with soil from the orchard and plant seeds inside. That way, she could take care of the plants anytime she wanted. Of course, nearly 100 stones wouldn't be enough to build the entire flower bed at once, and it would take quite some time. Qi Jinjin saw Lia was almost done resting and then asked her, "Lia, could you please help me with one more thing? These are the soils I dug up in the orchard. I need a lot of this kind of soil." Lia looked at the soil in her hand and frowned. "How much do you need?" "Just this much." Qi Jinjin pointed at the shape of a flower bed she was building. "Just fill it up. It's about this deep." Qi Jinjin wasn't difficult about filling the flower bed with soil. The height of the bed is only up to her calf, and it's not very big in length and width. Lia clenched her fists but said nothing and agreed. "There's no need to rush with the soil. You've worked hard all morning. Eat a bit more now, then go back later," Qi Jinjin said with a gentle smile, showing she understood her hard work this morning. Lia and Abu sat in the cave eating meat together. Qi Jinjin ate while taking care of the little cub. She noticed the cub seemed to have grown some teeth, as there were deep tooth marks on a small piece of meat she gave it. It looks like the bad habit of biting needs to be fixed. What if all its teeth grow, and it starts biting everything? Fortunately, today the cub was very well behaved. It didn't run around and stayed quietly in her arms. After eating, Qi Jinjin took Abu to continue building the flower bed. Lia didn't say anything and carried soil with a beast hide to help. In the afternoon, the outside of the cave was very lively. Many people gathered around making furniture, and others watched Qi Jinjin stacking stones. Many wanted to help but were refused. Building the flower bed requires some skill, and she was worried they might lose patience and not stack the stones properly. So she told them to help with the furniture instead. Lia kept carrying soil, working all afternoon until the flower bed Qi Jinjin built was full. "Abu, go get a jar of water in a pottery container," Qi Jinjin said as she watched the flower bed fill up. After Abu went to the stream, Lia asked irritably, "Is this enough?" Hearing her tone, Qi Jinjin kept her smile and frowned at her. "Are you feeling like I'm targeting you?" Lia didn't expect her to ask so directly, but that was indeed her thought. "Isn't that so?" Lia asked back, seeing her stare at her. Qi Jinjin sneered, "Fine, if you think I'm targeting you, then I am. Anyway, my ideas and actions as a pure-blooded person aren't pleasing in your half-beast eyes." Lia frowned. The sarcastic tone made her feel upset. "Do your pure-blooded tribe members make pottery? Furniture? Grow life-saving plants?" Jinjin looked at her and said, "Although I am not as strong or fit as you, a half-orc, the only one who can save you after you get hurt is me." Lia frowned even more. "Of course, I didn't mean to belittle you. Everyone has their strengths, but looking down on others or overestimating yourself isn't good." Jinjin continued, "And for humans, a social animal, learning from each other and working together is probably the best way to survive." Lia listened to her talk and looked angrier. Just then, the little cub sitting nearby barked twice at Lia, as if agreeing with her owner. Jinjin cleared her throat, gently patted the little cub's head to keep it low-key. There was still work to do. Jinjin took out the seeds, sorted them, and dug small holes in the flower bed to plant them. Lia stood quietly to the side, thinking over what she had just said. Abu brought water over, and Jinjin glanced at Lia, unsure what she was thinking while standing there. But the work she did this morning and afternoon was quite tiring. As a purebred human, she definitely couldn't do all this alone. Just for these two tasks, Jinjin's previous irritation had mostly faded. After planting all the seeds, The distant furniture-making tribes cheered loudly, indicating their work was successful. Jinjin stood with her hands on her hips in front of the flower bed, watering the soil carefully, feeling nervous but hopeful. She was worried her seeds, brought from far away, might fail to grow, but she also looked forward to seeing them sprout. The flowers and plants she was growing were like her weapons. With these weapons, she wouldn't have to rely solely on her dwindling supply of medicine if she encountered common illnesses. At that moment, the little cub raised its paw and sat on the flower bed, curiously watching the water soak into the soil. "Don't jump up there," Jinjin said nervously, afraid it would jump and disturb the freshly planted soil. "Little cub, you can't touch what's in this flower bed, understand?" The little cub whined twice. Whether it understood or was pretending not to, its eager pawing made her worried. "Little cub," Jinjin shouted sharply, "if you don't listen to me, I will. I will have Luo go make a bigger cage to keep you inside for a good lesson." I'm not sure if the little one was startled by her suddenly loud voice. It immediately let go of its front paws and obediently sat aside. A bigger cage. That should have been done a long time ago. Luo Gu's voice suddenly came from behind her, startling Jinjin so much that she almost dropped her pottery. She turned around and saw Luo Gu standing behind her. Abu and Leah had also left without her noticing. "When did you come back?" Jinjin asked as she continued watering the soil. "Just now," Luo Gu said as he walked over to her. He looked at the area surrounded by stones and seemed confused. "What are you doing here?" Jinjin explained her idea again. "There's no way I can always go to suitable land nearby, so I built this here. Do you mind that I took up some space by the cave?" "Of course not. This land is yours," Luo Gu replied. "When I inherit the clan leader position in the future, the entire Bai Li tribe's land will belong to you." Hearing this, Jinjin smiled. She didn't need so much land. What mattered most to her was improving her current living conditions. "Are you done? Do you need help?" Luo Gu asked when he saw she wasn't speaking. "Almost," Jinjin said after watering the last patch of land. It was already close to sunset, and the busy day had gone by quickly. She looked at the distant sunset. The flower beds here had no shelter, and she was a bit worried about what to do if it rained. But thinking carefully, the flowers and plants grown from these seeds would still be exposed to the sun and wind in Qifeng Valley, right? So-called wild growth just means that way. For 2 days straight, Luo Gu mostly went out early and returned late. During the day, Abu and Leah accompanied her. After making things difficult for Leah with physical labor a few days ago, Leah's gaze towards her changed. Maybe her words earlier had awakened her. Today, Jinjin also set herself a task to make a wooden bath bucket. According to the plan, the large kiln she baked today would succeed, and she had already prepared all the wood needed for the bucket. Wooden bath bucket? Abu looked puzzled when he heard her plan. "But we don't bathe in the cave, so what's the use of a bucket?" "Not necessarily. A bucket isn't just for bathing. A smaller one can be used to fetch water, and it's much lighter than the pottery containers you use." Jinjin said, "Later, I'll make a few, and you can see for yourselves." Jinjin is very experienced in this. All her ideas seem impossible to them at first, but once her plans come true, everyone praises her. "All right, if you have other things to do, go ahead. I'll stay in the cave until the pottery is finished firing," she finished, then carried the little one into the cave. Besides the wooden bath bucket, she was working on something else in her hands. "I have nothing else to do. I'll keep you company, Lu Goose mate." Abu followed inside. Leah stood at the cave entrance, not going in. She thought for a moment, and then turned to leave. Jinjin saw Abu follow in but didn't see Leah's figure, which made her curious. She had been closely watching her these past 2 days. She didn't think much of it and decided to finish her work first. The little one played inside the cave, while Jinjin continued sharpening her arrow bones. She had wanted to make bows and arrows for a while, and her little one had helped find a very suitable bone for the arrows. But the surface wasn't smooth enough and felt sharp to the touch, so she needed to process it further. "Lu Goose mate, you've been sharpening that bone for 2 days. Do you need my help? Abu saw her working on the bone herself and thought her progress was painfully slow. No need, she replied. She didn't dare let a half-orc help. They were strong enough, and she worried that if Abu started, she might accidentally break the bone in half. Once again rejected, Abu sighed and said, somewhat bored, I wonder what Lugu has been busy with these days. I heard he's been going out early with a clan leader, and no one else is allowed to follow. Qi Jinjin listened quietly and continued her work. Lugu's mate, has Lugu ever talked to you alone? Abu asked her. About what? Just about going out with the clan leader, Abu explained. Qi Jinjin shook her head. She didn't expect Abu to be quite talkative when bored. Her personality was quite easy to get along with, unlike Liya. Abu thought for a moment and then said, Lugu's mate, maybe you should find out tonight? Qi Jinjin paused, looked at her, and asked, why should I find out? Abu blinked, looking a bit guilty. Her words made Qi Jinjin more alert. She didn't need to care about Lugu and the clan leader's busy schedules, and there was no need to worry about it. I'm just curious, Abu said awkwardly with a smile. Curious? I'm not curious at all. Why are you curious? Qi Jinjin narrowed her eyes, trying to turn her words around. Aren't you curious at all? Abu asked back. We all guessed that Luagu would bring you back just to mate, but when he arrived, he was busy with the clan leader. And now, before you've mated with him, he's confidently left you alone in the tribe? After hearing this, Qi Jinjin felt more certain. Abu's words definitely hinted that someone was indirectly talking to her. Otherwise, with her mind, she wouldn't think so much. And who could be the one hinting to Abu? Abu, is someone telling you to say these things in front of me? Since she knew Abu's personality pretty well, she decided to ask directly. Sure enough, Abu's face froze, showing she had been caught.
Who is it? Kidzen prest.
Abu stayed silent. She had already expected this silence. Liya?
She guessed. No.
Abu's expression already told her the answer. Is it Luagu's mother, right? Qi Jinjin stared at her face, not missing any tiny change in her expression. Abu's pupils shrank. She guessed correctly. Why would Luagu's mother ask you this? Qi Jinjin continued in a tone she already knew. Does she not know what the clan leader and Luagu are doing outside? Abu looked troubled, unsure how to answer. Abu, what did Luagu's mother say to you? Tell me exactly what she said, so I can figure out how to ask her what she wants to know tonight. It'll help you explain, too, Qi Jinjin pressed on. Naive Abu believed her words and honestly told her what the clan leader's mother had said. It was simple. She didn't know what the father and son were doing all day, and since the clan leader kept silent, she thought something big had happened. Recently, the Bai Li tribe had just experienced the salt fruit incident. At first, Qi Jinjin wasn't very curious about what Luagu had been busy with these days, but after Abu told her, she felt a little restless. Did Luagu's mother say this to you this morning? Qi Jinjin asked, calming her thoughts. Abu nodded. Qi Jinjin understood and smiled. All right, then let's go eat meat with Luagu's mother at noon. Hearing this, Abu quickly asked Luagu's mate, are you planning to complain to the clan leader's mother about me? Is that what you call complaining? Don't worry, I understand why she asked you to say that. She doesn't blame you. Chizhensen comforted her. By noon, she still hadn't seen Lia's figure, so she and Abu carried the little one to find Grandma Luogu. Grandma Luogu, seeing Chizhensen come to see her, guessed why she was here. She said, Abu, go eat something first. Abu thought the clan leader's grandma would stay and eat with her, so she nodded and left. Inside the cave, Grandma Luogu placed some meat over the fire. Jinjin, here are some fruits. If you're hungry, you can eat a little.
Thank you, Auntie.
She was starting to use her name to get closer, but Chizhensen kept a calm face as she sat holding the little one. The little one seemed very curious about the cave, constantly stretching its neck to look around, even trying to jump out of her arms to run around. But she didn't dare put the little one down, since this wasn't Luogu's cave, where it could play freely. Jinjin, has Abu told you everything? Grandma Luogu directly asked. Chizhensen gently held the little one's head to stop it from looking around and replied, Yes, Auntie. I also want to know why the clan leader and Luo Gu have been going out early and returning late these days.
Exactly.
Grandma Luo Gu finished preparing the meat, then sat beside her and handed her a round fruit. Chizhensen took it and took a bite. She watched the little one stretch its paws, wanting to eat, so she held the round fruit for it to nibble. Since the clan leader hasn't told you anything, how can I know any news from Luo Gu? Chizhensen clearly stated her position. Luo Gu values you so much. As long as you ask, he will definitely do it, Grandma Luo Gu said with a smile. It just depends on whether you're willing to ask. It seemed Grandma Luo Gu was determined to find out information from her. Chizhensen hesitated slightly, saying, "Actually, I did want to ask before, but I thought he might not tell me." Just like the clan leader. He didn't tell you either, right? Grandma Luo Gu was momentarily speechless, but then said, "That's why I want to ask for your help." Chizhensen smiled shyly. "Even if I want to help you, based on what I know about Luo Gu, he might not tell me either." "It's okay. You don't have to ask." Grandma Luo Gu had already thought of a plan. "Not ask." Chizhensen looked confused. How could she get the answers she wanted if she didn't ask? "You just need to tell Luo Gu that you will go out tomorrow with him." Hearing this, Chizhensen suddenly understood. Grandma Luo Gu was setting a trap for her. Mom probably guessed that asking Abu to pass the message would reveal her intentions, so she lured her over. She thought she was just going to ask a few questions, but she didn't expect her mother's real plan was to have her follow along directly. Qi Jinjin squinted and thought for a moment, then said, "Annie, don't you think this is too risky?" "No risk," her mother replied. "If it were truly dangerous, Luo Gu would never take you there." She understood now. Her mother wanted to judge Luo Gu's actions. In simple words, her mother was trying to make her willingly become A. But this plan didn't seem very dangerous to her, and her curiosity could also be satisfied. "Jinjin, you're a clever girl. I believe you can handle this well," her mother praised before she even agreed. Qi Jinjin awkwardly smiled. "Auntie, the meat is ready." Seeing her change the subject, her mother looked a little unhappy but didn't refuse. As she ate the meat, it tasted bland. Qi Jinjin thought about her mother's words. This favor was probably impossible to refuse. If she refused, her mother would think she didn't care about Luo Gu at all. Originally, in her mother's eyes, she was just a burden. Refusing again might make her seem unworthy of staying close to Luo Gu. Anyway, this small favor could give her mother many useful insights. Truly, her mother was as clever and smooth as Fuya from the Baili tribe. It was surprising that the primitive people on this beastman continent could be so smart. While eating meat and taking care of the little cub, she wanted to show her mother that she valued the cub very much. She couldn't let this favor go to waste. "By the way, Jinjin," her mother suddenly asked, "did Luo Gu tell you about this little monster hurting people?" "Hurting people?"
Kidzensen paused.
"Yes, hurting people," her mother said calmly. "It seems he didn't tell you." Qi Jinjin wasn't sure if Luo Gu had mentioned it. When she was making the bed earlier, the little cub had been mischievous and disappeared for a whole afternoon. In the end, Luo Gu caught it back. Luo Gu had mentioned that it almost bit a child's finger and had scratched a kid.
She thought at the time
That Luo Gu was just blaming the little cub unfairly. The tribe members didn't dare provoke Luo Gu, and this little monster belonged to both of them. Since the children weren't seriously hurt, the matter was swept under the rug. But Luo Gu's father had clearly wanted to get rid of this little monster. My mother said softly, neither too loud nor too quiet. That was almost a clear threat. But she really couldn't argue about the little creature biting people, especially since it had previously dared to bite even Luo Gu. Seeing this, Qi Jinjin didn't want to argue further and simply agreed, "Okay, when Luo Gu comes back, I'll tell him." After receiving this confirmation, my mother immediately smiled. After eating the meat in her cave, Qi Jinjin left with the little creature in her arms. "Did you hear that? If you bite people again, I'll take the blame for you," she muttered as she walked. "Or, do you really like the silly name Little Monster? Do you want everyone to call you that?" The little creature obediently snuggled in her arms, occasionally lifting its eyes to make a pitiful little face. Oh, it was so good at acting cute. However, just as she arrived at the cave, Luogu came back shortly after. Usually, he returned close to sunset, but today he was back so early. Little one, where did you go? Luogu saw her heading into the cave as soon as he arrived, so he knew she had been somewhere else. I was with my mother at noon, Qi Jinjin said honestly. Why are you back so early today? Have you finished everything? Luogu let out a sigh of relief, worried she might wander around, especially since he hadn't seen Abu and Laya earlier. Without them, he didn't feel comfortable letting his little one wander alone in the tribe. He walked over and put his arm around her shoulder as they headed into the cave. I missed you. That reason sounded so fake. I was just about to rest in the cave. The pottery will be ready soon, Qi Jinjin said. Since you're back, I won't need Laya's help later. Luogu knew she was planning to make wooden buckets or basins today and was happy to help. Inside the cave, Qi Jinjin remembered her mother's words. Was her early return a sign that she had finished her important tasks? Maybe she wouldn't need to go out tomorrow? She wasn't sure and decided to wait until evening to ask. Asking now might make him suspicious. After resting in the cave for a while, the pottery outside was finished, and the open space became lively. Qi Jinjin couldn't wait to see the pottery. There were big jars and simple tableware among them. The tribe members carried the pottery out of the kiln one by one. Qi Jinjin wanted to get closer to look but was stopped by Luogu, so she could only watch from a distance. The reason is simple. There are too many people over there, especially many men. Qi Jinjin stretched her neck to look and saw the large jar she made being carried out of the earthen kiln. She was so excited she wanted to rush over immediately. Don't be in such a hurry. Luogu held her hand tightly, afraid she might rush forward. All the pottery was moved out, and the villagers gathered around, praising them. When can we go over? Qi Jinjin saw him holding her hand tightly and felt anxious. Wait until they disperse. Disperse? How long will that take? She remembered that when the pottery was first brought out, there were about the same number of people around, and he didn't say anything then. Can you move the big jar? I want into the cave first? I only need that big jar. The villagers probably wouldn't take other utensils, and even if they did, they wouldn't use them. In the end, they'd come to ask her. Luogu had never seen her so eager for an object before, so he agreed. All right, then wait in the cave. Okay. Qi Jinjin nodded happily, broke free from his hand, and led the little ones toward the cave. While Luogu went to move the big jar, Qi Jinjin arranged the pre-prepared wood inside the cave. Making a wooden bucket is simple, but to make one that doesn't leak requires some skill. First, the wooden strips must be boiled in boiling water, which increases their density and kills any bugs inside. Only then can the wood be assembled into a leak-proof and durable bucket. This was her first time doing it herself. Theoretically, she could succeed, but to avoid failure, she didn't make it too large, just a medium size. Soon, Luogu brought the big jar inside, and Qi Jinjin directed him to place it near the fire. Next, she added water to the jar, waited for it to boil, and then put the wood in to cook. Before long, it was dark outside. Little one, you've been busy these past few days.
Don't overwork yourself, she said.
Although she had slept well these days, she looked tired at night. She hadn't looked this exhausted when she was outside bumping around. I'm not tired, she replied. Everything she was doing was something she loved, so how could she be tired? Are you really not tired? Luogu's expression darkened. Qi Jinjin paused while taking care of the little ones eating meat, looked up at him, and wondered why he was angry when she was doing well. Maybe I'm just too happy, so I don't feel tired. Jinjin smiled and quickly changed the subject. But honestly, no matter how tired someone is, it should be you. You leave early and come back late every day. You must be much more tired than I am. Luogu narrowed his eyes, knowing her concern was just a way to shift the topic. Are you going out tomorrow? Taking this chance, Jinjin decided to finish her mother's request first. Do you want me to go out? She was surprised by his question. Jinjin pretended to think and said, You're going out because you have something to do. I shouldn't stop you. Luogu looked at her silently, smiling but saying nothing. Actually, I'm a little curious about what you're doing when you go out. Jinjin said, watching his expression. More importantly, I want to know if it's dangerous. Don't you trust my abilities? There's no danger, he replied. Her concern made Lu Gu happy, so he didn't think much about the deeper meaning behind her words. Then, if you're going out tomorrow, can I come with you? Jinjin asked casually. Lu Gu glanced at her, sensing something was off. I've been here these past few days, busy from morning till night. When I'm busy, I don't feel tired, but just now you mentioned it, and I do feel a little tired, Jinjin quickly explained. So I thought, maybe we could go out for a walk or something. A walk? Lu Gu questioned skeptically. Yes, a walk, Jinjin said sincerely, looking at him. She was telling the truth. Lu Gu couldn't see any flaws in her expression, but he remembered that when he returned this afternoon, she had just come back from her mother's place. So it was possible someone had told her to say that. But on second thought, she wasn't stupid. How could she be so easily influenced? Plus, her words just now showed she was genuinely concerned about him. He was even less likely to believe she was being manipulated. Do you disagree? Jinjin asked, a little disappointed when he didn't answer. No, Lu Gu snapped out of his thoughts and smiled at her. All right, I'll take you with me tomorrow. He actually agreed. Jinjin felt relieved. It meant that the things she and the clan leader had been dealing with these days weren't dangerous. That was good, since she had already finished most of what she wanted to do these days. By the way, I also want to ask about Xiaozai. Jinjin remembered her mother's threat involving Xiaozai. When you caught Xiaozai earlier, did it bite that kid very badly? Why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Today, my mom mentioned that if that child is really in trouble, I think I should go see how badly he's hurt. It's not serious, Lu Gu refused. His teeth haven't fully grown in yet, so he won't cause much trouble. The little one heard himself being talked about and glared at Lu Gu with displeasure. Seeing this, Lu Gu picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at his head. Humph! The little one quickly dodged to one side, very alert. This way of interacting between the big and small ones was something Jinjin was already used to. Anyway, their small fights didn't cause any real trouble. Fortunately, the little one has been well-behaved these past 2 days. Jinjin rewarded him with another piece of meat. Come on, little one, you need to keep being good like this. Humph humph, the little one happily made several happy sounds. Before it got too late at night, Jinjin prepared to take out the wood she had been boiling to shape. Making a wooden bucket relies on hoops. The pieces of wood must be carefully assembled so they don't fall apart. Lu Gu, can you help me? She asked while focusing on fitting the hoops. Help me boil some water in a pottery vessel and make some bone oil. Bone oil? Lu Gu was confused. It's the oil from bones. I found some bones and picked the best ones, Jinjin explained. Boiling the bones and applying the oil into the gaps of the wooden bucket, then soaking it in water, will prevent leaks. Lu Gu didn't fully understand her explanation, but he followed her instructions. Making a wooden bucket is a skillful task. Relying on her memory and natural talent for crafts, Jinjin finally assembled a reasonably sized bucket successfully. Lu Gu also boiled the bone oil as she instructed. While it was still hot, Jinjin carefully applied it onto the bucket. Lu Gu had nothing else to do, so he leaned on his hand and watched her focus side profile. Every time, her small figure was the most captivating. Her serious, attentive expression was imprinted in his mind. No matter how many times he looked, he never got tired of it. Her presence made him feel many new sensations, like a faint warmth spreading in his lower abdomen. After applying the bone oil to the bucket, Jinjin suddenly felt a burning gaze on her. She turned her head and met Lu Gu's deep, dark eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, not knowing how long he had been staring. If you're tired, you can go to sleep first. I'm almost done. Jinjin felt a bit shy under his gaze. I'm not tired, Lu Gu said in a deep, slightly magnetic voice that sounded especially charming late at night. Jinjin was strangely excited by his voice and shivered a little, focusing on her work. But she found it hard to concentrate anymore. Lu Gu kept looking at her with a passionate gaze, making her cheeks feel warm. Forget it. She thought I should finish my work first. Suddenly, Luo Gu stood up, his tall figure startling her. She thought he was going to rest by the bed, but instead, he moved beside her. "Little one, let me help you." Luo Gu crouched down and whispered softly close to her ear. His breath just brushed her earlobe, making her shiver and almost drop the wooden bucket in her hand. "No need. I can do it myself." Qi Jinjin turned her head slightly, feeling a tingle in her ear. "How much longer will it take you?" He still whispered gently beside her ear. Qi Jinjin moved aside, unsure if he was deliberately getting so close. His proximity made her feel very almost done.
"How fast is that?"
she asked, stepping back, but Luo Gu moved even closer. She looked at him. His face was almost pressed against hers. "If you get any closer, the progress will be very slow. It's okay. As long as I can stay close to you, I can do it until dawn," he said with a slight smile, his dark eyes carrying a mischievous glint. Qi Jinjin saw through his deliberate move, picked up the wooden bucket, and headed toward the big jar. She just needed to soak the bucket in water and check tomorrow if it worked. But just as she reached the big jar, Luo Gu also came over, standing very close to her again. "Did he take the wrong medicine tonight? What are you doing?" Qi Jinjin held the wooden bucket, which had just been coated with oil, in front of her. "I'm almost done. Stop messing around." Luo Gu looked annoyed at the annoying bucket, wishing he could smash it right away. But if he really did, he probably wouldn't have a good ending. He could only step back a little, keeping some distance from her for now. Qi Jinjin felt his behavior was strange tonight, but didn't ask much. She just put the bucket into the water first. Luo Gu watched her back and felt a faint heat in his lower abdomen again. He had never felt this way before. All he wanted now was to hold her tight.
And he really did that.
After Qi Jinjin placed the bucket into the big jar, she patted her hands and said, "Done." As soon as she spoke, two strong arms wrapped around her from behind. She stiffened, feeling the breath of Luo Gu on her neck, which was ticklish and slightly itchy. "Luo Gu, are you okay?" Tonight, he was acting very strangely. Qi Jinjin allowed him to hold her without struggling. "I'm fine," Luo Gu said, opening his mouth and revealing two small canine teeth that lightly touched her delicate skin. Qi Jinjin was stunned. She knew exactly what was pressing against her neck, the two sharp teeth he had previously marked her with. She suddenly panicked. Although she knew he wouldn't hurt her, his current behavior was unlike anything she had seen before. "Luo Gu, what are you trying to do?" Qi Jinjin tried to stay calm and spoke in a steady voice to remind him of his actions. Luo Gu tightened his hold on her, clearly holding back. He was probably resisting the urge to bite her, or perhaps the rising heat in his lower abdomen. "Little one, I don't feel well," Luo Gu said, holding back his impulse and pulling his teeth away. "Not feeling well?" Qi Jinjin instinctively struggled to see what was wrong with him, but his arms held her even tighter. "Where do you feel unwell? Tell me, I'll help you," she said urgently. "Down there. It feels like there's a fire." Luo Gu buried his head in her neck, enjoying her sweet scent. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin's mind suddenly went blank. Could it be that he's acting this way because he's overwhelmed? What should she do if that's the case? "Please let me go first. I have a way to help you," she said stiffly, afraid to move. "Just slowly loosen your hold, bit by bit." No, Luo Gu refused, not only not loosening his grip, but holding her even tighter. Qi Jinjin cried out in pain, feeling like she was about to be crushed. "It's okay. Just follow my instructions slowly, or it will only get worse for you." After she spoke, she clearly felt Luo Gu's strength lessen a little, but only for a second or two before he tightened his hold again. "It seems worse when I let go," Luo Gu said with a nasal tone, sounding almost like he was pouting. "But you can't keep holding me like this forever," Qi Jinjin said, slightly turning her head to see his current state. But as soon as she turned her head, she felt a soft, warm touch on her neck. Suddenly, Qi Jinjin felt like she was electrocuted, her whole body going numb. Luo Gu looked a little stunned, as if he had tasted something sweet, and he deepened the kiss. "Luo Gu." Qi Jinjin suddenly felt something strange. The electric feeling from his lips made her body feel weak. Her soft voice reached Luo Gu's ears, teasing his heart.
Ugh.
Suddenly, the little creature jumped out somewhere and shouted loudly. Qi Jinjin heard its cry, as if an invisible string pulled her back from her fainting state. She saw in her peripheral vision that the little creature was anxiously jumping and barking nearby, looking like it was asking for her approval.
Ah.
Her neck ached. He used his mouth, with gentle pressure, but it still made her react strangely.
Ugh.
Hearing her cry, the little creature thought she was in pain. Ignoring previous warnings, it jumped up and bit Luo Gu's arm. That bite actually woke Luo Gu up. Qi Jinjin felt his arms loosen noticeably. She immediately crouched down, taking the chance to slip away through the gap, then ran to the water jar, grabbed one, and poured water on Luo Gu's face. Cold water covered his somewhat dazed face, flowing down and leaving several clear water droplets on his chin. Qi Jinjin kept pouring water, feeling the atmosphere in the cave drop from hot to freezing. Thud, 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 thud. Qi Jinjin heard a very clear heartbeat, which sounded especially out of place in the suddenly quiet cave. It seemed to be her heartbeat.
Ugh.
The little creature relaxed and jumped to the ground, barking at Luo Gu before quickly hiding behind its owner. The creature's voice brought Qi Jinjin's thoughts back. She held the empty jar in her hand, looked at Luo Gu's increasingly cold face, and instinctively swallowed. At this moment, not saying anything felt awkward. She looked at him and forced out a sentence. "Are you feeling better now?" Luo Gu finally moved. He wiped the water from his chin. The water from the jar cooled his lower abdomen, but the fire in his heart couldn't help but flare up. "It's fine. There's plenty of water. Pouring a bit more will make me feel better." After saying that, Qi Jinjin hurriedly turned to walk toward the jar, trying to escape the scene. But just as she reached the jar, Luo Gu also moved and followed behind her. Qi Jinjin stood still, feeling strangely scared inside. It seemed like he was angry and still very upset. However, when he walked behind her and stopped, without making any other move, it made Qi Jinjin feel even more uneasy. It was like a storm before dawn. No one knew when it might break out. Seeing that the person behind her still hadn't moved or spoken, she hoped the little one would come over and make some noise to break the awkward silence. Since that didn't happen, she had to put down the empty pottery in her hand. But just as she was about to stand up, she was suddenly embraced from behind again. "Are you still not awake?" the person holding her asked softly. Qi Jinjin didn't dare resist much.
No, she replied.
"Nonsense." His voice now sounded much clearer than before. It seemed that splashing cold water really worked. Qi Jinjin felt a little relieved inside. "Little one," Luo Gu called softly in her ear. A small, tingling feeling spread from her heart again. "Can I kiss you?" he asked quietly. Luo Gu clearly noticed her body stiffen, which made him unhappy. Before Qi Jinjin could process his question, Luo Gu turned her around directly. He tightened his jaw, and his handsome face came closer, enlarging in her eyes. She stared in shock, eyes wide, as she saw her surprised expression reflected in his pupils. Suddenly, her lips also felt a gentle touch. For a moment, Qi Jinjin was stunned. She felt his lips move somewhere on her mouth. Did he really just kiss her like that? She had never thought she would lose her first kiss in such a way. His kiss deepened gradually, trying to go further in. Qi Jinjin clenched her teeth, trying to hold on to her last bit of resolve. But suddenly, her lips hurt, and she let out a sharp hiss from the pain. Luo Gu took the opportunity to press his lips further in. Her resolve was broken. Her mind, which was still somewhat clear, became fuzzy as his increasing force made her dizzy. She felt like she was about to lose herself. His hand slowly moved down from her arm, wrapping around her waist and pulling her closer. Even through her clothes, she could feel his hot, iron-like skin, and the heat made her face flush even more. She felt she was about to run out of breath. Luo Gu looked at her increasingly red face and frowned. He eased his grip a little. Her face was still very red, just like when she said she felt uncomfortable at the water pool earlier. Could it be that she's feeling uncomfortable now too? Luogu struggled to control his inner desires and reluctantly stepped back. Little one, are you feeling uncomfortable? Luogu's hand still held her waist. Jinjin finally took a breath of fresh air. Just now, she felt like she was about to suffocate. Suddenly, the small creature at their feet tilted its head and let out a curious sound, without any aggression. It was just curious about their recent actions. Little one? Luogu saw her looking down without speaking, and his heart suddenly fluttered. Did I make you uncomfortable again? Hearing his voice, Jinjin thought about what just happened, and her face turned red again. Unexpectedly, she didn't resist Luogu's affectionate gestures as she had before. If she hadn't almost run out of breath just now, she might have even wished to go further. She understood very well what going further meant. She had thought she was completely unprepared for this, but now that they were at this point, she felt like she was ready. Did I scare you? Luogu began to reflect on himself. Before he was splashed with water, he was a bit out of control, but after being splashed, he became very clear-headed. In this clear state, he still couldn't help but want to get closer to her, in a more rational way. So, when he noticed she was uncomfortable, he stopped in time. Jinjin, regaining her composure, looked up at him. The worried expression on her face replaced the earlier distracted look. Yes, you really scared me, Jinjin said openly. I'm afraid you'll force me. Don't be afraid. Seeing that she wasn't angry, Luogu relaxed his grip on her waist and gently patted her back. He must have fully recovered now, right? That was really dangerous just now. Luogu dared not continue what he was doing before and instead took her hand and walked toward the wooden bed. Seeing the bed, Jinjin felt embarrassed and her mind drifted to inappropriate thoughts again. I seem to show some signs of arousal just now, little one. Be prepared at all times, Luogu suddenly said seriously as he reached the bed. Jinjin was stunned. His words confirmed her earlier suspicions. But don't worry, it's just a sign, Luogu said in a tone as relaxed as possible. Jinjin looked at him. You say it's just a sign. If you really get carried away, how terrible would that be? Luogu squinted and listened carefully to her question. It seems he needs to find time to ask. After all, this is his first experience in this area. Although he has instinctive guidance, his little thing is too weak, and he is afraid of hurting her. Tomorrow, I will ask Mom to look for bloodfire fruit, he said. Jinjin pursed her lips and suddenly felt her lips hurt. When she touched them, they were actually bitten by him earlier. Luogu also noticed the injury on her lips. After all, it was caused by him. Let me see. Luogu reached out to check how big the wound was. Upon closer inspection, he saw it was almost bleeding. Maybe I should bite it back? Jinjin slapped his hand away, openly taking advantage. She definitely didn't want that. Hurry up and wipe the water off your body. I'm tired and want to sleep. She pushed him away, picked up a curious little cub lying nearby, and crawled into the animal hide bed. Fortunately, Luogu didn't make things difficult for her again. He turned around to change the wet animal hide. Jinjin perked up her ears and heard him changing the hide, her face unconsciously flushing again. For someone who had never experienced these things before, it was truly an unknown territory. She was curious and wanted to explore, but also afraid of being swallowed by this unknown fear. After changing the hide, Luogu lay down again. Just like a few days ago, he immediately wrapped his arms around her. Jinjin looked at his arm around her. Luckily, he didn't do anything further. She licked her lips slightly, feeling a bit relieved. That night passed peacefully. When sunlight shone into the cave, Jinjin woke up. She stretched lazily and slowly opened her sleepy eyes. The face so close to hers startled her. When did you wake up? He asked, lying on his side with his head supported, not knowing how long he had been in that position.
Just now. Really?
His face looked incredibly alert, probably awake at dawn. Jinjin saw one of his hands still resting on her waist and looked at him. Get up. Luogu reluctantly withdrew his hand but quickly pressed a kiss on her lips. Jinjin was stunned. When she saw him get up, she realized and touched her lips. It seemed that last night's actions had broken the barrier of kissing. Once there was one, there would be a second. He had tasted the sweetness and then started to be more reckless. Forget it. Since they had already shared more intimate kisses, she didn't mind this fleeting one. Lugu had been testing the waters. Seeing that she didn't seem unhappy in his peripheral vision, he couldn't help but want to get even closer. Qi Jinjin woke up. As soon as she stood still, Lugu suddenly walked up to her and lifted her chin to kiss her. Qi Jinjin was stunned. This kiss was different from the brief one earlier. It was deepening, just like last night. Lugu. Qi Jinjin struggled, grabbing his arm. It was so early in the morning. Lugu slightly smiled, but this time he was gentler than last night, leaving her some space to breathe. Qi Jinjin took advantage of this breath to stay calm and not lose herself. Lugu, are you awake? Suddenly, outside the cave, Abu's voice called out. Her shout made Qi Jinjin snap out of her daze. She desperately tried to push him away. I didn't mean to disturb you. You guys continue. Qi Jinjin caught a glimpse of her coming in, clearly seeing what they were doing. She felt very embarrassed and, in her panic, bit his tongue hard, just like last night.
Ow.
Lugu felt the pain and finally let go of her.
Abu.
Qi Jinjin quickly called out toward the outside of the cave, but then she realized that she was already very embarrassed just from being seen. Calling out again would only make things worse. But it was too late to regret. Abu's figure appeared again inside the cave, and it seemed she hadn't left at all. Lugu shot her a cold look. Abu couldn't help but shiver, frightened, and turned to run away. But she knew that running would only make her situation worse. Lugu's partner. I didn't mean to disturb you. Abu hesitated at the cave entrance. The clan leader asked me to come and call Lugu to see him. Qi Jinjin covered her face, trying to calm her feelings. All right, Abu, thank you. You're welcome. Abu saw she responded and, seeing her hesitation, quickly took the opportunity to slip away. Qi Jinjin let out a small breath of relief. She secretly looked at Lugu's expression. Though he was unhappy, he wasn't furious yet. But on the other hand, his behavior just now was too natural, as if he thought he could do whatever he wanted again and again. If you do this kind of surprise attack again next time, do you believe I'll bite your tongue off? Qi Jinjin glared at him angrily, feeling it was necessary to remind him so he wouldn't go too far. You can't bear to. His tongue still a little sore, but he didn't seem to mind. Then next time, you can try and see if I care or not. Qi Jinjin rolled her eyes at him and prepared to wash her face with cold water to wake herself up. After washing her face simply, she suddenly remembered that Abu was here to pass messages for the clan leader, meaning he still had to go out today. But Luogu was not in a hurry to find the clan leader. Instead, he told her to start a fire in the cave while he went to the small forest to hunt for food. After Luogu left, Qi Jinjin went to the large jar to prepare to move the wooden barrel that had soaked overnight. However, because it was large and filled with water, she couldn't lift it alone. It seemed she could only wait for Luogu to return before trying again. Soon, Luogu came back carrying game. She quickly said, I'll start roasting the meat. Please help me move the wooden barrel out of the big jar. Luogu naturally didn't refuse. He easily pulled the barrel out and placed it on the ground. While the meat was still roasting, Qi Jinjin hurried over to check if her wooden barrel had been successfully made. From the gaps, the wood pieces looked tightly joined, and the long strips holding the barrel were not loose. Very good. Now, I just need to do a test to see if it works, Qi Jinjin said happily as she added water to the barrel, making sure it wouldn't leak. Since the barrel was wet, it was hard to tell if it was leaking, so she had to wait a while to be sure. While eating meat, Qi Jinjin asked, Are you going out with the clan leader again later? Luogu nodded, recalling her promise from yesterday. Take you along. Really? You're willing to take me? Qi Jinjin was a little excited. Of course, unless you don't want to go. I want to go, Qi Jinjin said happily. Now she could not only fulfill her mother's request, but also find out what she and the clan leader had been busy with outside these days. After finishing the meat, Qi Jinjin looked at the barrel again. The water level didn't seem to have changed much. She decided to leave the barrel for another day to test it. Afterward, she carried her little one and left the cave with Luo Gu. Today was surprisingly quiet. Aside from Abu rushing in early and witnessing that scene, neither she nor Laya appeared afterward. Usually, they would come to find her early in the day. She thought it might be her mother's doing. "If I come back early today, I want to make a door," Qi Jinjin said as they left the cave. If she remembered correctly, the door the little one mentioned was for privacy. Luo Gu strongly agreed with her making this door. Otherwise, if she did such things again, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't get angry if he was disturbed. Moreover, this was his little one, and only he could appreciate her beauty. "Okay, I will try to come back early today. I will stay with you to make this door," thought Luo Gu happily. Luo Gu did not take her to the clan leader's cave, but went straight outside. In a small grove, she saw the clan leader. The clan leader was standing in human form, apparently waiting there for a while. But he did not look annoyed for waiting so long. When he saw her, he was surprised. "Hello, clan leader," Qi Jinjin said shyly as she followed Luo Gu. The clan leader nodded and looked at Luo Gu. "I don't feel safe leaving her alone in the tribe," Luo Gu said, but it was obviously a lie. The clan leader didn't call him out on the lie. "She is now your person. As long as she wants to stay with you, I won't say anything." Still, Qi Jinjin could tell that the clan leader didn't really want to take her along. Luo Gu didn't say more. He turned into a beast form, carried Qi Jinjin, and ran out of the grove. His speed was not very fast, so Qi Jinjin could see the surroundings clearly. The clan leader also turned into a beast form and quickly caught up with Luo Gu, disappearing into the distance. Qi Jinjin blinked, unsure if the clan leader was too fast or Luo Gu deliberately slowed down and couldn't catch up. After crossing a plain, she saw the clan leader in human form waiting in front of a small mountain. She couldn't help but think that strength is partly inherited. This clan leader was probably very powerful at Luo Gu's age too. Their destination was likely that low mountain ahead. Honestly, even if she had been here before or passed by, she probably wouldn't remember much. Most forests look the same. Little one watched the little cub. Luo Gu also turned into human form and put her down. If it gets lost, let it fend for itself.
Kidzensen chakold.
Little cub, did you hear that? Humph, the little cub knew not to run around, but he was annoyed by being threatened like this. The clan leader watched them and smiled faintly. "Jinjin, we will walk a long way soon. If you get tired, let Luo Gu carry you," he said.
Kidzensen nodded.
"Don't worry, clan leader. I will try not to hold you back. It's nothing serious. Just relax," said the clan leader, heading toward the low mountain. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin felt a bit more nervous. "Nothing serious, don't be nervous." Seeing her like this, Luo Gu held her hand and said. Qi Jinjin smiled awkwardly. The more they emphasized it, the more curious and nervous she became. After entering the mountain, they found a sparse forest. Qi Jinjin carefully observed that not only were there few trees, but all of them were dead, looking completely lifeless. At the end of the forest, a mountain cliff was clearly visible. Contrasting with the dead forest, many bright green grasses grew in the cracks of the cliff, bunches upon bunches. When they reached the front of the cliff, there was a small, steep dirt path leading up the mountain. "I'll carry you," Luo Gu offered. "No need," Qi Jinjin refused. "I can climb by myself." After all, she used to enjoy gathering herbs in various places, so climbing trees or mountains wasn't difficult for her. The village chief doubted this. A weak, pure-blooded person trying to climb this steep path was no easy task. Luo Gu didn't force her to be carried. He actually wanted her father to see how special the person he chose was. The village chief went ahead on the path, with Qi Jinjin following closely behind, and Luo Gu bringing up the rear. Although the path looked very steep, it wasn't too hard to climb, just a bit winding and crooked. Qi Jinjin knew the village chief in front was deliberately slowing down, so she gritted her teeth and tried not to fall behind. After some climbing, the three reached the top of the mountain. Qi Jinjin was sweaty and a little out of breath, but she could still keep going. The village chief looked at her and a faint smile appeared on his face.
Take a break, he said.
Qi Jinjin thought she was holding everyone back, so she quickly said, Chief, I'm not tired. I can keep going. I'm tired, Luo Gu suddenly said from beside her.
Sweat.
Qi Jinjin gratefully thanked the village chief. From this, it was clear that the place they were going didn't require too much risk, so Luo Gu's mother could relax. After resting for a while, the village chief continued leading the way. At the top of the mountain was a lush, dense forest. The trees were so thick that sunlight barely reached through the leaves. The forest was eerily quiet, no bird songs or insect sounds at all, only the sound of their footsteps on leaves and grass.
Huh.
Suddenly, a small creature in her arms lifted its neck and called out, breaking the silence of the forest. What's wrong? Qi Jinjin didn't know why it suddenly called. The little creature opened its big, round eyes with a curious expression, looking around. Its nose was sniffing constantly, as if smelling something. Ignore it, Luo Gu said, directly ignoring the little creature. Snort. The little creature turned its gaze away and angrily called out to him. The leader walking at the front paused and looked back carefully at the little creature, frowning slightly without showing any emotion. He said nothing and continued walking forward. After passing through the lush forest, Qi Jinjin saw two large, oddly shaped stones in the distance. Between them was a tiny path. Her instinct told her that the leader would soon walk into that narrow gap. Sure enough, he stopped in front of the two strange stones. We've arrived, Luo Gu said. Little one, you don't have to go in. It's safe nearby, and you can wait here for us. They had come this far, so how could she choose not to go in? I want to stay with you. Hearing this, Luo Gu felt happy but still said, we will come out as soon as possible. Did he really not want to take her inside? Qi Jinjin felt curious and eager inside. She wasn't sure she could obediently stay outside holding the little creature. Are you sure you're okay, leaving her outside alone? The leader asked at this moment. Qi Jinjin quickly reacted and agreed. Yeah, are you sure about that? This implied that the area was indeed safe, but she was a person with two legs, and out of curiosity, she might run around. Seeing that they had united in their stance, Luo Gu had no choice but to take her inside with him. Now Luo Gu led the way, with the leader behind. The narrow path was easy for Qi Jinjin to walk through. Both of the tall half-beasts could pass easily, let alone her small, purebred human body. However, it turned out to be a downhill path, seemingly leading directly into the depths of the mountain. As they went deeper, the light gradually dimmed, and she faintly smelled a hint of blood. The little creature in Qi Jinjin's arms sniffed again, as if detecting the faint smell of blood in the air. But how could there be a blood smell in this place? Snort? The little creature also seemed to notice the smell and raised its neck to call out to its owner. What's wrong? Qi Jinjin didn't know why it was calling, but she couldn't make too loud a sound, so she asked softly. It doesn't understand anything, Luo Gu, in front, sneered at the little creature. Momo looked at him carefully and said, I think the little one is acting a bit strangely. It just gets startled easily and is curious about new places, Luo Gu replied, not worried about the little one's behavior. For some reason, Qi Jinjin didn't think the same. If the little one was only curious, it wouldn't show such serious signs. It would probably be running around and playing. After walking for a while, Luo Gu stopped and said to her, take out the glow stones. It seemed the path ahead would be very dark. Qi Jinjin took out two glow stones to light the way. Where did these glow stones come from? The tribe leader behind her asked, frowning. Qi Jinjin hesitated, unsure whether to tell the truth. Luckily, Luo Gu answered for her. Eki tribe leader gave them to us. Eki? The tribe leader looked suspicious. He gave you the glow stones? Of course, he didn't give them to me. He gave them to Jinjin, Luo Gu said. The tribe leader's expression softened a bit. That explanation made sense. Be careful and watch the ground, Luo Gu warned her. Okay. As they moved forward, there was no more light. Qi Jinjin could only rely on the glow stone's light to see the path, which was made of downward stairs. After walking in the dark for a while, the path suddenly widened, but the smell of blood grew stronger. Qi Jinjin couldn't hold back and asked, "Why does it smell so strongly of blood here?" Hearing this, both of them paused and looked at each other in the dark. "Little one, do you smell blood?" Luo Gu asked her. "Yes." Qi Jinjin nodded. "When did you smell it?" Luo Gu's tone became serious. From his tone, it seemed like she was the only one who noticed the blood smell. "Don't you all smell it?" Qi Jinjin asked in surprise, not answering directly. "No," they replied.
How could that be?
They were both half-beasts, and their hearing and smell were much better than hers, a pure human. Besides, the blood smell she was detecting now was even stronger than before they entered. "Luo Gu, let's go ahead first," the tribe leader said. Since the tribe leader suggested it, Qi Jinjin didn't ask more and continued forward with her doubts. The path ahead was much wider, probably having passed through the two cracks between the rocks outside. Snort, snort. At this moment, the little creature called out twice, facing forward toward Luo Gu. "Be quiet, little one." Qi Jinjin gently patted its head to soothe it. As she spoke, Luo Gu stopped moving. Qi Jinjin thought he was annoyed by the noise and wanted to scold the little creature, but he didn't pay attention to it at all. Instead, he stared ahead. She looked in the direction of Luo Gu's gaze. The glow from the luminous stone illuminated the scene. She saw a large stone platform at the end of the road, and it seemed something was lying on it, a dark, shapeless mass. "Stay here, little one. Don't move," Luo Gu said as he approached the dark object, and the clan leader also moved closer. "Yip yip yip." The little creature in her arms called out again, trying to break free and follow Luo Gu. She was holding it with one hand, using the luminous stone for light, but it struggled so hard she couldn't hold on. All she could do was watch helplessly as it jumped down and rushed toward the stone platform. The little creature ran ahead, and Qi Jinjin didn't want to stand alone, unable to see anything, so she quietly followed. Getting closer, she saw the object lying on the platform through the glow of the luminous stone. It was a completely black animal. At first glance, it looked like a lizard, but it had 8 claws, 4 on each side. The animal was lying still on the platform, eyelids drooping, and it was unclear whether it was alive or dead. At this moment, the little creature jumped onto the platform, sniffed around the mysterious animal, and showed no hostility. Luo Gu saw her follow without permission and looked a bit displeased but said nothing. "This little monster is actually very interested in it," the clan leader said from nearby. "Let's see first," Luo Gu replied calmly. After carefully examining the animal, Qi Jinjin asked curiously, "What kind of animal is this? Why is it here?" "Use your mirror to check," Luo Gu suggested. This reminded her that she could use her bronze mirror to identify the creature. She took out the mirror and aimed it at the black animal. Instantly, the mirror displayed some words. Species: blood lizard. Habits: a rare animal with a dark red body. Its blood is deadly to half-beasts. It prefers to sleep, during which it turns completely black, and its blood appears coagulated. Era: ancient times. After reading the explanation on the mirror, Qi Jinjin thought that was the end. But then, the words faded, and new small lines of text appeared. She was stunned, leaning in to read more carefully. The small characters appearing behind are similar to the ones that appeared earlier in Talon, and they also show a formula related to blood lizard. But this formula doesn't seem to have any value at the moment. "Can you see the writing above?" Qi Jinjin asked after reading, placing the bronze mirror in front of Luo Gu. Luo Gu glanced at it and shook his head. "Can't see the weakness either?" He used to be able to see weaknesses that she couldn't, but maybe the reason is that the weaknesses haven't appeared on the mirror yet, so he can't see them. "Yes, I can't see," he confirmed. Qi Jinjin understood this, but she still had several questions she hadn't figured out. If she wanted to understand these questions, she would need to ask Luo Gu and the tribe leader. But now, they only wanted her answers. Even if she asked, she might not get any. So she said this animal is called the blood lizard. It's a rare creature. Right now, it's in a deep sleep, and all its blood has solidified. Blood lizard? The tribe leader's face immediately became serious. Jinjin, are you sure it's a blood lizard?
Kizensen nodded confidently.
She trusted her special bronze mirror. When the blood lizard is not sleeping, its whole body is dark red. The blood on it seems to be harmful to half-beasts. Fortunately, the blood lizard in front of her is currently sleeping, and its blood won't be deadly to half-beasts for now. And regarding the deadly effect, she wanted to discuss it separately with Luogu. If it really is a blood lizard, then the matter of the salt fruit must be related to the Gu-E tribe. The tribe leader's face grew serious again as he spoke to Qijinjin. If I had known you were so knowledgeable, I should have brought Luogu here earlier for you to see. This was also one of Qijinjin's questions. Judging by their reactions, they were unsure whether this animal was a blood lizard, and Luogu was very aware of her ability with the bronze mirror. Instead of wasting days here debating, as the tribe leader said, it might have been better to bring her here earlier. Then everything would be clear. But the problem was Luogu didn't do that.
Why? She didn't know.
Furthermore, the tribe leader mentioned the salt fruit and the Gu-E tribe. If she remembered correctly, the Gu-E tribe was one of the 4 major tribes on this beast-man continent. Qijinjin had many doubts she wanted to clarify, so she asked, "Are you suspecting that the blue fruit that appeared earlier was caused by the Gu-E tribe?" "Just suspicion," the tribe leader replied, without concrete evidence. Even with the glow of the luminous stone, Qijinjin didn't notice the little creature suddenly reaching out its playful claws toward the dormant blood lizard. Luogu saw this but didn't stop it. Suddenly, a very faint sound came from the blood lizard. "Back up," Luogu said, grabbing Qijinjin's hand and pulling her several steps back. Qijinjin almost dropped the luminous stone in her hand. She saw that the blood lizard on the stone platform was changing. Its originally dark black body gradually turned a faint reddish color. "It's waking up. Hurry and leave," Qijinjin said in surprise, quickly pulling Luogu away. "Chief, you should go too." But she couldn't pull Luogu, who instead pulled her back. "Little one, don't be afraid," Luogu said gently. She wasn't afraid. What she feared was that an awake blood lizard might be deadly to the half-beasts. This blood lizard is changing color. It's about to wake up from its sleep, and it could be dangerous to you half-beasts, Qijinjin said anxiously as she watched the change. Luogu chuckled softly, showing no fear. "As long as it's not harmful to you."
What is he talking about?
Qijinjin didn't understand his thoughts, and even the chief had clearly said it was dangerous, but he remained unfazed. Suddenly, she saw the little creature reaching out 2 small claws toward the blood lizard, happily making noises. "It really doesn't make things easy." "Luogu." Luogu said, placing a finger on her lips, his black eyes calm and steady. Seeing his calmness, Qijinjin furrowed her brows but surprisingly managed to calm herself. Yes, she needed to stay calm and not panic. She looked at the little creature and sensed something was wrong. The bronze mirror said the blood lizard loved to sleep. If Luogu and the chief had been here these days, the sudden awakening of the blood lizard must have a special reason.
Could that reason be
the little creature? Just now, everything was fine. When the little claws of the creature playfully touched the blood lizard, it started to change. Gradually, the blood lizard, which was completely black, turned dark red. 2 of its front claws moved slightly. The little creature withdrew its hand, made a soft sound, and squatted beside the blood lizard, tilting its head curiously to look at it. Jinjin didn't know what Luogu and the tribe leader were really watching. She was truly worried that this blood lizard might wake up and attack the 2 of them, the half-beasts.
What should she do then?
Thinking of this, she could only speak again, saying, "The blood on the blood lizard is deadly to half-beasts." "Do you mean it's our half-beast's weakness?" Luogu asked back. That's one way to put it. Jinjin only knew this much, but just this fact was already very frightening. Luogu heard this and chuckled lightly, speaking in a relaxed tone. "It's just a small blood lizard. It won't be that dangerous."
He's really annoying.
No matter how she tried to explain or persuade, they wouldn't listen. She could only nervously watch to see if the blood lizard would change again. But in the next moment, the dark red blood lizard suddenly stopped moving again, and the dark red areas on its body started turning black.
Bichenshen frowned.
Was it entering another sleep state? Little one, try poking it again, Luogu said at this time. Humph. The little one was willing to poke, but didn't like being ordered like that. It turned its back and shook its tail in refusal. Seeing this, Bai Jinjin quickly said, Little one, gently poke it again. Hearing her, the little one reluctantly turned back and gently placed its two small paws on the round, plump head of the blood lizard. Sure enough, after the little one put its paws on, the black blood lizard began to change again, exactly the same as before. Bai Jinjin was amazed. She didn't know whether it was because of the little one or the blood lizard itself. It seems everything is really related to the Gu-Yi tribe, the tribe leader said again. Jinjin, pick up this little creature. Bai Jinjin quickly reached out to the little one, telling it to jump into her arms. Come here. The little one obediently withdrew its paws and shook its head. Bai Jinjin saw this and walked straight to the stone platform, picking it up. But at the moment she lifted it, her peripheral vision caught something underneath the blood lizard. However, this blood lizard was quite large. Even in a deep sleep state, its thick body was still solid. So, to see clearly what was underneath its belly, she had to move it. But who knew whether moving it would wake it up completely? After lifting the little one, Bai Jinjin looked at them and became even more curious. Where exactly did this rare blood lizard come from? And it was just a dormant blood lizard, nothing more. As for the two of them sneaking out early and staying late without telling Mom, Jinjin, the clan leader, called her, come over here and take a look. Jinjin responded and was about to go over, but Luogu stopped her. Seeing this, the clan leader looked a bit troubled and decided to start with Jinjin. Jinjin, I want you to help me check something. How could a purebred person know anything about that? Before Jinjin could speak, Luogu already refused for her. Jinjin, maybe you'll be very curious about this. The clan leader ignored his son and spoke directly to her. Jinjin understood what the clan leader meant, but her curiosity was already piqued. Since she had come to this place, she definitely wanted to see what was so interesting. So she said, Luogu, let me go see it. Luogu didn't really try to stop her. If you really want to see, don't regret it afterward. What's there to regret? On this beast-man continent, she had seen many strange and wonderful things. Yes, I won't regret it. Jinjin prepared herself mentally. The clan leader walked toward a spot on the right side of the stone platform. Jinjin used a luminous stone to shine in that direction. Probably because it was too dark, the light from the luminous stone couldn't fully illuminate the area. But the clan leader stopped after a few steps and pointed at a mountain wall in front of him. Right here. Jinjin looked carefully, but it was still a dark surface. She thought she'd need to get closer to see clearly. She stepped closer with the luminous stone, and when she reached the clan leader's side, she finally saw what was behind the darkness. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, she was still shocked by what she saw. The mountain wall was covered with tangled vines, but what was wrapped around the vines was terrifying. It was a bunch of silver snakes, about the thickness of her pinky finger, and there were so many that just looking at them made her scalp tingle. In that one glance, Jinjin felt her legs go weak. Luogu saw her stiffen and quickly pulled her back. Little one, are you okay? Hearing Luogu's voice, Jinjin snapped out of her shock and realized her voice was trembling. I am fine. It seems not, the clan leader said regretfully. Luogu, take her out first.
Wait.
Kai Jinjin quickly spoke to stop him, saying, I'll be fine after a moment. It seemed she was really scared. Luogu anxiously held her hand tightly, wishing he hadn't let her come to see it no matter what she said. It's just some tiny silver snakes wrapped around vines. A few more looks and accepting them would be fine. Kai Jinjin calmed down and looked again at the dark mountain wall. As long as she stayed a little farther away, she couldn't clearly see the snakes hanging on the wall. Let go, I'm okay now, she said, looking at Luogu still holding her hand. Are you really fine? Luogu frowned. Kai Jinjin nodded firmly, feeling he was overreacting a bit. Seeing this, Luo Gu slowly loosened her hand and gently lifted the small creature's neck to lighten her load. Now Kai Jinjin was truly prepared. She took the glowstone and slowly moved closer. Under the light of the glowstone, the snakes appeared one by one. It was unclear if they were alive or dead, all tangled on the vines and motionless. She held the glowstone and gently swung around, getting a clear view of the front of the mountain wall, which was covered with these tiny silver snakes. Then she used a bronze mirror, which displayed some words. Species: Tu Shui snake habitat. Commonly found in the Raga mountain gorge area. They like to gather in groups. They are non-venomous and can be used as medicine ingredients. Period. Ancient times. Next, a few unrelated recipes appeared on the mirror. After reading the words, Kai Jinjin asked, "Is the tribe leader trying to find out what they are called?" "I know they're called Tu Shui snakes, and they are harmless," the tribe leader replied. "That's right," he said, matching the information on the mirror. "Are there any others?" the tribe leader asked. "Other what?" she replied. She couldn't possibly tell all the recipes behind, and they wouldn't understand anyway. They didn't even know what the medicines were, let alone the ingredients. Luo Gu spoke up. "These snakes have been here for a while, always in this state." Kai Jinjin understood and said, "These Tu Shui snakes often appear around Raga Mountain Gorge. They like to gather in groups. As for whether they are dead or alive now, I don't know." Raga Mountain Gorge? Hearing the place name, the tribe leader's deep voice grew serious. "Yes," she replied, though she wasn't familiar with the area, except for a few places she had visited. "Anyway, these snakes are non-venomous." Kai Jinjin tried to reach out and touch them to see if they were dead or alive.
Wait.
Luo Gu knew what she wanted to do, and once again stopped her. "I'll go." Qi Jinjin was surprised to look at him, but what happened next made her even more amazed. Luo Gu walked to her side, extended his hand holding the little cub, and used its tiny paw to touch the tangled snakes. Qi Jinjin felt sad for the little cub, but she also knew Luo Gu wouldn't let it get hurt. His actions were safe for the cub. The cub didn't struggle. Its paws stretched straight out and touched two snakes wrapped around vines. Qi Jinjin quickly brought the luminous stone closer. She saw the two snakes touched by the cub twitch slightly, but only very lightly.
"They're still alive," she said.
"They look like they're sleeping just like that blood lizard. But snakes usually hibernate in winter, and it's not winter now." "Winter?" both of them asked, confused. Oh, she forgot. They had no seasons here. When it's cold, it's winter. She had thought about teaching them to tell the seasons during their free time, but then she realized she hadn't been here long, and what if the seasons here were different from what she knew? That would be embarrassing, so she decided to observe first. Yes, some snakes do stop moving when it's cold. Luo Gu understood her meaning. Besides cold, what else can make snakes hibernate? Qi Jinjin thought for a moment, but couldn't think of any other reason why so many snakes hanging around would all go into the same state. At that moment, the clan leader said, "No matter the reason, we should check out the Rag Mountain Valley." Qi Jinjin felt a bit worried. She had just returned a few days ago, and now she might have to go out with Luo Gu again? Luo Gu nodded and agreed. "Do you want to go, or should I?" "Let's decide who goes when we get back." The clan leader glanced at Qi Jinjin and didn't say more. "We've made quite a few discoveries today. Finish your work quickly, and then we can head back." After that, the clan leader turned and walked outside. "Little one, we're going out," Luo Gu said, bringing the cub back. "Just going out like that?" Qi Jinjin was full of questions. They had just come in not long ago. Could it be that her arrival had made their work more efficient? She didn't think much about it. It was good to go out early. She had many questions she wanted to ask Luo Gu alone. When she was about to leave, she couldn't help but glance at the dormant blood lizard on the stone platform. What exactly was underneath it? They returned the way they came. The farther they went, the less the smell of blood became. They walked through a gap between two large stones. The tribe leader said, "Luo Gu, you go ahead first. Jinjin, and I will wait here for you." "Is there still more to do?" Qi Jinjin was surprised and instinctively wanted to refuse. She didn't want to be alone with the tribe leader. "No need, Luo Gu immediately declined and instead handed the little one in his arms to the tribe leader.
Just watch over it.
The little one protested, but Luo Gu's cold stare made it stay silent. The tribe leader saw his intentions clearly and openly said, "Are you worried I might eat your partner? Who knows?" Luo Gu rolled his eyes and took Qi Jinjin's hand, walking into the woods. "That brat. Be careful with your possessiveness, or you'll scare Jinjin," the tribe leader called after them, his tone full of pride. Hearing this from behind, Qi Jinjin chuckled softly. "Why are you laughing?" Luo Gu frowned when he saw her smile. "Are you afraid of my possessiveness too?" No, Qi Jinjin quickly stopped laughing. "But too much possessiveness can be scary. Luckily, you've learned to respect me gradually." "Is having possessiveness a bad thing?" Luo Gu asked back unhappily. "Not at all, I never said it was bad," she replied. "At least, your current level of possessiveness makes me feel safe." "That's good," Luo Gu was happy. Qi Jinjin didn't know where he was heading, but since they were getting farther from the tribe leader, she thought it was a good time to ask some questions. "Where did that blood lizard come from?" she asked. "Near the Rag Mountain Gorge," he answered without hesitation. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin frowned. It seemed complicated to explain. But no matter how complex she wanted to understand, she didn't want to come all this way for nothing. Maybe she could give him some useful ideas. "So, your dad didn't go to Rag Mountain Gorge when he brought back the blood lizard?" she asked.
Yes.
"So, your dad was out looking for traces of the ancient Yi tribe?" Qi Jinjin continued guessing. Luo Gu tightened his grip on her hand, and a hint of surprise flashed in his dark eyes. Based only on what she just saw and what the clan leader said, she could guess this point. He originally planned to hide this from her, because he didn't want her to worry so much. But since she had already said so much, hiding it anymore would be obvious. So, he decided to tell the truth. He said, "Yes, my father still suspects that the Yuhua beast is related to the Gu-Yi tribe." "Does that mean the purebred Yuhua beasts are from the Gu-Yi tribe? Can you tell me more about the Gu-Yi tribe?" she asked. She only knew about the 4 major tribes, but she didn't know much about each one. The Gu-Yi tribe is the most mysterious among the 4 tribes. They have few people and no fixed home, Luo Gu explained. "I heard that a long time ago, something happened to the Gu-Yi tribe causing them to split into pieces. Since then, no one has known where they are." Jinjin listened and found it strange. Something happened that caused the tribe to split, but since they already had a low profile, why can they still be called one of the 4 major tribes? "Because they have healing powers," Luo Gu said. "Healing powers?" Jinjin remembered the first time she met Luo Gu. She had said she could help treat his wrist injury to save herself, and he had mentioned healing ability then. She was puzzled at the time. She didn't even know what medicine was, yet she knew about healing powers. "How strange. Are you talking about a healing ability similar to mine?" she asked, wanting to be clearer.
Yes.
Hearing his answer, Jinjin made a bold guess. "You probably thought I was from the Gu-Yi tribe back then, right?" Luo Gu looked at her and honestly said, "That was indeed a thought at the time, but it was dismissed later. Someone who doesn't even know about the 4 major tribes can't possibly be from the Gu-Yi tribe." Jinjin chuckled, and her mind connected the clues one by one. The clan leader went out to investigate traces of the Gu-Yi tribe and brought back a blood lizard from near the Laga Mountain Gorge. He didn't know it was a blood lizard but felt it was related to the Gu-Yi tribe. Now he knew that the small silver snakes came from the Laga Mountain Gorge, and discovering the blood lizard nearby was no coincidence. He wanted to check again. After analyzing the clan leader's thoughts, Jinjin said, "I think, at this moment, there are definitely no traces of the Gu-Yi tribe in the Laga Mountain Gorge."
"Why?"
"Because you said the tribe is very mysterious. A tribe that is so good at hiding probably wouldn't leave such obvious traces," Kai Jinjin said. Lu Gu chuckled and replied, "Not necessarily. Do you think everyone in the Gu-Yi tribe is as smart as you?" Kai Jinjin paused for a moment. His words made some sense, since this is a rather wild continent, and it might be worth checking out. "I'm also very curious. Why did your father look for that mysterious and divided Gu-Yi tribe?" Kai Jinjin asked him. "Don't know," he answered quickly. His response made Kai Jinjin unsure if he was telling the truth or lying. As they talked, Lu Gu reached their destination, in front of a few fruit trees. The trees didn't bear many fruits, only about 5 or 6 on each, but the fruits looked strange. They were long, red, and striped, with many small spines on their skins. "I'll go pick the fruits." "You wait here," Lu Gu said, releasing her hand and walking to the trees. Kai Jinjin watched him climb the tree quickly, but he didn't seem eager to pick the fruits. She took out a copper mirror to identify the tree, curious about the strange-looking fruits. The tree is called the Sky Dew Tree, and its fruits are called Sky Dew fruits. They are not safe for humans to eat, and even touching them requires caution. People can only touch the smooth parts of the fruit, which are very small, about the size of a tiny stem. If they accidentally touch the spines, red spots will appear on the skin, causing intense pain. But the stem isn't easy to see, it only shows up at the right moment. These are basically poisonous fruits. Kai Jinjin quickly looked at Lu Gu, who seemed to know this, so he was picking the fruits very slowly. She could only stand there and watch, unable to help. Picking the fruits took quite a bit of time. She watched each fruit fall and looked around for large leaves to cover and carry the spiny fruits. Nearby, there were some large leaves like banana leaves, big enough to wrap the spiny fruits. She confirmed with her copper mirror that these large leaves wouldn't hurt people, then tore off one and carried it over. Lu Gu carefully picked 5 fruits and dropped them on the ground. Looking down, he saw a small creature waving at him and pointing to the large leaf he had just picked. "Are these fruits for the place with the blood lizards?" Kai Jinjin asked, offering him the large leaf. "Wrap them with this, so you won't hurt your hands." "No," Lu Gu shook his head. "These fruits must be delivered one by one. That wastes too much time. This is too inefficient." Luo Gu smiled and showed through his actions that he also didn't want to waste time. He asked Qi Jinjin to place the leaves on the ground, then carefully lifted the root of a fruit and placed it on a large leaf. A miraculous scene appeared. The leaf touched by the bristles of the dew fruit quickly turned yellow and withered visibly to the eye. Then Luo Gu found a stick, poked at the yellowed area, and a crisp sound was heard. The yellowed part of the leaf shattered directly. "What kind of magical fruit is this? It can make other leaves change like this." Qi Jinjin looked at the 5 fruits on the ground and said, "I'll help you take 2, so it will be faster." "No need," Luo Gu refused her to touch such dangerous things. "Just stay close to me and be obedient. I'll be very careful." "That's not allowed either." Seeing his firm stance, Qi Jinjin didn't say anything more. Although she didn't understand why these fruits had to be delivered to the blood lizard place, the process was very time-consuming. No wonder they had been leaving early and returning late these days. For safety, Luo Gu only took 1 fruit at a time and walked very slowly to avoid being hurt by the bristles on the fruit. Fortunately, he walked steadily and didn't seem at risk of being hurt. The journey to the 2 large rocks was still long at this pace, and Qi Jinjin started to ask slowly. "The clan leader only told you about this. You clearly know I can help, so why didn't you tell me?" Qi Jinjin asked softly. "This has nothing to do with you. Why should I tell you?" Qi Jinjin hesitated. "It doesn't matter, but I can help. Think about it, if you had told me earlier, maybe you would have already known that it was a blood lizard and those snow snake creatures, and you might have found the Gai tribe in the Laga Mountain Gorge." "So what?" Luo Gu glanced at her. Even if he knew she could help, he had no intention of involving her. Seeing his words, Qi Jinjin snorted softly. "It may not matter to you, but it's different for the clan leader. If he had known earlier, maybe he could have met the Gai tribe he was looking for in the Laga Mountain Gorge." Hearing this, Luo Gu chuckled. "Little one, are you hinting at something?"
What?
Qi Jinjin pretended not to understand. "You don't want me to go to the Laga Mountain Gorge," Luo Gu said directly. It seems he could understand her underlying meaning. "Little one, I told you I wouldn't leave you alone. If I go to Leishan Valley, I definitely won't leave you behind with the tribe." Qi Jinjin withdrew her earlier thoughts. Her ideas were completely different from his. She really didn't want to wander outside anymore. staying comfortably inside the tribe to improve living conditions. Isn't that good? But she found it hard to say this out loud. As the future leader of the Bai Li tribe, he already had responsibilities on his shoulders. She had no right to stop him. So, she could only feel better by speaking her mind here. If you face problems you can't solve, you can ask me. I want to help you, Qi Jinjin said. Having one more person to help or think of ideas makes things easier for you. Luogu understood what she meant. Although he believed she was very different from other purebloods, she was still a pureblood who needed protection from half-beasts. Moreover, he didn't like seeing her anxious or worried about something. Okay, he said simply. We'll deal with it later. He took the fruit and went to the two big stones, placing the fruit on the ground, then picked it up again with the tribe leader. The tribe leader took the fruit without saying anything and turned to walk inside. Luogu then continued helping her carry the Tianlu fruit. Going back and forth took quite a bit of time. Whom is this fruit for? Blood Saurian? Qi Jinjin asked several times, but Luogu's answers were vague. Sort of.
See?
Such an uncertain answer. But Blood Saurian is now in hibernation and doesn't need to eat, Qi Jinjin said. So what exactly is this fruit for? Just think of it as for the Blood Saurian. She asked multiple times, but the answer remained the same, making Qi Jinjin feel exhausted. Suddenly, she remembered something pressing beneath the Blood Saurian's body and asked, Do you know there's something else under that Blood Saurian? As soon as she said this, Luogu's expression visibly froze. This is it. Qi Jinjin watched his expression closely, waiting to see how he would respond. Did you see everything? He asked instead of answering. Qi Jinjin blinked and nodded a little confused.
I saw it.
You're very observant, Luogu said with a slight smile, though his tone didn't clearly sound like praise. Qi Jinjin could only chuckle politely. Thanks. So, what is that thing under the Blood Saurian? However, Luogu did not answer her. Instead, he fell silent. Could it be that this fruit is meant for the thing under the blood lizard to eat? Since he was unwilling to answer, she could only ask cautiously. But he remained silent and did not respond to her question. Qi Jinjin felt a bit annoyed. If you can't tell me, just say so directly. Don't stay silent, okay? Luogu glanced at her before speaking. I can't tell you right now. Qi Jinjin was speechless. She saw that there was clearly something he couldn't say. Can I go in and look again later? Qi Jinjin deliberately asked. Of course, the answer was no. He didn't want to tell her, let alone let her go inside to examine more closely. It's a pity. She wished she had figured everything out before leaving. After all 5 fruits were delivered, it was almost noon. Qi Jinjin waited outside, holding her little one, glancing inside from time to time. If Luogu hadn't been nearby, she would have sneaked in quietly. After waiting for a while, the clan leader came out from inside, his serious expression gradually relaxing. Seeing the clan leader come out, Qi Jinjin approached him and asked, Clan leader, may I ask you a question? Luogu looked at her helplessly. She usually wasn't very curious about these things, but today she kept asking questions. What's your question? The clan leader was happy to answer her. About the blood lizard, Qi Jinjin said directly, without beating around the bush. Earlier inside, I saw something seem to be pressing on the blood lizard. I didn't look closely at the time, but I want to know what it was, she asked. Hearing this, the clan leader's face stiffened. This question was probably asked because Luogu didn't answer her earlier. It wasn't really something secret, but since Luogu hadn't told her, he naturally wouldn't say more. Qi Jinjin carefully watched the clan leader's expression, worried he might respond with silence like Luogu. Let Luogu answer you about that, the clan leader said, passing the question to Luogu. Are they trying to form a united front? Qi Jinjin felt a bit eager. Once she became curious about something, she couldn't feel comfortable until she understood. It's still early today. Let's go hunting, the clan leader changed the subject. Luogu, I heard you haven't gone hunting for a while. Yes, Luogu replied calmly. There's enough food in the small woods for me and the little one. That's enough, but you should also leave some for the children in the tribe. The chief looked at him and said, Don't let others say you have to steal the kids' prey later. Everyone relies on their own skill. Lu Gu didn't think he was bullying the children at all. He hadn't taken prey directly from their hands. All the prey he brought back was caught by himself. Jinjin felt helpless about the chief changing the subject. She didn't want to say anything and couldn't force them to talk. She could only try to hide her curiosity deep inside her heart. "Little one, do you want to go hunting together?" Seeing a hint of disappointment in her eyes, Lu Gu felt a bit uncomfortable. "I don't mind." Jinjin held her little cub and stood nearby, seeming to lose all interest. The chief saw this and said, "Jinjin probably hasn't seen Lu Gu hunt in his real way. Anyway, it's still early today. Want to go see?" Since the chief said this, she couldn't refuse. "Okay, let's go." Lu Gu extended his hand to her, wanting to hold her hand and go down the mountain together. Jinjin looked at him, silently placing both hands on the cub and walking forward. Lu Gu frowned. Was she throwing a tantrum again? They returned the same way, but on the way down they transformed into beasts and leapt down directly. Jinjin was on Lu Gu's back, feeling strangely irritated, as if she had an unexplained anger. This anger was truly unexplainable. She wouldn't normally get upset over such a small matter. Unless... Jinjin's brow twitched. She instinctively covered her abdomen. Carefully calculating the time, she realized her period might be coming soon. After all, she's a girl, and her mood before her period can be unpredictable. Realizing this, her gloomy mood slightly improved. She attributed her irritation to her period. After jumping down the mountain, the two large white beasts headed in another direction. They didn't know how long they ran before their speed gradually slowed, and the surrounding scenery was all plains, one after another. Some of these plains were lush and green, others were dry and covered with withered grass. From afar, many animals could be seen across the vast plains. Looking carefully, these animals were all unfamiliar to Jinjin. Some gathered in groups, playing or resting, while others were alone, looking around and licking their fur. Could it be that this vast plain is the hunting ground for adult half-beasts of the Bailey tribe? "Little one, what kind of meat do you want to eat later?" Lu Gu tilted his head slightly and asked. After taking a quick look around, Jinjin said, "I don't recognize any of these animals. You can just watch and handle it." Lu Gu chuckled, his tone much better than before, showing he had probably put the matter of the blood lizard behind him. He looked around, his eyes sharp, and fixed his gaze on the prey he wanted to catch. "Then let's go for the flower cloud horse." "Are you sure it's a flower cloud horse?" The clan leader's eyebrows twitched as he looked in the direction of Lu Gu's gaze, then showed a look of anticipation, as if expecting a good show. Lu Gu nodded. "All right, if you catch a flower cloud horse today, I'll give you a free pass to avoid a beating," the clan leader said with a smile. A beating? Jinjin remembered how these two beasts had fought earlier and still felt a bit scared. Lu Gu said nothing, but his eyes already showed determination to succeed. "Little one, do you dare to stand here and wait for me?" Lu Gu asked. Jinjin hesitated a little but nodded, saying she was brave enough. Although there were many animals of different sizes on this plain since he asked her this, it meant she would be safe as long as she stayed still. It just took courage, which was fine. Traveling light would make things easier for him. Lu Gu gently set her down, then reached out a paw to dig into the ground, drawing a small circle around her. "Don't step out until I come back," Lu Gu said after drawing the circle. "Okay, stay safe," Jinjin nodded, holding the little cub obediently inside the circle. Lu Gu looked at the clan leader, then suddenly sprinted across the plain with his front paws. The clan leader also ran, but in a different direction, heading toward another part of the plain. Yip yip yip, the little cub, who had been quiet in her arms, started to bark. Jinjin understood the tone of its bark. "No, we must wait here until they come back." Yip yip. The cub made a displeased sound, its little head full of curiosity and longing for the surroundings. "Be good. Look at all these animals bigger than me nearby. You're so small. If you're not careful, these animals might step on and swallow you," Jinjin said, feeling bored and trying to distract the cub with a few words. Hearing her nagging, the cub lifted its head, staring with big round eyes that looked so pitiful it was hard not to feel sorry. Qi Jinjin glanced at it, but at this moment, she was completely immune to its adorable expression. She thought she couldn't risk losing her life just because of a moment of playfulness. "No, before they return, you are not allowed to leave the circle," said Qi Jinjin coldly, withdrawing her gaze. She looked at the white wild animal on the plain. This animal was very noticeable among the many animals, and calling them a crowd of unruly creatures was not an exaggeration. The white animal's rapid run made many animals cautious. Those alone quickly stood up and became alert. As soon as the white animal approached, they immediately ran away. However, the animals in groups were not worried about the sudden appearance of the white animal. They even watched him run leisurely. It seemed that Lu Gu's target was not these grouped animals, but a lone animal. This animal has 6 legs, 2 tails, and short fur with colorful cloud-like patterns on its skin. Because the distance was too far, Qi Jinjin could only roughly see its shape. But she guessed that the animal was probably the flower cloud horse Lu Gu mentioned earlier. This solitary flower cloud horse did not panic and run like the other lone animals. Instead, it calmly watched the white wild animal rush toward it. Lu Gu was very fast, almost instantly reaching the flower cloud horse, aiming to bite its neck quickly. Just as Qi Jinjin thought Lu Gu would succeed with one bite, the calm-looking flower cloud horse suddenly fought back. It jumped up quickly, and the height of the jump surprised Qi Jinjin, her mouth opening wide. Does this flower cloud horse have springs in its hooves? Its incredible jumping ability must have reached at least 4 or 5 meters high. Lu Gu seemed to have expected such a counterattack, so he kicked off with his front paws at the moment the horse jumped. But he didn't jump as high as the flower cloud horse, or rather, he didn't need to compare who jumps higher. He bit one of the horse's tails fiercely and pulled it down. The flower cloud horse cried out in pain, trying to struggle free with other methods, but before it could react, a giant claw pressed it to the ground, almost crushing its internal organs. But the attack didn't stop there. After pinning it down, Lu Gu turned his head and bit off its forelimbs. The flower cloud horse immediately stopped struggling. So, was that successful? Moo was still staring blankly. Just now, when she was listening to the clan leader speak, she thought the flower cloud horse was very difficult to deal with. But in the blink of an eye, the flower cloud horse was dismembered. After biting the flower cloud horse to death, Lu Gu turned into a human form, dragging the horse's 2 tails as he walked toward her.
Mumu frowned.
As he approached in human form, wouldn't the other animals on the plain attack him? It turned out her worries were unnecessary. Those animals not only didn't attack him, but also seemed a bit afraid of him. Had Lu Gu become so powerful? Mumu couldn't help but think that on this beast-man continent, who else could compare to his strength? She guessed only the clan leader might match him, but given the clan leader's age, he probably wasn't as strong as the now serious Lu Gu. Is this the flower cloud horse? Seeing him bring the prey over, Mumu asked, hiding her surprise. Yes, Lu Gu loosened the horse's tail. Later, I'll peel its skin and make a piece of animal hide for you to wear. Mumu smiled awkwardly and looked back at the plain. Just then, she saw the clan leader coming from another direction. He hadn't turned into a human but was carrying several large prey on his back. When the clan leader saw the flower cloud horse lying on the ground, he still felt a bit surprised. Lu Gu's reaction was even sharper than before. I keep my promises. You get one less chance to be beaten, the clan leader said. But Lu Gu simply dismissed it. No need. Maybe someone else will get beaten instead. Hearing this conversation between father and son, Mumu couldn't help but laugh. It was true, everywhere there's some form of discipline through sticks. The sun was high, and the 3 of them, carrying the prey, returned to the tribe. Once back, many tribe members gathered around. Surprisingly, they were all interested because Lu Gu was dragging the flower cloud horse. The tribe members looked amazed and envious, especially some girls, whose eyes sparkled, eager to get a closer look at the flower cloud horse. Mumu followed their envious gazes and looked at the horse, but she couldn't understand what they were so jealous of. Lugu took Moo directly back to the cave. As soon as they arrived, he started peeling the horse's skin. Moo took the initiative to light a fire and then stood beside him to watch him skin the horse. Honestly, the patterns on this flower cloud horse were quite beautiful. If made into a leather garment, it would definitely be eye-catching and dazzling. She thought she probably understood why so many girls looked at her with envy earlier when she returned. It was because she could make beautiful clothes. Who doesn't love pretty things? Is that plain where your people often go hunting? Qi Jinjin suddenly asked. Why do you ask? Lugu couldn't guess the purpose of her question. Just asking, she said, not wanting to answer but not forcing him either. Lugu said while skinning an animal, yes, kind of. Why was his answer so vague again? Qi Jinjin felt a strange, inexplicable anger rising inside her. I would never take you to dangerous hunting places, Lugu added. That plain is where animals often live, but we usually don't bother them. His answer cooled her strange anger. So, it's like a farm. A farm? Lugu didn't understand the word. Yeah, more simply, it's a place where animals are kept so you can hunt other animals if needed, she explained. That's why she understood why Lugu was so confident in letting her stand inside that area. It seemed the animals on that plain were gentle and not dangerous. Lugu understood her explanation. Today, luck was on our side. We just caught a flower cloud horse. Qi Jinjin looked at the bloody lump in his hand and checked it with a small mirror. There are many flower cloud horses, but they are rare. Even if you see one, few can catch it. Its incredible jumping ability is its best way to escape. It's fast, surprising, and can be eaten. Its meat isn't top quality, but its skin makes very beautiful clothes. Are you really going to give me such a beautiful skin? Qi Jinjin asked. If I don't give it to you, what else would I do with it? She hesitated. Was he catching it not to eat but for its skin? It's okay if you don't want my animal skins, he said. But no female dislikes the skin of a flower cloud horse. You're mine, and I'll give you all the good things. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin felt her heart pounding wildly. His kindness always came first through actions. I never said I didn't like your animal skins. She muttered. What? Nothing, thank you for the animal skin you gave me. She's been here for quite some time, and she can't wear the same clothes and pants forever. Over time, they will wear out. So, it's better to keep up with the times. Also, even with animal skins, you can cut and sew them into modest and nice styles. Just liking it is enough. She was happy, and he was even happier. Then Luogu thought of something else. Little one, is your thank you just words? Don't you have a more real way to show it? Taking advantage of someone and then being soft-spoken in return, Qi Jinjin looked down on him for being so greedy. She rolled her eyes and got up to bring over the arrow bone she had sharpened earlier. Look. What is this? Luogu looked a bit annoyed, feeling she was deliberately changing the subject. Remember I told you about the bow and arrow before? This is called an arrow bone.
Qi Jinjin explained.
Luogu narrowed his black eyes. You plan to show thanks with just a bone? Don't underestimate this bone. The power of a bow and arrow is much greater than a slingshot, and its killing power is stronger too, Qi Jinjin said. I was planning to make a bow and arrow for myself with this bone. Since you're here, I want to give it to you as a thank you. But I don't lack bones. Sigh, he didn't see this as a weapon at all, just like the slingshot she made before. All right, once she makes the bow and arrow, he would enjoy seeing his surprised expression. If you don't want it, then fine. I'll keep it for myself. Qi Jinjin snorted softly and set the arrow bone aside. Is it peeled? I'm going to roast some meat. This was clearly her way of changing the subject. Luogu refused to go along. You haven't shown your thanks with real action yet. I have, she replied seriously. I painfully gave up my own bow and arrow to give you something I made myself. It's not my fault if you refused my thanks. Is there no other way to show gratitude? Luogu asked back. Qi Jinjin squinted, knowing what he was thinking. She smiled and said, all right then. Close your eyes first. Close my eyes? Don't you want to show your thanks in another way? Hurry up, or I'll think you don't want it.
Kizensen urged.
Seeing him close his eyes, she made a shushing gesture to a small animal nearby, then gently picked it up. Just as she was about to use the little animal to give Luo-gu a kiss, Luo-gu suddenly opened his eyes.
Ugh.
Qi Jinjin was startled. When the small animal swung out its tiny paw, she quickly pulled it back. Oh no! Qi Jinjin nervously put the little creature aside and didn't dare to look at Luo-gu's current expression. His face must look very bad now. Little thing, since you can't guess what kind of thanks I want, don't blame me for taking the initiative. After saying that, Luo-gu grabbed her arm and pulled her close. Before she could react, he pressed his lips onto hers.
Qi
Jinjin felt deep regret. If she had known he was so forward now, she would have just kissed his cheek earlier. She really shot herself in the foot. Fortunately, he only kissed her and didn't do anything more intimate. He kissed her lips, then released her, licking his own lips and still savoring her taste. Qi Jinjin glared at him. Are you satisfied with this kind of thanks? Very satisfied, Luo-gu said with a charming smile, continuing to peel the skin. Qi Jinjin sniffed and caught a strong blood smell. She turned her head and was speechless. Her coat was covered in blood from Luo-gu's hands, sticky and disgusting. She had no choice but to take off her coat and wash it. After peeling the skin, Luo-gu roasted the meat over the fire. Here, little thing, he said, cleaning the blood from the flower cloud horse hide and handing it to her. Qi Jinjin gently touched the hide. It was quite large, enough to be divided into 2 parts for making clothes. I want to wash it first. Okay, Luo-gu replied. Since the hide was already given to her, she could do whatever she wanted with it. They ate the meat from the flower cloud horse inside the cave. After resting for a while, Qi Jinjin pulled Luo-gu to the stream to wash the animal hide. When they went out, the tribe members who saw the hide looked at them with envy. Seeing their envious looks, Qi Jinjin felt a bit embarrassed to make it into clothing. What's wrong? Luo-gu asked when he saw her strange expression. Nothing, she hesitated to say. Luo-gu didn't believe her. He looked around and his cold gaze made the curious tribe members immediately turn away. Next time, just wash it in the cave. I can bring you as much water as you need, Luo-gu said coldly.
Kizensen nodded silently.
They went to the stream, and she quickly washed the hide. After washing, she planned to go back and make a door for the cave. But halfway through, the tribe leader and her mother came over to the stream. Qi Jinjin put down the hide, stood up, and greeted them with Luo-gu. The clan leader came here to find Luo-gu. After smiling at Qi Jinjin, he pulled Luo-gu away and left quickly.
Don't worry about them.
I'm here to help you, Mama said as she squatted by the creek, helping her wash the animal hide that wasn't finished yet. Qi Jinjin had to look away and focus on her task. Auntie, I can do it myself. It's okay. I'm just here to keep you company, Mama replied, but she still took the animal hide and washed it herself. Qi Jinjin smiled awkwardly, thinking that the clan leader must have something urgent to discuss with Luo-gu. Since Mama came along, she would definitely ask about what happened earlier in the morning. Sure enough, Mama whispered, Jinjin, what did they do with you this morning? Not much. She hesitated, unsure whether to tell the truth. Since the clan leader was hiding Luo-gu's whereabouts from Mama, revealing the details might be pointless. Mama frowned slightly. Jinjin, we're on the same side. Qi Jinjin didn't expect Mama to speak so directly. It felt like she was forcing her to tell the truth. She thought for a moment and carefully said, Auntie, they didn't do much. They just looked at an animal, then went to a large plain to hunt, and then came back. An animal? What kind of animal? I don't know, Qi Jinjin lied, just wanting to be a simple middle person. Mama tried to see if she was lying, but focused on her work. Her calm and serious expression didn't seem like she was lying. Seeing this, Mama said again during Luo-gu's absence, I was really worried.
Kizensen paused.
Just those words told her Mama was trying to appeal to her emotions. She nodded to show she understood. If I were in your place, I would also worry when Luo-gu is away. Since you understand my worries, we should be on the same side. Isn't that right, Jinjin? Auntie, I'm not against you, Qi Jinjin said innocently, looking at her. Mama's eyebrows furrowed a little more, clearly unhappy with her words. Qi Jinjin didn't dare to make her angry. But I feel like the clan leader might go out again. I'm not sure. Even if Luogu took me today, they wouldn't let me know everything. Hearing this, Mama's expression softened a bit. Soon, Qi Jinjin finished washing the animal hide and Luogu and the clan leader, who had finished their talk, came over. Luogu voluntarily carried the damp animal hide, holding Qi Jinjin's hand as they headed toward the tribe. The tribe leader and mother did not follow them out. Qi Jinjin glanced up at Luogu's expression, but didn't see any worry there. It seemed their private talk with the tribe leader was about something minor. Back at the tribe, after drying the animal hide, Qi Jinjin watered the seeds near the cave entrance, then started making the door. The first step in making the door was to measure the size. Luogu's cave was quite large and the entrance was big, so making a wooden door would need a lot of wood. With Luogu willing to help as a hard worker, Qi Jinjin didn't need to ask other tribe members for help. Luogu carried a lot of leftover wood from previous furniture making and piled it at the cave entrance, following her instructions. After measuring the size, Qi Jinjin handed him the bone tools and said, "Split these trees as I tell you." Luogu worked tirelessly and quickly completed her task. Her idea for the door was simple. Make two halves that open in the middle, which would share the weight of a large door. Since the trees were solid wood and the cave entrance was big, the weight of pushing the door couldn't be ignored. Qi Jinjin first assembled the split wood pieces together, then used two uncut logs standing on either side of the cave to make a door frame. After comparing the height of the cave, she determined the length of the door frame. "Take a break now," she said, noticing Luogu working hard. She sat on the ground with a few small pieces of wood and used her dagger to carve them. "What are you doing?" Luogu wanted to help more and didn't want her to tire herself. "Making a mechanism." "A mechanism?"
Yes.
She didn't explain much, knowing he wouldn't understand even if she did. Luogu, not understanding, watched her carefully working, then sat quietly beside her. Qi Jinjin carved longer small sticks from the wood, planning to use these to connect the split pieces. She poked small holes in each piece with her dagger, then asked Luogu to help push the small sticks into the holes, just like when they made the first cage. Qi Jinjin was responsible for poking small holes, and Luogu helped connect the wood pieces. Soon, they assembled the two halves of the door. What's next? Luogu guessed her idea for the door, realizing it could block the wind and rain at the cave entrance. The only problem was it was a bit troublesome. People would need to move the two halves to go in and out. Connect the two door frames and the door panels. Jinjin carefully poked holes in two pieces of wood with a dagger, creating a simple mechanism to help Luoguan open and close the doors smoothly around the door frame. After finishing these small devices, only one step remained: installing the finished door at the cave entrance. Luoguan was very strong. He alone managed to firmly set the two doors slightly inside the cave. The top of the door frame just pressed against the cave ceiling, while the bottom was anchored securely in the ground. Since the ceiling was not perfectly level, the top of the door was unevenly aligned with the cave edge, but the vertical door frame remained straight, with some gaps on each side. Jinjin suggested filling these gaps with stones and sealing them with mud or clay later. Luoguan's attention was not on her words, but on the entire door. He underestimated his little companion. He thought it might be inconvenient to block the cave entrance, but when he gently pushed the door, it moved easily inward with his push, without much effort. Seeing this, Jinjin also went over to test how easily the door could be pushed. "How is it? Pretty good, right?" she asked, pushing the other door. "When we want to open the cave, just push the door open. At night, we can close it. I'll make two locks so that when we sleep, outsiders can't come in unless we open the door." She then used the remaining wood to make the locks. While doing so, she remembered the heavy rain from before. Even with the door and bed in place, heavy rain could still seep in. Jinjin stared at the bottom edge of the door, lost in thought. Suddenly, she had an idea. She could dig a small trench in front of the door. Rainwater that seeped in would flow directly into the trench. If she made the trench longer, the villagers inside the cave wouldn't be affected by the rain anymore. She praised her own cleverness and shared the idea with Luo Guan. He listened, frowned slightly, then quickly nodded. All right, let's do as you say. They then went to gather many stones of different sizes. Moving stones was tiring work. Thinking about how Laya had carried stones back and forth earlier, she probably cursed under her breath many times. With Luogu's help, she filled the gap outside the door frame with a mixture of stones and mud, sealing it completely. Her busy afternoon work attracted many villagers to gather and watch again. Luogu's partner is doing what now? Why is she blocking the cave with wood? I don't know. Maybe we should go ask.
Don't.
Can't you see Luogu over there? Everyone sighed and dared not take the step to ask.
Done.
Qi Jinjin clapped her hands on her hips, looking very satisfied with her work this afternoon. Now, she wouldn't have to worry about someone barging in while Luogu was kissing her. Qi Jinjin paused, surprised at her own thought, wondering why she was thinking about that. Oh, maybe I should call them over to see? And talk about digging the trench? Qi Jinjin looked at the curious villagers nearby and said to Luogu, "What's there to see?" Luogu looked clearly displeased.
Just a simple look.
Otherwise, look at how curious they are. And this door is a good thing, so everyone should share it. Qi Jinjin blinked and said. Luogu glanced at her and agreed. His reason was simple. He wanted others to see how excellent his little creation was, making others envious and jealous. After the villagers listened to Qi Jinjin's explanation, they looked at each other with some confusion. Luogu's partner, does this door really block wind and rain? One villager asked. That question was obvious nonsense. They had just discussed why they used wood to block the cave entrance. Wouldn't that also block wind and rain? But Qi Jinjin patiently nodded and explained, of course. Once the door is closed, does strong wind still come in? The villagers exchanged glances and understood. You can try this door, push it in, pull it out, it's very easy. Even someone with no strength like me can push it easily. After speaking, Qi Jinjin moved to stand beside Luogu and made space. But who dared to really push it? They all looked at Luogu's face because this was his cave and his door. Let a purebred person try, Luogu said. Everyone knew that purebred in his words meant female, so a few women stepped forward from the crowd. Seeing this, Qi Jinjin said, let the children try. Their strength is a bit smaller. Luogu nodded in agreement. Several children were pushed out. Although they were curious about the door-like thing, they preferred not to be curious compared to the scary creature. However, 2 brave children came over, and Qi Jinjin taught them how to push the door. Everyone watched as these 2 children easily pushed the 2 tall wooden boards into the cave. The boards were lighter than they had thought. Spouse of the creature, how is this door made? Can you make one for us? Some pure-blooded people saw this, and their eyes lit up. With such an easy-to-open door, they wouldn't be worried about strong winds blowing in at night. Finally, someone understood the purpose of her 2 doors, and Qi Jinjin happily shared how to make them. But the villagers listened in confusion, only understanding that they needed to piece together split wood, make doorposts, and connect them with sharpened sticks. Seeing everyone was confused, Qi Jinjin wished she had let them watch closely during the afternoon. All right, I will come back tomorrow when you are making it and guide you step by step, she said. Okay. After the crowd dispersed, it gradually got dark. Qi Jinjin pulled Luogu back to the cave and showed him how to lock the door with a latch. Here, that's good. If someone comes looking for you, just knock on the door and you'll hear it. No one can come in or push the door open without us opening it, she explained. Luogu saw this and couldn't help but pour cold water on her. Little thing, don't you think this latch is a bit unnecessary? Unnecessary? Qi Jinjin looked puzzled. Yes, just a little effort, and anyone else besides you can easily push open this latch, he said. Qi Jinjin pursed her lips, feeling a bit speechless. What was his strange way of thinking? They had already agreed that if someone wanted to come in, they could knock first, and then they would open the door. Didn't he understand human language? Qi Jinjin's mood suddenly soured. Luogu, noticing a flicker of anger in her eyes, quickly said, Of course, they wouldn't dare. Qi Jinjin rolled her eyes at him and turned to go into the cave to find the little cub. The little cub had been very quiet while she was making the door in the afternoon and hadn't come out to cause trouble. When she went inside, she saw the little cub lying on the bed, paws stretched out. If it weren't for the little paws twitching slightly, Qi Jinjin would have thought it was. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the little cub's sharp ears twitched a few times as it listened.
Mumu tiptoed over quietly.
The little creature moved its paws, opened its eyes, stretched its limbs, and even stuck out a tiny pink tongue. Are you awake? Mumu reached out to gently pat its small head, feeling a bit surprised. Humph. The little creature nuzzled her hand affectionately, then happily showed its little belly. You slept all afternoon. I rarely see you sleep so long during the day, Mumu said softly. Luo Gu entered and glanced at the little creature. Is it not feeling well? Mumu was caught off guard and paused, not thinking about that possibility. Little one, are you feeling okay?
Mumu asked carefully.
The little creature let out a dissatisfied sound at Luo Gu, sounding strong and confident, not at all like it was unwell. It seemed it had just simply slept all afternoon. Luo Gu walked over. We didn't make it do anything, yet it's so tired. Yeah, Mumu also found it strange. Usually it's energetic after a day of playing. Luo Gu's dark eyes narrowed thoughtfully. This little monster really surprises me. He suddenly said, Do you remember the blood lizard that almost woke up today? Of course I do, Mumu replied. She hadn't thought much about it before, but now she remembered what was underneath the blood lizard. If I'm not mistaken, this little creature has the ability to revive animals, Luo Gu said seriously. Mumu was stunned. Was he serious about that? Do you have any proof that it has this ability?
Mumu asked.
Blood lizard and Tushue snake. Mumu frowned slightly and thought carefully. It seemed that earlier, when the little creature touched those animals, they showed signs of waking up. So, you mean the little creature has this power, and that's why it was so tired after using it this morning? Mumu asked, studying his expression. But what's the science behind it? Science? Yes, some scientific explanation is needed. But as soon as she said that, Mumu immediately regretted it. What was she saying? This so-called scientific explanation was just her trying to prove herself wrong. In this world of crossing over, in the Beast-Man continent, with unfamiliar plants and animals, and even the half-beast Luo Gu in front of her, none of this could be explained by science. Therefore, if he said the little creature had this ability, it wasn't nonsense. She had no reason to doubt him. Thinking of this, Qi Jinjin awkwardly cleared her throat. I think you might be right. After all, my bronze mirror can't recognize it. But is having this ability good or bad? Lu Gu's silence was his answer to her question. Whether it's good or bad, we'll find out later. Qi Jinjin patted the little cub's head again. Over the past few days, its fur has grown quite a bit, and it's still small curly hair, like tiny waves pressed against its skin. With this door, lighting a fire in the cave feels much warmer, and this door gives her a strong sense of safety. She feels she can sleep more peacefully tonight. After eating meat with Lu Gu, Qi Jinjin went to check the wooden bucket. The water inside was full, with no water stains on the bottom or sides. Success. Qi Jinjin felt an uncontrollable happiness. In just a few days, she made so many useful things. The huge sense of achievement almost overflowed the cave. Is this what you plan to use for bathing? Lu Gu asked, glancing at it. Yes. But this wooden bucket might not be suitable for a full bath. She made it small because she was afraid of failing, but it still has some use. After a busy day, Qi Jinjin took a warm bath and then comfortably lay on the bed. She reviewed in her mind how she made the bucket and the door, planning to teach her people tomorrow. Lu Gu also lay down beside her, casually resting his hand on her waist. Qi Jinjin glanced at his hand and asked, Can't you tell me what's really under the blood lizard now? Lu Gu looked both amused and helpless. A whole day had passed, and she was still thinking about this. Ichuan Huating, strange spring flower vine. Qi Jinjin was prepared for him not to answer, but unexpectedly, she got the answer from him. Strange spring flower vine? What is that? The name sounded very familiar. It's nothing, just a bunch of flowering vines, Lu Gu said. You can think of it as a pile of dead grass in the cave, used as a bed for the blood lizard. His explanation was quite forced. Qi Jinjin didn't speak, but pondered in her heart about this strange spring flower vine. It felt very familiar. She must have heard or seen it somewhere before. Strange spring flower vine. Qi Jinjin murmured softly, with her eyes closed. Suddenly, the image of the bronze mirror appeared in her mind. She opened her eyes sharply, her gaze clear. No wonder it feels so familiar. This strange spring flower vine also has another name, vampire flower vine, right? A trace of surprise flashed in Lu Gu's dark eyes. Is that right? Qi Jinjin eagerly wanted to know the answer. I only know it's called strange spring flower vine, Luo Gu said calmly. It seems he doesn't know the alias. Qi Jinjin said, this special flower vine can absorb blood from the blood lizard, but the blood lizard is now in a deep sleep, and all its blood has coagulated. However, if we add Tianluo fruit, it's a different story. How is it different? Luo Gu tightened his hand on her waist. Qi Jinjin subtly glanced at his hand. Was he actually nervous? But this nervousness was a good sign for her, indicating she was close to guessing right. Tianluo fruit can break through the blood lizard's skin and cause the broken part to bleed. The blood then flows onto the special flower vine and is absorbed by it. What you want is this blood-stained vine. Qi Jinjin boldly shared her guess. What do we want this vine for? Luo Gu chuckled softly. You should ask yourself that. Qi Jinjin shot him a sharp look, then said seriously, blood from the blood lizard is deadly to you half-beasts. Are you planning to use this vine to deal with other half-beasts? As she finished, the atmosphere in the cave grew tense. Nearby branches crackled as they burned. Seeing he didn't answer, Qi Jinjin's heart skipped a beat. Was her guess really right? Just as she doubted herself, Luo Gu spoke. Little one, before you saw that blood lizard today, we didn't even know it was a blood lizard.
Yes.
That was also her confusion. From the chief's reaction today, he didn't seem to be lying. But all she said was based on what she saw in the bronze mirror. After describing the blood lizard, the mirror also showed information about the special flower vine, though she hadn't paid much attention at the time. Then, why did you press the flower vine under the blood lizard? Qi Jinjin asked directly. The blood lizard had the flower vine when it was brought back. Then how do you know Tianluo fruit can make the blood lizard bleed? She continued. Luo Gu hesitated slightly, then said, you can ask him tomorrow. It seemed he really didn't know the reason, but his tone suggested she wouldn't get an answer even if she asked the chief. Seeing this, Qi Jinjin circled back to her questions. Are you planning to use this vine to deal with other half-beasts? Suddenly, his hand on her waist tightened, making her jump. He was deliberately doing it. Are you pretending to be clever, or are you just stupid? Luo Gu suddenly leaned close to her, his face so near it startled her. What do you mean by that? Qi Jinjin tried to move back, but his hand on her waist held her tightly. Lu Gu narrowed his black eyes and softly said, we don't know if it's a blood lizard. His breath brushed her face, making her feel itchy. At first, her mind was clear, but suddenly she felt confused. Lu Gu liked to see her now, staring blankly, without thinking or worries. So cute. Little one, some things are better not understood so clearly. It's not good for you. Lu Ji's voice suddenly became serious. No matter what happens, I will support you. Qi Jinjin blinked and gradually pulled her thoughts back. I was just curious to ask. You weren't this curious before. Lu Gu raised his hand and gently pinched her chin before kissing her. Qi Jinjin opened her eyes wide. His actions were becoming more skilled. He kept kissing her. Lu Ji's hand around her waist felt her relaxing little by little, probably because she was no longer thinking about those things. He deepened the kiss. Although Qi Jinjin didn't resist, she knew what kind of scene they were in now. Nighttime on the bed. If they went further, it would just be natural. That kind of thing, right? Thinking about doing that with him made Qi Jinjin nervous again. Lu Gu, who was kissing her, sensed her sudden tension, frowned, and looked confused. Suddenly, Qi Jinjin let out a painful sound. Lu Go immediately noticed her voice was off and loosened his hold. What's wrong? Qi Jinjin frowned tightly, curled her body slightly, and covered her lower abdomen. Little one, what's wrong? Seeing her look uncomfortable, Lu Go quickly sat up and asked.
I'm fine.
Qi Jinjin whispered, holding her belly. She knew exactly what this feeling was. During the day, she had even thought about the possibility. She didn't expect it to happen tonight. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Is it painful? Lu Ge didn't believe her words. How can I help you? A sharp pain like a knife cut through her lower abdomen. She pressed down hard, trying to ease the pain. Fortunately, the pain came in waves, and after this wave passed, she would feel better. Qi Jinjin just managed to get through this wave and saw Lu Ge looking at her with worry and helplessness. I'm fine, just a stomach ache, she quickly said when she saw his concern. How can your stomach hurt for no reason? Lu Ge lifted her animal hide, noticing her hands pressed on her belly. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Jinjin, she felt a bit embarrassed. I haven't felt pain in a long time. Maybe. It's the magnetic field. Magnetic field? Jinjin knew he didn't understand, and she was also confused. Before crossing over, she hardly felt anything during her period. Why does it hurt now after crossing? Could her body have also aged along with this crossing? No, that probably isn't the reason. She thought it must be the shock of crossing that caused this. After all, a girl's period can be so unpredictable sometimes. Anyway, I'm fine, Jinjin insisted, trying to sit up. She had sanitary pads in her backpack and needed to change them quickly before leaving. Lu Ge helped her up and noticed her face was quite pale. Little one, don't lie to me, Lu Ge said, holding her hand more tightly. You hurt me. Jinjin shot him a look, but seeing how nervous he was, she couldn't be angry.
I'm really fine. If you don't believe me,
you can ask your mother. It's a common thing for women. Her voice was much better than before, and Lu Ge's tense grip loosened a bit. Can you do me a favor? Jinjin asked again. I want to drink hot water. Can you go to the stream and fetch some for me? There's water inside the cave, Lu Ge said, standing up to go boil water for her. Jinjin quickly grabbed him. I know, but I want to drink the flowing water from the stream right now. Lu Ge frowned but agreed unconditionally. Okay. After he hurried out with the clay pot, Jinjin quickly ran to the cave entrance, locked the door, and then swiftly took out a sanitary pad from her backpack, finding a hidden spot to change. As soon as she changed, her stomach started hurting again. Jinjin felt overwhelmed. She realized how troublesome her period was in this ancient time. The scariest part was that her sanitary pad was only enough for this one time. What should she do next? At that moment, there was outside the cave. Jinjin turned to see Lu Ge. He hurried in with a water-filled clay pot, not even noticing the locked door, and pushed the latch open forcefully. She covered her face, relieved that she was quick. Otherwise, being caught would have been even more embarrassing. Lu Ge entered and saw her crouching by the bed, looking at him with surprise. Does it still hurt? Lu Ge asked anxiously, placing the clay pot down and walking toward her. She was in so much pain she had no strength to speak. You don't need to worry about me. The pain. It will pass in a little while. Luo Gu didn't believe she was okay at all. At this moment, Qi Jinjin said again, Can you help me boil some hot water and pour it into my big cup? I just need to drink some hot water. Luo Gu quickly went to boil water, knowing that she was the one with healing abilities and that she knew how to make herself feel better. Seeing Luo Gu busy boiling water, Qi Jinjin felt her stomach pain lessen a bit. Suddenly, someone appeared outside the cave, walking directly in through the door Luo Gu had pushed open. It was his mother. Why did his mother come? Jinjin, I heard Luo Gu say you're unwell. I came to see if I can help, his mother hurriedly said as she entered. Qi Jinjin was surprised Luo Gu was so quick. He just went out to get water, and his mother came looking for her. When his mother saw Qi Jinjin crouched beside the bed, her small face looked very pale, even in the firelight. Jinjin, did you eat something bad? His mother asked as she approached her. As she spoke, Qi Jinjin felt a warm flow surge inside her.
Blood.
Luo Gu, who was boiling water, caught a very obvious smell of blood. He turned to look, realizing the scent was coming from her. Are you bleeding? Luo Gu, no longer caring about the water, hurried over. His mother's brow furrowed tighter upon hearing this, but seeing her pale face and her hand holding her stomach, she seemed to understand what was happening. Luo Gu, let me do it. His mother pushed Luo Gu aside and supported Qi Jinjin. Jinjin, are you bleeding from below? Qi Jinjin blushed slightly. She thought that with her mother here, and since everyone was pure and women, it would be easier to explain this kind of problem. But as soon as her mother asked so straightforwardly, she felt embarrassed.
Qi
Jinjin lowered her head slightly. Although her mother understood what was happening, she was still a bit confused. Why did she hurt in the same situation? Luo Gu, go and boil water first, Qi Jinjin said sincerely, feeling shy about Luo Gu watching her. Mom, what exactly is wrong with her? Why is she bleeding? Luo Gu asked. This is something only females experience, it's normal. Just listen to Jinjin. Go boil water, his mother said, sensing her embarrassment and shooing Luo Gu away. Reluctantly, Luo Gu went to the fire to look at the water, but he kept his ears open, listening to their conversation. Don't worry, Auntie, I'm fine. Jinjin spoke somewhat reluctantly. My body is much weaker than yours. I might feel some pain these days, but as long as I stay warm and drink hot water, it should be fine. Are you really okay? Your face looks pale, Mom said worriedly. I'm really fine, Jinjin assured her confidently. And if nothing unexpected happens, the pain will only last a couple of days.
Once these days pass, I'll be fine.
Hearing this, Mom nodded and said, if you need anything, just tell me or Luo Gu. Okay, Jinjin replied with a small smile. Auntie, you should go back and rest. It's getting late. Mom carefully looked her over to make sure she was truly fine before leaving. As soon as Mom left, Jinjin let out a sigh of relief. She saw Luo Gu walking toward the cave entrance, probably to close the door. However, the latch had just been broken when he pushed it, so it couldn't be locked. Fortunately, he cleverly found a nearby stone to hold it in place. Then he came back inside. The water had just boiled, and he quickly poured some into her large cup. Seeing it was too hot, he added some cold water. Drink this, little one, Luo Gu said, holding the cup. Jinjin took the cup, and the water was at a perfect temperature. She drank a third of it in one go. After drinking the hot water, she felt warmer all over, and her stomach pain eased significantly. Are you feeling better? Luo Gu asked quickly when he saw her expression relax.
Much better, she replied.
Don't get cold, stay warm, and keep drinking hot water, Luo Gu said. If you do these 3 things, you won't feel pain anymore, right? Jinjin was surprised. He had actually heard her clearly. Yes, she nodded. Really, I'm fine. Don't worry too much. Just go to sleep. After all the fuss, she was completely exhausted. Luo Gu gently picked her up and carefully laid her on the bed, then covered her with all the animal skins he had brought out.
That's so heavy, she thought.
Jinjin pushed away the animal skins, thinking she wouldn't die from the heat, but she might suffocate under the weight. Seeing this, Luo Gu frowned. Cover yourself. This way you won't be cold. It's too heavy. I didn't feel cold when I slept before, she refused. Luo Gu lifted the skins slightly. The weight seemed to be a little much for her. Seeing this, he had no choice but to remove some of the extra skins and pointed to the ground beside the bed, saying, How about you sleep on me tonight?
No.
Qi Jinjin firmly refused, saying, Good bed, not sleeping on the ground. I'm really tired, so I'm going to sleep now. After speaking, she quickly wrapped herself in animal hide. The little cub had known since earlier that her owner was uncomfortable, so it didn't dare to approach or touch her. Once she lay down, the cub swiftly crawled into the animal hide and curled up on her stomach. Qi Jinjin was momentarily stunned, then realized that the cub was trying to give her warmth. The cub's body temperature was surprisingly like a warm hand warmer, furry, hot, and resting on her stomach really eased her pain. Luo Gu initially wanted to push the cub away, but seeing its face not look uncomfortable despite its weight, and even seeming calmer, he gave up. Luogu lay down beside her, but couldn't close his eyes and sleep like she did. He saw how uncomfortable she was but couldn't help her, wishing the pain was his own. Qi, with her eyes closed, couldn't fall asleep immediately. She was tired but kept feeling her stomach ache from time to time, which was very painful. She could tell that Luogu was still awake and watching her. "Are you not sleepy?" she asked softly. "I'll sleep after you do," he replied quietly. The stomach pain returned, and Qi was tossed about and couldn't sleep. She slowly opened her eyes and met his dark gaze, full of concern and worry. "Don't worry, I'm really fine," she said seriously, looking at him. Luogu didn't speak, but kept watching her. How could she sleep like this? Seeing this, Qi decided to talk to him, hoping to change the subject. Maybe chatting would help her fall asleep. "Then, keep me company and chat with me. Maybe I won't feel the pain," she said. "Okay, what do you want to talk about?" Luogu perked up at her suggestion. Let me think," she said thoughtfully, then asked, "Today by the creek, the tribe leader called you aside. What did you talk about?" Luogu didn't expect her to ask that. "We were discussing who would go to Laga Mountain Gorge." "Did you come to a decision?" Qi asked. "He's going," Luogu told her the result and added, "Little one, just knowing this is enough. Don't tell anyone." Qi was surprised. She could tell that anyone referred to her mother, but what's wrong? Luogu saw her expression wasn't good and thought she was in pain again. "Wait, I'll get you some hot water." "It's okay." Mu Qinchin quickly grabbed him and said with some regret, "Although I guess this would be the outcome, I already mentioned it to your mother." "How did you bring it up?" Mu Qinchin sighed and, to avoid making the conversation awkward, explained the reason she was with them today, including what she said to his mother by the creek. Luogu listened and didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled. Mu Qinchin still felt sorry and said, "I shouldn't have brought it up. The clan leader should have spoken to her himself."
It's okay.
"You only mentioned it briefly." Luogu gently held her hand and moved closer. "If one day I leave you in the tribe while I go out, would you really worry about me?" "Of course," Mu Qinchin replied without hesitation. She said even if he just leaves her in the tribe, or if we are separated outside for a little while, I would be worried. "Why would you worry? I'm even better than you think."
Here he goes again.
Mu Qinchin thought for a moment and said, "If you are in the tribe and I am outside, and I am just as capable as you, would you worry?" "There's no such scenario." "I said it's just an example." Mu Qinchin rolled her eyes at him, clearly reminding him to think from her perspective. Luogu smiled and moved closer again. "To prevent you from worrying about this, I have a good idea." "What idea?" "We could have a few more little ones," he whispered. "That way, when I go out, someone will stay in the tribe. I can take you with me wherever I go." Mu Qinchin thought for a moment, but didn't think too deeply about his words. "So, the clan leader, the future clan leader, and the current clan leader, one of these roles must stay in the tribe, right?"
Yes.
Now Mu Qinchin understood. "If you don't want to stay in the tribe in the future, we can have a bunch of little ones and take turns staying in the tribe." Luogu continued with his idea. Suddenly, Mu Qinchin realized what he meant and blushed. "Are you calling me a pig?" "Pig? Just saying we'll have a bunch of little ones. Don't you know how dangerous childbirth is for women? Especially in such a backward place," Mu Qinchin said seriously. Luogu really didn't know. "Let's talk about this later." Mu Qinchin quickly changed the subject. "If the clan leader leaves for Laga Mountain Gorge, can we stay in the tribe?" "Yes," Luogu agreed. "And we can also finish the wedding you mentioned earlier." Qi isn't sure if she should be happy. It's good that she can still remember the wedding, but after the wedding, maybe they just mated. Forget it, forget it. Thinking about it now, she has no idea what to do, so she decides to go with the flow. After talking with Luogu for a while, Qi stomach really didn't hurt that much anymore. She felt sleepy and fell asleep. The next morning, Qi woke up in Luogu's arms. Fortunately, she wasn't awakened by pain last night, and she felt much better when she woke up. But why does the feeling on her stomach not seem like a small creature, but more like a hand? Awake, Qi Jinjin reached her hand to her stomach and touched another hand. You're awake? Luo Gu's voice came from above her head. Qi Jinjin stiffened and replied, Your hand. Is it warm?
Well.
It was not just warm, but very hot. His skin's temperature was even hotter than the small creature's, which was very comfortable on her belly. No wonder she slept well last night without pain. Although it was comfortable, the position was a bit awkward. The small creature was nestled in her clothes, but Luo Gu had his hand directly inside her shirt. She could even feel his rough fingers on her delicate skin. Suddenly, the hand on her stomach moved, making Qi Jinjin freeze and get goosebumps. What are you doing? She quickly pressed his hand down. Luo Gu paused and then smiled. Little thing, I was going to pour hot water for you. Qi Jinjin quickly let go of his hand, but his hand didn't move away. Aren't you going to pour hot water for me?
She asked.
Originally, I was going to, but you told me not to, he replied. When did she tell him not to go? Qi Jinjin narrowed her eyes and reached out again to push his hand away. I'm thirsty. I want to drink water. Luo Gu chuckled softly, kissed her on the forehead, and then sat up. Probably because of her physiological condition, Qi Jinjin was especially sensitive to cold now. His hand was taken away, and her belly suddenly felt empty and cold. She covered her stomach and sat up, seeing the small creature curled at the foot of the bed, looking at her pitifully. That expression. It seemed to have had another confrontation with Luo Gu last night. Good morning, little one, Qi Jinjin said with a faint smile, reaching out her hand. The small creature immediately jumped to her front, nuzzled her hand with its head, and made a comfortable purring sound. Luo Gu was about to boil water for her, but when he opened the large water container, he paused for a moment. I forgot to tell you, my water container can also keep water warm, Qi Jinjin said to him. It can stay warm for a day or two. Keep warm? Yes, like last night, the water I poured in was warm. Once you put the lid on, the water inside stays warm. Not sure if he could understand this explanation. Luo Gu looked at the water in the container and walked over to give it to her. Qi Jinjin took it and took 2 sips. It was so nice to have warm water in the morning. Rest here a bit longer. I'm going hunting, Luo Gu said when he saw her drinking water. Okay, Qi Jinjin nodded and watched him leave. The door made the cave darker, but it didn't matter much, like having no privacy. After drinking, Qi Jinjin quickly changed her sanitary pad in a hidden spot. She thought it was necessary to ask other women in her tribe how they handled their periods these days. The best person to ask was naturally Luo Gu's mother. Luo Gu soon returned with some game. Qi Jinjin wanted to get up and help him, but she had been feeling weak these past days and could only watch him busy himself. I feel like I've become useless, she said unexpectedly. Useless is useless. I won't mind, Luo Gu said, handing her some roasted meat. She took it and started eating. Halfway through, she asked, Are you going to see the blood lizard with the tribe leader today? No, he's going alone, Luo Gu replied. I'll stay here and take care of you. I don't need you to take care of me, she said. She didn't want her own condition to delay his plans. Besides, I'm not hurt. You bled so much last night. How can you say you're not hurt? Luo Gu interrupted her with a displeased tone. Her face turned a little red. His wolf-like nose was very sensitive. If I keep bleeding like this every month, won't you have to stay close all the time? She asked. Yes, he replied. Who asked him if he could? Little one, will you still be like this in the future? Luo Gu didn't quite understand what she meant about every month, only that she would still have painful bleeding.
Qi Jinjin nodded.
That's normal. Ask your mother, she'll tell you. But after this period, I want to find some herbs to help me. If I have to suffer this much pain every month, I won't be able to stand it. Luo Gu's grip tightened, but he didn't say anything more. After finishing the meat, Qi Jinjin saw that he had no intention of going out, so she asked, Are you sure it's okay for the clan leader to go alone? Why wouldn't I be sure? Luo Gu added some branches to the fire to make it burn brighter. He noticed a door-like object blocking the cave entrance. As long as he kept the fire burning strongly, the cave would be much warmer than before, which also meant his little thing wouldn't get cold. Today, the villagers might be learning how to make doors. Maybe you could go help and guide them? Qi Jinjin asked, curled up on the bed in animal skins. No, I won't go, Lu Gu refused immediately. That won't do. Everyone seems eager to learn. I think I should go and help guide them, Qi Jinjin said, looking at his expression. But a cold stare shot her down, killing her idea. Little one, do you have other plans today? Lu Gu asked, considering her words. No, she replied. Besides wanting to ask her mother something, she really had no other plans. Plus, she felt her stomach might hurt just like last night. If it really acted up, she didn't dare think too much about it. Drink water, Lu Gu said as he poured her some more. Qi Jinjin took the cup and drank most of it. Just as she was thinking about how to find her mother arrived first. How are you, Jinjin? Does it still hurt? Her mother asked, bringing a lot of fruit. Here, have some of these. Qi Jinjin looked at the cold fruit and wasn't very eager to eat. Thank you for your concern, but I'm feeling better. Mom, the fruit is cold. She can't eat it, Lu Gu quickly returned the fruit her mother brought. Qi Jinjin felt a bit embarrassed, but Lu Gu had indeed done what she wanted. Her mother saw this and could only smile and take back the fruit. Auntie, I have something to ask you. Qi Jinjin quickly spoke, not wanting to make her mother uncomfortable. Sure. Her mother immediately smiled and sat beside her on the bed. Anything you don't understand, just tell me. Qi Jinjin secretly glanced at Lu Gu, hoping her mother would understand her look, that she wanted to speak alone with her. Sure enough, her mother understood her gaze but chose to ignore it. It's okay. Lu Gu can know everything about you. Qi Jinjin covered her face, thinking, what's the point of saying anything now?
Jinjin, what do you want to ask?
Her mother asked. Seeing this, she had no choice but to be direct. I want to ask, when people in the tribe face situations like mine, what do they usually do? Mother listened with some confusion, but quickly understood what she was talking about. Other people don't feel pain like you do. Most of us don't have sensations, but we stay in the cave these days and don't go out, Mother said. Do you use anything to cover yourselves? Qi Jinjin asked again. Anything? Mother looked puzzled.
Well,
she couldn't directly say sanitary pads, because even if she did, Mother wouldn't know what they are. But Luo Gu was right next to her. Seeing her hesitate, Mother understood it was because Luo Gu was nearby. Although she thought Luo Gu should know everything about her, she couldn't explain things clearly with her hesitations. Just as Mother was about to find an excuse to distract Luo Gu, Qi Jinjin spoke again. Do you use anything to cover below so the blood doesn't spill everywhere? Qi Jinjin asked bravely, staring at Mother. Mother understood her meaning but also found her question strange. Why do you need to cover it? If the blood flows out, it's a good sign. Jinjin, you should accept it. It's not a bad thing. Oh. Qi Jinjin didn't expect to be scolded by Mother. Of course, she didn't deny the fact. She just felt a little shy and embarrassed in front of Luo Gu. That blood flowing out means you might be able to have a baby. That's something to be happy about, Mother said again. Jinjin, don't feel embarrassed. Qi Jinjin nodded. Got it, Auntie. So, when you came here, did you do anything to stop it? Just let it bleed freely? Yes, just wait until it stops, then go take a bath.
Qi Jinjin understood.
No wonder it was from ancient times, a primitive society. She still held a small hope. Maybe she could make do with leaves or something. It seemed she would need to find a way to make her own sanitary pads in the future. She wondered if there was cotton here. If there was, everything would be easier. Qi Jinjin held her stomach. The pain returned, making it a really torturous day. Luo Gu saw this and quickly handed her hot water. Little one, what else can I do besides giving you hot water? Just let me rest more, Qi Jinjin said, drinking the water and then lying down on the bed, not wanting to move. Mother stayed for a while and then left. Only the two of them and a small cub remained in the cave. The perceptive little cub knew her owner was uncomfortable and quietly curled up in her arms, trying to give her warmth. Luo Gu really disliked this feeling. He couldn't help her at all and could only watch her suffer silently. Qi Jinjin slept most of the day in a daze. When she woke up, she was again in Luo Gu's arms, with a warm hand resting on her stomach. How do you feel? Does it still hurt? Luo Gu asked with concern when she woke. Qi Jinjin let out a soft sound. Much better. Are you hungry? Luo Gu asked again. Qi Jinjin shook her head. Even if she was hungry, she had no appetite. Seeing her shake her head, Luo Gu felt more worried. Not hungry, but you should get up and eat something. You didn't eat much this morning. I don't want to eat. She just wanted to lie still. No, you can't, Luo Gu firmly refused. You must eat. After saying that, he gently withdrew his hand and quietly went to grill some meat for her. Qi Jinjin watched his side profile as he crouched by the fire. The warmth in her heart eased some of the sharp pain like a knife stabbing her. It's so good that, even in the worst pain, he was taking care of her. She wouldn't be too miserable. Soon, Luo Gu finished grilling the meat and brought it over. Seeing this steaming piece of meat, Qi Jinjin forced herself to sit up. She was about to reach out to take it, but Luo Gu directly grabbed the meat and tore it into strips, feeding her bites. I can feed myself, she said, just having a stomach ache, not so bad that she couldn't lift her hand. Open your mouth. Qi Jinjin obediently opened her mouth for him to feed her. After a few bites, she lost her appetite. Eat a little more. Luo Gu knew she would eat very little, so he personally fed her. Qi Jinjin shook her head. I can't eat anymore. Your appetite is too small, Luo Gu frowned. You're still bleeding, you need to eat more. But I really can't eat anymore. She turned her head to refuse. Just 2 more bites. He had already torn the meat into pieces. Helpless, Qi Jinjin forced herself to swallow 2 more bites. Seeing her struggle, Luo Gu didn't dare to push her further. Are you going to stay here with me all day? After finishing the meat, Qi Jinjin curled up on the bed again. Maybe you can go check if the villagers are working on the gate? You could guide them. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Gu's face darkened. Qi Jinjin swallowed nervously and said politely, It's a bit embarrassing for you to stay here all the time. Maybe you could fix the gate? You broke the latch yesterday. Are you really trying to give me something to do? Luo Gu asked back. Qi Jinjin nodded. It's too quiet with you just watching me. If you move around, maybe I'll pay less attention to the pain and I won't hurt so much. Luo Gu always seemed to be making excuses, but this was her request. Okay, I'll fix the door, Luo Gu said as he stood up. At least, fixing the door meant he could watch her inside the cave. Do you know how to fix it? Do you want me to teach you again? Stay here and don't move. Qi Jinjin smiled as she watched him go to find wood to repair the door. Making a new latch wasn't hard, especially since Luo Gu had seen her do it yesterday. Soon, he finished the latch and reattached it, and the door was working again. Suddenly, voices came from outside. Qi Jinjin perked up her ears and listened. It was someone asking her for advice on how to make a door. But with Luo Gu there to greet visitors, most people who came asking for help would be turned away. Qi Jinjin paused, realizing her stomach didn't hurt as much as in the morning. Maybe it was because she had slept most of the day. She pushed herself up from the bed and headed toward the cave entrance. Wait a moment, she heard Luo Gu refuse someone harshly. She quickly called out. Luo Gu turned around and hurried to support her. Go back and lie down. I'm feeling better. Qi Jinjin held his hand and called out to the people outside. Don't rush off. I'll help you with the door. Little one. I'm really better now. See, I'm talking more steadily. Qi Jinjin raised her head to interrupt him. I want to do something.
Come with me.
Someone outside peeked in. Luo Gu's partner, if you're not feeling well, you should rest more. We can make the door tomorrow. Have you finished what step? Qi Jinjin asked directly. We've cut the door panels and posts, the person replied. Look at that. They were eager to give instructions. Okay, I'll go see. Qi Jinjin said firmly, pulling Luo Gu toward the outside, giving a look that said, if you don't let me go, I'll be angry. Luo Gu didn't dare argue with her and was even reluctant to use any force, worried it might make her feel worse. So Qi Jinjin successfully dragged Luo Gu outside the cave. Fortunately, the weather was nice today. The warm sunshine made her feel better, as if the warmth was easing her stomach pain. Sunbathing in the sun makes me feel much better, she said with a smile, trying to keep Luo Gu from looking upset. Really? Luogu looked at her carefully, and her face looked much better. Why would I lie to you? Qi Zhenjin saw the crowd gathered nearby. As soon as they saw her and Luogu coming, they quickly made way. Partner, what do you think we should do next? The villagers asked. Zhenjin Qi took a quick look. Everyone's work was rough, but the basic shape was there. Next, they just needed some small mechanisms. She took out a knife and found a piece of wood to teach them how to make small devices. Luogu saw this and immediately took over, telling her to watch from the side. Not to mention, he had only watched once yesterday, and now he was already making it look quite good, fully capable of reaching a skilled level. In the end, under Luogu's guidance, they learned how to make a door. The process was a bit slow because there weren't many knives suitable for making small mechanisms. After teaching twice, Luogu handed the knife to someone else to continue. Qi Zhenjin and Luogu sat in a quiet spot, enjoying the sun, very relaxed. At that moment, Abu approached them. Luogu's partner. I heard the clan leader's mother say you weren't feeling well. Are you better now? Qi Zhenjin was surprised. How did Abu know? Her mother must have told quite a few people. I'm better, she smiled awkwardly. That's good. But why does your stomach hurt? After I heard about this from the mother, I asked many women in the tribe. None of them have ever had stomach pain, Abu said seriously. Qi Zhenjin felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say, but she was touched by everyone's concern. Maybe it's because my body is too weak. Is there any way you can treat yourself? Abu asked kindly. Yes. Qi Zhenjin nodded. Don't worry, I'm sure there's a way. Her words weren't just to reassure Abu, but also to put Luogu at ease. That's good, Abu said again. But, partner, I think you should rest more in the cave. We'll stay there these days, and hardly come out. It's okay. I don't hurt anymore, Qi Zhenjin said, touching her belly. She noticed the little one was also lying nearby, basking in the sun. Everyone is very excited about building doors. Since more people mean more strength, several caves had doors installed in just one afternoon. Qi Zhenjin asked Luogu to remind his people to dig channels to bring rainwater, and everyone happily agreed with her plan. She is a wise person, and everything she makes is useful to everyone. Over time, she gained the admiration of many tribe members. After spending half a day in the sun, Qi Zhenjin realized her stomach didn't hurt as much anymore. She had thought the pain would last 2 or 3 days. Seeing her face look better, Luogu finally felt relieved. Since her stomach no longer hurt, Qi Zhenjin started thinking about tomorrow's plans. She wanted to visit the Bai Li tribe's land to look for plants and flowers that might be useful. But when she suggested this, Luogu refused. Dad wants to leave for La Ge Mountain Gorge as soon as possible. Tomorrow I'll ask Mom to take care of you, and I'll go see the blood lizard. Can Mom take me around nearby? Qi Zhenjin asked. Do you think she would? Luogu shot her a quick look and asked back. Thinking carefully, it seems she wouldn't. She'd probably just stay in the cave and rest, with no chance to go anywhere. Then I'll go with you to see the blood lizard, Qi Zhenjin said again. No, you can't, Luogu refused. I'm much better now, really. Qi Zhenjin blinked and said. I won't cause you trouble, I'll just stay with you. That's good, right? Luogu handed her the roasted meat. It won't take long to go tomorrow. It's useless for you to come with me. Seeing that he kept refusing, Qi Zhenjin asked, Can you come back before noon? Yes, he answered quickly. Seeing this, Qi Zhenjin didn't press further. She could just sleep in late tomorrow and get up around noon. But Luogu's mention of it also meant the tribe leader would leave for La Ge Mountain Gorge tomorrow. She had an inexplicable feeling that this trip would be pointless and that the tribe leader wouldn't find any clues about the Gu-Yi tribe in La Ge Mountain Gorge. But that was just her intuition. She couldn't really stop the tribe leader from going. The next morning, while Qi Zhenjin was still sleepy, she saw Luogu leave the cave. When she woke up again, the cave was still dim, with a fire burning nearby. Someone was sitting by the fire. Qi Zhenjin let go of the little cub in her arms and sat up. She saw that the person sitting by the fire was Abu. Luogu's wife, you're awake. When Abu saw her wake up, he immediately took her water cup and came over. Drink some water. This is what Luo Gu told me to give you. When you wake up, you should drink this warm water. Qi Jinjin glanced at the cave. She was groggy this morning and thought Luo Gu's departure might have been just a dream.
Thank you.
Qi Jinjin took the cup and drank 2 sips. Her stomach no longer felt any pain today. Are you hungry, Luo Gu's partner? I can go make some meat for you. After speaking, Abu sat back by the fire. Qi Jinjin looked at the cave entrance. The door was closed now, so the light inside the cave was very dim. She got up and helped Abu roast meat, also making some meat soup for the little one. By the way, Abu, is Luo Gu's mother in the tribe? Qi Jinjin asked while preparing the meat soup for the little one.
Yes, she is.
Do you need to see the tribe leader's mother? She shook her head. There was no particular reason, just recalling that Luo Gu last night said he wanted his mother to keep her company, but today she woke up to find Abu instead. But the tribe leader left early this morning. He probably won't be back for a long time, Abu said. Qi Jinjin understood. Has the tribe leader often gone out before? Not really. It's just that recently, he's been going out quite often and each time he goes alone, without anyone else, Abu replied. Qi Jinjin understood now. No wonder her mother was so worried, and Luo Gu's independent nature was probably inherited from the tribe leader. Even if he was very capable, in such a dangerous environment, sometimes being alone was very risky. Fortunately, Luo Gu had promised not to leave her alone in the tribe. She suddenly felt a bit sorry for her mother. Just as they were halfway through the roasted meat, Luo Gu returned. He pushed open the door, letting the sunlight outside shine in and warm the entire cave. Seeing him come in, Abu nodded goodbye and left. Come and eat. Qi Jinjin handed him the roasted meat. Luo Gu took it but didn't rush to eat. Instead, he carefully looked her over, and only after his brow relaxed did he speak. What's wrong? Qi Jinjin asked, a little confused by his scrutinizing look. Your face looks much better, he said. Qi Jinjin was surprised and smiled. I really don't feel any pain anymore. Then when will the bleeding stop? He asked. Maybe 4 to 7 days. I usually heal in 5 days, but this time my stomach pain was so bad, I don't know how many days it will take. Luo Gu listened and, seeing her smile, his brow, which had just relaxed, furrowed again. Seeing his expression, Qi Jinjin immediately knew he probably didn't understand women well before. But she couldn't blame him. How many men truly understand women? Now he's trying to learn, which is already very difficult. How's the blood lizard? She quickly changed the subject. Not bad. Luo Gu finally started eating the meat in his hand. Qi Jinjin rolled her eyes and asked again, after the clan leader goes out, do you go every day to pick the tianlu fruit for the blood lizard?
Yes.
That strange spring flower vine can't be feeding on the blood lizard every day, right? It must get full sometimes, she said, watching his expression. Almost there, just a few more days, he replied. Qi Jinjin thought about his expression and felt something bad might happen. She stopped asking further. After all, it was just her way of changing the subject. If she probed more, she knew the answer would only be one thing. Some things are better not understood too clearly. It's not good for her. Whatever happens, he's the one supporting her. That's what he told her that night. Do you have other plans this afternoon? I want to go for a walk nearby. Your stomach doesn't hurt anymore, but you're still bleeding. I'll take you out once the bleeding stops, Luo Gu said. He's overreacting again. Unamused, Qi Jinjin went to take care of the little ones and eat meat. For 2 days straight, she stayed quietly in the cave. Luo Gu went out early every morning and came back at noon. Qi Jinjin had nothing to do. She slept until noon, then spent her afternoons making bows and arrows, watering her plants she had planted in the soil, and sorting the dried flowers and herbs she had collected earlier, so they would be easy to use later. Her bow was already finished, with the string attached. Now, she just needed to make the arrows. Making arrows was the easiest. They were everywhere, just need to cut branches with her knife and sharpen the tips. Can I go out this afternoon? Qi Jinjin asked while eating meat. I want to make arrows. Luo Gu glanced at her, but didn't want to refuse her again. She had been obedient and stayed in the cave these past days. If she didn't go out soon, she might go stir crazy. How do you make arrows? He asked. Very simple, just wood, she said happily. She didn't refuse outright, which meant she still had hope of going out. Then I'll go find some wood for you. Can't we go together? Qi Jinjin frowned when she heard that. If I don't go out and walk around soon, I'll go crazy. The little creature beside them also whined softly, feeling upset. Go away, Luo Gu said coldly, glancing at it. The little creature didn't dare argue with him and could only sadly hide by its owner's side, continuing to eat meat. All right, let's go together, Luo Gu said, not planning to refuse her again. Qi Jinjin was surprised he actually agreed, and she ate the meat happily. After finishing the meat, Luo Gu took her outside. Qi Jinjin deliberately carried the bow and arrow she had prepared, waiting to cut a suitable arrow to practice with. She thought they were just going to the nearby woods, but unexpectedly, Luo Gu transformed into an animal form and carried her out of the tribe. After running for a while, Luo Gu stopped in a forest. This forest is rarely visited, he said, putting her down. Qi Jinjin looked around after her feet touched the ground. It seemed like another forest she hadn't been to before, giving off a slightly eerie feeling. The trees here were thick and tall, even thicker than her, and didn't look very suitable for making arrows. Little one, what size of wood do you need? Luo Gu picked up the small creature that was clinging to her and threw it onto the ground. Branches from these trees should be fine. Qi Jinjin looked up at the trees. They had many branches and leaves, and each was fairly straight. Let's try this one first.
Can you split it?
Luo Gu gave her a confident look. Quickly climbing a tree and breaking off the branch she pointed to with his bare hands, then jumping down. Qi Jinjin took the branch, examined it. It was about the thickness of her finger and roughly the length of her hand, with small twigs and leaves at the end. She took out her small knife, cut off the small twigs and leaves at the end, then held the branch against her bowstring and measured it a couple of times. This branch is still good. Cut a little more, about this length. Shorter won't work, she said. Luo Gu swiftly climbed another tree and helped her cut more branches. Qi Jinjin gathered the branches together and said, Take these to the valley where you made the flower ring for me before. Okay. Luo Gu carried her to the front of that valley. Sure enough, as soon as they arrived, the little creature excitedly chirped and jumped into the flowers and grass of the small valley, unstoppable. Mumu considered the little one and decided to bring Luo Gu here. Seeing the little one like her made her very happy. She pulled Luo Gu to sit in the valley and started carving arrows from stones with a knife. I'm making an arrow now that's like a stone used in a slingshot, but much sharper. Mumu chose a straight branch and began to sharpen the end. It's simple to make. Watch me make one first. Luo Gu watched carefully, and it looked even easier than he thought. Mumu quickly finished an arrow and handed it to him. Look, the main thing is to sharpen this part. Luo Gu took it and looked at it, frowning slightly. Is it that sharp?
Yes, Mumu nodded.
That makes it more powerful. You try making one now. She handed him her knife and found a suitable branch for him to practice. Luo Gu tried to sharpen the end of the branch like she did, but when he cut, the part that should have been sharpened was cut off entirely. Be gentler, Mumu reminded him with a smile. I am being very gentle, Luo Gu replied. He tried again, and this time he didn't cut the branch in half but only shaved off half of the end. Just a little gentler, Mumu said. She knew the branch wasn't thick, and for Luo Gu, just a finger's width could break it easily. Controlling the force to sharpen it wasn't easy. Luo Gu held the branch in his left hand and the knife in his right, trying with what he thought was the lightest touch.
But
the end of the branch didn't move at all. Mumu was puzzled. He could easily control his strength when using a slingshot, so why was it so awkward for him to carve a branch? Mumu watched him cut off half the branch again and rubbed her forehead. Forget it, she decided to give him this branch to practice with. Luo Gu tried several times, almost cutting off half the branch before barely shaping a point. Is this okay? Luo Gu asked, placing the branch in front of her. Mumu took it and looked at it. She lightly touched the tip, which was completely different from hers. The tip was slanted. I think you should practice more, Mumu compared her finished arrow with his. Her tip was much more square. But this is okay too. As long as it's pointed, it can be deadly. Just make sure it's not shorter than mine or the range will be reduced, and it won't have the effect I want. Luo Gu didn't quite understand her words. Several of the terms were unfamiliar to him. Try again? Let's see if I can carve it into this shape. Qi Jinjin handed it to him, hoping he would try again. Lu Gu had no choice but to accept it and continued practicing how to sharpen the arrowhead with the branch he just used. Today's sunshine was still very pleasant. Qi Jinjin looked into the small valley. The little one was happily playing and even chasing some insects flying around the flowers and grass. Qi Jinjin leaned back and lay on the soft grass. She looked at Lu Gu's focused back and couldn't help but smile softly. Life like this is pretty good. Although she hadn't heard any news about the lame wolf, she hadn't worried about it since she returned. Maybe this matter has quietly passed without her noticing. Without the disturbance of the wolf, staying in a safe place, and having Lu Gu, who cares for her so much, by her side, she felt very happy. So good. Is this okay? At this moment, Lu Gu turned his head back. Qi Jinjin was stunned, just catching his deep black eyes. The stare made her feel a little guilty because she had been secretly watching him earlier. Lu Gu didn't expect her to keep sneaking a peek at him from behind. His eyes grew even deeper. Taking advantage of her not reacting yet, he leaned slightly to the side and lowered himself, supporting himself with his hands on either side of her head. Qi Jinjin opened her eyes in surprise. The close-up of his face and his breath on her cheek made her cheeks turn red. Lu Gu lowered his head and kissed her lips. Again, Qi Jinjin instinctively pushed against his chest with her hands, but her little strength was no match for him. Lu Gu didn't care about her small resistance. Right now, he just wanted to enjoy her taste. Her lips were soft and tender, like tasting a sweet fruit, which made him deeply addicted to this feeling. Qi Jinjin's hands, resting on his chest, gradually grew weak. His kiss was gentle this time, not as forceful and possessive as before. Gradually, she also began to lose herself in the moment. Lu Gu no longer felt her resistance. One hand supporting her head gently stroked her cheek. The hot hand touched her face, causing Qi Jinjin to shiver and inexplicably get goosebumps. That hand moved down her face and reached her neck. Qi Jinjin realized something was wrong. The hand continued downward and stopped at her alluring collarbone.
Ugh.
She was afraid it would go further, so she grasped his hand on her collarbone tightly to resist. Luo Gu's black eyes filled with a smile. Although her lips made him feel enchanted, he kept his mind clear at this moment. He learned from his mother that her bleeding condition meant she couldn't engage in breeding activities, and of course, he didn't want to either. After she stopped him with her hand, Luo Gu gently released her lips. For a moment, Qi Jinjin was stunned until he kissed her forehead again, and she slowly regained her senses. His Adam's apple was right in front of her eyes, looking incredibly tempting. Qi Jinjin narrowed her eyes, released his hand, and wrapped her arms around his neck. She tilted her head and bit his neck. But it wasn't a real bite. Instead, she gave him a big strawberry mark. Luo Gu only felt his neck itch, and he let her do as she pleased. After leaving a big strawberry mark, her mouth felt sour. "You pressed on me too hard," Qi Jinjin said, releasing his neck. Luo Gu's weight wasn't really on her, so he knew she was just making an excuse. He sat up, holding the spot she had bitten, and asked, "Are you marking me? Can a purebred also mark a half-beast?" Qi Jinjin asked back, pretending she knew nothing.
No.
Then that's right. Qi Jinjin also sat up on the grass. "Little one, you know you can't mark me, so why did you bite me?"
Luo Gu asked.
"Are you revengeful?"
Well.
He had to admit she was a little bit vengeful, but she couldn't let Luo Gu notice that. So she said, "Revenge? In our place, this kind of act is called planting strawberries." Planting strawberries? That was a new term he hadn't heard before. "Yes, planting strawberries," Qi Jinjin explained. "It's something couples do. Since we are in this kind of relationship, let me explain. As long as others see the strawberry mark on your neck, it means you're married. Other women shouldn't covet you." Luo Gu listened, touched the spot she had just bit, and this was the first time he heard such a thing. Can I also plant strawberries on you? Luo Gu looked at her and asked. Qi Jinjin quickly covered her neck and shook her head. No, my planting strawberries is like your mark. You've already marked me, so it's like you've planted strawberries. Knowing his strength, she was afraid the strawberry wouldn't be planted properly before blood vessels burst. Luo Gu chuckled. Anyway, he had already tasted her flavor earlier, and he was satisfied. Let's see. He handed her a small branch and got back to the main task. Qi Jinjin glanced at the branch he offered and looked at his serious face before accepting it. This time, the branch was much better than the previous 2 attempts. Qi Jinjin praised him a little and then broke off the end of the branch. Try cutting another one, so I can see, she said. Lu Gu understood she wanted him to practice, so he took another branch and continued cutting. Practice makes perfect. The next few arrows he carved looked quite good, and soon he made a handful. That should be enough. Let's find a target to test them. Qi Jinjin looked around. She wanted to find a tree to use as a target, but the woods were a bit far from the small valley. Let's go to the woods where we chopped the branches earlier, she called her little companion back. The little one was covered in grass and small flowers stuck in its curly fur, looking so funny it made people laugh. The little one held a small red flower in its mouth, happily calling out as Qi Jinjin took it. Is this for me?
She asked, a little surprised.
The little one nudged her hand gently. Qi Jinjin felt very touched. The little one knew how to give small gifts, which was very sweet. Thank you, she said, tucking the small red flower behind her ear and holding it close. Lu Gu saw the small red flower and found it a bit annoying. They arrived again at the same woods as before. Qi Jinjin threw the finished arrow onto the ground and chose a sturdy-looking tree. Let's use this tree as our target, she said, standing in front of it and lightly carving a small circle on the trunk with a small knife. Use this small circle as the bullseye. Hitting inside this circle counts as a success. After speaking, she pulled Lu Gu back to the spot where they had previously shot arrows. This distance is about right, she said, gesturing with her hand and drawing a line on the ground with a stick. Little one, you must not cross this line later, understand? Otherwise, we might have to eat little animal meat tonight. Hearing this, the little one, who had been testing with its tiny paws, immediately curled up and whined pitifully several times. It seemed to understand her words. Qi Jinjin picked up an arrow and knocked it on the bowstring. Let me show you how I do it first. Qi Jinjin first adopts the proper stance for shooting a bow. She stands with her feet shoulder-width apart, with her left shoulder aligned with the target, which is the spot where she just marked a small circle. Her weight is evenly distributed on both feet. After getting into position, she aims at the target just like when you used a slingshot before. Qi Jinjin pulls the bowstring back with her right hand, carefully aiming at the arrow tip and the center of the target. Suddenly, there is a whoosh as the arrow is released. She nervously watches the arrow fly through the air. With a thud, the wooden arrow hits a tree not far away. But she doesn't feel happy at all. The arrow did hit a tree, but not the tree she marked the small circle on. Instead, it hit a different tree nearby. She didn't have high hopes for herself, but she thought at least she would hit the tree with the small circle. But there was no success. I'll try again. Qi Jinjin quickly picks up another arrow and aims at the same tree. She shoots again. With a thud, the arrow hits the trunk, but the tree is still a little away from the target tree. Little one, is this hard? Luo Gu, watching her shoot twice, asks with a slight smile. Yes, it's much harder than a slingshot. Qi Jinjin forces herself to pick up a third arrow. She truly believes that archery can be learned through practice, and she is determined to succeed. But the third arrow still veers away from the target tree, hitting somewhere else. It must be because the distance is too far. Let's try a bit closer, Qi Jinjin says as she steps forward a few paces. Just as she stops and gets into position, a stone whizzes past her side. The stone flies straight toward the target, and in the blink of an eye, it hits the bullseye. Qi Jinjin is stunned, then quickly reacts. She turns around and sees Luo Gu holding his slingshot. Even without this bow and arrow, I can still hit my target, Luogu says with a smile, swinging his slingshot. Kai Jinjin purses her lips silently. She prepares to shoot her fourth arrow, thinking that if she still can't aim correctly, she'll let Luogu, who's watching nearby, try instead. This fourth shot is taken from a slightly closer distance than the previous three, but the result is still disappointing. None of the 4 arrows hit the target tree's center. Each one misses. Kai Jinjin sighs and decides to take a short break. Your turn, she says, pulling Luogu back behind the line. She hands him the bow and an arrow, then shows him how to stand in the same position she just used. Luogu has always been an amazing learner. Even on his first try, he managed to adopt very proper posture. This perfect posture made Qi Jinjin unable to find any fault. Well, having a good posture doesn't always mean you'll hit the target, just like he did earlier. Aim the arrow at the center of the target. When you think you can hit it, just release your finger and shoot, Qi Jinjin guided him. Luogu aimed at the center, relaxed his hand, and the wooden arrow shot out quickly. Qi Jinjin watched nervously as the arrow flew, unsure whether to hope it would hit the target or not. With a thud, the arrow stopped. Didn't hit, Qi Jinjin said, eyes wide. The arrow missed the tree at the center, but just brushed past it, hitting a tree a little behind. That means he was only slightly off. If he could just correct that small mistake, he'd hit the target perfectly. Sure enough, he was much better than her. Luogu looked at the arrow flying out, a hint of surprise in his dark eyes. He glanced at the bow and arrow in his hand. Its power was definitely stronger than a slingshot, making it a very good weapon for hunting distant targets. Luogu picked up a second arrow, set his stance again, aimed at the same tree, and shot. As expected, the second arrow hit the target right in the center, perfectly on point. No way.
Qi Jinjin stared in shock.
Luogu's learning ability was truly extraordinary. Just after 2 shots, he had already found the feel of shooting. Try again, Qi Jinjin handed him a third arrow, wanting to see if he was only lucky or if he had really learned the skill. When the third arrow hit the target steadily, Qi Jinjin clapped her hands happily. It seems nothing can really challenge you, she sighed.
Do you want me to teach you?
How embarrassing. Qi Jinjin snatched the bow and arrow from him. I can learn on my own. Practice more, and I'll definitely hit the target someday. Luogu chuckled softly and Judong handed her another arrow. Qi Jinjin took a deep breath, aimed carefully. Even if she couldn't hit the center, she at least wanted to touch the tree. She shot again. This time, not only did she miss the target tree, but she didn't hit any other trees either, and the arrow fell to the ground. Again. Qi Jinjin was fired up. She didn't believe she couldn't do it. She kept shooting many arrows, either missing or shooting into the air, never hitting the target tree. Qi Jinjin felt frustrated. She worked hard for several days to carve bones and cut many wooden arrows, but she found that this bow and arrow set was not suitable for her at all. Qi Jinjin calmed herself down, thinking that she had no talent for archery before the bow and arrow were made. At worst, she would practice more. Effort in the future was also very important. Qi Jinjin shot all the finished wooden arrows, but none hit the tree. She felt very tired. All right, little one, if you can't aim well, just stop. Don't overexert yourself, Luogu said, seeing her sweat on her forehead. He took her bow and arrows away. With such a powerful weapon, it's not suitable for you to hold it.
Don't take it from me.
I will practice every day, Qi Jinjin said, glaring at him to show her determination. These wooden arrows can still be used. Go and pick them all up. After saying that, she was about to go and pick up the arrows, but Luogu stopped her. Rest here. I'll go. That was fine. She had been shooting for a long time and was really tired. Qi Jinjin found a tree to lean against and sat down, thinking about hugging her little one and resting together. But she saw the little one following Luogu to pick up arrows. So thoughtful. However, even while resting, Qi Jinjin didn't stay idle. She kept her eyes on the tree, trying to find the reason in her mind. How could she possibly miss every shot?
She wasn't that bad, was she?
She was very accurate when playing with a slingshot. Forget it. Now she had weapons and she could stay in the tribe all the time, so she would have plenty of time to practice. Luo Gu quickly collected all the wooden arrows, and the little one carried them over one by one. Most of the afternoon had passed. Let's go back, Qi said, standing up. Luo Gu nodded and led her out of the woods. But just as they left the woods, Luo Gu suddenly stopped, and his face became serious. What's wrong? Qi asked, confused. Luo Gu didn't speak but looked back behind them. Qi followed his gaze and looked back as well. The path behind them was the one they had just walked on, and she didn't notice anything unusual. But his serious expression didn't seem like a joke. His eyesight and hearing were much better than hers. Maybe he heard strange sounds from far away? Seeing this, Qi also became alert and hugged the little one who was following them. At that moment, Luo Gu suddenly smiled and said, "Little one, wait for me up the tree."
Huh?
Qi was surprised. Luo Gu quickly found a thick-trunked tree nearby and leapt up while holding her. Qi sat steadily on a sturdy branch, hurriedly asking what happened. "Nothing serious. You sit and rest for a while," Luo Gu said. "No matter what happens later, you're not allowed to jump down. Do you hear me?" Qi felt nervous after hearing this. What exactly is going on? "It's really nothing. Just listen to me," Luo Gu replied. Then he jumped down from the tree. At the same time, Qi heard some sounds coming from not far away. The sound was like rustling leaves, getting closer and closer as they approached. Could it be someone trying to attack them? But this is still the territory of the Bai Li tribe. Who would be so bold? As she thought, the sound grew nearer. Qi looked toward the source of the noise and saw the leaves swaying violently in the distance. They were getting closer. Finally, Qi saw what was running toward them. It was a large, all-black animal, swift and agile, looking somewhat like a black panther. In the blink of an eye, this black panther-like creature rushed under the tree and lunged at Luo Gu. Qi was shocked and her heart tightened. As the animal pounced, Luo Gu ducked low, avoiding it, and the animal missed its target. The animal quickly turned and attacked Luo Gu again, but Luo Gu kept dodging. Qi quickly realized that Luo Gu was not showing any hostility toward this sudden animal, and the animal didn't seem to be hostile either. Wait, this creature that looks like a black panther isn't just an animal, it's a half-beast person. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her eyes met a pair of dark green vertical pupils. The half-beast person saw her. Qi heart skipped a beat. Before she could react, the half-beast leapt from the ground toward the tree trunk she was sitting on. She instinctively moved back, but she forgot she was sitting high on the trunk. As she leaned back, she lost her balance and started to fall. "Little thing." Luo Gu frowned, quickly running beneath the tree to catch her. Instead of the expected pain, Qi fell safely into Luo Gu's arms, her small heart pounding with fear. Luo Gu's feet landed firmly on the ground. Seeing her terrified expression, his usually calm mood suddenly turned angry. "Bai Zhua, don't test my limits," Luo Gu said, raising his eyes and shooting a cold glare at the half-beast person. Hearing Luo Gu's voice, Qi quickly pulled herself back from her frightened thoughts. Luckily, he caught her, or she might have fallen from such a high place and hurt herself. "Since when do you have a bottom line?" At this moment, a young male voice sounded. Qi turned her head and saw the beast that looked like a black panther transform into a human form. It was a young man about Luo Gu's age, slightly less muscular but still very strong. His skin was much whiter than Luo Gu's, creating a striking contrast with his black beast form. Most importantly, this man's appearance seemed very friendly and easy to get along with. His eyes curved with a gentle smile, giving off a warm feeling. "Is this the purebred person you marked?" The young man approached, but he didn't look closely at her, just glanced casually. This man gave off a very comfortable vibe. Luo Gu nodded and gently set Qi down, then introduced himself. "Little one, this is Bai Zhua." Hearing his introduction, Qi was a bit surprised. This was the first time Luo Gu had introduced a half-beast man to her willingly, and most importantly, This half-beast was a man. Hello? Qi Jinjin looked at the man named Bai Zhua, guessing that he and Luo Gu must be very close. Hello? Purebred, Bai Zhua replied with a slight smile.
Oops.
She forgot to introduce her name when she greeted him, but it didn't really matter anymore. Everyone just called her Luo Gu's partner. Luo Gu pulled Qi Jinjin behind him and exchanged a few words with Bai Zhua. Finally, Luo Gu said, "It's getting late.
Let's go back to the tribe first."
Okay, Bai Zhua nodded in agreement. Luo Gu transformed into his beast form and carried Qi Jinjin on his back, running toward the tribe. Bai Zhua, also in beast form, followed closely behind. His speed wasn't very fast, giving Qi Jinjin a chance to secretly observe the Black Panther. What kind of relationship do these two have? Brothers? Close friends? She was very curious. After all, with Luo Gu's personality, she had never seen him behave this way toward anyone. Soon, they returned to the tribe. As they entered, Qi Jinjin noticed many tribespeople looking at them with expressions of surprise. But these expressions weren't directed at her and Luo Gu. They were aimed at the person behind them.
Bai Zhua.
It seemed the tribe members all knew Bai Zhua. Bai Zhua? Why are you here? At this moment, Ama also approached, looking surprised. Bai Zhu greeted her politely and smiled, saying, "I'm here to see Luo Gu." Mom frowned subtly but then relaxed and said, "You've traveled so far and must be tired. You should rest with Luo Gu first. I'll bring you some food." Okay, Bai Zhu nodded and followed Luo Gu toward the cave. Qi Jinjin silently looked around, feeling full of questions. When they reached the cave entrance, Bai Zhu stopped and looked at the wooden boards blocking the way, showing a puzzled expression. "This is a door," Luo Gu said to him. A door? Clearly, he had never heard of such a thing. Yes, Luo Gu pushed the door open, first letting Qi Jinjin go inside, then Bai Zhu. Qi Jinjin carried the little one inside and went to start a fire. The two of them talked as they moved further inside. When Bai Zhu came in, he was again surprised. He had been to Luo Gu's cave before, so he knew what it looked like. It was simple and clean, mostly empty, unlike now, which was filled with many pieces of wood. Bai Zhu even started to wonder if he had entered the wrong cave. "Are all these made by your spouse?" Bai Zhu looked at the wood inside and asked. "Yes," Luo Gu nodded, with a hint of pride on his face. "What are these woods for? Just to block the wind and rain?" Bai Zhu looked toward his spouse, who was squatting by the fire, making it burn. But at this moment, Bai Zhu was a bit confused again. The purebred person was holding something in his hand. When he pressed his fingers, a tiny flame appeared, which then lit a whole pile of wood. "Each has its use," Luo Gu said without explaining much. Bai Zhu looked further and saw some things nearby that he had never seen before. "Are all these things in the cave made by her?" Bai Zhu asked Luo Gu. "Yes," Luo Gu replied. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin felt happy inside. It proved that the things she made were unique on this beast-man continent. After lighting the fire, Qi Jinjin used a clay pot to pour 2 cups of water and brought them over. "Here, please drink some water," she said, handing the cups to them. Luo Gu took a drink directly, but Bai Zhu didn't rush to drink. Instead, he looked at what she was holding for a moment, as if wondering what it was. "This is pottery. It can be used to hold water," Qi Jinjin explained, noticing his curious look. "The water inside the pottery is clean and won't leak out." "Really amazing?" Bai Zhu slowly took it, holding the water-filled pottery in his hand and weighing it. "Yes," Qi Jinjin nodded. "Look, the water inside is clear, so you can drink it without worry." Bai Zhu glanced at her. This wasn't about trusting or not trusting. He would eat anything from Luo Gu's place, no matter how unclean it seemed. After weighing the pottery in his hand, he brought it to his lips and took a sip. The water tasted almost the same as usual. Seeing him drink, Qi Jinjin poured another cup of water for Luo Gu, then held her large water cup and drank warm water. Soon, Mom came over with fruits and meat, bringing quite a lot. Seeing the amount of meat, Qi Jinjin started to wonder if Bai Zhu might be a guest of high status for them. "Bai Zhu, you must be tired from the journey. Did you come directly from the Tumen tribe?" Mom asked. "Sort of," Bai Zhu answered. Did you go somewhere else before? Mom asked again. Baizhua smiled and nodded, not saying much more. Qi Zhenjin looked at Mom's expression and then at Baizhua's smile. Her intuition told her that Baizhua came specifically to find Luo Gu, probably for something important. Once she had this thought, Qi Zhenjin felt uneasy. She had hoped to stay longer in the Baili tribe, but now, with Baizhua here, it seemed uncertain. Silently, Qi Zhenjin sat by the fire roasting meat, listening carefully to Mom and Baizhua's polite talk. Luo Gu was also nearby, listening, but he soon noticed the small creature sitting alone by the fire. His dark eyes narrowed, and he stood up to walk over. Little one. Qi Zhenjin, with her ears perked up, was listening carefully when she suddenly heard Luo Gu's voice behind her, startling her. Luo Gu sat down beside her and added some twigs to the fire. You not happy? Qi Zhenjin was stunned and looked at him curiously. Do I look unhappy now? Luo Gu wasn't sure, so he asked. Don't overthink it. I'm just here roasting meat for you guys, Qi Zhenjin said with a faint smile. She couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable when he asked that question earlier. Since you came back, you've been very quiet, Lu Gu said. Speaking less doesn't mean I'm unhappy, Qi Zhenjin said with a mix of tears and laughter. Besides, that half-orc named Baizhua came specifically to find you. Of course, I have to leave you some space to talk. Hearing this, Lu Gu felt a bit more at ease. Okay, I'll stay and roast with you. You should go keep your friends company. Mom is with them. Qi Zhenjin couldn't say much more and could only let him be. Even though her mom and Baizhua were chatting, Qi Zhenjin could clearly feel Baizhua's gaze always on them. If it weren't for that look, she would have asked Lu Gu a few questions about Baizhua. From her mom's attitude, it seemed she planned to stay and eat together, so Qi Zhenjin roasted several more pieces of meat. Once the meat was ready, everyone gathered around the fire to eat. Lu Gu, where did you find your partner? She looks even more impressive than other purebloods, Baizhua said while eating, shifting the topic to Qi Zhenjin. Really? Are you interested in her? Lu Gu shot him a sharp look, full of warning. Baizhua chuckled, pretending to be innocent. I'm just curious, what kind of pureblood can tame you? Qi Zhenjin felt that Baizhua's words had a hidden meaning, but his tone sounded quite comfortable, just like him. Lu Gu is lucky to have brought back such a capable girl like Zhenjin, her mom said beside them. Yes, he's the luckiest, Baizhua said happily. Her mom smiled and mentioned the plan for the evening. Lu Gu, tonight Zhenjin will sleep at my place. Baizhua, you should sleep here. Qi Zhenjin frowned when she heard this. Could she refuse? Why sleep on the ground when there's a good bed? Of course, her mom's cave might also have a bed, but she had always lived in Lu Gu's cave and didn't want to go elsewhere. Lu Gu said, no need.
How can that be?
Her mom frowned. You are now married, and you haven't even mated yet. Qi Zhenjin silently lowered her head. She understood her mom's concern. She was worried Baizhua might covet her. But her mom's worries were unnecessary. Although she didn't know much about this half-orc Baizhua, her first impression was that he wasn't the type to take advantage of others. I understand, Lu Gu said to Baizhua. So, tonight, just find a place and stay somewhere casually. Okay. Surprisingly, Baizhua not only agreed quickly, but also showed no unhappy expression. However, Mama was displeased. Luo Gu, someone traveled a long way to find you. How can Baizhua just find a random place to stay outside? It's okay, just a temporary place, Baizhua said kindly and understandingly. Luo Gu frowned slightly, probably because of Mama's presence, and didn't say much. Silent Qi Zhenjin felt a strange sense of sympathy for Baizhua. She was thinking maybe she should stay with Mama tonight, it's not a big deal. So she spoke up, Luo Gu, maybe I should sleep with Mama tonight. No need, Luo Gu replied firmly. It's fine, Luo Gu's partner. Anyway, I'm used to it, Baizhua said with a gentle smile. Maybe it was just her imagination, but Qi Zhenjin felt there was a double meaning in his words. She didn't think much more about it, since they were from ancient times and didn't have many complicated thoughts. After eating the meat, Mama left. Outside the cave, the sky darkened further. Luo Gu said, Little one, stay inside the cave, and rest. I'll be back soon. Qi Jinjin opened her mouth but swallowed her words. Okay. Luo Gu and Bai Zhuo left the cave together, leaving only Qi Jinjin and the little one inside. The little one had played with them outside most of the day, and now was lying by the fire, looking sleepy. Qi Jinjin was tired too, but she forced herself to stay alert, waiting for Luo Gu to return because she had many questions she wanted to ask him. To avoid falling asleep, Qi Jinjin found a sturdy-looking tree stump in the corner of the cave and stood it upright. She could practice archery. With her current skill, her bows and arrows were almost useless in her hands. She should work harder and be more diligent. Since her natural talent was lacking, she had to put in extra effort to catch up. Little one, don't cross this line or you might accidentally hurt yourself, Qi Jinjin said, drawing a line on the ground with a stick. Humph. Maybe the little one was really tired. After a lazy call, it rested its head on its paws. Looking at the wooden arrow on the ground, Qi Jinjin suddenly had another idea. They already had bows and wooden arrows, but they lacked a container for the arrows called an arrow pouch. Making an arrow pouch was simple. Just find a piece of animal hide and sew it up. So Qi Jinjin decided to practice for a while. If Luo Gu didn't reply soon, she would start making an arrow pouch by the fire. In a quiet cave, the sound of whooshing echoed constantly. However, each arrow she shot was just a little off from hitting the wooden stake. Sometimes she hit it, but because she didn't apply enough force, the arrow couldn't the wood and simply fell to the ground. Gradually, Qi Jinjin felt discouraged. She angrily set aside her bow and arrow and took out a slingshot. She truly didn't believe it. Why could she accurately hit the nearby wooden stake with a slingshot but not with a bow and arrow? It was really strange. Qi Jinjin took a deep breath to calm herself and prepared to find a suitable piece of animal hide to make an arrow pouch. When she was halfway done, Luo Gu returned. He came in, locked the door, expecting that the little thing had already gone to rest, but instead, he saw her sitting by the fire, fiddling with something. Hearing him come in, Qi Jinjin didn't speak and continued making her pouch. Little one, what are you doing? Luo Gu went over and saw many wooden arrows scattered in the corner, his brow furrowing. Nothing much, Qi Jinjin replied. Luo Gu sat beside her and noticed she seemed a bit upset. Are you tired? Want to rest first? No need, she replied. Luo Gu was sure now his little one was throwing a tantrum. He thought for a moment but couldn't figure out why. Everything was fine in the afternoon, and he hadn't done anything to upset her. How do you make this? Let me help, he offered. Qi Jinjin quickly moved her hand away and refused. Only I can make this. You can teach me, Luo Gu said.
I don't want to talk, she replied.
Luo Gu's hand stiffened, and he stopped beating around the bush. He asked directly, Are you angry?
No, she said.
Who upset you? Qi Jinjin kept working on her pouch, refusing to answer. Seeing she wouldn't speak, Luo Gu also grew a bit annoyed but didn't want to show it in front of her. Soon, Qi Jinjin finished the pouch. She glanced at Luo Gu, who was silently staring at her. She blinked and decided not to be mad anymore. Shi Dongso, can you help me bring those wooden arrows over? Of course. Luo Gu went over without a word and picked up the arrows. After collecting them, Qi Jinjin carefully placed each one into the pouch. Surprisingly, the pouch she casually made fit the wooden arrows perfectly. Come here. Qi Jinjin led Luo Gu to the place where she had just shot arrows, preparing to let him demonstrate how to use the quiver himself. Luo Gu stood behind the line she drew, holding the bow and arrow she handed him in his left hand, with the arrow bag she made on his back. Try it out. Aim at that tree stump, Qi Jinjin said nearby, guiding him. Wrap your right hand from your shoulder to behind your back. See if you can just pull out an arrow. Following her instructions, Luo Gu raised his right hand. Sure enough, he could reach the wooden arrow behind him and easily pulled it out. Now prepare to shoot, Qi Jinjin said as she stepped aside. Luo Gu took his stance, knocked the wooden arrow on the bow, drew the bowstring, aimed and shot. The arrow whistled through the air and hit the tree stump precisely. Seeing this, Kai Jinjin almost didn't want to discourage herself. Some people have such amazing talent. Try again, pull the wooden arrow from behind, she said. Luo Gu became more skilled, understanding the purpose of the special quiver on his back without her needing to explain further. After shooting 2 arrows, Luo Gu lowered his bow and looked at her directly. He asked straightforwardly, "Little one, were you angry just now?" "Why would I be angry?" Kai Jinjin shot him a sharp look. She admitted that when Luo Gu and Baizhua went out together, she felt a little uncomfortable inside. But strangely, she didn't even know why she felt that way. Once she realized this inexplicable discomfort, she took the initiative to find a reason to talk to him.
Then,
"What about just now?" "Stop talking," Kai Jinjin interrupted him, not wanting to dwell on trivial matters. "Just consider my mood temporarily unstable. Women's tempers are unpredictable these days." Luo Gu frowned, suddenly unsure of what to say, afraid that saying the wrong thing might upset her again. Kai Jinjin went over and picked up the few wooden arrows he had just shot, placing them carefully. Then she asked, "That half-orc named Baizhua, are you on good terms with him?" "Yes, very close, like life and death friends." "So, they were practically best friends?" No wonder. He took the initiative to introduce her to him, even sharing meals in the same cave without any rejection. "Since you're so close, why don't I sleep with your mother? He came all this way to find you. It must be tiring for him." But as soon as she finished speaking, she clearly sensed Luo Gu's expression darken, showing some displeasure. "Oh no, here we go again. Don't get me wrong, I'm just thinking of you," Qi Jinjin said with a light cough. "I can't let you be known as someone who forgets friends because of appearances." "So what?" Luo Gu felt a little better hearing that. "You are the most important person to me. Besides, can Baizhua compare to you?" Hearing this, Qi Jinjin's held back frustration suddenly eased. "How can I compare myself to a man? Besides, you're comparing a pure-blooded person like me to a half-beast. Is that fair?" "Of course not." "Exactly." Qi Jinjin took down the arrow bag from his back and silently cursed herself for being so petty. "When did I become so small-minded?" Seeing that it was getting late, Qi Jinjin felt a bit conflicted. Should I ask more about Baizhua? But she was afraid Luo Gu would be upset. "Little one," Luo Gu suddenly called her seriously just as she hesitated. Qi Jinjin snapped out of her thoughts and sat down with him by the bed. "How many more days will the blood on you keep flowing?" Luo Gu asked.
Qi Jinjin blushed.
"Why do you ask? Just answer me." Seeing his serious expression, Qi Jinjin had to count on her fingers and said, "Maybe the day after tomorrow at the earliest, and at most, another 3 or 4 days. Can't you control the bleeding yourself?" "How can I control it? I can't even control my menstrual cycle, let alone this." "Wait, if I really wanted to control it, there are ways. There are special medicines for that, but they can hurt the body quite a bit." Seeing this, she could only tell the truth. Luo Gu, upon hearing that controlling it could harm her, immediately dismissed that idea. "But why are you asking these questions? Do you have other plans?" After answering his question, Qi Jinjin asked, "Yes, I do have other plans." "What plans?" Qi Jinjin hurriedly asked. Luo Gu looked at her, seeming hesitant whether to tell her or not. But in the end, he spoke. "Baizhua and I need to go out for a while, but I definitely won't leave you alone in the tribe." "Going out again?" Qi Jinjin felt a rejection in her heart. "Where are you going? Is it far?" she asked with a worried face. "It seems far for now." "Of course, the sooner we leave, the better," Luo Gu said. "But I have to consider your health." "Thank you." Qi Jinjin sighed inwardly, but quickly accepted it. At least he wasn't leaving her alone in the tribe. By the way, which tribe does Baizhua belong to? Previously, Mom mentioned the Tumun tribe. "The Tumun tribe," Luo Gu replied, the younger brother of the tribe leader. Qi Jinjin was surprised to hear this. "Are you very surprised?" Luo Gu asked, noticing her expression and knitting his brows.
Somevat, Qi Jinjin nodded.
In their family, they are considered a powerful and influential group. Indeed, impressive people tend to know impressive others. "He looks quite young." Is the leader of the Tumun tribe also very young? Qi Jinjin asked like a gossip.
Yes.
Seeing his expression, Qi Jinjin suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly asked, when you took me to look at the stars earlier and said a few words to me, the person you told those words to, could it be Baizhua? That's right.
Wow, really?
She had wondered before if the reason Luogu remembered what someone said was because that person was very thoughtful. Today, seeing him again, she thought so too. Even she felt that Baizhua gave off a gentle and comfortable vibe. Little one, you seem very interested in him. Luogu's dark eyes narrowed, and his tone became a bit dangerous. I'm fine. Qi Jinjin quickly changed the subject. You didn't finish what you were saying earlier. Where are you and Baizhua going? What are you going to do? You'll find out then, Luogu said, pulling aside the animal hide on the bed and lying down with her. Rest now. Qi Jinjin could tell he was deliberately avoiding the topic, but she wouldn't press him too hard. Anyway, her curiosity was mostly eased by what he had just said. She could wait until tomorrow to ask more. Thinking of this, Qi Jinjin found a comfortable spot to settle in. She was very tired today. The next morning, as soon as Luogu sat up, he woke the person still asleep. Qi Jinjin half opened her eyes, groggy, watching him. She held his hand tightly. Don't go. Luogu's body stiffened. His voice sounded clearly not fully awake. I'm not going, Luogu said, lying back down and gently holding her hand. Qi Jinjin's hand relaxed, and her mind gradually became clearer. She opened her eyes and looked at the hand Luogu was holding. Her worried frown slowly smoothed out. I had a bad dream, she whispered. A bad dream? What kind of dream? No wonder she had reacted that way earlier. Qi Jinjin gently shook her head, not wanting to say more. Little one, tell me what you dreamed. If you talk about it, you won't be afraid, Luogu said, holding her and softly patting her back to comfort her. Mimi Qi has fully woken up. She feels shy about telling him about her bad dream. Did you dream of the wolf? Seeing she doesn't speak, Luogu begins to guess. No, she shakes her head. He really wants to know what kind of nightmare she had so he can understand what she's afraid of deep inside. What was it? Mimi Qi blinks, and the images from her nightmare still swirl in her mind. Little one, what did you dream about? Luogu softly asks, watching her expression. Mimi Qi tightens her hand and looks up at him. Would you leave me alone? Luogu pauses. This isn't the first time she's asked that question. Thinking about her recent words in her sleep, Luogu guesses what might be going on. No, I won't leave you alone, Luogu says seriously. Did you dream that I left you? Yeah. Mimi Qi really doesn't want to admit it, but when she's in a nightmare, she feels so scared she almost cries. Everywhere are scary snakes and wild animals, and she has no way to escape. She frantically searches for Luogu but only sees him walking away, refusing to stay. Dreams are just dreams. Nightmares that are spoken out don't become real. Luogu gently pats her back and softly comforts her.
Mimi gradually calms down.
It's just a nightmare. There's no need to scare herself so much. I'm fine now. She struggles a little, feeling completely awake now. Are you really okay? Luogu looks at her face, which is much better than before. Mimi Qi nods and sits up. It's strange. This is the first time I've had a dream here. And it was a very unsettling nightmare, full of insecurity. You've probably been too tired these days, Luogu says with a hint of blame. The others in the tribe stayed in the cave, quietly, while they were bleeding. Mimi Qi glances at him. They didn't go out because they didn't have sanitary supplies, right? Running around bleeding everywhere would be more embarrassing. Have you ever heard the saying? Thoughts during the day influence dreams at night. She directly counters him, now fully awake. Thoughts during the day influence dreams at night? Luogu mumbles the phrase, understanding its meaning, suddenly enlightened. He thinks he might now understand why the little one was acting strangely last night. Maybe it was because he and Baizhua went out and left someone in the cave last night. As a result, she had a strange dream again, and Luogu feels heartache. Little one, I won't leave you alone again, said Luogu as he hugged her and repeated the words. Got it, replied Qi Jinjin with a roll of her eyes. When did I become so delicate? It's just a meaningless nightmare, after all. It's not real. Hurry and go hunt for some food, I'll boil water. Qi Jinjin pushed him away and got out from under the animal hide bed. No need, someone will bring food soon, Luo Gu said as he went to the fire to boil water. Qi Jinjin guessed that person was Bai Zhua. Sure enough, not long after, there was a knocking at the cave door. Luo Gu went to open it, and Bai Zhua came in carrying a few hunted animals. She greeted him and prepared to skin and cook the meat. She secretly glanced at Bai Zhua, wondering where he had rested last night. He seemed to have rested well. Luo Gu, have you decided? When will you leave? Bai Zhua sat by the fire. This question seemed to be directed at Luo Gu, but Qi Jinjin could clearly feel he was asking her. In a few days, Luo Gu replied. Bai Zhua frowned slightly, then relaxed and said, All right, the departure time is up to you. But this opportunity won't wait around. Qi Jinjin didn't understand what they were talking about. What opportunity? Don't listen to him nonsense, Luo Gu said first. People haven't said anything yet. Seeing Luo Gu's attitude, Qi Jinjin felt it was necessary to ask clearly, since Bai Zhua didn't seem to hide anything from her. Bai Zhua, what is this opportunity you mentioned earlier? She asked seriously. A great opportunity. Bai Zhua deliberately teased her. But since Luo Gu doesn't want you to know, I can't say more. He also didn't say she could know, or even tell her where they were going, Qi Jinjin said. If you really have something important to do, don't worry about me. I can leave with you now, she added. No, Luo Gu firmly refused. We don't need to rush these few days. That's not certain, Bai Zhua said with a smile. So, where are you going? What are you doing? Qi Jinjin ignored Luo Gu and directly asked Bai Zhua. Sure enough, Bai Zhua said, We're going to Spirit Waterfall. As for what we're doing, let Luo Gu tell you. Spirit Waterfall? Qi Jinjin had never heard of this place, but just the name sounded creepy. Spirit Waterfall? Could it really have some spiritual power? What are you guys going to the Spirit Waterfall for? Qi Jinjin looked at Luo Gu and asked again. Luo Gu wanted to hide the truth, but since Bai Zhu had already said most of it, he had no choice but to reply, We're going to find a fierce beast. Qi Jinjin was stunned, then she was surprised. A fierce beast? Just the two of you going alone to catch a fierce beast? Bai Zhu's smile grew deeper. Are you afraid the beast will swallow us? It's not about fear. Forget what the beast looks like or how fierce it is. Why would they go looking for a fierce beast? They keep to themselves, like water in a well. Small creature, just a fierce beast, Luo Gu said dismissively, showing disdain. Seeing this, she asked, Then why do you want to catch this beast? Did it offend you? Don't ask so many questions, Luo Gu said, not planning to say more. Qi Jinjin frowned and looked at Bai Zhu. But on this issue, Bai Zhu and Luo Gu seemed to be on the same side. If Luo Gu didn't say anything, he wouldn't either. But thinking carefully, Bai Zhu had just mentioned this was an opportunity. An opportunity wouldn't stay still waiting for him. That meant his goal wasn't the Spirit Waterfall, but this fierce beast. All right. She also became curious about what kind of fierce beast it was and what use it could be for them. If you're in a hurry to leave, you can go today, Qi Jinjin said after assessing her own condition. No, I said we need a few more days, Luo Gu replied firmly. Qi Jinjin had nothing to say. After they finished eating the meat together, Bai Zhu said, You go take care of your blood lizard first. I'll stay here with your partner. Qi Jinjin thought Luo Gu would refuse immediately, but surprisingly, he agreed. Their relationship was really good. He trusted Bai Zhu that much. After Luo Gu left, only she, Bai Zhu, and a small cub remained in the cave. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Qi Jinjin sat by the fire drinking hot water, glancing at Bai Zhu now and then. But Bai Zhu's eyes were always on the cub. He seemed very interested in it. The cub sensed his gaze. Instead of showing hostility, it tilted its head, curious about him. What's this animal? Bai Zhu asked after staring at the cub for a while. Qi Jinjin blinked, suddenly unsure how to answer. She wasn't sure if she should mention the Yuhua beast. Even though he was very close to Luo Gu, some things didn't seem appropriate to say. So she said, I don't know. Don't know? Bai Zhu looked at her with some suspicion. Qi Jinjin nodded and answered seriously, I'm not very familiar with the animals and plants here. Bai Zhu smiled and said, it seems very understanding of people. Yes, I have a good connection with it, so I keep it around. Qi Jinjin was the first to speak. She wasn't raising it for food. The small cub tilted its head and moved 2 steps closer to Bai Zhu, its big eyes showing a cautious expression. Bai Zhu reached out his hand. The cub, as if sensing something, stretched its neck and gently rubbed its small head against his hand. Qi Jinjin was surprised. It's actually being affectionate with you. Is this called being affectionate? Bai Zhu asked. She nodded. Yes, it's never done that with Luogu. It seems to like you a lot. This was quite surprising. Previously, the way the cub and Luogu interacted, it was basically a constant fight, neither giving in. But this also shows that Bai Zhu is a trustworthy person. Otherwise, how could the cub start showing affection so quickly after just meeting him? The cub rubbed his hand for a while longer, then moved closer and finally curled up by his feet, licking its fur. Seeing this, Qi Jinjin felt happy too. She roasted some fire and thought it was a good chance to communicate. Without Luogu here, she could ask Bai Zhu more about that fierce beast. By the way, I heard you have healing abilities? Just as she was thinking about how to bring it up, Bai Zhu spoke first. Qi Jinjin withdrew her thoughts and nodded. Yes, within my ability. Your healing power must be very strong, Bai Zhu said. Otherwise, the wound on Luogu's wrist wouldn't have healed so quickly. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin suddenly realized. He was probably talking about the injury she saw on Luogu's wrist when she first met him. Since Bai Zhu knew about it, it meant they had been together before this? Are you talking about the burn and the blisters on his wrist? Qi Jinjin asked him.
Bizou nodded.
Although the injury wasn't large, it looked quite serious. Yes, luckily it was treated in time. If it hadn't been, infection could have caused big problems. She didn't think the injury was serious. After all, it was just a small wound to her. I asked him how he got hurt, but he didn't tell me. He is such a person that even serious injuries wouldn't bother him, let alone small wounds. Bi Chao knows Luo Gu very well. Luckily you appeared. You have healing abilities, so in the future, he won't be able to hide any discomfort from you. Qi Jinjin smiles slightly. She doesn't believe he didn't notice that her words just now were actually asking how Luo Gu was injured before. How did he get hurt? Seeing this, Qi Jinjin straightforwardly asks, still good at talking to ancient people. Sure enough, when she asked, he answered. He was hurt by a fierce beast. Could it be the fierce beast you're planning to find this time?
Qi Jinjin boldly guessed. Yes.
She guessed correctly. But this guess isn't exactly something to be happy about. How powerful is Luo Gu? He was injured by a fierce beast, which means the beast they're looking for must be very difficult to deal with. But judging Luo Gu's personality, whether it's the person who hurt him or the beast, neither would have a good ending. So, no matter what, he will want to find that beast to get revenge. Is this beast very strong? Do you think you can handle it?
Qi Jinjin asks worriedly.
Of course we are confident, but I am surprised Luo Gu delayed his departure for you. Bi Chao looks at her and says with some meaning.
Qi Jinjin chuckles.
His words seem to imply that since Luo Gu delayed his trip for her, if she says a few more words, she might even dissuade Luo Gu from seeking revenge on the beast. But Bi Chao's words really give her an idea. When Luo Gu returns, she will have a way to get more information. But I think it's understandable. He finally found someone he cares about, so everything is arranged with you in mind, Bi Chao adds. Qi Jinjin smiles a little awkwardly. Although Bi Chao's words have other meanings, they sound very comfortable to hear. Lifting her spirits, she asks, Luo Gu told me you two share a deep bond. Did you go on many adventures before? Travel to many places? Not too bad. You must have been on many adventures, Qi Jinjin says with a look that suggests she isn't being modest. It's great to be so free. Hearing this, Bi Chao responds with a question. Aren't you free now? I understand freedom a bit differently than you do. From other perspectives, Luo Gu didn't have much control over her. However, in this big environment for safety reasons, she could only stay with the main group or stick close to Luogu. This unintentionally created an invisible restriction. If she had enough strength and skill, she could go wherever she wanted. That would be true freedom. But this kind of freedom might not be what she currently longs for. What's different? Is it because Luogu's possessiveness makes you feel pressured? Baizhua asked, looking at her.
No.
Really no, or are you just used to it? His words hit like a thunderbolt in Qi Jinjin's mind. Used to it? Thinking carefully, it seemed true. She had gotten used to it. From the start, she couldn't stand Luogu's dominance and arrogance. Even talking to a little boy would make his face change. But later, Luogu also changed a lot. He began to learn to respect her, which was a good start. So it wasn't really about getting used to it, but about both of them improving together. Thinking of this, Qi Jinjin said, no, his possessiveness actually makes me feel safer. This answer surprised Baizhua a little. He thought about her words carefully and smiled, saying, that's good. Yes, very good. Qi Jinjin finally realized that his earlier words were just tests of her. But she didn't mind anymore and was no longer afraid. Actually, Luogu has other reasons for finding this fierce beast, Baizhua suddenly said. Qi Jinjin looked at him with doubt. What reasons? Baizhua showed a hesitant expression and didn't answer her for a long time. Qi Jinjin felt curious. What did he mean? Was he teasing her with a game of hard to get? Humph humph. At this moment, the little cub curled up at his feet suddenly barked twice, as if trying to lighten the mood. Hearing the dog's bark, Baizhua gently reached out and stroked its little curly hair, full of affection. For this reason, you'd better ask Luogu, Baizhua said after petting it a few times. Do you think I can get an answer from him? Since he didn't want to say, why did he bring it up just now? Well, I don't know either, he said with a smile, his eyes crinkling. This smile really makes it hard to stay angry. Qi Jinjin could only give up, since Luogu had already decided to go find that fierce beast. She could slowly look for answers on the way there. By noon, Luogu returned. He also brought back something, a large leaf, with other items wrapped inside it. When Luogu came back, Baizhua immediately took up hunting and went out. What is this? Qi Jinjin watched him carefully place the big leaf on the table. It's a gift for you, Luogu said as he opened the leaf, revealing what was inside. It was a small vine with tiny flowers, dark red in color, covered in small, damp hairs. The hairs were moist and stained with a dark red liquid. Is this a flower vine? Qi Jinjin asked, closely examining it. What is it used for? This is an exotic spring flower vine, Luogu explained. What? Qi Jinjin was shocked and quickly stepped back with Luogu. She knew that this exotic spring flower vine was stained with the blood of a blood lizard, which is deadly to half-beasts. She wondered whether Luogu was brave or reckless to bring back a blood-stained vine like this. This little thing is a special gift for you. Take good care of it, Luogu said seriously. Why are you giving it to me? Qi Jinjin couldn't understand. No reason. Her brow furrowed even more. She was sure he knew that the blood-stained vine could affect him, or he wouldn't have brought back such a large leaf to wrap it. Giving her this vine was like giving her a weapon to fight half-beasts. Seeing her stare at the vine without speaking, Luogu added, It's for your self-defense. Are you asking me to defend myself against you? Qi Jinjin shot him a look. Of course, you could, he joked lightly, but I know you wouldn't want to. If you know that, why give it to me? What if I accidentally hurt you? She then took a bottle from her backpack, intending to seal the vine inside. As long as she didn't open the bottle, it would be fine. Even if it's not an accident, it doesn't matter. Qi Jinjin paused, looked up at him, feeling that something was a bit strange. He was giving her a harmful vine meant for half-beasts. If the clan leader found out, wouldn't he be worried about what the clan leader would say? Qi Jinjin thought carefully and really couldn't guess the reason behind it, unless... Did Baizhua tell him something? So Qi Jinjin boldly guessed, does Baizhua know about the Ichuan flower vine? Yes, he does. When did he find out? Last night, I told him. Qi Jinjin narrowed her eyes and seemed to understand. Could it be that Baizhua asked you to give me that Ichuan flower vine? Why do you ask? Can I give you something? Luo Gu looked a bit annoyed.
Qi Zhensin shrugged.
I just find it strange, and wanted to ask. Maybe I guessed right. Luo Gu admitted. He did suggest I give you something, but he didn't say it had to be the Ichuan flower vine. Bai Zhua is quite clever. He's really your good friend, truly caring for you. Qi Zhenjin couldn't help but sigh.
What?
Nothing. His idea was probably hard for her to understand. Bai Zhua might have overestimated her, thinking she might cling to someone else's support, so he came up with a plan to help his brother keep his bride. This plan was clever but risky. He even entrusted her with something so important. She had every reason to refuse his genuine feelings. Bai Zhua's plan was a bit over the top. She already believed Luo Gu wouldn't have other thoughts. Then I'll take this flower vine first. If you need it, just ask me. Qi Zhenjin placed the bottle in the inner pocket of her backpack. Such a dangerous item had to be well kept. After securing the bottle, she threw the large leaf on the table into the fire to burn, then carefully cleaned the table. Once she confirmed there was no bloodstain, she felt at ease. Soon, Bai Zhua returned with game, quite a lot of it, and in his other hand, many fruits wrapped in animal skins. It looked like he hadn't gone hunting, but had just wandered outside and gathered meat and fruits. Thinking about it, he was the younger brother of the tribal leader of the Two-Men tribe, and even the Ama of the Baili tribe treated him as a distinguished guest, so others naturally did not exclude him. Qi Zhenjin helped roast the meat, while Bai Zhua played with a little cub nearby, leaving Luo Gu feeling puzzled. When did your relationship get so close? Luo Gu looked at the little cub and asked. Just when you went out this morning, Bai Zhua smiled. Isn't it easy for you to tame a little cub?
Qi Zhensin chuckled softly.
It turned out it really wasn't that easy. Humph. The little creature probably thought there were two people to support it now, and it barked at Luo Guhu, pretending to be fierce. Its cute and fierce look made Qi Zhenjin laugh. Luo Gu glanced coldly, and the small creature, pretending to be fierce, shivered and instinctively moved closer to Bai Zhua. You're such a coward, Qi Zhenjin said, tossing a piece of raw meat to it. I think its teeth are almost coming out, and it's growing pretty fast. Look at its frame. It will grow big in the future, Bai Zhua said, patting the little creature's shoulder blades. Luo Gu's mate, you should train it well. Maybe one day, it can even be your riding animal. Riding animal? Qi Zhenjin asked, confused. Yes, in our Two-Men tribe, some half-orcs help pure-blooded people tame larger animals to ride, Bai Zhua explained. It could be, but she didn't think it was necessary.
There's no need for that, she thought.
Just as she was about to say so, Luo Gu spoke up. I'm its riding animal. Wow, he seemed quite proud and pleased with his humble way of speaking. Bai Zhua smiled, but said nothing more. While eating the meat, Qi Zhenjin was thinking about how to talk to Luo Gu, first, to see if she could find out other reasons behind the murder from him, and second, to persuade him to leave sooner. After all, she didn't know if the chance Bai Zhua mentioned was really important to Luo Gu. However, just as she brought up the idea of leaving early, Luo Gu coldly refused. No matter what she said, he insisted they wait until the blood on her was completely gone before leaving. Qi Zhenjin covered her face with her hand, realizing that his stubbornness was unstoppable. Little one, why are you more anxious than I am? Luo Gu looked at Bai Zhua, who pretended not to see and continued playing with the little creature. Isn't it good that I'm worried for you? Qi Zhenjin said. And I really feel fine now. My stomach doesn't hurt anymore, and I can run and jump. At worst, you can go a bit slower on the way, which is better than waiting a few more days to leave. Seeing her earnest words, Luo Gu didn't want to make her angry, so he thought of a plan. Fine, if you want to leave early, you can.
Unless.
Luo Gu looked at the tree stump in the corner. Unless what? Qi Zhenjin followed his gaze and understood immediately. Use your bow and arrow to shoot 3 wooden arrows, accurately pinning them into the tree stump, Luo Gu said. That sounded easy, but thinking about her practice last night, the result was terrible. Don't say that shooting 3 arrows has already been achieved. Perhaps even after her period ends, she still won't hit a single wooden arrow. This condition is very fair, Luo Gu said with a smile when she frowned, Otherwise, we will wait 2 more days before leaving. Okay, Qi Jinjin agreed immediately. If I can hit 3 arrows right now, can we leave this afternoon? Yes, Luo Gu nodded. Alright, let's try. She really doesn't believe it. This way, she can practice archery and leave early. That's good. Qi Jinjin stood up, slung her quiver, and took the bow to the marked line. Baizhua watched her stance, feeling a bit confused about her actions. But he also became curious because, during this visit to the Bai Li tribe, he had seen many things he had never seen before, all created by this purebred person. He has always been very curious about the unknown. Qi Jinjin positioned herself at the line, drew her bow, and aimed. She took a deep breath, trying to keep her breathing steady, so her chances of hitting would be higher. With a whoosh, she shot the first arrow. The wooden arrow narrowly missed the tree trunk and hit the mountain wall behind it, falling to the ground. Is this a weapon? Baizhua asked, eyes wide with surprise. Yes, Luo Gu kept his gaze on Qi Jinjin. When he saw her first arrow fall to the ground, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is this weapon also made by your spouse? Baizhua still looked surprised. That's right, Luo Gu's face showed undeniable pride. Baijua's understanding of this purebred person was refreshed again. Qi Jinjin shot 3 more arrows, but none hit the tree trunk. She was annoyed. Why couldn't she hit? Her strength should be fine. All arrows could reach the mountain wall behind the tree trunk. It shouldn't be a problem of angle either. She tried changing her angle, but the results of her shots remained the same. Spouse of Luo Gu, can I try? Baizhua asked curiously as he approached. Qi Jinjin looked at him, wanting to refuse. Didn't he see she was eager to hit the target and leave early? But she still handed him the bow and arrow. Do you know how to use it? I think so. Baizhua carefully examined the unfamiliar weapon he just received. Is this bone? Yes. Qi Jinjin handed him a wooden arrow. Baizhua didn't rush to take it but continued to examine the bow. What is this? Very elastic. It feels like the beard of a silver ninefish. Pool Jinjin was surprised that he guessed correctly. No wonder he is Luo Gu's good brother. They must have gone on many adventures together before. That's right. This elastic string is made from the beard of the silver ninefish. Jinjin confirmed his guess. Why don't you try shooting an arrow first? Baizhua then took the wooden arrow from her hand. It was nothing special, just a branch with the end sharpened. Jinjin stepped aside to give him space to perform. She didn't say anything or teach him how to aim or draw the bow, but surprisingly, he managed to get into the right position on his own. Is this the stance of Luo Gu's partner? Baizhua asked after he got into position. Jinjin cleared her throat and nodded. The stance is correct. Aim at the spot you want to hit, pull back the bow, then release your fingers. Baizhua looked at the tree stump nearby and pulled the bowstring. Seeing how strongly he pulled, Jinjin quickly reminded him, the tension between the strings is strong. The wider you pull, the more force you use. He understood her meaning and eased up a little on the pull. Jinjin had a feeling that, for someone who had never shot a bow before, his first shot would definitely hit the tree stump steadily.
Why?
Because he was so focused and his stance was so perfect. Little one, come here to watch, Luo Gu called out. Jinjin turned to stand beside him, ready to enjoy Baizhua's performance. After aiming at the spot on the wood, Baizhua released the arrow without hesitation. The arrow shot straight toward the tree stump at high speed. Before Jinjin could even see clearly, she heard a loud thud, followed by the sound of something breaking. When she looked closer, the arrow was firmly embedded in the stump, and a tiny appeared on the surface. This wasn't even Baizhua's strongest effort. She had just reminded him not to use too much force.
How was that?
Baizhua asked, turning back with excitement and surprise in his eyes as he saw the arrow stuck in the stump. Jinjin gave him a thumbs up. That was impressive. As soon as she said that, Luo Gu's large palm covered her thumb. It was just okay. Luo Gu's partner, give me another arrow. I want to try again, Baizhua said, eager for more. Jinjin handed him 2 more arrows. She wanted to see if his accuracy was really perfect. As expected, the next 2 wooden arrows were firmly nailed into the tree stump, but the force behind the last 2 arrows was clearly much weaker than the first one. It seems that he has already mastered the skill of archery after 3 shots, not only hitting accurately but also controlling his strength well. Their talent is truly impressive. You're very good. Qi Jinjin wanted to retrieve her bow earlier. She still wanted to continue shooting her 3 arrows. Bijua was quite fond of this weapon called a bow and arrow. Luo Gu's spouse, can you help me make one? Of course not. Luo Gu immediately refused. Don't ask for good things all the time. Then can you tell me how to make it? Bijua asked again. The method to make it is actually very simple, and she could figure it out without being told. Bijua's real reason for asking was actually to get her to make one for him. Qi Jinjin thought for a moment and said, making a bow and arrow is easy, but finding the right materials is not so simple. How about I teach you when we find suitable materials? Okay. Bijua didn't press her further and returned the bow and arrow to her. Qi Jinjin continued to prepare her stance to shoot. Bijua sat beside Luo Gu and naturally reached out to the small curly hair on the little one. With her shooting method, maybe she won't hit an arrow even after a few days. Luo Gu shot him a glance, as if saying, if you know, then don't talk so much. Bijua chuckled, probably because Luo Gu had already seen the flaws in his spouse's archery and was deliberately using this to delay. Qi Jinjin shot all the arrows from her quiver one after another, but only the 3 arrows she just shot remained in the tree stump. Little one, go pick up the arrows. Luo Gu saw that all the wooden arrows in her quiver had been shot and kicked the little one over. Come here and rest a bit. Have some water before shooting again. Qi Jinjin was a bit unsettled. She couldn't figure out what was wrong here. She tightly held her bow and walked over, taking the water handed to her and drinking it eagerly. Luo Gu's spouse, do you want me to teach you? Bijua couldn't help but say. Qi Jinjin instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, this was her own weapon, but she was the worst at using it. But there was no shame in that. She was curious to hear Bijua's archery tips. Perhaps she had missed something in her own steps. Okay, she agreed immediately. How do you aim at the tree stump? Little one. Shut up. Mizuma Shinjin glared at him. If you speak again, I'll assume you agree to leave right now. Lu Gu's expression darkened. He felt like he had dug himself a big invisible hole. Seeing his embarrassed look, Bijua felt happy inside. In a way, he and Mizuma Jinjin were on the same side. They both wanted to leave quickly to find the beast. He said, your problem isn't about aiming or not. Then what is it about? Mizuma Jinjin asked eagerly. Strength? Direction? Or movement? Your movement isn't the issue. You can try to find the right spot to apply force later. He could only give this much advice. If he pointed out more clearly, she might become the next unlucky one to pick up arrows. Force point? Mizuma Jinjin frowned slightly and thought carefully about those words. He probably meant the force point in her hand. Her feet didn't need to exert force. Just keep her weight evenly on both feet. But her hand's force was confusing her a bit. The strength needed to draw the bow was right, and besides drawing, there was no other place to apply force. She looked down at her bow and arrows again, carefully examining them. It seemed she'd need to try again later. The little beast was sadly holding the wooden arrows together, looking pitiful. Mizuma Jinjin went over to help pick up the arrows. After gathering the arrows, she felt ready to try again. She knocked an arrow, took her stance and aimed at the tree trunk, but didn't rush to shoot. She was trying to find the force point Bijua mentioned. The only place she could feel the force was her right hand. Her right hand had to hold the arrow and draw the bow. Could it be that these 2 actions weren't coordinated well? That's why the arrow kept missing? Now Mizuma Jinjin focused all her attention on her right hand and shot her first arrow. It was no surprise that it missed. She tried again with a second arrow and seemed to start understanding what Bijua said about the force point. To test her guess, she took out a third arrow and aimed far away, following her own idea. The third arrow just barely brushed past the tree trunk and landed on the ground. Ah, I see now, Mizuma Jinjin thought happily as she watched the arrow fall. She was finally clear on what to do. She smiled confidently and shot her fourth arrow at the tree trunk. With a loud thud, The arrow hit the trunk steadily and stuck in it. Success! Mingming excitedly shouted. We did it! Bai Zhu smiled happily for her, but Lu Gu looked a bit upset. Lu Gu, I succeeded, Mingming said happily, not caring about his sour face. There are 2 more arrows, Lu Gu said. Just 2 more, no problem. Mingming confidently pulled out an arrow and shot it, aiming for the same feeling as before. Right in the middle of the tree trunk. Mingming suppressed her excitement and quickly shot the 3rd arrow into the trunk. Now, there were 6 arrows on the tree. I did it, Mingming said, holding the bough and walking up to him, slightly lifting her chin to look at him. Lu Gu coldly glanced at Bai Zhu, who was acting casual and teasing the little ones. Lu Gu, you have to keep your promise. Mingming knew he was upset about what Bai Zhu said. Besides, if it weren't for Bai Zhu's little reminder, she might have practiced for few more days and still been at the same level. Lu Gu clearly saw this, so he suggested shooting arrows, but he really set a trap for her. But that's okay. He dug the trap himself and jumped into it himself. Of course, I will keep my promise, Lu Gu said almost through gritted teeth. Mingming was very happy. So, when are we leaving? Tomorrow, Lu Gu replied. Mingming's smile froze. We need to prepare some things, Lu Gu explained. Prepare what? Bai Zhu asked nearby. In the past, we just set out whenever. Lu Gu shot a cold look, just some fruit for the road. You can also check if there are any herbs to take. Mingming squinted, feeling like his words were just an excuse. But what he said made sense. The spirit waterfall must be far from the Baili tribe, so being well prepared before leaving is always wise. Okay, then let's leave tomorrow, Mingming said, glancing at Bai Zhu and secretly signaling. She had already secured the departure time, so this small compromise should be acceptable. Bai Zhu gave her a small smile, with a hint of gratitude. After confirming the departure time, Mingming started thinking about what to bring. But more than packing, she was worried about the seeds in the flower bed next to the cave. They hadn't sprouted yet, and although she hadn't taken much care of them, she still felt a little anxious. It seemed Lu Gu's plan was right. Spending the afternoon preparing was very necessary. After confirming the departure time, Qi Jinjin began to get busy. Suddenly, she thought of Ma. When she left for Qi Fong Valley before, she had someone follow her. This time, she wasn't sure if she would have someone tailing her again. While thinking, Luo Gu said, Little one, you stay here and pack up. We're going out for a bit. Where to? Qi Jinjin was counting the dried herbs. To find Ma. Luo Gu gently patted her head and said as kindly as possible, because she seemed upset last night over this matter.
Qi Zhensen nodded.
Anyway, she had things to do now. After Luo Gu and Bai Zhu left, only she and the little cub remained in the cave. The little cub obediently stayed by her side, using its small paws to help gather the spread herbs. It was very well behaved. After tidying up for a while, 2 people entered from outside, Abu and Leah. Seeing them, Qi Jinjin instinctively wondered if they were sent by a Ma to watch her or gather information. Luo Gu's partner, what are you doing? Do you need our help? Abu asked as she and Leah walked in. I'm organizing things. Qi Jinjin glanced at them and continued her work. Abu and Leah looked around, seeming to find nothing they could help with. Are you here to see me or Luo Gu? Luo Gu has gone out, Qi Jinjin asked. We came to see you, Abu said with a smile. We know where Luo Gu is. Luo Gu said she's worried you might be scared alone in the cave, so she sent us to keep you company. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin was even more sure that they were sent by a Ma. She thought it was best to stay silent. Abu saw she wasn't speaking and didn't bother her. She planned to play with the little cub, but the little cub wasn't easy to entertain. The little cub was focused on helping its owner and ignored Abu's teasing, which made Abu feel a bit awkward. Qi Jinjin finished packing the herbs and noticed Leah's gaze was secretly watching her. Since she entered, Leah hadn't spoken a word, and her sneaky looks made Qi Jinjin feel uncomfortable. At this point, she'd rather stay quietly alone in the cave. After preparing some things to take, Qi Jinjin had nothing else to do, and Luo Gu and the others hadn't returned yet. Seeing her free, Abu wanted to chat. Luo Gu's partner. May I ask you a question? Go ahead, Qi Jinjin replied. Abu stared at her belly seriously and asked, Luo Gu's partner, have you really been bleeding these days? Qi Jinjin was surprised and asked a strange question. Your half-beast friends should be able to smell it. Yes, they can, but the way you're bleeding looks different from ours, Abu said with confusion. Different? She could tell that? Abu means that your blood hasn't flowed onto your legs, so we can't see the blood, Laya added. Because she had a special thing called a sanitary pad. Qi Jinjin cleared her throat and took out a sanitary pad from her backpack, explaining seriously, with this, as long as you put it underneath, the blood won't spill everywhere. Abu reached out to grab it, but Qi Jinjin quickly pulled her hand back. This thing shouldn't get dirty. There isn't much now. Once I find the right materials, I'll make some for you. Then you can go out even when you're bleeding, Qi Jinjin said. Really? This thing can really let us go out while bleeding? Abu's eyes lit up. Qi Jinjin nodded. But the materials won't be easy to find. We have to wait until I find them. After saying that, she stood up to heat some water for herself. She caught a glimpse of the big jar and wooden bucket in the corner. It's a pity. If they weren't going to hunt monsters, she could teach the tribe how to make wooden buckets. But now it's not possible. She needs to personally guide them on making the buckets, especially the hoops, which are quite difficult. However, Abu and Laya seemed to just come along to keep her company. Besides chatting to lighten the mood, they didn't ask her anything else. That was for the best. She didn't want to think too hard about how to answer. They stayed the afternoon, and Luo Guo returned. Seeing Luo Guo and Baizhua come in, Abu and Laya didn't stay long. After greeting them, they left. Did you tell your mother about going to find the monster? Qi Jinjin asked. Even if I didn't say anything, she would guess anyway, Baizhua said with a smile. Qi Jinjin raised an eyebrow. No wonder her mother looked a bit strange when she saw Baizhua yesterday. So, her adventure partner had arrived. Did your mother agree? Qi Jinjin asked again. Luo Guo nodded. We're leaving tomorrow. Qi Jinjin didn't ask more. Whether her mother would send someone to follow them wasn't her concern. That night, Baizhua still went to rest outside the cave. Qi Jinjin was inside organizing her wooden arrows. She definitely planned to take them, but she wasn't sure how many she should bring. Previously, I made at least 30 or 40 wooden arrows, a large bundle. Carrying them all would be too heavy on the road. Do you think 10 arrows are enough? Qi Jinjin asked hesitantly. Anyway, these arrows can probably be reused, and if not, there are plenty of trees outside to make more. Little one, just take 1 arrow. 1 isn't enough. At least 3, right? Qi Jinjin glanced at him. Okay, then take 3. He had originally planned to bring only 3. It's fine. Last time they went out without a bow and arrow, and they still came back safely. Plus, they still have slingshots. After making the decision, Qi Jinjin prepared to rest. Only by resting well could they gather enough energy for this long journey. The two lay on the bed. Qi Jinjin looked at the top of the cave and suddenly remembered a question Baizhua had asked. She realized she hadn't asked Luo Gu yet about another reason he was looking for this fierce beast. She slightly turned her head. Luo Gu had already closed his eyes, not sure if he was asleep. After thinking for a moment, Qi Jinjin spoke softly. Are you asleep? His nose sounded congested, like he was about to fall asleep. I heard from Baizhua that the injury on your wrist was caused by that fierce beast? She asked cautiously. Luo Gu's eyelids flickered. Did he tell you anything else?
Everything he knows, she replied.
Luo Gu was silent. Qi Jinjin felt a bit hesitant. She just wanted to sleep now. Her mind was fuzzy, and these questions were ones he didn't want to answer. Otherwise, Baizhua would have told her everything already. Forget it, I'll go to sleep. I won't disturb you, Qi Jinjin said, pulling the animal hide over herself and turning over to face away, ready to sleep. However, just as she turned over, she heard some movement behind her. Qi Jinjin pricked up her ears and listened. Luo Gu gently wrapped his arms around her from behind. She stiffened, but then slowly relaxed. What are you doing? Sleeping while hugging, Luo Gu whispered in her ear.
Oh.
She thought Luo Gu was going to answer her question. Qi Jinjin silently sighed in her heart, stopped overthinking, and prepared to sleep. The next morning, just after dawn, there was a knocking outside the cave. Qi Jinjin was awakened by the knocking. She opened her eyes and saw Luo Gu get up to open the door. It was Bai Zhuo. He was probably here to urge them to leave quickly, Qi Jinjin thought. Bai Zhu entered, carrying a catch in his hand. Eat first, then we leave. Lu Gu looked at him unhappily. Bai Zhu smiled, knowing exactly why he was upset, because of the condition he had proposed to his partner yesterday. Lu Gu's partner, are you really in good enough shape to travel long distances with us? Bai Zhu asked Yizhenjin. Stop pretending to be kind. Lu Gu glared at him and went to the fire.
Yizhen's hand similate.
Don't worry, it's fine. The three sat around the fire, eating meat happily. As they finished, Yizhenjin asked curiously, how many days does it take to go from the Bai Li tribe to the Spirit Waterfall? 5 days at the fastest, Bai Zhu answered first. Wow, that place is even farther than Qifeng Valley. What's wrong? Lu Gu's partner. Are you worried you can't handle the journey? Bai Zhu looked at her with a gentle smile. Lu Gu will definitely consider your health first. If it were just me and Lu Gu, we could reach there in 2 days without stopping. That won't do. Yizhenjin knew they could run fast in beast form, but running non-stop for 2 days would be too much, even for good stamina. Little one, you don't need to worry about these things. Just eat. Lu Gu interrupted their conversation. Yizhenjin shrugged and finished the last piece of meat. After eating, it was time to really set out. The three of them, along with their cub, left the cave and climbed onto Mama. Seeing Mama, Yizhenjin's brow twitched because behind her stood Abu and Leah. No way. Lu Gu's mother might use her as a shield again to make Abu and Leah follow them. Jinjin. Mama called her directly. Come here, I want to talk to you alone. Yizhenjin frowned, instinctively wanting to refuse. Go ahead, Lu Gu surprisingly agreed. No choice, Yizhenjin had to hold her cub and walk aside with Mama, followed by Abu. Auntie, what do you want to tell me? Yizhenjin glanced at Lu Gu not far away. From that distance, as long as her voice wasn't too quiet, Lu Gu's half-human hearing could hear everything clearly. Mama looked at her and smiled, but her smile was full of worry. I know I can't persuade Lu Gu, so I can't stop you either. Yizhenjin nodded, listening for her to continue. But I still want to remind you, you're a purebred human. Whether in strength or attack power, you're not as strong as a half-beast. So, you must protect yourself well, Mama said seriously. Jinjin paused for a moment, unsure if she was overthinking. She felt that her mother's words seemed caring but also carried a hidden meaning. It was like saying, you are too weak, don't hold my son back or cause trouble. Her mother's worried expression was real, so Jinjin didn't think much more. She nodded and replied, don't worry, Auntie. By the way, take this and eat it on the way, her mother signaled to Abu behind her. Abu handed her a small fruit wrapped in a little animal skin. There were 3 of them. This is bloodfire fruit, her mother said. We only found 3, but it should be enough for now. Bloodfire fruit? She thought they were just ordinary fruits, so she looked at them more closely. The 3 fruits were a little smaller than her palm. They were bright red like blood and looked similar to other fruits besides the color. Keep this for Luo Gu's partner, Abu said. Thank you, Jinjin replied politely, though she was feeling nervous inside. She put the fruits away and walked with her mother. Her mother couldn't help but chat with Luo Gu and Bai Zhuo, mostly reminding them to stay safe and take good care of her, the purebred. It was clear that all parents cared deeply for their children. After chatting, the 3 of them finally left the tribe. I thought my mother would make Abu and Lia follow us, Jinjin said as they left the tribe. That wouldn't help, Luo Gu scoffed. She saw through his thoughts immediately. Exactly, I bet you'd ditch them on the first day. That's right, he replied. Then, Jinjin suddenly remembered something. She asked, earlier when we went out, you didn't just leave them once or twice. Why could they still follow us in the end?
Oh,
that happened? Bai Zhuo looked curious. Luo Gu shot him a cold look. He wanted to explain to his little friend, but seeing Bai Zhuo's doubtful expression, He felt too lazy to bother. Yes, and each time you managed to leave them pretty far behind. But strangely, they always found us again, Pool Jinjin said. Baizhua watched Luo Gu with a smile, waiting for his explanation. But Luo Gu stayed silent. Seeing his silence, Pool Jinjin asked again. Luo Gu said coldly, when Baizhua can no longer hear, I will tell you. Oh, so it's because of Baijua's attitude just now. Qi Jinjin chuckled and said, we're just curious. Besides, you and Baizhua are such good friends, he probably doesn't know the reason. He must be asking because he cares about you. Little one, are you so sure he's concerned and not just laughing at you? Luo Gu retorted. I have to admit, Baijua's tone earlier did sound a little like he was teasing. Gosh, can't he just ignore it? I guess it's because of you, right? Baizhua started guessing. Haven't you been following him? Some half-beasts are very sensitive to the scent of purebloods, especially someone like you. Qi Jinjin knew which kind he meant, probably the scent of a female pureblood that hasn't been mated. She thought for a moment and shook her head. It probably isn't because of me. Why not? Because we separated at that time. After we parted, they didn't find me. They found Luo Gu, Qi Jinjin said thoughtfully. Really? That happened? Baizhua listened, once again curious and surprised. What's going on? Baijua's tone really sounds like he's making fun of Luo Gu.
Kizensen sighed.
It seemed that with Baizhua here, Luo Gu wouldn't tell her the real reason. So, Qi Jinjin stopped asking. Baizhua saw this and, with a faint smile, directly asked Luo Gu, won't you tell her? Luo Gu simply shot him a cold look, then turned into a beast form behind Qi Jinjin and ran forward wildly. Qi Jinjin couldn't help but laugh and cry, holding tightly onto his long fur, letting him run ahead. Soon, Baizhua caught up. Qi Jinjin turned her head and saw that the beast, like a black panther, was running just as fast as Luo Gu. The two beasts crossed through forests and plains, finally stopping. Luo Gu kept in mind that his little one was still bleeding, so no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't let his little one get exhausted. Baizhua naturally noticed this, so he remained silent about Luo Gu stopping to rest shortly after setting out. Sometimes, having a pure-blood companion does bring quite a few troubles. Qi Jinjin took a couple of sips of water and handed her large cup to Luo Gu. You should drink some too. I'm not thirsty. In his eyes, the big cup didn't hold much water. He drank a little, and the little one would have less hot water to drink. Even if you're not thirsty, you should drink a bit. The sun is hot, and running constantly uses up a lot of water, Qi Jinjin said. Next time, I will find a place with water to rest. Luo Gu still refused to drink her water. Beside them, Baizhu looked on with a faint smile. Seeing his firm refusal, Qi Jinjin had no choice but to drink herself. After resting for a while, they continued their journey. During that day, Luo Gu took about 5 or 6 breaks. Even Qi Jinjin thought he rested too often, and now her blood was almost clean, so there was no need to waste time stopping and starting. Plus, with Baizhu's expression, he probably thought she was being overly cautious, but wouldn't say it because of Luo Gu. So, on their first night outside, Qi Jinjin and Luo Gu had a good talk. While Baizhu went hunting, Qi Jinjin said, Luo Gu, you don't have to stop so often just for me. You can go at your own pace. Luo Gu was building a fire and replied with a hint of sadness, That's why I told you to wait until your blood is fully clean before we leave. That's 2 different things, Qi Jinjin said. My stomach doesn't hurt anymore, and I feel much better. You can treat me normally like before. Like before? Luo Gu looked at her and repeated her words. Yes, Qi Jinjin nodded seriously. She didn't want her own issues to delay him. Including breeding? Luo Gu raised an eyebrow and asked. How did his mind jump to that topic? Little one, just be obedient and follow me. You don't need to worry about the rest, Luo Gu said seriously. Qi Jinjin cleared her throat. Okay, what I just said was just a suggestion. If you can accept it, that's good. Luo Gu quickly lit the fire, and the flames chased away the cold in the cave. By the way, since Baizhu hadn't come back yet, Qi Jinjin asked, Can you tell me why Abu and Laya could track you?
She was still curious about this.
Because of the smell, he replied without hesitation, as expected since Bai Zhu wasn't there. Your smell? Qi Jinjin asked in confusion. He nodded. Lia has a very sharp sense of smell. As long as she wants to remember a scent, she won't miss it. So, Lia remembered your scent well, and no matter where you go, she can track you based on it? Qi Jinjin understood his explanation.
Exactly.
Now it all made sense. After understanding this reason, Qi Jinjin still felt a little uncomfortable inside. Even though Lia was also a half-beast, she was still a woman. Letting another woman remember Luogu's scent made her feel a bit sour inside. Seeing her sour expression, Luogu deliberately asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." She wouldn't admit she was feeling sour. "Really nothing?" Luogu teased her on purpose. "Why do I see in your expression that you want to hit Lia?"
Hit? Haha.
She really would need to have that ability. So she asked, "So, no matter where you go in the future, as long as Lia wants, she can find you, right?" "Basically, yes." "What do you mean, basically?" "If she can, then she can. If she can't, then she can't," Qi Jinjin said unhappily. "As long as she wants to, she can." Hearing this answer, Qi Jinjin felt even more annoyed. No wonder Mom didn't let Abu and Lia follow this time. Since she knows you'll shake them off anyway, Mom plans to let them leave a bit later to catch up with you. Luogu loved her jealous look, so awkward but cute. But he also knew that this jealous expression would make his little one angry, and he couldn't bear to see her upset. So he said, "Don't worry, this time they won't catch up." "That's not necessarily true," Qi Jinjin snorted softly. "Want to make a bet?" Qi Jinjin rolled her eyes and shook her head, refusing. She believed he was confidently making a bet, so she was sure about the outcome and didn't want to jump into that big trap. "Really not trying?" He tempted her. "No," Qi Jinjin firmly refused, but she also thought through his reasoning. This time, they were going to find a ferocious beast. Without saying much, everyone knew how fierce it would be. When they took Abu and Lia before, just dealing with the snarling wolf had already injured Lia. Her mom probably thought that if Lia went again this time, she might cause unnecessary trouble for her son, so she left her as a burden. Thinking of this, Qi Jinjin clarified her thoughts. Luckily, she didn't make a bet with Luogu, otherwise, she might fall into his trap again, just like yesterday with archery. Fortunately, Bai Zhuo reminded her. After the campfire burned for a while, Bai Zhuo returned with prey, and the little ones who went hunting with him happily ran in, holding something in their mouths. Humph, humph, humph. The puppy happily jumped in front of its owner, dropping the item it was holding in its mouth. Its little paws eagerly pushed the object toward the owner, as if offering a treasure. "Are you giving this to me?" Qi Jinjin immediately saw through its actions. Woof woof. The puppy stared with big, round eyes, looking for praise. Qi Jinjin looked at what the puppy had brought back, a small animal that looked like a mouse, lying still on the ground. It was probably dead. "Good job, little one." Qi Jinjin gave it a big thumbs up and praised it. The puppy happily nuzzled her hand with its head, looking adorable. "It's quite good at showing off," Bai Zhu said with a smile. "Luogu's mate, you might want to think about training it to be a mount." "Not thinking about a mount right now. It's fine like this," Qi Jinjin said as she prepared to help cook the meat. But she also felt that the puppy and Bai Zhu seemed much closer than others. It was like Bai Zhu had some strange magnetic pull. Both Qi Jinjin and the puppy felt an inexplicable fondness for him. Thinking of this, Qi Jinjin couldn't help but glance at Bai Zhu a little longer. "Little thing," Luogu noticed her gaze and called out displeasedly. Qi Jinjin quickly looked away and handed him the knife. "You cut, I'll handle the roasting." Soon, they finished roasting the meat and started eating. Bai Zhu, while eating, looked for topics to talk about. "Luogu's mate, you haven't been to our Tumen tribe yet. After we find this fierce beast, why not come visit my tribe?" Qi Jinjin almost agreed immediately, but caught Luogu's expression and hesitated. She shyly smiled and asked, "What's interesting about the Tumen tribe?" "Of course," Bai Zhu said with a smile. "We have many colorful caves and endless mountain ranges." Well, the colorful caves did catch her interest a little, but the endless mountains, since there are mountains everywhere here, weren't very special. As for the colorful caves, she thought they were probably rock caves that reflected different patterns depending on the sunlight. Seeing that she showed no excitement, Baizhu added, besides that, there's also a secret place in the Tumun tribe. A secret place? People are usually curious about the unknown, and Qizhenjin was no exception. Yes, a secret place, Baizhu said mysteriously. Luo Gu listened and interrupted, saying, it's not really a secret place. That land is just where he trains his mounts. Qizhenjin chuckled softly. Luo Gu was really too blunt with others. However, Baizhu was not angry. He was used to Luo Gu's personality and was no longer surprised. Let's wait until we find that fierce beast first. Qizhenjin quickly changed the subject. After finishing the meat, it was time to sleep and rest. Qizhenjin had slept on the bed in the Baili tribe for many days. Now, she had to sleep on the cold ground again, which was very uncomfortable. Luo Gu understood this, so he said, sleep on me tonight. Qizhenjin rolled her eyes at him. Calm and steady. We've slept outside before. How we slept then is how we'll sleep tonight. No, Luo Gu firmly refused. You're still bleeding.
Here we go again.
Another frustrating excuse. Qizhenjin responded seriously. No, these are all my responsibility.
What?
Luo Gu didn't understand what she meant. I didn't listen to you and insisted on leaving before the blood was fully stopped, so I accept the consequences, Qizhenjin explained.
Nonsense.
Forget it, some things just can't be explained. No matter how much she explained, he would stubbornly stick to his opinion. All right, it's late. Go to sleep quickly. Qizhenjin picked up the cub and found a spot inside the cave to sit. Luo Gu added some branches and then transformed into a beast form, wrapping her in his arms. His blue beast eyes looked at Baizhu, who naturally got up and left. Where did he go? Qizhenjin asked hurriedly when she saw him leave. How could I let you sleep in the same cave with another male? Here comes that bossy attitude again. Qizhenjin silently sympathized with Baizhu in her heart. In the middle of the night, the fire in the cave grew smaller and the temperature dropped. Outside the cave, cold wind was still howling. Qizhenjin almost woke up from the cold, but only for a moment. She quickly warmed up and fell back into a peaceful sleep. When the first rays of morning sunlight entered the cave, Qizhenjin woke up. She stretched slightly but found that the cub was not beside her. Usually, it slept close to her. She rubbed her eyes and looked toward the cave entrance. In the center of the entrance, there was a black panther, mostly blocking half of the cave.
That was Baizhu.
When did he sleep at the cave entrance? Moreover, the little cub was actually leaning on the beast-shaped Baizhu, sleeping soundly. Did you sleep well? Luo Gu's voice came at this moment. Qizhenjin looked away. Yes, very well. That's good. Luo Gu sighed in relief.
And you?
Did you sleep well? Qizhenjin asked, hearing his tone. Yes, very well. Baizhu, hearing the sounds inside the cave, also woke up. He stood at the cave entrance, his large body almost blocking all the sunlight coming in, making the inside of the cave suddenly darker. Baizhu shook his beast form, smoothing out the wrinkles on his fur, then transformed into a human. Luo Gu's mate, did you sleep well last night? He asked with a smile, carrying the little cub inside. Early in the morning. Why is he asking her this? Yes, I slept well. That's good. His answer was the same as Luo Gu's. Does that mean she should also ask him if he slept well last night? Forget it. Not only would Luo Gu be unhappy, but the answer is obvious. Sleeping outside the cave in the cold wind all night. Could she have slept well? Cold wind? Qizhenjin paused, suddenly thinking of something. Last night, she did feel very cold, but then she warmed up.
Could it be that?
Baizhu used his large beast form to block the howling cold wind at the cave entrance? Oh no, she felt sorry. There is a water source nearby. Let's go there to eat, Baizhu said. Thank you. Qizhenjin sincerely appreciated. Baizhu smiled warmly. No need to thank me. You're a purebred human, so I should do this. It seems that the people of the Two Men tribe treat purebreds and Bai Li tribe members with great care and respect. But Qi Jinjin also found it a bit strange. She wasn't sure if it was because of her period or because she had stayed with the Bai Li tribe for a few days. When she went out to stay in a cave with Luo Gu before, she didn't feel this way. It must be because her period hadn't finished yet, making her more sensitive to the cold than usual. They stepped out of the cave, and the warm sunlight made her feel very cozy. Today was another sunny day. Bai Zhu said the water source wasn't far, and they arrived after a short walk. This water source was a large, clear pond, where fish could be seen swimming from afar. Looks like they will be having grilled fish for their meal later. Qi Jinjin helped with daily chores, while Luo Gu and Bai Zhu fished at the pond. Luo Gu's feet barely touched the water as he used a slingshot to knock out several fish. Then, Bai Zhuo went into the water to fish them out. Soon he caught quite a few fish. "Little ones, do you want me to slice them?" Luo Gu asked, holding a large stone. "No need," Qi Jinjin refused. They were in a hurry, and there was no time to slice the fish for grilling. "Just gut them and grill the whole fish directly." Bai Zhuo, listening, looked confused. "Gut them?" "Yes," Qi Jinjin said, not noticing his confusion. She picked up a fish, used a knife to scale and gut it, then skewered it on a branch to roast over the fire. Bai Zhuo looked at the pile of stuff she dug out from the fish's belly, frowning slightly. Qi Jinjin skillfully killed 4 fish, then stood up to wash her hands at the pond. When she approached, Bai Zhuo asked, "You don't eat this meat?" Qi Jinjin paused, quickly replying, "We don't eat it where I come from. I'm not used to eating it." "Then if you want to, just eat," Luo Gu said, standing on Qi Jinjin's side and replying to Bai Zhuo. Bai Zhuo smiled but said nothing more. After finishing the grilled fish, they continued toward the Lingming waterfall. The journey was smooth and without obstacles. Probably because they were in a hurry, Qi Jinjin noticed that the paths they chose were mostly safe, saving a lot of time. Her period had completely ended, and her speed increased over the next few days. 3 days later, they stopped in a large forest. "There's a wolf scent nearby," Bai Zhuo said seriously. "This isn't the territory of the wolves." Hearing this, Qi Jinjin's hair stood on end. Wolves. She felt like she hadn't heard about wolves for a long time. Seeing her nervous, Luo Gu gently held her hand. "Don't be afraid. We have green caterpillars." "Green caterpillars?" Bai Zhuo looked confused, clearly not very familiar with their relationship with the wolves. "Yes, green caterpillars," Qi Jinjin calmed herself. "They are the wolves' nemesis." "How do you know that?" Qi Jinjin smiled, looking confident. "Let's not worry about the wolves now. We should get to the Lingming waterfall as soon as possible," Luo Gu said. Bai Zhuo glanced at him curiously. He hadn't planned to deal with the wolves, but Luo Gu's tone suggested they might have some connection to them. He didn't ask further, and focused on the journey. Luo Gu's plan was to leave the forest before nightfall, but they didn't run for long before stopping again. Luo Gu and Bai Zhu exchanged a serious look, both appearing to share a silent understanding. Seeing this, Qi Jinjin felt nervous and her heart pounded, worried that some wolves might surround them. Luo Gu transformed into a human form and gently set Qi Jinjin down. "Little one, we need to walk for a while." Qi Jinjin's feet touched the ground, and she followed their instructions carefully. The forest was full of weeds and tangled tree roots on the ground, so they had to walk carefully to avoid tripping. Bai Zhu led the way, walking slowly, as if observing something. Luo Gu supported Qi Jinjin from behind, and to lighten his burden, he didn't let her carry him. Instead, he happily followed behind Bai Zhu. After walking some distance, Bai Zhu suddenly stopped and made a shushing gesture to them. Qi Jinjin held her breath, feeling tense, and watched him closely. Just then, she heard voices coming from nearby. The voices were distant, but because they spoke loudly, she could hear them clearly. Most importantly, these sounds were likely first noticed by Luo Gu and Bai Zhu, as her own hearing was not as sharp as theirs. "All of them are purebloods," Bai Zhu whispered softly. "If you don't want trouble, we can go around." "What's the trouble?" Luo Gu replied dismissively, clearly not taking these purebloods seriously. Bai Zhu chuckled. Do you want to go say hello? Hearing this, Qi Jinjin found it even stranger. Bai Zhu, you just said those people are all purebloods? Not a single half-beast? That's right, Bai Zhu nodded. That's odd. Qi Jinjin narrowed her eyes. Those purebloods probably can't compare to wolves. If there's wolf scent in this forest, then these purebloods must be very dangerous. Hearing her words, Bai Zhu thought about the complex situation and was curious to see why this group of purebloods appeared in this forest. Little one, do you want to go see what's happening? Luo Gu raised an eyebrow and asked. Qi Jinjin quickly shook her head. I'm just curious. It's definitely your decision where to go. I'll just follow you. She also thought it was better not to interfere, especially since they were still on the move and wasting time would be unwise. Since your partner suggests it, let's go take a look, Bai Zhu decided first. Really? Are you sure? Qi Jinjin felt nervous inside. She was just curious and had no intention of making any decisions. Yes, I'm sure. Clearly, Bai Zhu already had a plan in mind. Whether Luo Gu agreed or not, he wanted to go and see. Fortunately, Luo Gu didn't oppose his decision. It seemed he also wanted to go and investigate. So they pushed aside the tall weeds and moved closer to the group of people talking. These people were talking about interesting topics, their voices loud and excited. When they got more animated, they even burst into wild laughter. The closer they got, the louder the sounds became. Qi Jinjin listened carefully and noticed most of the voices were men's, and she didn't hear any women. Soon, they finally saw these pure-blooded people talking. There were about 7 or 8 of them sitting around a small open space. In the middle of the space was a bloody animal carcass. The carcass had been mostly dismembered, with its internal organs removed and eaten. It turned out these pure-blooded people were eating meat there. Who are you? At this moment, the pure-blooded people noticed them and immediately stood up alertly, pointing their weapons at them. Luo Gu and Bai Zhu protected Qi Jinjin behind them, but they didn't look as tense as the pure-blooded people. Qi Jinjin looked at the weapons in the hands of these pure-blooded people. They were all made of sharp bones, long and pointed. We're just passing by, Bai Zhu said with a smile, showing no hostility. We heard some talking and laughing in this direction, so we came to check. Check? The people looked suspicious and cautious, still pointing their weapons at them. Yes, just curious and came to see. Bai Zhu kept smiling, hoping these pure-blooded people wouldn't be so wary of them. Seeing they showed no hostility, the pure-blooded people relaxed their grip on their weapons slightly. They exchanged glances, but hadn't fully lowered their guard. Then one of the pure-blooded people shouted loudly, "Are you half-beasts?" As soon as he said that, the weapons of those who had just relaxed were raised again by the pure-blooded people. Yes, Bai Zhu nodded, admitting, but we won't harm pure-blooded people without reason. The pure-blooded people looked at each other again, trying to judge whether he was telling the truth. Qi Jinjin watched their reactions and formed a rough idea of who they were. These purebred humans seem to have little goodwill toward the half-orcs, and the sharp weapons they carry are probably not just for hunting animals. Remember, when half-orcs transform into beast form, they look almost the same as animals. Put down your weapons first, said the purebred human standing at the back. When he spoke, the other purebreds obediently lowered their weapons. I believe these 2 half-orcs won't hurt us. After all, there's a purebred person behind them, the speaker said as he moved forward. Qi Jinjin secretly glanced at the leader, a young and strong man with a sturdy build and a calm presence, which seemed a bit odd compared to his youthful appearance. Bai Zhu agreed with him and nodded. Should we greet the purebred people behind you? The young man asked. Lu Gu shot a cold look, shielding the people behind him more carefully. Bai Zhu noticed his expression and thought to himself that he shouldn't be so quick to judge. Who knew? All these purebreds were men. Just a greeting is enough, Bai Zhu quickly said before Lu Gu could fully lose his temper. She's very timid. If you scare her, it won't be good. The young man at the front clearly saw this as an excuse and said, How could that be? We're all purebreds. Would we be afraid of each other? That's hard to say, Bai Zhu replied with a smile, but he didn't back down. Anyway, we're just passing through, so we won't bother you. After saying that, Baizhua gave Lu Gu a subtle signal. Qi Jinjin also knew Lu Gu was upset because of these purebred's words, so she tugged his hand to remind him there was no need for conflict. But before they could make any move to retreat, the young man spoke up to stop them. Wait a moment. Is there something else?
Baizhua asked.
This forest is very big. Do you think you can find your way out? The young man asked. Baizhua didn't answer immediately, but thought for a moment before asking back, Are you lost? Strange. It's our first time crossing this forest. We've been walking for several days and still haven't found a way out, the young man said with a somewhat sad expression. Qi Jinjin listened to him and kept silent. Could purebreds really match half-orc stamina? With forests everywhere, even if they could find the way, it seemed unlikely that purebreds could walk out quickly on foot. However, these are not things she should worry about, so it's best just to listen. Baizhu glanced nearby and said, This forest is really big. Since we're in a hurry, we can leave marks along the way. Just follow the marks to find your way out. Who knows if you'll really leave marks, half-orc? Exactly. Even if you do, what if they're fake marks? Baizhu wasn't angry at these pure-blooded people's doubts, but he could tell Luo Gu's temper was about to reach its limit. That's right. We might not be so kind. Luo Gu snorted softly, took Qi Jinjin's hand, and turned to leave. Baizhu shrugged helplessly, showing a look of helplessness towards these pure-blooded people, then also turned around. But just as Luo Gu turned to leave, not far away, there was the sound of hurried running. The running noise was heading toward them. Soon, a figure hurriedly pushed through the bushes and ran out, accidentally tripping over tangled roots on the ground. The fall caused some fruits in his arms to scatter everywhere, rolling around, with one round fruit just rolling to Qi Jinjin's feet. Qi Jinjin looked down at the fruit, then at the fallen person, who was a woman. The woman had fallen hard. She endured the pain, quickly got up, nervously looked back, and gathered the scattered fruits from the ground. She looked very disheveled. At this moment, the young man from before bypassed them and approached the woman. The woman, still panicked, looked at the pair of feet appearing in front of her. She immediately looked up, her face full of relief. There, a wolf. A wolf is chasing me. But when she saw who owned the feet, her joy was gradually replaced by fear. A wolf. Are you sure? The young man bent slightly, gently lifted her chin, and asked. Yes, I'm sure. Really, there's really a wolf. Don't be afraid. We will protect you. Get up first. The young man's voice was very gentle, and he helped her to her feet. But the woman seemed very afraid of him. She kept her head down, not daring to look at his face, and tightly held the few remaining fruits in her arms. Is this woman with you? Baizhu asked at this moment. Yes. The young man bent down and picked up all the remaining fruits from the ground, one by one placing them into the woman's arms. Bai Jinjin kept staring at this woman. Her body was trembling slightly, and she wasn't sure if it was because she was frightened by the strange creatures in her mouth or for some other reason. She didn't see clearly what the woman looked like. Her face was dirty, covered with sweat and dirt, but she was taller than Bai Jinjin. Did you just encounter those strange creatures? Where did you see them? Baizhua asked seriously as he approached. The woman lowered her head and didn't dare speak. She's also very timid. Don't scare her too much, a young man who had been picking fruit said as he came over, casually putting his arm around the woman's shoulders with a joking tone. Surprisingly, his words were exactly the same as hers, which made Baizhua a bit speechless. Go ahead first, the young man said, releasing her. Okay. The woman responded trembling, clutching the fruit tightly and walking toward the group of purebred people. Bai Jinjin kept her eyes on her. She probably hurt herself badly from her fall earlier, and now she looked a bit awkward while walking. At the moment when the woman passed by them, Bai Jinjin's gaze met hers. The woman looked at her with a scrutinizing expression, then showed a hint of a pleading look. A plea? Bai Jinjin paused, doubting whether she had misunderstood. But just as she wanted to look again, the woman had already looked away and walked toward the group of purebred people. Curious, Bai Jinjin secretly looked back. She saw that after the woman approached, a man grabbed her arm and pulled her back without showing any tenderness. The woman didn't resist and allowed him to drag her forcefully. Useless. After searching all this time, you only found these few fruits? Are you trying to make us die of thirst? The man's voice was loud, and others quickly signaled him with their eyes. The man angrily took a fruit from the woman's hands, bit into it, and his face suddenly changed.
Spit.
He spat the fruit out, and the mixture of his saliva and the fruit splattered onto the woman's face and hair. The woman simply turned her head slightly, showing no resistance. Luo Gu's peripheral vision also saw this scene. He calmly raised his hand to cover Bai Xinjin's eyes. Picking such tasteless fruit when you're supposed to be gathering fruit, are you doing it on purpose? Bai Xinjin's vision went dark, and she only heard the man's curses. Suddenly, she understood why the woman had looked at her with a pleading expression earlier. All are pure-blooded people, but they are treated very differently. A young man saw his companions acting this way, frowned slightly, then quickly relaxed and said, "It seems there are still some sneaky wolves in this big forest. Do you want to go out together?" "We don't take these sneaky wolves seriously," Bai Zhuo politely refused, then suddenly changed the subject, "but more people are stronger." His choice made Lu Gu very unhappy, and even Qi Jinjin was a bit surprised by his decision. "All right, I'll go ask her how she met the sneaky wolves," said the young man, then walked over. Bai Zhuo naturally noticed Lu Gu's unhappy expression and explained softly, "Don't you think that woman is very pitiful? What's that got to do with you?" Lu Gu shot him a cold look. Bai Zhuo coughed and said, "It has nothing to do with me. I just think she looks very pitiful, like Adora." When Bai Zhuo mentioned the name, Adora, Qi Jinjin clearly felt Lu Gu's body stiffen briefly, but he quickly returned to normal. Qi Jinjin really wanted to ask who Adora was, but given the current situation, it clearly wasn't appropriate. "Let's just observe first. I'm also curious why sneaky wolves appear here." Bai Zhuo found another reason. Unexpectedly, Lu Gu agreed. Qi Jinjin didn't believe he was only agreeing because of the sneaky wolves. Her intuition told her it was definitely because of the name Adora. After they agreed, Bai Zhuo went ahead first. With the young man present, all the other pure-blooded people lowered their weapons. On the surface, it looked like they had accepted them, but in reality, they remained very cautious. Lu Gu kept a distance from Qi Jinjin and these people, while Bai Zhuo went alone inside to learn about the woman. Qi Jinjin overheard some of what was said. It seemed the woman heard animal sounds while picking fruit in the forest, looked up into the trees, and saw sneaky wolves. She saw the wolves, was very scared, and ran back hurriedly. After hearing the woman's frightened description, Qi Jinjin couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the terrifying sneaky wolves, the woman probably had more reason to be afraid of these pure-blooded people. Otherwise, who would have the energy to protect the fruit they were picking while fleeing wildly? "Don't worry, the sneaky wolves probably aren't after you. If they were, they would have caught up already," Bai Zhuo said after hearing her story. "But just to be safe, stay alert. Okay, have you eaten? Do you want to share some food?" A young man pointed at the bloodied animal carcass on the open ground and asked. Bai Zhuo refused, saying, "If you're done eating, let's leave quickly. We plan to get out of this forest before dark." Upon hearing this, these purebred people became angry again. "Before dark? That's impossible." Bai Zhuo ignored them and only spoke to the young man. With just a glance, the young man silenced the others. He said to Bai Zhuo, "So, are we close to leaving this big forest now?" "Almost," Bai Zhuo replied without further explanation. He reached out to the woman and asked, "Can you give me a fruit to quench my thirst?" The woman looked at him in surprise, then lowered her head and whispered, "This fruit might not taste very good." "It's okay," Bai Zhuo said, his hand still hanging in the air. "Give him one," the young man ordered. The woman dared not disobey and tremblingly handed him a seemingly decent-looking fruit. Bai Zhuo took a bite, and his face slightly changed, but he still swallowed the piece. Seeing Bai Zhuo's expression, Jinjin could already imagine how bad the fruit must taste. Bai Zhuo was really determined. "We should go now." Luo Gula pulled Jinjin along, ignoring these people and walking ahead. Bai Zhuo understood what he meant. He didn't want his partner to stay with such a large group of men. Rest a bit longer. I'll lead the way soon, Luo Gula said. Jinjin, walking behind Luo Gula, heard Baijua's words and couldn't help but feel worried. After walking a short distance, Jinjin whispered, "Is it okay to leave Baizhua alone there?" "There's no problem," Luo Gula replied irritably, not happy about her caring for another man. Even if they are a group of purebred people, their weapons look quite powerful. And that young man leading them, no matter how you look at it, these people are not simple, Jinjin expressed her concern. "Since you can think of that, Baizhua can too." He said he didn't care, but Jinjin noticed his pace was slightly slower. She smiled, realizing he was being insincere. "That woman is so pitiful," Jinjin said again. "Will Baizhua save her? Do you want to save her?" Luo Gula didn't answer but asked back. Jinjin looked up at him seriously and said, "Yes, I want to, but I don't have the ability." "Exactly," Luo Gula replied, sighing. "It's all talk and no action." Mizuki truly understood in her heart that she lacked the ability to save that woman from those 7 or 8 purebred people. Of course, she also had no right to ask Baizhua and Luo Gu to rescue her. In this harsh environment, doing what she could to protect herself was somewhat selfish, but it was also a brutal rule for survival. "I am really lucky," Mizuki sincerely sighed. "Of course you're lucky," Luo Gu said with a slight smile when he heard her. "You met me." "Yes, I did," Mizuki replied without any objection, because it was the truth. She couldn't imagine what would have happened if she had just arrived on this beastman continent and the first person she met was like that half-beast from the Barrow tribe. Being a very rare purebred who hadn't been bred yet was already an incredible luck. "By the way, that woman earlier, has she already been bred?" Mizuki quietly asked using their local way of speaking. "Yes," Luo Gu answered her. "A group of purebreds out in the wild only took one woman. The result is obvious." Mizuki felt a little uncomfortable inside. "Even if purebreds are rare, not everyone knows to cherish them," he added. Mizuki nodded, not knowing what else to say. Suddenly, some movement came from behind nearby. She perked up her ears and listened carefully. It sounded like Baizhua leading that group of purebreds to find a way. Hearing this, Luo Gu quickened his steps and pulled away from the middle. He estimated the walking time and decided it was best to stop and let the little one rest. He found a thick tree root sticking out of the ground and led her over to sit and rest. Mizuki sat down, took out a large water cup, and started drinking. Gradually, she heard the footsteps of the group approaching. "Do you really want to bring that group out of the forest?" Mizuki asked quietly, taking advantage of their distance from the approaching group. "Let's see what Baizhua decides," Luo Gu said, hearing the footsteps getting closer. He helped her up and continued walking forward. They didn't know how long they would keep walking like this. Mizuki felt it was a waste of time, especially since the two of them were in a hurry to reach the spirit waterfall.
Can you still walk?
"Do you want me to carry you?" Luo Gu knew her physical strength well. Although she hadn't used up half her stamina yet, he felt sorry for her. "No need," Mizuki replied, refusing. She was still able to walk and didn't want to add to Luo Gu's burden. Luo Gu looked back with a hint of irritation in his expression. Is Baizhua really planning to keep fighting with this group of pure-blooded people? After walking for a while longer, Jinjin finished drinking all the water from her large cup. Without water, continuing would be very exhausting. "We've been walking for so long and haven't found any signs of a Qiling. Do you still smell any Qiling scent in this forest?" Jinjin asked as she paused and looked around. "Maybe those lower beasts are just passing through," Luo Gu replied, clearly not caring about the Qiling issue at all. "Maybe they're just passing by." Suddenly, a call came from behind. Not far away, Baizhua was calling Luo Gu. Luo Gu stopped and turned around. He saw Baizhua walking quickly toward him alone. "Make a decision. Should you bring those people along?" Baizhua asked quietly and seriously. "There's no need for a decision," Luo Gu replied clearly. Baizhua knew his attitude and just wanted to get rid of these people. Their destination is also the spirit waterfall. Luo Gu frowned. "Their goal is to find the blood lizard at the spirit waterfall," Baizhua added. This surprised Luo Gu and also surprised Qi Jinjin. The blood lizard's blood is deadly to half-beasts. The problem is, there's no blood lizard at the spirit waterfall, Baizhua said. Little one, you decide. Luo Gu handed her the choice.
Qi Zhenchen hesitated.
How can I make that decision? Baizhua looked at her and understood Luo Gu's meaning. Luo Gu's mate, you decide. Why do both of them want to give her the power to decide? Qi Jinjin felt tired. But she quickly analyzed. First, how do they know the spirit waterfall has blood lizards? Second, why are they looking for blood lizards? Do they know how blood lizards affect you half-beasts? Probably not, Baizhua replied. Otherwise, they wouldn't mention blood lizards in front of me, a half-beast. That's not necessarily true, Qi Jinjin countered. What if they do know its effects and think you, as a half-beast, don't know? Or maybe they're trying to trick you. Baizhua narrowed his eyes, worried about this too. But he was afraid his judgment alone wasn't enough, so he caught up to ask Luo Gu. Other pure-blooded people aren't a threat, but I can feel that the young man leading them is hiding something, Qi Jinjin said again. So, what's your decision?
Baizhua asked.
This decision made Qi Jinjin feel uncertain, so she asked back, I want to hear your decision first. Don't forget why we came out this time, Luo Gu reminded her, even though he hadn't made a decision. Doesn't that clearly show the answer? Hurrying, finding the beast, and not interfering here. Baizhua sighed again and asked Qi Jinjin, the woman who is Luo Gu's partner, do you want to save her? Don't ask her. This has nothing to do with her. Qi Jinjin hadn't answered yet, but Luo Gu protected her behind him. Qi Jinjin chuckled and poked her head out, saying if you want to save her, go ahead. At worst, bring her back to your tribe. Hearing this, Baizhua smiled. All right, you go find a place to stay first. I'll catch up later, he said, then turned and left. Luo Gu instantly turned into a beast form and ran forward carrying Qi Jinjin, not waiting for Baizhua at all. Finally, before the sun set, Luo Gu ran out of the forest, crossed a small plain, and found a small mountain cave in a valley to stop. When he stopped, the little cub he held couldn't resist jumping down and scampering around. Qi Jinjin entered the small cave, which surprisingly had a lot of dry wood scattered everywhere. She took out the luminous stone to light the way temporarily and gathered the dry wood to start a fire. Go hunt first. I'll start the fire, Qi Jinjin said, looking at the darkening sky outside the cave. Luo Gu definitely didn't want to leave her alone. Wait until Baizhua comes. Qi Jinjin couldn't say much more, so she just started the fire first. As soon as the fire was lit, the little cub trotted in happily, seemingly holding something in its mouth. Did you go hunting just now? Qi Jinjin saw the little cub put what was in its mouth in front of her. It was another small animal, like a mouse. Snort the cub made a pleading expression, as if asking for praise. Luo Gu saw this and said, since you're good at catching, go catch a few more. Snort. The cub was very unhappy with his words and turned its back to protest. Qi Jinjin was amused by its proud little act. But anyway, she still sided with the cub. After all, it was so small and managing to catch and bring back a piece of food was probably not easy. Snort, snort? The cub looked confused, calling out twice as if wondering why its owner was lost in thought. Mumu looked back at it, but before she could say anything, the little creature suddenly turned and ran away again. Is it going hunting? Mumu glanced at the small animal on the ground, about the size of a mouse. Honestly, it was very small, not even enough for Luo Gu and the others to fill their teeth. Is there a water source nearby? Mumu remembered that during the day she drank all the water from her cup in the big forest. Yes, when Baizhua arrives, let him go get some water for you. She felt a bit embarrassed. Why don't we go get water now? When Baizhua catches up, we'll have water to drink. Little one, aren't you tired? Luo Gu came over and found 3 blood-red fruits wrapped in animal hide from her bag. If you're thirsty, you can eat one first.
Mumu felt sorry.
She almost forgot that Luo Gu had been running all day. He needed rest too, but she was still busy messing around. Sit down, Mumu said, taking the fruits from his hand and setting them aside, thinking of an idea. Luo Gu sat down without understanding why. When she walked behind him, her delicate hands rested on his shoulders. Do you know what a massage is? Mumu asked, stopping her hands on his shoulders. Massage? Clearly, it was another word he didn't understand. Yes, a massage. As she spoke, Mumu started to knead his shoulders with her hands. Goodness, his muscles were really hard. She had to use a lot of effort to knead them, but for someone who had been running all day, her strength was barely enough. What are you doing? Luo Gu tilted his head, watching her gentle little hands knead his shoulders. This is called a massage, Mumu explained through her actions. It helps relax the muscles you've used all day, so you can feel better. Luo Gu understood, but your strength isn't enough to make me relax.
Why?
Mumu paused, her hand still. Your strength is too small. Of course, she knew she was not strong enough, but she was trying her best to use all her strength to help him relax. Mumu clenched her teeth and increased her effort to the maximum. How about now? Do you feel a little relaxed? Luo Gu was silent for a moment, then grabbed her forceful hand on his shoulder. Mumu stiffened and looked at him in confusion. Is my strength still not enough? No, Luo Gu said, little one, there's no need for you to do this to relax me. It won't actually make me relax. Then how can I make you relax? Mumu blinked and asked. Luo Gu suddenly pulled her into his arms with a strong grip. Kazenzhen was startled and hadn't reacted yet when his face suddenly grew larger, and he leaned down to kiss her. Perhaps she had become used to his sudden actions, so she didn't resist when his lips pressed against hers. If this could help him relax, a simple kiss wasn't a big deal. After all, dating can make people feel happy, and when you're happy, you naturally relax. Luo Gu didn't feel her resistance and was pleased. He gradually deepened the kiss. Soon, Luo Gu gently released her, wanting to see her face turn red. Only like this can I relax, Luo Gu said softly, kissing her flushed cheek and smiling quietly. Kazenzhen bit her lip, feeling shy and unsure what to say. Again.
Wait.
Kazenzhen hurriedly called out to stop. Just then, there was some noise outside. Did you hear that? Is someone coming? Luo Gu knew someone was coming and was unhappy as he let go of her. Just then, they heard voices outside. Let's rest here tonight.
Come in, said Baishua.
Thank you, replied a woman's voice. Soon, Baishua entered and saw Kazenzhen. He noticed her cheeks were slightly red and could tell what they had been doing just now. Baishua, are you okay? Are you hurt? Kazenzhen asked quickly when he came in. However, this question earned Luo Gu's cold glare. Ahem. She just wanted to ease the shy atmosphere from earlier in the cave. Just some purebred people, Baishua said with a smile, clearly not concerned about those people. Kazenzhen looked behind him but didn't see the woman follow inside. Maybe I should go check outside, Kazenzhen said as she stood up and went out. The woman who had been rescued was outside the cave, standing alone and looking quite pitiful. Why don't you come in? Kazenzhen asked with a friendly smile as she approached her. The woman crossed her arms and looked at her quietly. I don't dare. Don't dare?
Why?
Kazenzhen was surprised. The woman bit her lip and didn't say anything for a long time. Seeing this, Kazenzhen said, if I understand correctly, today in the forest, you wanted to ask me for help, right? The woman looked at her again and nodded softly. Although I didn't save you, you are now away from those purebred people. Pool Jinjin thought for a moment and seemed to understand what she was afraid of. Don't worry, although they are half-beasts, they definitely won't hurt pureblood humans without reason. Besides, most half-beasts are supposed to protect pureblood humans. The woman nodded gently. I believe you. Pool Jinjin smiled helplessly. She thought she should trust half-beasts more. Still, it was good to be able to talk to her. Pool Jinjin led her into the cave. Just then, Luo Gu and Baishua finished their conversation. Baishua was about to go hunting. Go warm yourself by the fire. I'll go hunting, Baishua said to the woman. The woman nodded and secretly watched him leave with her eyes. Pool Jinjin sat with the woman by the fire. Of course, she sat far from Luo Gu. Regardless of whether Luo Gu was upset, she didn't want to see the woman sitting so close to him. By the way, what's your name? I'm Pool Jinjin, she asked after sitting down. The woman seemed very afraid of Luogu. Even though Luogu's gaze wasn't on her, his strong presence made her feel uneasy and unable to relax. "My name is Qiu Dan," she answered nervously.
Kyudan.
Pool Jinjin repeated the name silently and smiled. "All right, I'll call you Dan. You can call me Jinjin." Qiu Dan nodded and looked at the burning fire in front of her. Pool Jinjin noticed her face was dirty and her water cup was empty. She was about to speak to Luogu when she suddenly realized her large water cup was missing.